This is a realm where science and magic coexist harmoniously. Within this world, some individuals ardently pursue formidable sorcery, while others seek the eternal truths of existence. A scientific prodigy, having traversed from another dimension, began his journey as an unassuming librarian. With magic in his left hand and truth in his right, he boldly kicked open the door to a new century. Some have dubbed him the harbinger of magic, while others proclaim him the founding father of science. In this new era, Blair has become a symbol of malevolence. Chapter 1. Two Young Maidens. Blair. Chen Luo, lost in a peaceful slumber, was abruptly roused by a gentle prodding on his shoulder, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The disarray of the environment gradually pulled him from his drowsiness. "What time is it?" he groggily inquired as he climbed up from his table, rubbing his sore temples. The responsibilities of a senior class teacher were far from easy. Although he had recently embarked on his career, his duties initially required only auxiliary tasks. However, misfortune struck when his supervising mathematics teacher was hospitalized due to an unexpected accident. With a shortage of personnel in the grade group, the mathematics classes for the third-year Class 7 could only be temporarily assigned to him until the teacher recovered. The workload in the graduating class was demanding. Students were exhausted, and teachers even more so. He had spent the entire night grading the previous test papers and, having slept less than an hour, was compelled to rise for class. Fortunately, the third-year students had already mastered all the necessary knowledge and had dedicated the entire year to review and mock exams. This particular class still served as an impromptu test. After distributing the papers, Chen Luo reminded the class monitor to maintain discipline and then laid his head down on an empty desk at the back of the classroom to catch up on some sleep. As someone nudged him, he instinctively assumed class had ended. Upon awakening, he realized something was amiss. The individual beside him had not called him Teacher Chen, and he was not speaking in Chinese. Noticing him rise from the desk, a slightly plump boy with freckles on his face looked at him and softly urged, "Blair, wake up. Ms. Brittany wants you to answer a question." Chen Luo gazed at the boy with Western features, his expression one of bewilderment. Having taken over the class for a month, he could not yet recall the names of every student, but he was certain that Class 7 did not include such a foreigner. Even more perplexing was that he had just been sleeping at the back of the classroom. In this was certainly not a classroom. Chen Luo's pupils dilated as he surveyed his surroundings. Peculiar desks and chairs, an unusual room, and outside the window, towering buildings had vanished, replaced by humble European-style architecture. The dark-haired, yellow-skinned students were nowhere to be found. Instead, he was surrounded by adolescents with brown hair and blue eyes. In front of a raised stone slab stood a foreign beauty with light brown hair and brown eyes, casting an irate gaze in his direction. "Blair, you dare to sleep in my class." The beauty's voice was as charming as her appearance. Yet Chen Luo had no inclination to admire it. He was certain that she was not speaking in Chinese or English, but strangely, he understood her perfectly, despite not having mastered a third language. Even more bizarre and chilling was the fact that he should have been in a classroom at Shijing No. 1 High School. Why had he awakened in such a strange place? And who was Blair? Believing himself to be caught in a dream, he pinched his thigh hard. The sharp pain heightened his awareness, yet deepened his confusion. Chen Luo's gaze, in the eyes of the young beauty, was interpreted as disdain and provocation. She was evidently seething with anger, fixing her gaze upon him and exclaiming, "Blair, are you even listening to me?" Although he did not bear the name Blair, it was clear that the beauty was referring to him. Overwhelmed with endless questions in his mind and wishing to avoid exacerbating the situation, he reluctantly lifted his head to meet her gaze. "I permit you to engage in other activities during my class, provided that you have completed the assignments I've given." The young beauty frowned at Chen Luo and stated, "Now come up and solve this problem. If you fail to provide the correct answer, do not blame me for punishing you with a ruler." As her words settled, laughter erupted throughout the classroom. "Hey, this is going to be entertaining. Blair actually dared to sleep in Ms. Brittany's class. He deserves it. I bet even if he were given a day, that fool Blair couldn't solve the answer." At that moment, Chen Luo had no desire to answer any questions. He merely wished to find a secluded place to be alone. Yet before he could do that, he had to navigate this predicament. He raised his gaze to the stone slab, which displayed a mathematical question. 1加2加3加4加5加9 18加9 19加100. The familiar Arabic numerals constituted an insult to a high school mathematics teacher. Surely even elementary school students of the future could recite the answer without a moment's hesitation. A bell chimed outside, and Ms. Brittany glanced at Chen Luo, saying, "Class is now dismissed. If you can provide me with the correct answer before tomorrow's lesson, I will forgive your transgression of sleeping in my class." Chen Luo did not respond. Instead, he strode confidently to the stone slab, picked up the nearby chalk, and inscribed a number following the equal sign before hastily exiting the classroom. As he departed, laughter once again erupted within the classroom. Did he actually solve it? Ha ha! Does he think he can fool Miss Brittany with a random answer? Just wait to see her punish him with a ruler. The students could not contain their laughter, and the classroom buzzed with a jovial atmosphere. Yet, no one noticed the expression of astonishment gradually emerging on Miss Brittany's exquisitely beautiful face as she gazed at the answer Chen Luo had written on the board. The problem was merely a simple addition question. While not difficult, it was cumbersome and prone to error. She had designed it to hone her students' computational skills, expecting that they would require at least until the next class to achieve a conclusive result. However, the number 5050 that adorned the board was indeed the correct answer. Brittany looked towards the classroom door, murmuring in confusion, "Blair, could it be that he has solved this problem before?" Chen Luo stood before a grand European-style building, gazing into a tall mirror that reflected a stranger, an unfamiliar youth, within its depths. He felt as though his 9 years of compulsory education had been subjected to tremendous humiliation. The boy in the mirror appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, with black hair and dark eyes, though his skin was slightly pale. Chen Luo raised his hand, and the boy in the mirror mirrored his actions. Chen Luo nodded, and the boy in the reflection followed suit, clearly indicating that the youth in the mirror was indeed himself. In truth, the young boy bore an uncanny resemblance to Chen Luo from 6 or 7 years prior. However, that was a distant memory. At that time, Chen Luo was still in high school, whereas the man he had just awakened as had already graduated from university and embarked upon his career in education. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale, surrounded by an alien environment, strange individuals, and an unfamiliar name. As of now, he remained utterly oblivious to this place, the only certainty being that an extraordinary event had transpired within him. Was this a rebirth or a journey across time and space? What manner of place was this? Europe or America? And what exactly was the significance of the mention of Blair by others? As he pondered these questions, Chen Luo felt a swelling sensation in his mind, a torrent of information flooding in, yet he was unable to grasp any of it. Gradually, individuals emerged from the building, passing by Chen Luo, and the cacophony of the surroundings only intensified his agitation. He pressed his forehead with his hand, and unsteadily made his way toward a quieter area. At that moment, all he desired was solitude. Suddenly, at the corner of the building, Chen Luo inadvertently collided with a figure emerging from the opposite direction. Before he could utter an apology, a girl clad in a black sheer dress clutched her forehead and glared at him, exclaiming, "Do you not watch where you are going?" Chen Luo cast her a sidelong glance, swallowing back his apology, and continued forward. The girl, witnessing this, grew even more incensed and obstructed his path, shouting, "Stop! You must apologize to me." Although they had indeed bumped into one another, Chen Luo had been moving at a leisurely pace. It was evidently she who had been rushing about heedlessly. Given her hostile demeanor, Chen Luo felt no inclination to apologize. With a stoic expression, he inquired, "What if I refuse to apologize?" He had never learned the language spoken by these individuals. Curiously, when it came time to express himself, the words flowed effortlessly from him, as if they were his mother tongue. The girl narrowed her eyes and rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "Then do not blame me." Chen Luo was momentarily taken aback. Did this young girl intend to engage him in combat? Her gaze was fierce, and her hands swiftly moved in intricate gestures as she intoned, "Element of fire wandering the world, heed my summons." Element of fire. Observing her eccentric behavior, Chen Luo felt his worldview being insulted, even though it had already endured such an affront. So, she is merely a fool. What a pity for such a lovely face. A look of regret crossed Chen Luo's features, and his ire dissipated. Who could truly be angry at a beautiful fool? Nonetheless, he took a step back, for he had found himself in this bizarre place where scientific explanations held little weight. Even if this whimsical girl conjured a fireball in her palm, it seemed hardly extraordinary. However, until the girl concluded her incantation, Chen Luo saw no peculiar occurrence. Relieved, he observed her earnest demeanor and, with a sense of mischief, remarked, "Do you think you are the only one capable of magic?" Imitating her gestures, he clumsily flailed his hands while proclaiming, "Guna, dark god, Alala, darkness." Chen Luo's words abruptly halted, not due to a lapse in memory of the incantation, but because, amid the girl's murmurs, he suddenly heard a resounding bang nearby. Moments later, a burst of red flames materialized from her palm, and Chen Luo keenly sensed that, with the emergence of the fireball, the temperature around them had risen several degrees. The girl regarded Chen Luo with a frosty expression and said, "You insolent wretch, it is not too late for you to apologize now." Observing the flickering flames in her palm, Chen Luo, with utmost courtesy, bowed to her and earnestly stated, "I sincerely apologize. My previous behavior was rude. Please accept my heartfelt apologies, fair maiden." Chapter 2, Parallel Worlds. A look of astonishment surged within the girl's azure eyes. She had not anticipated such a rapid shift in the demeanor of this impudent fellow, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to respond. With a soft pop, the fireball that had been suspended in her palm flickered momentarily before completely extinguishing. As her delicate lips parted, preparing to utter a word, the insolent individual had already vanished from sight. "Who was that?" she thought, frowning as she gazed in the direction of his disappearance, rubbing her aching temples before turning to enter the nearby academic building. In a secluded corner behind the teaching building, Chen Luo leaned against the wall, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary sight he had just witnessed, the girl conjuring a fireball seemingly out of thin air. It was a reality he found hard to accept, much like the bewilderment he felt upon awakening in this inexplicable place. Within a mere span of minutes, his worldview had endured two monumental shocks, and the pressure building in his mind felt as if it might split him in two. Boom! At one moment, Chen Luo sensed a violent explosion within his head, followed by a deluge of information flooding his consciousness. Blair, the kingdom of Lauren, the city of Yabo, St. Donis Academy. Fallen nobility, laborers, science, magic, magical ineptitude, Professor Brittany, her ample bosom, and her snow-white thighs. As his thoughts began to spiral uncontrollably towards an abyss, Chen Luo halted his mental organization, for he had gleaned all he desired to know. This included why others referred to him as Blair and how that blue-eyed girl was capable of summoning fireballs from her palm. Although the reasons behind these occurrences eluded him, it seemed his soul had somehow occupied the body of a 16-year-old boy named Blair, whose appearance bore a striking resemblance to his own from youth. Was this possession, or soul exchange? If it were the former, the students in the classroom would likely be terrified. If the latter, Chen Luo was curious. Would the boy named Blair, in his familiar, earthly senior high school math class, share the same doubts and fears? However, such musings were of little consequence to him now. What mattered most was how to survive in this evidently non-Earth realm, or how to find a way back. For a world where fireballs could be summoned at a moment's notice was undeniably perilous. While Chen Luo was indeed intrigued by magic, his memories indicated that the original owner of this body was a complete magical failure, having spent over a year at the academy without mastering even the most basic fireball spell. Such individuals were not uncommon at the academy, for not everyone possessed magical aptitude. In fact, whether at the academy or elsewhere, magic did not encompass all aspects of life. At St. Donis Academy, magic was merely one of many ordinary courses alongside mathematics, history, philosophy, and science. Those who failed to become magicians could still aspire to be scholars, and in the kingdom, scholars were held in high regard, much like magicians. Of course, for students aspiring to enter higher-level institutions, it was unwise to overly specialize in any one field. A person like Blair, devoid of any magical talent, would forever fail the magic examinations. Thus, St. Donis Academy would be the pinnacle of his academic journey. Nonetheless, for most, gaining admission to St. Donis Academy was a considerable honor. Had Blair not held a noble title, he would not have even had the chance to study there. Yet, despite his noble status, he was on the verge of losing the last vestiges of his family's honor. Since his barren father perished on the battlefield, Blair had struggled to survive on the meager pension provided by the kingdom, resorting to menial work in the library merely to stave off starvation. This was all the information Chen Luo had gleaned from Blair's memories. He sighed. Regardless of the circumstances that brought him here, his current predicament was far from favorable. The bell from the academic building chimed once more, prompting Chen Luo to dust off his back and turn to retrace his steps. He recalled from Blair's memories that the last class of the morning was a magic lesson, a subject that had once been Blair's nightmare, but now piqued Chen Luo's interest. Who among us has not indulged in youthful fantasies? Chen Luo had once dreamt of soaring through the skies atop a broomstick. Such mystical powers had captivated countless young minds. Upon returning to the classroom, he was met with a chorus of laughter, and, as he took his seat, a freckled boy beside him leaned in and whispered, "Blair, Professor Brittany wants to see you after school." Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I understand. Thank you, Toby." Having absorbed Blair's memories, he effortlessly grasped the language and script of this place, a curious sensation, as if it were an innate part of him. Toby was Blair's deskmate and his sole friend. Blair had been looked down upon by everyone, not only due to his poor academic performance, but also because of his unique hair and eye color. In St. Donis Academy, and even in Yabo City, while variations in hair and eye color existed, Blair was the only individual with black hair and eyes. Conversely, Toby, being somewhat rotund and the son of a merchant, had also faced a share of ridicule, united by their mutual disdain from others. The two had naturally forged a solid friendship. It was well known that there were 4 elemental magics in the world. All magic was based on these 4 elements. The teacher of their magic class was a balding elder who stood at the lectern, speaking at length while the students below fought to stay awake. Chen Luo understood that, compared to subjects like mathematics and history, magic was an advanced discipline. Even for noble youths of his age, their exposure to magic had been limited. The obscure principles and applications of magic remained elusive to these boys and girls. According to the theories presented in magical texts, the magic of this world was categorized into 4 elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. Magicians summoned magical elements through incantations and gestures, harnessing mental energy to release various spells. From Blair's memories, Chen Luo gleaned that magic had long since woven itself into the fabric of everyday life in this world. People regarded magic as commonplace, equating it with science. However, to describe this equivalency might not fully capture the essence of the matter. As magic was perceived by the populace as a natural law, magic was science. The education Chen Luo had received faced profound challenges here, leading him to question whether he was still in the universe he once knew. After all, the scientific laws of a single universe typically remain constant, and the elemental theories of earth, fire, wind, and water have been debunked by scientists in modern times. This led him to ponder, perhaps this was not the universe he had once inhabited, but rather a realm with entirely different scientific principles. Only such a notion could account for the existence of magical elements. In that case, the concept of parallel universes was not merely conjecture. Throughout the entire class, Chen Luo oscillated between doubt and self-doubt, as the elder's lectures dismantled and reconstructed his worldview repeatedly. Even after class had long ended, the tempest in his mind showed no signs of abating, leaving him seated in a daze, his gaze vacant and expression blank. Toby was no stranger to this expression on Blair's face. After all, the lack of magical talent rendered each magic class an ordeal for him. If he cannot master even the most rudimentary form of magic within a year, he will have to leave the St. Donis Academy. And upon departing from the academy, losing the library's meager sustenance, he would struggle to fill his belly. Toby rose from his seat, sighed, and gently patted Chen Luo's shoulder, saying, "Blair, even if you lack magical talent and cannot graduate, it matters not. When the time comes, you can work alongside me at my father's estate. As long as I, Toby, have a loaf of bread, you shall have your half." As he exited the classroom, he cast one last glance at Chen Luo, reminding him, "Blair, remember to seek out Teacher Brittany. If you neglect to do so, she will undoubtedly spank you with a ruler in the next class." Once Toby departed, Chen Luo found himself alone in the classroom, having witnessed the girl conjure a fireball and experienced a class that shattered his worldview. His perception of reality had been irrevocably altered, leaving his emotions in turmoil. The mere thought of summoning a fireball from thin air was extraordinarily exhilarating. Even though Chen Luo had long since outgrown his juvenile fantasies and had not entertained such absurd dreams for years, in this peculiar world, such aspirations felt tantalizingly within reach. Regrettably, Blair exhibited no magical aptitude whatsoever. Chen Luo sighed, glanced at the open magic textbook, and began to mimic the gestures and incantations inscribed within, softly murmuring, "Elemental fire that roams the world, heed my summons, descend upon this place, fireball technique." Bang! With a faint sound, a flicker of red flame appeared within his dark pupils. Chapter 3. Ignite Fireball. Goodness! As he beheld the flame pulsating in his palm, Chen Luo sprang to his feet, instinctively shaking his hand. Puffed! The feeble flicker vanished, leaving Chen Luo standing in stunned silence. After a considerable pause, he lifted his palm for inspection. It remained as pale as before, as though nothing had transpired. He stood there for what felt like an eternity before taking a deep breath and tentatively attempting once more, "Elemental fire that roams the world, heed my summons. Descend upon this place, fireball technique." Bang! A small fireball re-emerged in his palm. This time, he was mentally prepared and did not react with shock. Once he calmed down, he regarded the fireball with a mix of curiosity and delight, as if it were a new toy. The fireball hovered about a foot above his palm. He did not find it scorching, merely warm to the touch. As he reached out with his other hand to touch it, he felt an intense heat even before his fingers made contact. It seemed that even wizards were not immune to the effects of their own magic. Delving into Blair's memories, he indeed discovered the information he sought. Wizards can cast spells, but cannot shield themselves from their own magic, meaning he could potentially be burned by the fireball he summoned. With a flicker of thought, Chun Luo carefully unleashed another fireball technique. Observing the fireball's reappearance, he tore a page from the textbook. The moment it made contact with the flame, it ignited instantly, turning to ash. In a brief span, Chun Luo had undergone a series of experiences that utterly challenged his understanding, to the point where he could now confront the bizarre phenomenon before him with composure. The only aspect that puzzled him was that Blair clearly lacked magical talent, signifying that his mental capacity had yet to reach the threshold for summoning magical elements. Yet now, he effortlessly conjured fireballs. Could this be attributed to the fact that this body housed a different soul? This was merely Chun Luo's speculation, with no one to provide answers to his inquiries. In comparison, he found himself far more intrigued by the magic itself. As an individual who had received a higher education, he understood that modern science was continually evolving and refining. Perhaps in his previous world, there existed particles or elements yet undiscovered by humanity. Once he accepted the theoretical framework of magical elements, it would naturally follow that he could embrace the reality of humans wielding magic. While magical elements could tentatively be categorized within the realm of science, the nature of incantations and gestures transcended Chun Luo's comprehension, defying explanation through any known theories, relegating them to the realm of the supernatural. However, as a logically minded individual, he would not easily believe in matters that he had not personally verified. Extinguishing the fireball in his palm, he focused intently, simultaneously employing the methods outlined in the book to silently commune with the fire elements, softly uttering, Ganara, God of Darkness. Or, Fireball Technique. Bang! A familiar fireball appeared once again. Chun Luo stared in astonishment at this spectacle, extinguished the fireball with a wave of his hand, and reiterated, Balala Energy, Sharosha, Fireball Technique. This time, he even omitted the gestures entirely. Yet in the next moment, the fireball materialized in his line of sight once more. Come forth. Fireball. Little fireball. Come out to play. Bang. To his shock, Chun Luo discovered that regardless of what incantation he uttered, or even if he said nothing at all, simply following the book's instructions to connect with the surrounding fire elements allowed him to cast the fireball technique. This indicated that he did not require incantations or gestures to perform magic. Yet therein lay the quandary. The textbook was unequivocal in stating that one must combine fixed gestures and incantations to communicate with magical elements. A single mispronounced word or incorrect movement could lead to failure in casting. Perhaps due to the numerous iterations of the fireball technique he had executed, Chun Luo began to feel a bit lightheaded, yet this contradiction to the principles of magic continually perplexed him. Such a basic error could not possibly exist in a magic textbook. Could it be that his soul, originating from another world, exempted him from adhering to this world's rules? A wizard's incantation required time, and the shorter the casting time, the greater the advantage. A wizard capable of instantaneously casting spells was a nightmarish presence for others. Chun Luo pondered this dilemma for quite some time, without resolution, when another thought struck him. The beautiful teacher Brittany had indeed asked him to seek her out after class. Having dallied for so long, he could not be certain how she would react if she perceived him as having stood her up. The teacher's offices were located on the top floor of the academic building, and upon ascending, Chun Luo was informed that teacher Brittany had already returned to her dormitory. As she departed, she instructed another teacher to direct any student named Blair to her dormitory building. Fortunately, the faculty dormitory was not far from there. Descending the stairs, Chun Luo proceeded towards a nearby building to the east. The faculty dormitory towered with spires and pointed arches, exuding a distinctly Gothic charm, resembling a castle at first glance. Constructing such a building would require considerable expenditure, yet St. Donis Academy clearly lacked for funds, in addition to the generous donations from nobles. Countless individuals sought to enroll their children here, and those who could secure admission were not stingy with their gold coins. Thankfully, Blair's minor and noble status exempted him from the exorbitant tuition fees, a privilege afforded to the nobility by the kingdom. Chun Luo did not inquire of others, easily locating teacher Brittany's residence. Upon inheriting Blair's memories, Chun Luo discerned that this fellow's dream goddess was, astonishingly, his own mathematics teacher. She often concealed herself in the petite garden behind the dormitory, furtively gazing in the direction of her room. In light of such precocious behavior, Chun Luo could only remark, Blair is quite an eye. After all, Miss Brittany, only a few years their senior, was in the prime of her femininity, neither overly naive nor excessively mature. Her looks and figure exuded an immense allure for these young boys on the cusp of their first romantic stirrings. Of course, the infatuations of youth are fleeting, destined to fade as they mature. In a few years, they they would come to realize that the now fully blossomed Miss Brittany would possess an even greater allure. Standing at the threshold of a door, Chenluo forced himself not to dwell on the more mature version of Miss Brittany that awaited him in the years to come. Blair's obsession with her had begun to influence him as well. He gently rapped on the door. A moment later, a melodious voice invited him in. As the door was ajar, Chenluo pushed it open upon receiving permission. Inside, he found Miss Brittany bent over her desk, scribbling something. He stepped into the room and inquired, "Miss Brittany, did you call for me? Please, have a seat." She motioned to a spot beside her desk, handing him a sheet of paper and a quill. "If you can compute the answer to this problem within the duration of a single class, I shall overlook your little nap in my lesson." Earlier, she had stated that as long as Chenluo could write down the problem on the board, she would let the matter slide. It appeared her capricious nature was a universal trait among women. Fortunately, she was not here to chastise him. Chenluo picked up the quill and glanced at the paper, discovering it to be a straightforward addition problem, merely summing from 1 to 79. Clearly, she remained skeptical that he had independently solved the problem on the board. Shaking his head, he wrote a number on the paper and declared done. After handing the paper and quill back to Chenluo, Miss Brittany intended to return to her long-standing mathematical conundrum, aware that her students would require at least 2 class periods to arrive at a solution. To ascertain whether Blair had encountered this problem before, she had deliberately modified it. The number 79 was randomly chosen, and even she could not ascertain the correct answer immediately. However, just as she lifted her pen, Chenluo's voice broke through her concentration. Miss Brittany turned to him, her brow furrowing in surprise. So soon? Mathematics ought to be revered. And she silently vowed that if Blair had merely fabricated a number to deceive her, she would indeed administer a sound thrashing to him. This problem was one she had carelessly created, and she herself did not know the answer. She examined the paper again and asked, "How did you arrive at this solution?" Having always been the one to assess her students, she did not anticipate a day where she would be subjected to such an elementary inquiry herself. Chenluo, somewhat resigned, picked up another blank sheet of paper and explained, "We need not add each number sequentially. It is evident that the sum of the first and last terms equals 80, as does the second and the penultimate. Thus, this addition problem can be simplified into a multiplication problem, 39 multiplied by 80 plus the remaining 40, yielding the answer of 3,160. As Miss Brittany observed his calculations, a moment of astonishment washed over her, replaced swiftly by a glimmer of delight. She gazed at him, asking, "Is this method of your own invention?" Chenluo longed to respond truthfully that it was not. The tale of mathematician Gauss was common knowledge even among elementary students in another world. Yet, upon perusing Blair's textbooks, he noted that this realm's mathematics and foundational sciences were still in their nascent stages, while magic flourished magnificently. Individuals aspired to become sorcerers rather than scholars. Chenluo understood this disparity. The ancestors of another world had no choice, but here, magic and science coexisted. Many invested their skills in magic, resulting in the slow advancement of fundamental sciences, explaining why the 16-year-old Blair was still grappling with basic arithmetic. Risking exposure for fabricating an answer, Chenluo nodded and replied, "Indeed, this method is considerably swifter." For Miss Brittany, hailing from a lineage of mathematicians, she had encountered numerous brilliant minds. Yet none at Blair's age had conceived such a clever approach. Moreover, witnessing Blair's thought process sparked nascent ideas within her. Perhaps this algorithmic principle could be expanded to broader realms, all thanks to Blair's inspiration. Mathematics is a discipline that demands innate talent, and to exhibit such mathematical reasoning at a tender age could herald the emergence of a new star in the mathematical community. Even if the likelihood was minimal, she was loath to relinquish hope. With this in mind, Miss Brittany cleared her throat, fixing her gaze on Chenluo, and earnestly asked Blair, "Do you aspire to become a great mathematician?" "Not all." Chenluo shook his head, responding without hesitation. "I wish to become a great sorcerer." Chapter 4. Miss Brittany's invitation as a mathematics teacher. Chenluo was acutely aware of the essence of mathematics in this world. It is an everlasting and magnificent discipline. While many may comprehend addition from 1 to 100, there exists but one Gauss. Certainly, given this world's mathematical prowess, Chenluo could easily ascend to the status of a renowned mathematician by merely presenting advanced theories. However, for a normal individual, the allure of becoming a sorcerer far outweighs that of a mathematician. Furthermore, he had yet to fully comprehend his own circumstances, leaving little room in his mind for aspirations of mathematical greatness. Not receiving the response she desired, Miss Brittany's lovely brows knitted together as she regarded Chenluo, stating, "Blair, As far as I know, you possess no aptitude for magic. You still cannot cast a simple apprentice spell. You must understand that not everyone in this world is destined to become a sorcerer. The divine has not granted them the gift of magical learning. The fact that Blair was deemed a magical failure was evidently common knowledge. Chun Luo nodded in acknowledgement. I am aware. A smile returned to Miss Brittany's face as she continued. Then you should also recognize that even if you cannot become a great sorcerer, you can still emerge as a respected scholar. Being a mathematician does not necessitate a gift for magic. Your mathematical talent is a blessing from the goddess of wisdom, and you should not squander it. Noticing a flicker of interest in Chun Luo, Miss Brittany gently encouraged, you may not realize how remarkably ingenious your method is. It is surely no mere coincidence, and I believe it can be applied in broader contexts. Chun Luo was pleasantly surprised to discover that Miss Brittany was far from a mere pretty face. She had quickly grasped the significance of his approach. If only his students were as perceptive and capable of drawing inferences, he would not have felt so fatigued over the past few weeks. With his teacherly instincts rekindled, Chun Luo decided to inspire her further. For instance, if a sequence of numbers from the second term onward has each term differing from its predecessor by the same constant, their sum can indeed be expressed through a singular, elegant formula. Brittany paused momentarily, and then her beautiful eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she grasped Chun Luo's hand, exclaiming, Blair, I knew I was right. Your mathematical talent is simply unparalleled. You have provided me with a significant insight that I must record immediately. Brittany's hand was soft and smooth. But alas, Chun Luo could only feel it for a fleeting moment before she released him, reaching for paper and pen. Observing Brittany swiftly writing with a quill, Chun Luo cast a glance at the paper and realized that she was about to derive the formula for the sum of an arithmetic series. Once Brittany completed her derivation, she cast it aside and turned her earnest gaze back to Chun Luo, stating, Blair, you are a genius, a true genius. Your mathematical prowess must not be squandered. I assure you, you will undoubtedly shine brightly in the realm of mathematics. Chun Luo, in a humble manner, replied, the expanse of the mathematical cosmos is vast. We are but dim stars within the galaxy. Above the starry sky, no one can claim brilliance, as there remains so much I have yet to learn. I am delighted to hear you think this way. Brittany smiled, continuing, I can guarantee that if you study mathematics under my guidance, even if you do not graduate from St. Donus Academy in 2 years, you will still have the opportunity to remain at the academy. I can arrange for you to work as a teaching assistant, and if you encounter any difficulties in life, I would be more than willing to assist you. As a fellow educator, Brittany's words touched Chun Luo deeply. Though young, her integrity as a teacher was commendable, and all her efforts were for the sake of Blair and mathematics. Chun Luo could see her genuine passion for the subject. Such a peer was worthy of respect. Standing tall, he bowed to Brittany and solemnly expressed, Thank you, Teacher Brittany. Mathematics is a magnificent discipline, and I harbor a profound interest in it as well. Brittany responded joyfully, So, have you decided to study mathematics with me? I still wish to become a magician. Chun Luo lowered his head, apologizing. I'm sorry for disappointing you, Teacher Brittany. Brittany gazed into Chun Luo's eyes and stated earnestly, Blair, you must understand that you lack magical talent. Pursuing magic would only be a waste of time and squander your mathematical gift. Elemental fire that wanders the world, heed my call and descend upon this place. With a loud bang, Brittany stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the fireball that appeared in Chun Luo's palm, exclaiming, How did you do that? While it is known that a person's mental strength can be enhanced through meditation, it is generally accepted that even an ordinary individual newly introduced to magic possesses sufficient mental fortitude to cast low-level spells, such as Fireball. Those who cannot even conjure a fireball clearly have severely limited mental capacity and lack magical aptitude, making it exceedingly difficult for them to break through sheer effort. This is nearly a universal consensus. Although this is not absolute, situations like Blair's are indeed rare. Chun Luo chuckled and replied, I am not quite sure myself. I merely took a nap during your class, and upon waking, I found I could cast Fireball. While scholars are undoubtedly respected, magicians hold a high status in society. If one had to choose between the two, most would lean towards the latter. After all, magicians are born warriors, easily accumulating merit on the battlefield, and their formidable powers enable them to effortlessly acquire wealth and status. Had Blair lacked magical talent, Brittany would have certainly encouraged him to pursue mathematics. However, given that he has now demonstrated adequate magical aptitude, becoming a magician would clearly be more beneficial for his future. She wore a disappointed expression, yet continued to look at Chun Luo, saying, If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. Thank you, Teacher Brittany. I must take my leave now. As Chun-Luo reached the door, he recalled something and turned back to ask, "May I pose a question to you, Teacher Brittany?" A glimmer of hope reignited in Brittany's heart as she looked up at him and replied, "Ask away." The world is not lacking in magicians, but it is certainly in need of great mathematicians. If he possesses a strong interest in mathematics, perhaps he may reconsider. Chun-Luo pondered briefly before inquiring, "Is it necessary to combine incantations and gestures when communicating with magical elements? If a magician must chant to connect with magical elements, wouldn't a powerful magician be at the mercy of others if their mouth were covered during casting?" He added, "And what those who are born with speech or motor impairments? Would they then be unable to become magicians?" Brittany, initially expecting a question about mathematics, felt a twinge of disappointment, but nonetheless explained, "Of course, this is fundamental magical knowledge. If you aspire to become a great magician, it would be wise to memorize all the theories in the magical tomes." Chun-Luo pressed on, "Is this true for all magicians?" Brittany nodded, responding, "Even the mightiest of magicians require incantations to communicate with magical elements. However, their deeper understanding of magic allows them to complete their chants in a mere fraction of the time. What if their incantation is interrupted?" Chun-Luo persisted. Brittany rolled her eyes at him and said, "A powerful magician's mental energy is highly concentrated. The time required for chanting is minimal, often completed in an instant. In such a brief moment, do you think you could accomplish anything?" Chun-Luo remained undeterred, asking, "Are there truly no exceptions? Is there no one who can cast spells without incantations or gestures?" Brittany shook her head, saying, "Magic is a gift from the gods. The deities taught our ancestors to communicate with magical elements through incantations and gestures, which is how magic has been passed down through generations. Only the divine might be able to wield magic without incantation or gesture." As Chun-Luo stepped out of Brittany's residence, it was evident that she could not provide a satisfactory explanation for the conundrum that troubled him. Magic is a divine gift, and incantations and gestures are taught to mortals by the gods. All magicians in this world must communicate with magical elements through these means to cast spells. Yet Chun-Luo was the only exception. Could it be because he is an outsider beyond the reach of the world's deities? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Chun-Luo inadvertently collided with an approaching figure as he exited the door. The girl, dressed in a black lace-trimmed gown, clutched her forehead and glared at Chun-Luo, her annoyance palpable. "You again," she exclaimed, still feeling the lingering pain from their earlier encounter and now nursing a new injury. The flames of anger surged within her as she began to weave gestures, murmuring, "Elemental fire that wanders the world. Heed my call and descend." Chun-Luo swiftly covered her mouth, interrupting her incantation. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, he took off running, quickly disappearing from her sight. Teacher Brittany had mentioned that powerful magicians could complete their incantations in a very short span of time, clearly indicating that the overly dramatic girl did not yet belong to that category. Chapter 5. An Unexpected Encounter. After the rude person who had collided with her twice vanished, Isabella regained her senses and immediately spat in frustration. An overwhelming fury surged within her as she prepared to chase after the direction he had gone. But just then, a door behind her swung open. Teacher Brittany looked at her and inquired, "Isabella, what are you doing here?" Although Isabella longed to pursue the rude individual and set his clothes ablaze, she maintained her composure and respect in front of her teacher. With a smile illuminating her face, she replied, "Teacher Brittany, I have solved that problem. The answer is 5,050. "Indeed, your answer is correct," Brittany remarked with a reassuring nod. "Cool. I shall show you a simpler method." Moments later, as Isabella gazed at the calculations inscribed on a piece of paper, her rosy lips parted slightly in disbelief. "Is it possible to approach it this way?" she exclaimed, having spent considerable time grappling with the troublesome math problem. The method documented on the paper would yield the same result in the time it takes to sip water. Brittany smiled gently and stated, "Mathematics is indeed a wondrous discipline, which is precisely why so many scholars devote their entire lives to it. Both you and Blair are exceptionally gifted students. I shall introduce you to one day." Isabella had noticed that the handwriting on the paper did not belong to Brittany. She looked up and asked, "Was this method devised by someone named Blair?" Brittany nodded affirmatively, saying, "Blair possesses remarkable mathematical talent, particularly in his way of thinking, which is well suited for delving into mathematics. Unfortunately, he has chosen a different path." If this method had been conceived by Brittany, Isabella would have felt somewhat reassured. However, knowing it was devised by a student like herself ignited her competitive spirit. She wrinkled her pert nose and murmured, "Blair, I look forward to meeting you." Luo returned to the classroom, silently praying not to encounter that clumsy fool again, before settling into his seat. It was lunchtime, and everyone had gone to eat. Even if Luo returned to Blair's residence in the city, he would find nothing to eat. Moreover, according to Blair's memories, the dilapidated house had collapsed a month prior due to a heavy rainstorm. He opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a cloth pouch, from which he extracted a long, slender item, his meager lunch for the day. Ever since his father's pension was halted, Blair's sole source of income was a menial job at the library, where he worked after hours to return borrowed books to their rightful places, earning a meager 2 silver coins per month. This paltry sum constituted his entire living expense. While the purchasing power of silver coins in the Kingdom of Lauren was reasonable, relying solely on 2 coins each month would have led to his starvation long ago. The compensation from his labor was merely symbolic. The crux of the matter lay in the provision of food and shelter. Ordinary jobs could yield a dozen silver coins monthly. Fortunately, the benefits for a janitor at St. Donatus Academy were decent. Besides the 2 silver coins, Blair received 2 loaves of white bread daily, and a storeroom in the library was designated as his temporary abode. Given the current circumstances, he could not afford to relinquish this job. Although Brittany had promised assistance in his living expenses if he chose to study mathematics with her, Luo's deepest desire was not to live comfortably in this world, but to return to the world he knew. The allure of magic was captivating, yet he still had family and friends in another realm. He could not fathom the devastating impact on his parents should they learn of his misfortune. He quietly finished the bread in his hand. While it lacked flavor, it was infinitely superior to the black bread most impoverished people could only dream of. With ample time until afternoon classes commenced, Luo brushed away the crumbs from his hands and opened a history book, immersing himself in its contents. To escape this world, he first needed to understand it. The creation deities, the 4 elemental magics, the divine grace continent, the 4 great empires, the OS Empire, the 7 kingdoms. The Kingdom of Lauren. Though the history book was not exhaustive, it provided ample information for Luo's inquiries. He had initially believed he had traversed to a small European nation, but it now seemed evident that this was an entirely different world, where it was said that the gods created the universe and taught the continent's early inhabitants to wield magic, which had been handed down through generations. Today, nearly all individuals with magical aptitude could become sorcerers through study. Of course, despite the abundance of those with magical talent, nurturing a sorcerer required immense resources. The profession was predominantly monopolized by the nobility. Institutions like St. Donatus Academy, which cultivated talent for the kingdom, were filled with students of wealth and status. Blair's presence there was a mere byproduct of noble patronage. Nobles typically sent their children to St. Donatus Academy at the age of 15, after which they received familial education for 3 years, and upon graduation, they had opportunities to pursue further studies at higher institutions. Blair had just entered his 2nd year, with 2 years remaining until graduation. Luo surveyed the empty classroom, his gaze somewhat lost. While the allure of magic was undeniably strong, his greatest wish remained to return home, to the world he knew. Yet he found himself at a complete loss regarding how to achieve that. His mind was a jumble, and he rested his head on his desk, hoping for a brief respite. Perhaps upon waking, he would see the familiar faces of the children from Class 7. What magic? What deities? Merely a dream. However, reality proved disappointing. When he opened his eyes and lifted his head, it was not his students he beheld, but the pudgy face of Toby. Seeing Luo awake, Toby withdrew his outstretched hand and remarked, "Class is about to start. I was just about to wake you. Blair, you seem odd today. During Brittany's class, your eyes used to be wide open." Without waiting for a response, he continued with a conspiratorial tone, "Blair, have you sought out Brittany?" Luo, still drowsy, nodded perfunctorily. "Did Brittany spank you with a paddle?" Toby asked, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he winked. "I know you have a crush on Brittany. If she spanked you, you'd probably be thrilled, right?" "Absolutely not. I'm not a masochist." Luo shot Toby a glance, thinking that if it weren't for the fat boy's usual kindness towards Blair, he would have been less restrained. Toby appeared disappointed by the answer, shaking his head. "Blair, you're truly an odd one. We all admire Senior Isabella, yet you have a penchant for Brittany. While she is indeed beautiful, she is our teacher." Luo pondered for a moment before recalling Isabella, who seemed to be a 3rd-year senior with extraordinary talent and a prestigious background, a veritable goddess of St. Donatus Academy, adored by countless students. He realized that Blair, despite being a poor student, was infatuated with Brittany and had never truly noticed the school's beauty. His memories of other females were scant. Nevertheless, Luo found Blair's taste commendable. What could a 16 or 17-year-old girl have to offer? A youth still in the throes of adolescence could hardly appreciate Brittany's allure. Having just awakened from a nap, his mind still slightly hazy, Chun Luo disregarded Toby's soft whispers and stretched. As his gaze inadvertently drifted toward the classroom door, his entire being jolted awake. At that moment, a girl in a black sheer dress was conversing with another girl at the entrance of the classroom. The distance from the entrance to this place was considerable. Yet Chun Luo could still faintly hear the name Blair. A jolt ran through his heart, and he inwardly cursed. How dare they come looking for him? Toby, where's Blair? Toby was murmuring quietly when suddenly a voice emerged from ahead. He looked up and found a classmate named Linda standing before him. Instinctively, Toby turned his head, only to discover that he was now alone, and exclaimed in surprise, "Where did Blair go? He was just here. He's not here." Linda glanced at the empty seat beside Toby and said, "When he returns, please tell him that Senior Isabella came looking for him." "Isabella? Senior Isabella?" Toby stared at Linda as she approached the entrance, exchanging a few words with the figure standing there, one that captivated him and countless others with longing. At the classroom door, Isabella, after hearing Linda's words, departed with a mix of disappointment and anger. Toby sat there, dazed, his mouth agape for a long while. Chun Luo nearly stepped through the back door just as the class bell rang, his situation not being particularly favorable, with many mysteries yet to unravel. He was reluctant to offend a madwoman who could ignite flames at the slightest provocation. He watched her leave from a distance before entering through the back door. Upon returning to his seat, Chun Luo sensed that something felt amiss. Soon enough, he pinpointed the source of his discomfort. He turned to look at Toby, who was gazing at him with a mix of sorrow, anger, and a hint of excitement. "What's wrong with you?" Chun Luo inquired. Toby, looking at him with a pained expression, asked, "Blair, tell me honestly, what have you done to Senior Isabella?" "Isabella?" Chun Luo responded, puzzled. "Who is Isabella? Stop pretending." Toby retorted with disdain. "Senior Isabella just came looking for you. Are you referring to the girl in the black dress at the door?" Chun Luo suddenly realized, exclaiming, "So she is Isabella." Isabella was a well-known figure at St. Donis Academy, revered as a goddess in the hearts of many students, truly a name known to all. Yet, alas, the precocious Blair seemed to have room in his heart only for teacher Brittany, showing no interest whatsoever in the illustrious Senior Isabella. This sentiment was akin to Chun Luo's own taste. Was teacher Brittany not beautiful or alluring? Why then would one prefer a clumsy, flat-chested girl? Toby looked at him incredulously, saying, "You don't even know who Senior Isabella is? Is there no one in your eyes apart from teacher Brittany?" Chun Luo glanced at the door and asked, "What did you want with me?" "You weren't here earlier, and Linda didn't inform me," Toby replied, curiosity etched on his face. "How do you know Senior Isabella?" In stark contrast to the fairy tale of a poor boy meeting a beautiful princess who instantly falls for him, Chun Luo replied nonchalantly, "We had a bit of a conflict. She's probably here to take revenge." "Revenge?" Toby sat up straight, his demeanor serious. "Blair, don't tell anyone I'm your friend from now on." "Why?" Chun Luo asked. With a sorrowful expression, Toby replied, "Do you have any idea what kind of person you've provoked?" "Isabella," Chun Luo stated matter-of-factly. Toby took a deep breath and asked, "Do you know how many suitors Senior Isabella has at the academy?" "So what?" Chun Luo retorted. "If they find out you've offended her, they won't let you off easily." Chun Luo looked at Toby and asked, "Are we still friends?" Toby replied firmly, "We were before, but not anymore." This disloyal fatso, Chun Luo thought, feeling somewhat weak. Although Toby's magical prowess was lacking, his size suggested formidable combat strength. Chun Luo had hoped that having an ally would bolster his own strength. But he suspected that Toby's infatuation with Isabella might lead him to kick Chun Luo more than help him. Avoiding confrontation was paramount. Chun Luo shrugged. "This is St. Donis Academy. They can't act with impunity." Toby regarded him as if he were simple-minded, asking, "Do you even know where St. Donis Academy is?" "Beck Street." "And Beck Street is located in Yabo City. Isabella's father is the Lord of Yabo City." Chun Luo fell silent for a long while, then turned to Toby and inquired, "What is Isabella's temperament like?" Toby shot him a glance. "Why do you ask that?" Chun Luo sighed. "Do you think if I apologized to her now, she would forgive me?" It was indeed frustrating to have unwittingly entangled himself with a madwoman, especially one from a powerful family. Chun Luo felt a strong desire to keep his distance. Fortunately, at St. Donis Academy, classes were held for 5 days with 2 days off. Tomorrow marked a day of respite. The afternoon classes consisted of one history lesson followed by a practical magic session. Magic, being a compulsory subject in the noble school, was divided into 2 main parts, magical theory and practical magic. The theory class taught students about the history of magic, the use of spells and gestures, and how to communicate with various magical elements. while the practical session focused on the application of magic, with teachers assessing students on their mastery of the craft. To prevent classroom destruction, the practical magic lessons were conducted outdoors. As Chun Luo and Toby slowly made their way outside, a voice suddenly called out from behind, "Blair, you worthless piece of magic trash who can't even cast a fireball. How do you still have the audacity to remain in this academy?" The tone was laced with mockery and derision, provoking laughter from those nearby. Before Chun Luo could react, Toby's expression darkened as he stepped in front of Chun Luo, glaring fiercely at a boy named Bud. "Do you want to fight, Bud?" Toby challenged. Bud squinted at Toby, replied with a low voice, "This isn't your business, Toby." Unfazed, Toby retorted, "Blair is my friend. His affairs are my affairs. If you want to fight, then bring it on. I'll remember this. I'll settle the score with you next time," Bud said, knowing it was still class time and not daring to engage Toby in a fight. He shot Toby a glare before hastily leaving. This left Chun Luo feeling a flicker of gratitude, despite his seemingly unreliable demeanor. Toby proved to be loyal in a critical moment. Although he dismissed Bud's threats, as the president of the university's sparring association, Chun Luo felt confident that he could hold his own against Bud and his friends, even if he couldn't take on all 10 at once. However, he knew that if confronted by someone of Toby's size, he would struggle against even 2 opponents, with the likelihood of defeat looming larger. Weight advantage, after all, was something that no flashy technique could compensate for. Chun Luo draped an arm around Toby's shoulders and said, "Good friend, if Isabella comes after me, will you stand by my side?" Of course, Toby replied, thumping his chest, "I'll try to go easy on you when the time comes." Chun Luo's momentary appreciation for this hefty companion vanished without a trace. Outside the classroom, on a vast expanse of grass, Anthony, stroking his nearly bald head, was instructing second-year students on the application of the fireball spell, stating, "The fireball spell is a fundamental application of fire elements. To summon fire elements means you're already considered a magic apprentice, but there remains a long journey ahead to become a qualified magic apprentice." Amidst the crowd, a youth named Bard occasionally cast furtive glances in Chun Luo's direction, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Just when did that scoundrel Blair become acquainted with Senior Isabella? How could someone like him possibly know her?" With a keen intuition, Chun Luo discerned Bard's gaze. However, he could not recall any prior conflict with Blair. As a student of lesser standing, he was often overlooked within the class and frequently became a target for others' jibes. Thus, Chun Luo chose to disregard him, redirecting his full attention to the magic instructor. After approximately a quarter of an hour of instruction, Anthony pointed towards a target not far off and declared, "Now, I shall assess your mastery of the fireball spell. You are to stand outside this line and strike the target with your fireball, just as I will demonstrate." Chun Luo observed as Anthony's lips moved, performing a series of dazzling gestures, culminating in a colossal fireball that crashed into the distant target, splintering it into fragments. The target, forged of iron, merely quivered under the impact, leaving behind a charred mark at its center. This spectacle tightened Chun Luo's chest. He had anticipated that a magician would require lengthy incantations to unleash their magic. Yet he was astonished to discover that both the spell and gestures could be executed with such brevity. Although this was still far from instantaneous casting, it suggested that outside of close combat within 5 meters, interrupting a magician's incantation and gestures to disrupt their spellcasting would be nearly impossible. As far as Chun Luo was aware, their instructor, Anthony, was merely an intermediate magician. It was unfathomable to consider how much more adept a higher-level magician would be with magical elements, naturally allowing for swifter casting that would be even more difficult to interrupt. No wonder Miss Brittany had deemed his thoughts naive. Following Anthony's demonstration, it was time for the second-year students to take their turn. He stood to the side, his expression impassive as he observed each student approach. "Toby, you failed to summon a fireball. Unsatisfactory." "Bard, well done, you managed to summon a fireball that hit the target. But your fireball lacks sufficient density, 80 points. Linda, your magical gestures are not yet proficient enough. Otherwise, your fireball would not dissipate so quickly, 60 points. Alan, you've shown improvement since last time, 90 points. As the students began to cast their spells, Chun Luo realized the vast disparity in their control over magic. Some chanted for an eternity, managing to summon a fireball no larger than a fingernail, only for it to extinguish almost instantly. Others fumbled numerous times before conjuring a single fireball. A few fireballs would vanish mid-flight, and, as the assessment progressed, it became evident that only a handful succeeded in summoning a fireball that struck the target. At that moment, Chun Luo acknowledged Isabella's superiority as a senior. Although her incantation speed was somewhat slow, her success rate and the stability of her fireball far surpassed that of her peers. Nevertheless, in terms of speed, both Isabella and Anthony could not compare to Chen Luo. Regardless of how swift a magician's words and actions were, time was always required. Instantaneous magic was never achievable. From this perspective, Chen Luo might indeed be the fastest in the entire academy, perhaps even across the whole of Divine Grace Continent. As he watched the clusters of fireballs soar towards the distant target, another question arose in Chen Luo's mind. He glanced at Toby and inquired, "Why can't we summon fireballs directly near the target to attack? Wouldn't that save time?" Toby looked at him, astonished. "You're asking me?" Chen Luo realized he had posed a rather pointless question, as both he and Toby, the two magic underachievers of Class 5, were equally inept. Toby could only summon a few sparks, albeit an improvement from Blair's previous attempts. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Anthony turned around, a look of appreciation gracing his features as he remarked, "Excellent question. To become a powerful magician, mere rote memorization of spells and gestures is insufficient. One must also engage in critical thinking." Seeing the magic instructor's attention shift, Toby quickly straightened up, stammering, "Mr. Anthony." Anthony regarded Chen Luo, who stood confidently, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes before he elaborated. "Summoning a fireball from a distance is not impossible. However, it demands significantly greater mental fortitude, which is beyond the capabilities of you apprentices. Conversely, casting magic at close range is swifter and more stable. As for casting magic beyond the reach of one's mental influence, that pertains to the forces of space, a domain only accessible to the sacred magic masters. Legends speak of powerful, sacred magic masters who can even rend the fabric of space to traverse to other worlds." Even Anthony's demeanor shifted to one of reverence at the mention of sacred magic masters. After addressing this inquiry, Anthony turned back to continue observing the students' assessments, oblivious to the unusual state of Chen Luo behind him. The concept of sacred magic masters, tearing through space to reach other worlds, left Chen Luo frozen in place. As if struck by lightning, his mind a cacophony of thoughts. Anthony's words pierced the darkness, rekindling a glimmer of hope within his heart, which had been on the brink of despair. Chapter 7, A Stunning Revelation. Magicians are categorized by their varying strengths, with the Magic Association classifying them into 7 tiers: Apprentice Magician, Intermediate Magician, Advanced Magician, Grand Magician, Magic Tutor, Grand Magic Tutor, and Sacred Magic Master. All students at St. Donis Academy can merely be considered magical apprentices. Strictly speaking, apprentices do not qualify as true magicians, and many among them will never surpass the threshold of intermediate magician. As for the sacred magic masters, they exist only within the realm of legend, a distance far removed from their reach. Toby did not seem particularly moved by Anthony's words. When he turned to look at Chen Luo, he noticed an unusual expression on his face. Concerned, he asked, "Blair, are you feeling unwell?" Chen Luo snapped back to reality, suppressing the tumult within, and returned a calm smile, saying, "I'm fine." Toby assumed he was still troubled by the magic assessment and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Blair, don't worry. If you feel embarrassed, you can always skip the test like before." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "It's all right. I want to give it another try this time." Toby sighed, resting a hand on his shoulder, yet chose not to say anything further. As the student successfully cast the fireball spell and struck the target, Anthony glanced at the list in his hand, noting that only one name remained: Blair. As a teacher, Anthony was well aware of the implications of this name, synonymous with magical inadequacy. In the Divine Grace Continent, magic is a divine gift bestowed upon humanity. Although magical talent varies, even commoners possess some degree of it. Those devoid of magical affinity, unable to commune with magical elements, are exceedingly rare. Among them, those who manage to enhance their magical talent through persistent effort and achieve any success in magic are almost non-existent. They are often referred to as the forsaken by the gods. Blair was one such forsaken individual, although Anthony acknowledged this grim truth. He could not bear to reopen the wounds of shame in front of everyone. Closing the roster, he declared, "That concludes today's assessment. Professor Anthony, Blair has yet to take the test." The words had scarcely left his lips when a voice rang out from the crowd. Instantly, laughter erupted among the onlookers. "Blair, are you still claiming a stomachache this time? That excuse has already been used. Could be a sore backside instead. Did Ms. Brittany use a paddle on you yesterday?" This served as a convenient excuse for Blair, who was perceived as a forsaken soul, incapable of even the simplest fireball spell. He habitually evaded tests, knowing that participating would only lead to embarrassment. Toby glared in the direction of the voice, his expression fierce as he clenched his fists and gestured to Bud. Anthony furrowed his brow at the student named Bud, realizing that ignoring Blair at this moment would only heighten his humiliation. He cast a disapproving glance at Bud before shifting his gaze to Chenluo and inquired, "Blair, do you wish to participate in the test?" Although he had not paid particular attention to Blair, the question he posed indicated that he was not like most students, who merely adhered to the rigid study of magic. He had contemplated the mysteries of the arcane. Such students are typically worthy of nurturing, yet alas, he lacked magical talent. To his surprise, Blair did not shy away from the test as he usually did, but rather smiled and nodded. "I would like to give it a try." Bud paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Haha, Blair, do you really think a miracle will occur?" Following Bud's taunt, the crowd erupted with raucous laughter once more. Silence. Anthony's face darkened as he spoke coldly, and the crowd fell quiet. He then turned his attention back to Chenluo, stating, "Blair, you may begin." Chenluo nodded and stepped beyond the white line, facing the derisive and scornful gazes of the crowd. He began to perform the necessary gestures while softly murmuring, "Elemental spirits of fire that wander the world, heed my call and descend upon this place. Fireball. Bang. Whoosh." He spoke slowly, but as the final syllable left his lips, a fireball the size of a fist materialized in his palm. In an instant, it shot forth with astonishing speed, tracing a straight line through the air before colliding with the target ahead. Though Chenluo could cast spells instantly without the need for incantations or gestures, an act that might draw undue attention and lead to experimentation, he still adhered to the proper procedure. Despite this, among all the students, his speed in casting spells was unparalleled. Furthermore, his fireball was more than twice the size of those produced by his peers. Clang! The fireball struck the metallic target, producing a crisp sound that resonated in the hearts of all present. The crowd erupted into a frenzy once more, but this time, it was not laughter, but a mixture of confusion, astonishment, and disbelief. Bud's mocking expression froze on his face. Disbelief etched across his features as he blurted, "How is this possible? This magical waste." Toby stared at Chenluo, his mouth agape, as if an egg could fit inside. Professor Anthony's face also displayed surprise, as he could not help but exclaim, "A miracle, truly a miracle." He approached Chenluo and asked, "Blair, how did you accomplish this?" Chenluo looked at him and replied, "I don't know. I just followed what the book said, practicing diligently every day, and suddenly I could cast a fireball. For a forsaken soul to regain divine favor is rare, yet it is not unheard of. However, the path they must tread is far more arduous than that of ordinary individuals, requiring countless times the effort." "Excellent. You have achieved a perfect score on this magical assessment," Anthony said, patting him on the shoulder. "Should you have any questions regarding magic in the future, feel free to consult me." Chenluo bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Professor Anthony." Anthony nodded before addressing the crowd, declaring, "That will be all for today. Class dismissed." After class, as Chenluo and Toby departed, the murmurs among the crowd grew louder. "How can this be? Isn't Blair supposed to be forsaken? How could he cast a fireball?" Indeed, his was even larger than Bud's. Amidst the astonished and perplexed gazes, Bud spat dismissively, "What does it matter? It's merely a small fireball. He is still a forsaken one and will never become a novice mage." Meanwhile, at the classroom door, Toby gazed at Chenluo with a complex expression and said, "Blair, you have abandoned me." Chenluo patted him on the shoulder, assuring, "No matter what, you will always be my friend." "No," Toby shook his head. "Toby will always be Blair's friend, except when it comes to senior sister Isabella." "You fat fool, go away." The next 2 days were a rare respite, during which Chenluo did nothing but immerse himself in the library, eating and sleeping there. Aside from meals and some minor tasks after closing time, he devoted all his time to intensively studying magical knowledge. Upon confirming that a holy mage could access the mysteries of space, his desire to become a powerful holy mage grew immensely, becoming the sole belief that sustained his existence in this world. Even though he understood that the likelihood was minimal, almost negligible, he was unwilling to relinquish this solitary hope. Simultaneously, he took the initiative to explore various subjects of interest, such as whether the physical laws of this world resembled those he was familiar with. He observed the rise and fall of the sun and the phases of the moon, even verifying the law of free fall with 2 stones of different sizes. Everything he observed suggested that, apart from magic, this place bore little distinction from the Earth he knew. Perhaps this was merely a parallel universe of Earth, though people did not refer to it as such. Engrossed in the library, Chenluo remained oblivious to the fact that news of the forsaken Blair awakening his magical talent and achieving a perfect score on the magical assessment had yet to circulate throughout St. Donus Academy, though it had already reached many in the second year. His speed in casting spells was remarkable, and the fireball he summoned was exceptionally cohesive. Professor Anthony had validated his magic and offered high praise for his performance. While most students struggled to master even a single fireball, Blair had evidently become the fastest and strongest individual in Class 5 of the second year. Nevertheless, his grades in other subjects remained dismal. When Monday arrived, Chun Luo unexpectedly found that the majority of his classmates regarded him differently, with several young girls even smiling at him, disregarding his academic shortcomings. After all, Blair was quite handsome, resembling the Chun Luo of yesteryear. Chun Luo, however, harbored no interest in these girls. His focus remained solely on magic. Ms. Brittany had not attended class in recent days, and another mathematics teacher had taken her place. Chun Luo continued to immerse himself in the study of magic, scarcely paying attention to other subjects, lost in the world of the arcane. The only source of annoyance was the individual named Isabella, who had sought him out 10 times over the course of 3 days. Fortunately, Chun Luo was highly vigilant, always returning to the classroom only after the bell rang and slipping away the moment class ended, leaving her with no opportunity for retaliation. After a history lesson, before the teacher had a chance to leave the classroom, Chun Luo habitually slipped out, only to be halted at the doorway by someone. A girl clad in a black gauzy skirt stood there, her arms crossed, gazing at him with a teasing smile, and remarked, "Why aren't you running anymore?" In Chapter 8, The Mystery of Laos, Chun Luo looked at the girl blocking his path and forced a stiff smile, replying, "Isabella, what a coincidence." Isabella regarded him, her expression a mix of resentment and defiance, gritting her teeth as she said, "I never expected you to be the Blair that Professor Brittany spoke of." She had longed to meet the second-year student endowed with mathematical brilliance, as described by Professor Brittany. Initially, her curiosity stemmed from a comparative perspective. Yet after several days of visiting his classroom only to find him absent, she concluded that his absence was deliberate after 10 such encounters. Upon investigating, Isabella discovered that the Blair mentioned by Professor Brittany was none other than the rude individual who had collided with her twice that day, notorious at St. Donis Academy for his lack of magical aptitude. However, that was no longer the case. Following the events of the recent practical magic class, Blair had earned the title of the fastest practitioner in the entire second year, outpacing even most third-year students in the speed and stability of his fireball spell. Yet, upon learning of Blair's identity, Isabella found that whether he was a mathematical prodigy or a magical genius was of little concern to her. It was utterly intolerable for a cad to interrupt a spellcaster by covering her mouth while she recited incantations. For a lady, such an affront was unforgivable. As she contemplated this, the anger that had finally subsided within her reignited. Chun Luo, noticing the rising tension in Isabella's demeanor, feared she might conjure another fireball. Just then, the appearance of a striking figure in the distance offered him a glimmer of hope. "Professor Brittany," Chun Luo called out from afar. "Ah, Blair. I was just looking for you," Professor Brittany said, hastening towards him with a smile. "I have something to tell you." Isabella, upon seeing Professor Brittany, momentarily quelled her anger. Chun Luo held a deep admiration for Professor Brittany, not solely due to his connection with Blair, but also because he recognized her fervent dedication to mathematics. With a hint of shyness, Professor Brittany explained, regarding what you mentioned about a sequence of numbers where, starting from the second term, each term's difference from its predecessor equals a constant. I have discovered a formula that describes their sum, and I've written a paper on it. It has just been accepted by the academic journal, and since this paper was inspired by your insights, we will co-author it. Her embarrassment stemmed from the fact that the paper was influenced by Blair's discovery, raising questions of intellectual ownership. Isabella's lips parted in astonishment as she stared at Professor Brittany. As one of her students, she understood perfectly what co-authorship entailed. While the formula might not represent a groundbreaking discovery, its cleverness held innovative significance, and it was foreseeable that it would appear in future textbooks, implying that Blair's name would be inextricably linked to the study of mathematics for beginners in the Lauren Kingdom and even across the continent of divine grace. This thought stirred a pang of jealousy within her. For Chun Luo, the issue of authorship was trivial. He was solely concerned with magic. A paper with no practical application was of far less value to him than a handful of silver coins. Practicing magic demanded considerable mental and physical energy, and with only 2 loaves of bread a day, he scarcely had enough to eat. His meager savings would barely last half a month. The greatest challenge he faced in this world was simply finding enough to eat. As if recalling something, Professor Brittany handed him a small embroidered pouch and said, "This contains 50 silver coins, a reward from the Mathematics Association, and I believe it rightfully belongs to you." Chen Luo's meager earnings from his library job amounted to 2 silver coins a month, making the 50 coins equivalent to over 2 years of labor. No wonder Professor Brittany had remarked that scholars, like magicians, earned respect, and not just respect, but substantial income. With these 50 silver coins, he would not have to worry about hunger for quite some time. Naturally, Chen Luo was not foolish enough to refuse. He reached for the pouch, politely stating, "I couldn't possibly accept this, as at least half of it is due to Professor Brittany's efforts." "Then I shall take half," she replied, withdrawing the pouch and taking out half the silver coins, before returning the remainder to Chen Luo. Regrettably, due to his polite remark, the 50 coins were halved, and Chen Luo felt like slapping himself. Nonetheless, Professor Brittany didn't appear to be particularly affluent, so he chose not to dwell on it. Without her, it was unlikely that his paper would have garnered any attention from the Mathematics Association, let alone reach the hands of a reviewer. Even so, he felt a twinge of regret over the 25 silver coins. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly said, "I've been pondering lately if a sequence of numbers, starting from the second term, has a constant ratio between each term and its predecessor. Could there some also be described by a unified formula, similar to the previous case?" The formula for the sum of an arithmetic series had already been established. Surely, the geometric series could not be overlooked, especially considering it too could yield 50 silver coins. Professor Brittany turned to him sharply, inquiring, "Are you referring to the mystery of Laos?" Isabella, bewildered, asked what mystery, having spent the past few days immersed in the library. Chen Luo had nearly finished reading the histories of magic, mathematics, and science, and he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, he had astonishingly discovered that the patterns in the development of mathematics seemed to be unified, whether it was the ancient Egyptian riddle of Ammon, the problem of the 9 ditches in Xuanzi's mathematical classic in ancient China, or this world's mystery of Laos. All were issues pertaining to geometric sequences. The description of the mystery of Laos was as follows. Laos had 7 wives. Each wife possessed 7 pockets. Each pocket contained 7 cats, and each cat had 7 kittens. The question posed was how many wives, pockets, big cats, and kittens there were in total. This problem appeared somewhat trivial. No one would actually add these figures together. People were likely more concerned with Laos's health than with such mundane matters. However, when viewed purely as a mathematical problem, it warranted further investigation. As a geometric sequence, the mystery of Laos involved a limited number of terms, easily summed to yield an answer. But what if there were 10, 20, or 50 terms? If a formula could encompass the sum of arrays that adhered to this pattern, it would represent a significant breakthrough in the mathematical realm. Unlike arithmetic sequences, geometric sequences had emerged earlier and were famously associated with the mystery of Laos. If a simple formula could resolve the mystery of Laos, it would be unjust for the Mathematics Association not to reward him with 100 silver coins. Professor Brittany pressed further. "Are you suggesting that you can formulate a single equation to encapsulate problems like the mystery of Laos?" Chen Luo nodded and remarked, "There's been a modest initial progress." Ms. Brittany, filled with excitement, grasped his wrist and urged, "Let us discuss this in my room." Observing Ms. Brittany energetically leading Chen Luo towards the faculty dormitory, Isabella, feeling overlooked, stomped her foot and hastily followed suit. The derivation of the formula for the sum of a geometric series is exceedingly straightforward. However, prior to modern times, the advancement of both mathematics and science was remarkably sluggish. In this world, which places a greater emphasis on magic, mathematics, and the natural sciences, in Chen Luo's view, have not even reached their nascent stages. Ms. Brittany possesses a solid foundation in mathematics, and, with just a slight prompt from Chen Luo, she seized a quill and deftly inscribed several lines of derivation onto paper. As she unveiled the formula, she incorporated several arrays reminiscent of the Rouse paradox, arriving at a conclusion identical to that obtained through her prior method of addition. It was nothing short of astounding. The Rouse paradox was on the verge of being unraveled. Ms. Brittany's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gazed at Chen Luo, exclaiming, "Blair, your mathematical talent is unparalleled. Would you truly not wish to collaborate with me on mathematical research?" Gurgle. Chen Luo did not respond, yet his stomach provided an answer. The final class of the morning was history, and it was now mealtime. "I nearly forgot. You two have yet to eat." Ms. Brittany hurried into the kitchen, retrieved 2 pieces of cake, and handed them to Chen Luo and Isabella, saying, "Please have something to eat while I continue my calculations." Chen Luo accepted the cake and devoured it in mere bites. It was the most delectable thing he had tasted in recent days. Isabella observed Ms. Brittany, who was engrossed in mathematics, and recognized that yet another remarkable discovery was being made. She anticipated that soon, a new Brittany-Blair formula might emerge. Originally driven by her competitive spirit to compare herself with Blair, she now found it impossible to do so. She took a bite of her cake, only to realize that her once-favorite dessert suddenly seemed far less sweet. Chapter 9. Renowned once more. Ms. Brittany was fervently calculating the verification of the geometric series derivation, while Chen Luo sat in a nearby chair, aware that Isabella's gaze occasionally flicked in their direction. It is often better to resolve enmities than to harbor them, particularly when one's adversary's father is the city lord. Chen Luo, focused solely on magic, wished to avoid unnecessary troubles, especially since there was no deep-seated animosity between them. Thus, he decided to proactively mend this rift. He rose to pour a glass of water for Ms. Brittany and then took another glass, turning to Isabella to inquire, "Isabella, would you care for some water?" Isabella huffed disdainfully and ignored him. This woman is indeed petty, Chen Luo mused internally. Yet he poured her a glass of water and sincerely said, "I apologize for my previous inconsiderate actions towards you, Isabella. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." Ms. Brittany set down her pen, looking quizzically at Chen Luo and Isabella, and asked, "Has there been some misunderstanding between you two?" Chen Luo began, but Isabella interjected. "A few days ago, Blair accidentally bumped into me. It appeared to be merely a trivial misunderstanding." Ms. Brittany chuckled and said, "Blair likely did so unintentionally. Isabella, do not hold it against him." Ms. Brittany's fondness for Blair was evident, and Isabella, understanding her position as a student, felt powerless to retaliate. She sighed internally and replied, "I had forgotten about that long ago." Chen Luo cast a subtle glance at her. A woman's words can often deceive. If she had truly forgotten, why had she been seeking him out 3 times a day for the past few days? With a smile, he remarked, "Isabella possesses a heart as vast as the sky, and surely would not hold a grudge against me." Isabella not only lacked generosity, but also bore no magnanimity. Although this statement felt disingenuous, Chen Luo was willing to sacrifice his integrity to extricate himself from her clutches. Isabella shot Chen Luo a glare before turning to Ms. Brittany, asking, "Ms. Brittany, I have a question regarding magic." Ms. Brittany, unfazed, replied, "Please ask away." Isabella shot Chen Luo another furious look before inquiring, "The speed of magic incantation is too slow. If someone were to interrupt my chanting while they are too close, what should I do?" It is considered rather impolite to be too close to a mage. A vigilant mage would rarely allow others to approach. Ms. Brittany regarded her and said, "Moreover, as you become more familiar with magical elements and grow adept at incantations and gestures, the speed of casting spells will increase. An advanced mage can release a simple fireball spell in an instant, so swiftly that even if someone is nearby, they would be unable to react." A look of distress crossed Isabella's face as she lamented, "But what about when we are not yet proficient in magic?" Ms. Brittany smiled, glancing at Chen Luo, and said, "Blair, try to interrupt my incantation before I cast my spell." Chen Luo hesitated, shaking his head. "Isn't that inappropriate? Wouldn't it offend Ms. Brittany?" Ms. Brittany offered him a reassuring glance and replied, "It is quite all right." Chen Luo, not one to dither, lifted his arm as Ms. Brittany initiated her first magical gesture. However, he felt something blur before his eyes. His wrist was suddenly grasped, and he was spun around, only to be swiftly caught by Ms. Brittany before he hit the ground. Though Chen Luo had learned martial arts at university, he had no opportunity to retaliate against Ms. Brittany. He didn't even have time to react. Ms. Brittany executed a beautiful throw and then addressed Isabella, saying, "Often, an excellent mage is also an exceptional warrior." Chen Luo noted that Isabella's eyes seemed to flicker with something upon witnessing this, sending a chill down his spine. In the following 2 days, Ms. Brittany was occupied with writing a paper on the Rouse paradox. As Chen Luo was still a minor, he could not independently publish articles. Thus, the paper concerning the Rouse paradox required Ms. Brittany's signature. Because of this, Chen Luo did not see her in math class, and his life, following the previous paper, underwent a slight transformation. The joint paper he co-authored with Ms. Brittany was prominently displayed on the bulletin board at St. Donis Academy for all students and faculty to admire. From the Academy's response, Chen Luo clearly sensed that scholars are a highly respected vocation on the Divine Grace continent, particularly in the Lorne Kingdom. Ms. Brittany's article had merely been published in a mathematical journal in Abo City, yet it was heralded so widely, indicating that St. Donis Academy viewed this as a matter of great pride. Of course, had it been an ordinary article, the Academy would not have placed such significance on it. The reason for this elevated attention lay in the high praise from the Abo City Mathematical Association, which deemed Ms. Brittany's article a noteworthy and universal discovery. The mathematical reasoning reflected in this formula was seen as exceedingly valuable for mathematical researchers, prompting the Abo City Mathematical Subcommittee to recommend its inclusion in the next edition of the mathematics textbook for the Lauren Kingdom. The Brittany Blair arithmetic formula appearing in the mathematics curriculum of the Lauren Kingdom will be a source of great honor for the entire St. Donis Academy. Undoubtedly, the name Blair has once again ignited considerable attention within the Academy. Merely a few days have elapsed since he last stirred up discussions among his peers. In a mere 2 months, he has transformed from an inept magician, incapable of conjuring even a simple fireball, into the most formidable second-year student, surpassing all others in both speed and strength. Even the illustrious discoveries made by Professor Brandy in mathematics have been inspired by him, leaving many curious about the remarkable changes that have occurred during the recent winter break. What has catalyzed such a profound transformation in him? Professor Brandy, the instructor of magic and history, as well as Toby, have all posed this question to Chen Luo. Chen Luo's response was as follows. One day, 2 months ago, I suddenly realized that I would soon be a second-year student. In 2 years, I would face the prospect of graduation. If I could not master a fireball spell, if I were to fail my other subjects, I would be unable to graduate from the academy, lose my position at the library, and likely find myself destitute on the streets. From that moment, I understood that I could no longer afford to languish in mediocrity. Thus, over the span of 2 months, he dedicated himself to rigorous study, meditating daily to enhance his mental fortitude, delving deeply into magic, and through sheer effort, he achieved the progress that is evident today. Blair, being a janitor at the library, spent the entire summer immersed in its books, as the library remained open even during break, which was entirely reasonable and justifiable. A few days later, during a mathematics examination, he produced the only perfect score in the entire second year, dispelling all doubts about his capabilities. Indeed, Blair seems fundamentally changed. Of course, even though Blair has temporarily ascended to the status of the fastest and strongest in his year, as one deemed forsaken by the gods, he faces immense challenges in the realm of magic. Most believe that mastering the fireball spell represents the pinnacle of his potential. The authorship of a particular paper has evoked envy among all students and many faculty members, as they struggle to believe that a second-year student could possess such mathematical prowess. Their envy lies in Professor Brandy's attention towards him. Without question, Professor Brandy is an exceptional scholar, and if anyone can earn her esteem, they too could become a figure like Blair. I have already submitted another paper with you as the primary author. Results should be forthcoming soon. In her chamber, Professor Brandy set down the perfect examination paper and once again turned to Chen Luo, persistently inquiring, Blair, have you truly given up on that matter? This question had been posed to him numerous times, yet the limitations of one's energy are finite. And Chen Luo harbored but a single ambition, to become a saint mage in the shortest time possible, even if that goal currently seemed a distant horizon. Chen Luo sighed, expressing his resignation. But Professor Brandy, my father's greatest wish during his lifetime was for me to become a great magician. Chapter 10. The Unusual Isabella. Having shed the labels of a magical failure and a poor student, Chen Luo has evidently become more popular within his class, especially following the publication of Professor Brandy's article, which the Academy has widely publicized. Although many within the Academy speculate that his name appeared in that paper merely due to his association with Professor Brandy. Whispers of envy spread, yet some began to greet him proactively. When encountering female classmates in the corridors, they would offer him smiles. Even younger students approached him, seeking his wisdom on magic and mathematics, subjects that loomed over them like a daunting specter. Senior Blair, your magic is so impressive. Is it true that the rumors of your lack of magical talent are unfounded? In response to a younger student's inquiry, Chen Luo smiled gently and replied, No, my magical talent is quite poor. I merely dedicate the time others spend in slumber to meditation. Encouraged by his words, a girl troubled by magical theories departed, only to be followed by another classmate who approached him with a smile. Blair, could you explain how to solve this math problem? Just as he completed his explanation, an adorably charming girl approached and asked, Blair, my math scores are dismal. After school, could you help me improve my skills in my family estate? I can offer you compensation. Chen Luo, eschewing an aloof demeanor, recognized the importance of fostering relationships, understanding that harmonious coexistence is far preferable to being despised. Although he was aware that their changed attitudes stemmed from his potential to become a respected scholar, he accepted this reality with grace. For he was no longer a naive youth, but someone who comprehended the nuances of social interactions. Naturally, while he was not dismissive, he also recognized the underlying motives of some, like the young lady before him, who clearly harbored other intentions. For such individuals, Chen Luo typically declined directly. Thus, he smiled at her and inquired, "May I ask what compensation you have in mind?" Upon sensing his willingness, the girl beamed and proposed 5 silver coins a month. 5 silver coins were quite a sum compared to Chen Luo's monthly wage of 2 coins, yet he pondered that with such time, he would rather collaborate with Professor Brandy on several more articles. With an apologetic smile, he replied, "While I would be delighted to assist you, I have already promised Toby to help him practice the fireball spell. One must honor their commitments, so I must regretfully decline your request." Cries. After navigating the attentions of several girls, Chen Luo finally found a moment of respite, only to turn and find Toby gazing at him with an expression of wonder. Chen Luo glanced at him and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Toby shook his head, his expression suddenly serious, as he declared, "Blair, I have decided that I will follow you from now on." Toby's genuine concern for Blair prompted Chen Luo to accept him as a subordinate without hesitation. Across the classroom, Bud watched as Chen Luo was nearly surrounded by girls. Spitting in disdain, he scoffed, "I wonder what kind of luck Blair has stumbled upon to earn Professor Brandy's favor and such attention." After he spoke, those around him nodded in agreement. Indeed, Blair is quite fortunate. They claim he spends all his time reading in the library, but he clearly spends his days either sleeping or spying on Professor Brandy. Why haven't we encountered such fortune? If Blair's sudden brilliance in magic class merely incited envy, then his co-authorship with Professor Brandy on that significant paper has elevated him to a figure of notoriety within the academy, garnering admiration from many girls and inciting jealousy among his peers. How could the most inept student in the class suddenly rise above them all? As for Blair's perfect score in the mathematics exam, it was also perceived as a reflection of Professor Brandy's favoritism. Many, aside from Bud, shared this sentiment. They were unwilling to acknowledge that they were even outdone by someone they deemed a fool, eagerly awaiting the day Blair would fall from his newfound pedestal. Just as whispers circulated among the crowd, a sudden commotion erupted. "It's Senior Isabella. What brings Senior Isabella here? Is she here to find Blair?" Bud and the others turned their gazes toward Isabella, their attention fixated on a specific spot in the classroom. Subsequently, the expressions of most boys changed dramatically, with anger and resentment evident on the faces of Bard and a few others. Isabella, the goddess revered by countless hearts, what business did she have with Blair? At St. Donis, wherever Isabella went, a stir would ensue, and the moment she entered the classroom, Chen Luo had already taken note. Truth be told, aside from a slight deficiency in stature, her beauty was undoubtedly among the finest in the academy. Coupled with her prestigious background and exemplary academic performance, it was hardly surprising that she became the focal point of attention. However, Chen Luo remained acutely vigilant towards her, despite Isabella's words claiming indifference to their past grievances. He had gleaned from their previous encounters that she was excessively petty. Were it not for Professor Blanny, she likely would not have treated him so courteously. Due to Professor Blanny's influence, Chen Luo and she could be considered acquaintances. He glanced at her and inquired, "Is there something you need?" Isabella offered no reply, instead turning her gaze to Toby, asking, "May I sit here?" Not possible. Engaging too long with Isabella was unwise, so Chen Luo responded on Toby's behalf. "I still need to teach him about the application of the fireball spell." Isabella looked at Toby and asked, "Is that so?" Toby promptly stood up, clutching his stomach, and said, "Blair, I suddenly feel a sharp pain in my abdomen. Let us discuss the fireball spell tomorrow." Witnessing the rotund figure betraying him at a critical moment, Chen Luo began to regret his decision to take Toby under his wing. Isabella elegantly settled beside Chen Luo and asked, "Has Professor Blanny's article on the mystery been completed?" Uncertain of her true intentions, Chen Luo nodded and replied, "It has been written." Isabella continued, "I've heard you possess considerable magical talent. We should have a friendly competition sometime." Chen Luo shook his head, saying, "I only know the fireball spell. You should seek someone else. If you're unwilling, then so be it." Isabella gazed at him and suddenly declared, "I have a secret to share with you." "What secret?" Chen Luo asked instinctively. Isabella leaned closer to his ear, and after a prolonged pause, she whispered, "I'll tell you next time." With that, she allowed a soft laugh, vacated her seat, and strode out of the classroom. Chen Luo remained stunned for a while, then muttered under his breath, "What a lunatic." This woman had disturbed their class merely to engage in such trivial banter. Just as he prepared to resume his reading, he sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. The entire classroom had grown significantly quieter than before. Turning his head to survey the room, he noticed the girls staring at him in astonishment, while the boys regarded him with reddened eyes. Not far away, a girl gasped in disbelief. Did Isabella just kiss Blair? due to the profound silence in the classroom. Her words traveled far, and Luo heard them distinctly. He finally understood the gravity of the situation, his heart sinking as he thought, "This is bad. I've fallen into a trap." At the entrance of the classroom, Isabella paused, a glint of satisfaction flashing across her delicate features as she murmured, "Impudent fool. Await your retribution." Chapter 11. The Magical Consultant. One must never offend a woman. This is a truth that holds across any universe. Isabella, with her beauty and lineage, was the goddess in the eyes of all students. She had always maintained an aloof demeanor, never displaying any affection towards the opposite sex. Her sudden warmth towards Luo would undoubtedly render him the enemy of all the boys. A clever strategy of using a knife to kill. For out of respect for Professor Blanny, she could not take revenge on Luo directly, thus resorting to this ploy. She need only feign closeness to him, naturally positioning him against all those who admired her. Before class began, Toby had sprinted in, shock evident on his face as he gazed at Luo, incredulously exclaiming, "Isabella kissed you?" In mere minutes, even Toby, who had been absent earlier, was aware of the news. Undoubtedly, this was a scheme premeditated by Isabella. Toby clutched his chest, lamenting, "Blair, you've stolen my goddess. My heart aches." Luo cast a sidelong glance at him, replying coolly, "I have no desire to converse with a traitor." Toby's expression of heartbreak instantly transformed into a grin as he chuckled. "I was merely jesting. Please don't be upset, Blair. A person like me could never fantasize about Isabella. If she is befriending you, I'm genuinely happy for you. By the way, when will you teach me the fireball spell?" Luo patted his shoulder, saying, "When you're no longer clutching your stomach in front of Isabella." Toby's mouth fell agape in shock, exclaiming, "You're no longer even addressing her as sister. There must be something between you. Did she really kiss you?" By the end of the class, the news of Isabella and Blair's supposed relationship had spread across all 3 grades of St. Donis Academy, and even many of the teachers were aware. The academy had no prohibition against young romances. At 16, students were on the brink of adulthood, free to pursue love. However, the proud Isabella, the academy's prodigy, choosing to associate with an ordinary and average talented Blair, left many puzzled. Even though Blair had shed the title of magical failure and exhibited unusual talent in mathematics, St. Donis was a small institution, and its prodigies were hardly significant in the broader context of the Lauren Kingdom. For Isabella, she could certainly have made a better choice. The dissemination of this news elevated Blair's reputation, but unlike previous occasions, this time it was due to Isabella's involvement. The girls grew increasingly curious about Blair, eager to discover what qualities he possessed that captivated Isabella. Meanwhile, the boys, especially Isabella's hidden admirers, had mentally categorized Blair as their primary adversary. Luo noticed that following the incident, several boys, led by Bard, regarded him with hostile glares. Luo found it perplexing. Was Isabella foolish? What benefit could she derive from such actions, spreading rumors detrimental to her own reputation merely to retaliate against him for brushing against her lips? Or perhaps using her hand? At that moment, in the 3rd grade classroom of St. Donis Academy, Isabella sat at her desk, a smirk of triumph gracing her features. Most eyes in the classroom were upon her. The girls wore expressions of curiosity and confusion, while the boys appeared disheartened and disappointed. However, lost in the brilliance of her cunning scheme, Isabella failed to notice. Finally, a girl seated beside her could no longer contain her curiosity and leaned over to ask, "Isabella, are you really dating Blair?" Isabella, upon hearing this, raised an eyebrow and asked, "How could I possibly date that impudent wretch? Who have you heard this from?" "Everyone is saying so," the girl replied, her gaze peculiar as she observed Isabella. "They say you just visited Blair's classroom and even kissed him." "What?" Isabella had frozen her disk, her complexion gradually peeling. She finally realized that in her revenge-fueled haze, she had likely committed a foolish act. The notion of Isabella dating a second-year student, once it spread, ignited a storm within St. Donis Academy. At the center of this tempest, Luo was now walking along the streets of Yabo City, en route to the Magical Association. The ability to communicate with magical elements and unleash spells without the need for incantations or gestures indeed brought him considerable joy for a time, instilling within him a sense of hope for the arduous path of becoming a holy mage. However, the following days were akin to being doused with cold water, extinguishing his fleeting pride as he delved deeper into the intricacies of magic. The principles governing magic in this world appeared to hinge upon the exertion of mental strength, in conjunction with the articulation of spells and the execution of gestures, to interact with magical elements and thus manifest various spells. While Chen Luo had circumvented the need for incantations and gestures, there was no shortcut to enhancing his mental prowess. It required a methodical and steady progression. Though the transition from a magic apprentice to a novice mage seemed a mere step, the criteria for being recognized as a novice mage necessitated the successful casting of at least one basic fire spell. This implied that Chen Luo must simultaneously conjure 10 fireballs and maintain control over them, a feat he was currently incapable of even with 2. While the incantations and gestures to communicate with magical elements were straightforward, merely establishing the connection was insufficient for spell casting. Mastery over the elements was equally imperative. Without the guidance of a mentor, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary individual to attain such control. This predicament elucidated why magic was predominantly monopolized by the nobility. For common households, merely ensuring a life free from want was a considerable achievement, let alone affording a mage's services. The pursuit of magic demanded an immense investment of time and energy, and with human stamina being finite, most mages specialized in a particular school of magic, seeking depth rather than breadth. Despite his exemption from learning incantations and gestures, Chen Luo still required a mentor to aid him in mastering the control of magical elements. Although magic instructors were available at the academy, whenever Chen Luo inquired about topics not covered in the curriculum or yet to be discussed, Teacher Anthony advised him against seeking immediate results, urging him instead to familiarize himself with the incantations and gestures to enhance his spellcasting speed, thereby dismissing his inquiries. While his intentions were well-meaning, for Chen Luo, who had no need to master incantations and gestures, adhering to Teacher Anthony's pace felt like a waste of precious time he could ill afford to squander. Thus, with a mere 30 silver coins in his possession, he resolved to seek a mentor within the Magic Association who could assist him. Being a mage is a profession wherein many nobles and merchants, before sending their offspring to the academy, would compensate mages, referred to as magical consultants, to introduce their children to the arcane arts. Chen Luo had already ascertained that the remuneration for mages was paid monthly, allowing them to be consulted on any magical queries throughout that period. Upon entering the Grand Hall of the Magic Association, he was greeted by a young girl of approximately 15 or 16 years, clad in the association's uniform. With a smile, she inquired, "Sir, are you looking to hire a magical consultant?" Chen Luo nodded affirmatively. The girl maintained her smile and continued, "May I ask if you have any specific requirements regarding the mage's rank? Naturally, a higher rank will be preferable." Yet Chen Luo understood that a more accomplished mage would command a steeper fee. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "An advanced mage." "Very well." The girl responded in a soft tone, "The commission for an advanced magical consultant is 10 gold coins per month. Would you prefer to pay now, or after meeting the mage?" Chen Luo felt the 30 silver coins in his pocket, pausing momentarily before asking, "What about a mid-level mage?" The girl, maintaining her courteous smile, patiently explained, "A mid-level mage requires 5 gold coins, while a novice mage only needs 2. My apologies for the intrusion." Chen Luo smiled at the girl before turning on his heel and exiting the Magic Association without hesitation. Chapter 12. Change of Heart. Converting 10 gold coins into silver amounts to a staggering 1,000 coins. To earn 10 gold coins, Chen Luo would need to compose 40 articles accepted by academic journals, yielding merely 25 silver coins each. Given his current earnings of 2 silver coins per month from his menial library job, hiring an advanced magical consultant would require over 40 years of relentless toil. Suddenly, the motivation to strive diminished. This was merely the fee for a student. Within a month, a mage could feasibly serve as a consultant for several individuals simultaneously. It seemed nothing short of extortion. At last, Chen Luo comprehended why so many aspired to be mages. Beyond the pursuit of personal power, becoming a mage signified a lifetime devoid of financial worries. This simultaneously implied that, not to mention an advanced mage, Chen Luo couldn't even afford a novice magical consultant, even without hiring a consultant. Merely accessing magical texts and literature at the Magic Association mandated a monthly fee of 1 gold coin. The textbooks provided only the most fundamental principles of magic, sufficient to render students competent as apprentices. Chen Luo's ambition was to become a holy mage, necessitating acquaintance with more profound magical knowledge and theories, which could only be found at the Magic Association. Yet with only 30 silver coins in his possession, he could not even cover the basic fee of 1 gold coin per month. In another world, Chen Luo was acutely reminded of the significance of wealth. He was uncertain whether the flow of time in the two realms was congruent. Thus, he felt a pressing urgency to elevate his magical prowess. If it would take him decades to attain the status of a holy mage, by the time he could return to Earth, decades would have elapsed there as well, rendering his efforts seemingly futile. The cost of hiring a magical consultant had far exceeded Chun Luo's expectations, and aside from co-authoring a paper with teacher Brittany, he currently possessed no viable means of generating income. The commission for an advanced magical consultant was exorbitant, and even if Chun Luo and teacher Brittany published a daily article, their monthly earnings would still fall short of covering the consultant's fees. Just as Chun Luo exited the Magic Association, within another nearby building housing the Mathematical Society, an elderly gentleman with graying hair perused a submitted article titled A General Solution to the Laus Paradox. The Laus Paradox is a renowned conundrum in the mathematical community, extensively studied, yet yielding no resolution. The elder's interest piqued upon seeing the title, and his gaze instinctively drifted to the author's name, Brittany Blair. A flicker of recognition crossed his face, followed by a moment of contemplation. Suddenly, a realization struck him as he opened a nearby journal, where a prominent header read, A General Formula for Summing Arithmetic Sequences, authored by Brittany Blair. The harsh reality of being unable to afford a magical consultant left Chun Luo feeling somewhat despondent and agitated. Even during teacher Brittany's mathematics class, he struggled to focus, his gaze lost in the distance, his pupils unfocused, his mind preoccupied with the urgent need to find an advanced magical consultant to address his current magical dilemmas. After class, Toby noticed Chun Luo's vacant stare directed at the podium and waved his hand in front of his eyes, saying, Blair, stop staring. Teacher Brittany has already left. Chun Luo withdrew his gaze, letting out a silent sigh. The Magic Association housed a wealth of resources, materials that were inaccessible within school. Regardless of the circumstances, he would not abandon this shortcut to mastering magic. If all else failed, he would have to set aside his current pursuits and find a way to earn some money. Toby looked at Chun Luo in confusion and asked, I fail to understand. Isabella is so beautiful. Why do you prefer teacher Brittany? Chun Luo cast a fleeting glance at him and inquired, ISN team, is Brittany beautiful? Toby opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a retort. Ms. Brittany was indeed lovely, rivaling even Isabella in allure. Not only Blair, but even they frequently stole glances at Ms. Brittany, yet she was, after all, their teacher. Only Blair seemed utterly enchanted by Ms. Brittany, oblivious to this harsh reality. Toby patted his shoulder and said, Blair is a friend. I advise you to let go of this infatuation. Ms. Brittany is not merely a respected scholar. She is also a formidable sorceress. Do you truly believe you are worthy of her? Chun Luo, uninterested in Toby's musings, acknowledged that he and Blair both found Ms. Brittany more captivating than Isabella, but that did not imply he wished to pursue her. Such romantic entanglements were the most bothersome, as they could hinder his magical studies. Fourth, Chun Luo. Nothing held greater significance than mastering magic. His mind was consumed with thoughts of wealth, when suddenly he seemed to realize something and abruptly turned to Toby, asking, What did you just say? Startled, Toby quickly recoiled, hastily responding, Nothing at all. Blair, pursue whoever you wish. I shall keep your secret. After the mathematics class concluded, Brittany made her way directly to her dormitory. Reflecting on Blair's obsession with mathematics during class, she could not help but feel a pang of regret. Blair was the most gifted student she had encountered, possessing a mathematical talent she had never witnessed in anyone else. His ingenious reasoning and meticulous calculations were the hallmarks of a true mathematician. He was still young and with guidance. He would undoubtedly etch his name into the annals of mathematical history. Alas, he had little ambition for mathematics. Brittany was aware of his modest background, and becoming a sorcerer was, in his eyes, a far superior choice to that of scholar. As a teacher, she could not allow her own aspirations to alter the course of her students' lives. Just as she entered the dormitory building, she was approached from behind by hurried footsteps. Ms. Brittany, you have a letter, another female teacher said, handing her an envelope. It's from the Mathematics Association. Casting a glance at Brittany, she tentatively asked, Has the association accepted another one of your articles? Brittany nodded with a smile, replying, It should be regarding the general solution to the Rouse problem. The Rouse problem, exclaimed the other mathematics teacher in astonishment. As a mathematics educator, she was well aware of the Rouse problem, a long-standing conundrum. Although a solution had been discovered long ago, mathematicians unanimously believed that there should exist a more accessible solution. In other words, the mathematical community held that a general formula existed to directly solve the Rouse problem. Yet no one had managed to uncover it over the years. Consequently, in recent times, many had begun to question the existence of a simple solution to the Rouse problem. If someone were to find this formula and resolve the Rouse problem, it would undoubtedly be a monumental discovery for the field of mathematics. and the solver would etch their name into the annals of mathematical history. She gazed at Brittany incredulously and asked, "Have you found a solution to the Rouse problem?" It was inspired by Blair. Brittany smiled and replied, "Daisy, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave." As Brittany entered her dormitory, a look of envy crossed Daisy's face. Not only was Ms. Brittany younger and more beautiful than her, but her accomplishments in mathematics far surpassed Daisy's own. In her lifetime, Daisy would remain merely a mathematics teacher at St. Donus Academy, while Brittany had the potential to become a great scholar, remembered by posterity. Even if Brittany never achieved anything else, simply solving the Rouse problem would be enough to earn her immense glory. Daisy shook her head, inwardly lamenting whether the gods favored women like Brittany. Why had Blair never exhibited such mathematical prowess during his first year in her class? Upon returning to her room, Brittany opened the letter from the Mathematics Association. Although the article was published with Blair as the first author, it seemed the association had some reservations. The letter stated that after verification by several scholars within the association, the general formula she proposed for the Rouse problem was indeed correct, and the article would be published in the next issue of the Mathematical Journal. Furthermore, the Mathematics Association cordially invited her to participate in an academic salon a few days hence. The association held academic salons every month, providing a platform for mathematicians to exchange ideas with only renowned scholars in attendance. Previously, Brittany would not have qualified for such gatherings, but it was evident that the publication of these two articles had garnered the Mathematics Association's recognition of her knowledge and status. Although Brittany should have felt elated, she was instead somewhat disheartened. The thought of a mathematical genius like Blair ultimately unable to shine in the mathematical realm was not only her loss, but a loss for the entire mathematical community. Just then, a sudden knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. Brittany opened the door to find a figure standing outside. A smile spread across her face as she said, "Blair, you arrived at the perfect moment. The Mathematics Association has accepted the article on the Rouse problem. As I mentioned before, since the idea originated from you, I listed your name as the first author. Congratulations, Blair, you have resolved a significant challenge in the field of mathematics." Chen Luo, indifferent to the distinctions of first author or second author, nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did Brittany ask, "By the way, is there something you want to discuss with me?" Chen Luo looked up at Ms. Brittany and earnestly stated, "Ms. Brittany, I wish to learn mathematics from you." Chapter 13, Dear Senior Sister. Upon making this request, Brittany momentarily froze, seemingly unable to comprehend her own ears, and incredulously replied, "Blair, what did you just say?" Chen Luo did not wish to deceive the naive Ms. Brittany. For him, the nascent mathematics of this world posed no challenge whatsoever. At most, he could fulfill Ms. Brittany's expectations while simultaneously pursuing his goal of becoming a great saint sorcerer, perhaps even a mathematician in the process. He looked up at Brittany and said earnestly, "Ms. Brittany, I wish to study mathematics under your guidance." This revelation brought Brittany more joy than her acceptance by the Mathematics Association and invitation to the next salon. However, curiosity got the better of her as she asked, "Didn't you say that becoming a great sorcerer was your father's greatest wish during his lifetime?" Chen Luo's expression grew solemn as he replied, "I will honor my father's legacy and diligently study magic, but I also do not wish to live with regret. I have a passion for mathematics. I even believe that in my past life, I was a mathematics teacher like you, Ms. Brittany." Brittany grasped Chen Luo's hand, her heart swelling with joy as she said, "Blair, I am truly elated to hear you say that. Please come inside." In her familiar room, Brittany looked at him earnestly and said, "Blair, you must believe in your talent. As long as you dedicate yourself to your studies, I am certain that your name will be inscribed upon the monument of mathematics." Chen Luo nodded and replied, "Thank you, Ms. Brittany. I will certainly strive to do my best." "Very well, you may return for now. Since you wish to accompany me in the pursuit of mathematics, you are required to come to my quarters for private tutoring every evening after school." Brittany appeared to be in high spirits as she hummed an unfamiliar cheerful tune after giving Chen Luo a gentle reminder. Chen Luo acquiesced, preparing to head back to class. But as he reached the doorway, he suddenly turned around and inquired, "Ms. Brittany, may I also ask you questions regarding magic, aside from matters of mathematics?" Without hesitation, Brittany replied, "Of course, you may inquire about any magical concerns you have." "Thank you, Ms. Brittany." Chen Luo respectfully bowed to her and was about to depart when he was halted by her voice from behind. "Stop." He turned to find Brittany with her arms crossed, regarding him with a quizzical expression, asking, "Blair, you don't intend to study magic with me under the pretense of learning mathematics, do you?" "Certainly not," Chen Luo chuckled. "If Miss Brittany finds it inconvenient, I can approach Mr. Anthony instead. However, I believe that spending time with you is far more advantageous than consulting Mr. Anthony. No need for that, Brittany said, waving her hands dismissively. From now on, whether it concerns mathematics or magic, you are welcome to ask me. Do not forget, I am a high-level magician, while Mr. Anthony is merely an intermediate magician. Brittany was well aware of Blair's magical potential, which was quite remarkable. He might not be one abandoned by the gods. If Mr. Anthony took an interest in him and lured Blair to study magic with him, all her efforts would be in vain. She absolutely could not allow that to transpire. To emphasize her point, she even uttered some rather impolite remarks about Mr. Anthony, a fact that was grounded in reality given her superior magical rank. Chun Luo nodded obediently, stating, I understand. Henceforth, I will consult you first regarding any questions I may have. Brittany looked at him intently and cautioned, remember that, despite being older than both Blair and Isabella, Chun Luo's psychological maturity exceeded 16, possibly making him a few years her senior. Thus, he had never regarded her solely as a teacher. In truth, she was merely a young woman who had recently embarked on her career. Using such tactics to deceive a young girl weighed heavily on Chun Luo's conscience. As the final class concluded, Toby, while gathering his belongings, remarked, Blair, I pilfered a bottle of wine from my father's cellar. Let's go to your room and taste it. Chun Luo waved him off, replying, You enjoy it yourself. I must go to Ms. Brittany. Toby, puzzled, asked, School is over now. What do you need to see Ms. Brittany for? Chun Luo responded, From today onward, I will be studying mathematics with Ms. Brittany. Toby's mouth dropped open in disbelief as he stared at Chun Luo, exclaiming, Blair, are you hoping to develop feelings for Ms. Brittany? What about Isabella? Put away your filthy thoughts. I am merely here to learn, Chun Luo admonished, tapping Toby on the head. Moreover, my relationship with Isabella is entirely innocent. Toby's expression brightened with excitement as he inquired, Then can I continue to like Isabella? Absolutely not. That woman is not to be trifled with. Someone of your background is no match for her, and I'm looking out for your best interests. Moreover, as a subordinate, Toby ought to align with Chun Luo's perspective. Toby gazed at Chun Luo, his face a picture of melancholy, saying, With Ms. Brittany, is it not enough? You also wish to claim Isabella? Blair, you are truly greedy. In Chun Luo's eyes, both Ms. Brittany and Isabella were merely a teacher and a classmate, respectively. He was acutely aware that he would eventually leave this place. However, should fate intervene and prevent his return, Ms. Brittany might indeed be the ideal partner for life. She was gentle, elegant, beautiful, and intelligent. Most importantly, they shared the same profession and interests, while for Isabella, he simply hoped she would not trouble him. Yet, reality often proves to be more brutal than one might anticipate. Beginning today, Chun Luo would be studying mathematics with Ms. Brittany, which entailed additional tutoring sessions every day after school, aside from regular classes. Unfortunately, Isabella was also a student of Ms. Brittany, making her not only their mathematics teacher, but also their mentor. In essence, this meant that Isabella would now be his senior. As Chun Luo knocked on the door and entered Ms. Brittany's room, he found Isabella already seated. She glanced at him, furrowing her brow, and asked, What do you want? Ms. Brittany emerged from her bedroom, looked at Isabella, and said, I apologize, Isabella. I neglected to inform you that from today onward, Blair will also be learning mathematics with me. As your senior, please take good care of him. Isabella's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, What? Ms. Brittany, are you saying he will be studying mathematics with you too? Ms. Brittany nodded, explaining, Although Blair is only in the 2nd grade, he possesses an exceptional talent for mathematics. His approach to problem solving is something even you could learn from Isabella. Having come to terms with her previous folly, Isabella wished she could avoid seeing that person who had offended her. However, she never anticipated that he would also become Ms. Brittany's student, which meant she would have to encounter him daily. Yet, she could not alter Ms. Brittany's decision and could only nod glumly, replying, Understood, Ms. Brittany. Ms. Brittany approached a chalkboard and instructed, Blair, sit beside Isabella. I shall begin the lesson. Chun Luo took a seat next to Isabella, who shot him a glare and shifted her chair away. Chun Luo, indifferent to her, focused his gaze on the chalkboard. Today, Ms. Brittany was teaching trigonometry, a topic covered in the latter half of the 3rd grade curriculum. Even though she was only discussing foundational concepts, Isabella remained utterly confused. Naturally, this material, which equated to what a junior high school student would learn in the future, was easy for Chun Luo to grasp, and he could explain it far better than Ms. Brittany. Nevertheless, he listened intently. After approximately an hour, Ms. Brittany set down her chalk and announced, That will be all for today. I will assign you both a few exercises, which you will have a day to ponder. Please submit them to me before class tomorrow. She picked up a quill, pondered for a moment, and wrote several problems on 2 sheets of paper, distributing them to Chinluo and Isabella. As if recalling something, she scrutinized both of them before ultimately addressing Chinluo. Blair, I have heard from the teachers that you and Isabella are dating. Chapter 14, A Bet. Isabella's expression shifted as she prepared to clarify the misunderstanding, but Chinluo interjected, Rumor has it. This is purely a rumor, Ms. Brittany. Please do not heed their baseless claims. Isabella's expression froze. Although he had spoken the words she wished to convey, his eagerness to distance himself from her left her perplexed. Was being involved with the beautiful Isabella a source of shame for him? Despite knowing that Chinluo was merely clarifying a misunderstanding, Isabella felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Brittany observed Chinluo and then Isabella, smiling as she reassured them. Rest assured, I have no intention of preventing your relationship. The pursuit of love is a personal freedom and right for everyone, as long as it does not interfere with your studies. Teacher Brittany has misunderstood. I have no relationship with Isabella, let alone any romantic involvement with her. The gravity of the misunderstanding caused by my own foolishness left Isabella's countenance somewhat ashen. Rising to her feet, she bowed slightly to Teacher Brittany and said, I shall take my leave now. Brittany watched her exit with a look of astonishment, then turned her gaze back to Chinluo, inquiring, Blair, do you have any grievances with Isabella? Chinluo felt quite innocent. These rumors were evidently propagated by her. Yet she was the one who ended up angered. Women, indeed, can be quite unreasonable. He recounted to Teacher Brittany the events that led to his estrangement from Isabella, hoping that her mediation might ease the situation. From a pragmatic standpoint, Chinluo was reluctant to offend the daughter of the city lord, as Isabella's status was sensitive both in Yabo City and its St. Donis Academy. Entangling himself with her could lead to innumerable troubles. The path of a holy sorcerer was fraught with challenges, and Chinluo wished to avoid additional complications. Upon hearing his account, Brittany shook her head slightly and advised, Blair, I think it would be prudent for you to sincerely apologize to Isabella and seek her forgiveness. Although she can be somewhat headstrong, her heart is still kind. A look of surprise crossed Chinluo's face. From Teacher Brittany's expression and words, it seemed the matter was more serious than he had anticipated. Noticing his confusion, Brittany asked, Blair, are you unaware that a lady's lips symbolize her chastity and should not be touched by any man other than her husband? At last, Chinluo comprehended why Isabella was so adamant about the incident. In ancient Huaxia, a girl's feet symbolized chastity and were not to be shown to men, let alone touched. He had read in a book of a woman who, upon being seen barefoot by a man, severed her own foot and was revered as a paragon of virtue. Clearly, in this world, it was the lips that represented purity. Although this notion is a remnant of feudalistic folly and not worthy of advocacy, upon acclimatizing to this custom, Chinluo realized that, in light of Isabella's temperament, her restraint in not resorting to self-harm was commendable. Nodding in understanding, he replied, I see now. I will sincerely apologize to Isabella. For a lady, being touched on the lips by a man is an unforgivable affront. Even though Chinluo felt that Isabella and the term lady were hardly compatible, as a man, he needed to embrace the responsibility and courage to admit his errors. To demonstrate his sincerity, he spent 10 silver coins on a delicately crafted bracelet as a token of apology. For someone with limited means, parting with 10 silver coins was painful, but it was a small price to pay to avert greater troubles. Regrettably, Isabella evidently harbored a strong dislike for him. On 2 occasions, when he sought to visit her in the 3rd year, he failed to see her, even though she was present in the classroom. However, as fellow students of Teacher Brittany, even if Isabella despised him, they were obliged to share the same room for an hour after school each day. Today, Teacher Brittany had some teaching matters to attend to, leaving behind assignments for Chinluo and Isabella before departing. Chinluo took 10 minutes to complete the 5 challenging problems assigned by Teacher Brittany and glanced over to see that Isabella had already finished the 3rd question. Setting down his pen, he looked at Isabella and said, Senior Isabella. She glanced at him briefly before turning away with an expressionless demeanor. Chinluo produced a small box and placed it on her desk, stating, I sincerely apologize for the unintentional offense I caused you a few days ago. This is a small gift. I hope you'll accept it. Isabella was not only angered by Chinluo's offense, but also by his demeanor. Throughout her life, no one had ever treated her so rudely. If not for Teacher Brittany, Blair would have already faced the brunt of Isabella's wrath. Due to the connection with Teacher Brittany, Isabella realized she could not act against him. Noticing Chinluo's somewhat sincere attitude, she cast him a fleeting glance and replied, I will not accept your gift. For the sake of Teacher Brittany, let's consider our grievances settled. Please do not trouble me again. Thank you. Senior Isabella. Chun Luo had awaited her words, promptly retrieving the gift and then opening his magic book to read. Upon seeing that he had opened a magic book, Isabella then realized that he had completed all the assigned problems, while she had only just finished reading the fourth question. Though their problems were not identical, as Blair's were somewhat simpler, the assignments posed by teacher Brittany were tailored to the knowledge expected at their respective grade levels, making them quite challenging for a second-year student. This realization sparked a sense of indignation within her, yet she could not deny that Blair possessed an exceptional talent for mathematics, perhaps surpassing her by a slight margin. When Brittany returned, both students had completed the exercises she had assigned. She glanced at Chun Luo's work, raising an eyebrow momentarily before understanding the situation. And turning to Chun Luo, she said apologetically, "I apologize, Blair. I forgot you have not yet studied science. This question exceeds your current knowledge, so it is of no consequence even if you answered incorrectly. In addition to magic, this world places significant importance on science, a discipline that investigates the laws governing the natural world. Compared to mathematics and history, it is evidently more complex. Students at St. Donus Academy do not begin this subject until their third year, and Chun Luo had yet to attend a science class. However, Chun Luo held no interest in it. He had systematically grasped that aside from the magical phenomena he could not comprehend, the scientific principles in this world mirrored those of Earth, albeit developing at a languid pace, with a level of scientific understanding perhaps not surpassing that of medieval Europe. One of the problems he had just solved involved determining when a second stone, thrown into a deep well with double the weight of the first, would catch up to the first stone after a certain interval. For those yet to grasp the principles of free fall, this posed a pursuit problem. However, Chun Luo had conducted an experiment with 2 stones days prior to validate the physical laws of this world, proving that while it brims with wondrous magic, it still adheres to the law of free fall. Thus, his answer was that if the well were infinitely deep, disregarding frictional resistance, the larger stone would never catch up to the smaller stone. Evidently, teacher Brittany did not share this perspective. After setting down the papers, she turned to Isabella and said, "Isabella, you must have just learned about the laws of free fall, so why don't you explain this problem to Blair?" Isabella glanced at Chun Luo before reluctantly responding. The ancients have stated that the speed of an object's descent is proportional to its mass. Heavier objects fall faster. Chun Luo looked at her and inquired, "Has Senior Isabella personally verified this?" The law of free fall was taught in their first science class, a conclusion reached by sages thousands of years ago. Isabella rolled her eyes at him and replied, "The greater the mass, the faster the descent. This is an ancient truth, common knowledge known by all. Is verification necessary?" Chun Luo retorted, "Is what the ancients said always correct?" Isabella placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, "Blair, how dare you question the ancients?" Chun Luo's expression remained unperturbed as he stated, "Science is rigorous, and our approach to it must be equally meticulous. A truth that cannot withstand verification is not a truth at all. Are you implying that the ancients were mistaken?" Isabella retorted, her arms crossed, her gaze laced with derision as she inquired, "Are you willing to wager?" Chun Luo had merely made a casual remark. He was still grappling with the intricacies of magic and had no desire to assist them in establishing a new scientific paradigm. Unfazed by Isabella's provocation, he waved his hand dismissively, saying, "I shall not gamble. As a student, engaging in such behavior is quite improper." "I wager 1 gold coin," Isabella declared. Chun Luo cast her a sidelong glance. "Do you truly believe I am in need of your single gold coin?" "Make it 10, Isabella sneered. "A small wager can be quite exhilarating." Chun Luo turned to Brittany with a smile. "Professor Brittany, would you kindly witness our wager?" Chapter 15, Reconciliation. For Chun Luo, 10 gold coins represented a considerable temptation. This meant he could afford to borrow tomes from the Magic Association, delving into more profound magical theories. Coupled with Professor Brittany's role as a free magical advisor, he would be free from concerns regarding his magical studies for the foreseeable future. At that moment, the once unremarkable Isabella appeared significantly more alluring in his eyes. A wager with Isabella could potentially spare him decades of arduous toil. Indeed, choices often outweigh effort. Brittany, aware of Chun Luo's financial situation, shook her head. "Blair, I suggest you reconsider. 10 gold coins is no trifling sum." Chun Luo smiled. "I've already made my decision." Isabella and Professor Brittany's understanding of this fundamental physical phenomenon was misguided, just as Chun Luo had anticipated. In another realm, Aristotle's erroneous theory of free fall had dominated the academic sphere for nearly 2 millennia, only to be overturned by Galileo at the end of the 16th century. Often, individuals are confined by common knowledge and authority, daunted by the prospect of refuting them, even when the verification process could be as simple as tossing 2 stones. Brittany cast him a resigned glance, but refrained from intervening. Confidence is undoubtedly commendable, yet overconfidence can lead to folly. Encountering minor setbacks in youth can greatly benefit one's future. As the 3 exited the dormitory, Isabella picked up 2 stones of varying sizes from the garden. Weighing them in her hands before addressing Chunluo, the weight of these 2 stones differs by nearly a factor of 2. You still have time to reconsider. Chunluo gave her a look, signaling her to commence. For Isabella, 10 gold coins were inconsequential, but witnessing Blair's humiliation was a prospect she relished. This was partly due to his previous offense against her, and partly stemming from her jealousy over being overshadowed in mathematics. With a condescending glance, she held 1 stone at chest level and simultaneously released both. According to the law of free fall they had just studied, the heavier stone in her left hand should reach the ground first. However, to her astonishment, mere moments after she let go, both stones, despite their differing weights, fell almost simultaneously from the same height. A look of disbelief washed over Isabella's face. After a brief pause, as if struck by a realization, she turned to Chunluo and asked, "Are you playing tricks? Did you use levitation on a larger stone?" Chunluo remained silent, merely regarding her with a look of incredulity. In truth, even as she posed the question, Isabella recognized it as a foolish one. Levitation was a basic wind element spell that only mages of the novice tier or above could cast, and even she lacked the ability to perform it, let alone Blair. Impossible. I did not sense any wind element, Brittany remarked, gazing at the 2 stones on the ground with curiosity. Could it be due to insufficient distance? That must be it. Isabella retorted with conviction. The scientific laws in textbooks could not possibly be erroneous. How could the ancients be wrong? The speed of an object's descent is unrelated to its mass. A notion as hard to believe as the idea that the continent of divine grace is not the center of the world. Isabella bent down to retrieve the stones once more, stating, "Professor Brittany, kindly observe from below. I shall attempt this again from the rooftop." Brittany shook her head. There's no need for such trouble. With a few swift gestures of her hands, Isabella's stones began to levitate and ascend into the air. Chunluo watched Professor Brittany with admiration. Levitation, a basic wind element spell, could only be performed by novice mages, allowing them to defy the bonds of gravity, just as Professor Brittany was currently doing. By the time one became an intermediate mage, they could cast flight spells, which are both convenient and practical. Even those who did not specialize in wind magic typically learned flight magic. Advanced mages were regarded as formidable beings. Their invisible wind blades are lethal, and being struck by one could result in death or severe injury. The silent nature of wind mages makes each one an exceptional assassin. Chunluo never forgot that. Despite her seemingly fragile demeanor, Professor Brittany was already an advanced mage, possessing at least 1 high-level spell, while he himself could only use a gentle breeze to stir dust and leaves, merely cleaning the classroom. Brittany levitated the 2 stones to the height of the dormitory roof, and then dispelled the levitation. Thud! Thud! The larger stone landed before the smaller one, and both Chunluo and Isabella heard the sounds. This outcome was entirely as Chunluo had anticipated. The longer the stones remained in the air, the more significant the effects of air resistance became. Although the 2 stones did not hit the ground simultaneously, the time interval was so brief that one could easily mistake them for a single sound. According to the laws of free fall proposed by the ancients, the smaller stone's descent time should have been double that of the larger stone. Isabella stood there, utterly stunned. Just moments ago, she had witnessed the theory from her science textbook, a truth posited by the ancients, being proven incorrect. Brittany's mouth fell open in astonishment. Her understanding of the situation was far more profound than Isabella's. Although her own engagement with science was not extensive, she recognized that the refutation of the law of free fall and the correction of ancient theories would undoubtedly spark a revolution in the scientific community. This monumental discovery was destined to be etched into the annals of history. She turned to Chunluo, her lips moving as she asked, "Blair, how did you come to realize that the law of free fall was incorrect?" Chunluo shrugged. "I encountered this law in my textbook, so I tried it with 2 stones and discovered that the pattern of free fall contradicted what was stated in the book." Isabella and Brittany exchanged incredulous glances. The simplicity of this process contrasted sharply with its shocking conclusion. One could foresee the waves that would ripple through the scientific community when this monumental stone was cast into its waters. A truth upheld for centuries, even millennia, could be overturned with merely 2 small stones. Yet, during all this time, no one had dared to undertake such an experiment. This paradox, seemingly unfathomable, highlighted Blair's uniqueness. How many ancients and scholars had failed to notice such a fundamental error in common knowledge? Perhaps it was not merely a matter of luck. As Brittany's countenance gradually grew serious, she contemplated the profound implications of overturning the law of gravity, a feat that far surpassed the resolution of the Rouse problem. The philosophies of that venerable sage continue to be revered by numerous schools of thought to this day. The endeavor to refute the law of gravity is far more intricate than one might imagine. She gazed at Qin, her demeanor earnest and solemn, and remarked, Blair, you may not yet comprehend the significance of these 2 stones. Merely challenging the law of gravity could catapult you to renown within the scientific community. Should you propose a correct alternative to the law of gravity, I dare say, in the near future, the 3rd grade science textbooks will feature the Blair law of gravity. Had it not been for Isabella's insistence on wagering with him, Qin would have preferred to remain focused, but now he found himself unable to retreat. He nodded in agreement, stating, the new law of gravity requires considerable refinement, and it is not solely my achievement. The refutation of the law of gravity is a collaborative effort among the 3 of us. No, it is your achievement, Blair. I merely assisted in casting 2 stones. Brittany countered, shaking her head as she glanced at Isabella, who remained momentarily stunned. She continued, however, if you are willing, you may collaborate with Isabella to perfect the new law of gravity. Working alongside Isabella would mean transforming the Blair law into the Blair-Isabella law. Yet Qin was indifferent to such distinctions. Moreover, he owed Isabella a favor, and this opportunity to repay her was welcome. I believe I could also benefit from Isabella's assistance. Qin looked at Isabella and smiled, inquiring, I wonder if Senior Isabella would be willing? This invitation not only implied that she would witness the birth of a new law, but also that she could partake in its development, potentially etching her name into the annals of scientific history. The prospect of the Isabella law was exhilarating. Finally, Isabella snapped back to reality and promptly nodded, saying, I am willing. The task of refining and proposing the new law of gravity was the first assignment that teacher Brittany had set for Qin and Isabella. Although it resembled a scientific inquiry rather than a mathematical problem, such interdisciplinary endeavors were not uncommon in scholarly circles. Furthermore, she earnestly cautioned Qin and Isabella against disseminating any information regarding this matter until they had secured her consent. Qin understood teacher Brittany's intentions. He recognized her desire to protect them. After all, even Galileo faced considerable challenges when revising the law of free fall, and to deny the wisdom of the ancients and subvert established truths in today's era would undoubtedly encounter significant resistance. Such resistance was beyond the capacity of 2 mere students from St. Donatus Academy, and even beyond what teacher Brittany could overcome. Isabella, however, was oblivious to this reality. Her thoughts were consumed by the possibility of a law bearing her name, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she envisioned that day. At this moment, her previous discontent with Qin had dissipated, for she realized that she had benefited from his insights. She patted Qin shoulder with a hint of satisfaction, saying, if anyone at the academy bullies you in the future, just tell your senior, and I will stand up for you. As long as she did not seek trouble for herself, Qin felt content. The wager had concluded, and it was evident that he had emerged victorious. He raised his arm, extending his fair hand towards her. Isabella, perplexed, asked, what are you doing? Qin maintained a stoic expression and replied, payment. Chapter 16, A Warning. Isabella shot Qin an incredulous glance, then retrieved a white pouch embroidered with flowers from her waist and tossed it to him, saying, no need to count. It's exactly 10 gold coins. As Qin counted the coins within the pouch, he concealed his delight, though internally he was elated. Today, he had truly struck it rich. With this newfound wealth, he could access more advanced magical knowledge at the Magic Association, effectively alleviating the pressing concerns stemming from his wager with Isabella. Losing 10 gold coins to Qin seemed of no consequence to Isabella. She gazed into the distance, murmuring, could there really be a Blair-Isabella law in the future? Qin tucked the pouch away and responded, if you wish, you may proceed ahead. Isabella's eyes sparkled at this, and she asked, are you willing to walk behind me? Although the content of the law of gravity would remain unchanged, the distinction between the Blair-Isabella law and the Isabella-Blair law was profound. People would undoubtedly remember the former more readily, relegating the latter to mere embellishment. Qin nodded, stating, only if you are willing to contribute another 10 gold coins. Isabella placed her hands on her hips, frowning as she regarded Qin, questioning, Blair, what about your principles? While she desired to have her name precede his, she also held her dignity in high regard. Her earlier suggestion had been made in jest, and she had not anticipated that Blair would take it so lightly. Did he not realize that such an honor was not something any scholar would willingly share? Had it been anyone else, Isabella might have suspected that they were merely courting favor due to her beauty. But Blair's gaze towards teacher Brittany was far more earnest than it was towards her. Chen Luo was indifferent to fame or glory. It was not due to a lack of ambition, but rather a belief that gold coins held far more practical value. 10 gold coins could afford him nearly a year's worth of study at the Magic Association. Chen Luo's unflappable demeanor ultimately ignited curiosity within Isabella. If he was unconcerned about achieving worldwide renown and leaving his name inscribed in the annals of scientific history, then what did he truly value? At that moment, she found herself intrigued by the enigmatic figure before her. Isabella regarded Chen Luo and asked, "Blair, what is your ideal?" Chen Luo pondered for a moment before casually replying, "A holy mage." Isabella was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You a holy mage? Even the kingdom of Lorland lacks a holy mage. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to attain such a title? The holy mage is a legendary figure within the kingdom of Lorland and the continent of divine grace." She had only ever heard of the title, but had never known anyone to reach such heights. For someone deemed forsaken by the divine, Blair's aspiration was not merely a dream, but a fanciful delusion. Chen Luo smiled faintly and turned to leave. While this might have seemed a jest to Isabella, for Chen Luo, it represented his sole glimmer of hope. Without debate or explanation, she watched him depart silently, contemplating his calm demeanor, which bore no semblance of jest. Isabella remained rooted in place. After a long moment, she shook her head and muttered softly, "What a peculiar fellow." To her, Chen Luo's aspirations appeared to be a mere joke, yet the thought of a law associated with her name being unveiled in the near future filled her with delight. Upon returning to the classroom, Chen Luo found that Toby had not yet left. He had forgotten to complete his math homework the previous day, and teacher Brittany had discovered this, penalizing him to stay after class. Toby, upon seeing Chen Luo, looked as though he had found a savior and eagerly stood up, saying, "Blair, you've come at just the right time. I only have a few questions left that I can't solve. Please help me with them. Perhaps tomorrow. I must step out for a moment." With gold coins in his pocket, Chen Luo was eager to visit the Magic Association. He tidied up the textbooks on the desk, preparing to leave the school. "Let us go out together. I need to head home as well." Toby quickly gathered his belongings and added, "By the way, tomorrow's second class is math. During the first history class, could I borrow your math homework to copy?" Chen Luo casually agreed and walked out of the classroom with Toby, only to be suddenly confronted by several figures blocking their path. Toby, glancing at the foremost individual, stood beside Chen Luo, clenched his fist, and exclaimed loudly, "Bard, what do you want? Are you looking for a fight?" The one obstructing their way was indeed Bard, who had clashed with them just a few days prior. From Blair's memories, Chen Luo learned that Bard was a bully from Class 5 of the second year, who had tormented Blair on numerous occasions. Bard cast a disdainful glance at them and replied, "This time, it's not me who is looking for you." He and his companions stepped aside, allowing someone from behind to approach. "Fei, Senior Fei." Upon seeing the individual, Toby trembled, his face paling. He instinctively attempted to retreat, but hesitated for a moment before standing resolutely beside Chen Luo. "You are Blair?" Chen Luo inquired, regarding the person before him with a calm demeanor. "Do you seek me for something?" Fei's brow furrowed. Blair's tranquility and composure caught him off guard. Due to his status, hardly anyone at St. Donis Academy dared to speak to him in such a manner. In the next moment, however, Fei's expression relaxed as he regarded Chen Luo with indifference, stating, "Keep your distance from Isabella. She is not someone you can afford to touch." After uttering this warning, he turned away without sparing Chen Luo another glance, departing with a casual air. Bard shot Chen Luo a warning look. Although reluctant, he followed Fei out. Once they left, Toby leaned against the wall and sighed with relief. Chen Luo regarded him and asked, "Who is Fei? You don't even know Senior Fei?" Toby's face displayed incredulity. Then, as if recalling something, he shook his head and said, "Never mind. All you see is Teacher Brittany." Chen Luo glanced in the direction the figures had departed and queried, "Are you afraid of him?" "Who isn't afraid of him in this academy?" Toby sighed before continuing. "He hails from the Howard family, which holds significant influence in Yabo City. Lord Howard is a pivotal figure in the number faction, and some teachers here are members of that faction. Senior Fei is the youngest son of Lord Howard. Crossing him means you cannot remain at St. Donis Academy." Chen Luo felt somewhat helpless. Although he had reconciled with Isabella, the rumors clearly persisted, and the once benevolent figure of Isabella had swiftly transformed into a femme fatale. Nevertheless, he had no intentions towards Isabella, thus rendering Fei's threat inconsequential. However, it was somewhat late for him to assert that Chen Luo should not approach Isabella. Toby looked at Chen Luo earnestly and warned, Blair, you need to be cautious. A senior offended Fei a few months ago, and shortly after, he withdrew from the academy. I understand. While Chen Luo was not averse to trouble, he preferred to avoid it, especially since he was new to this world and unfamiliar with his surroundings. It was wiser to remain low-key. He had no desire to antagonize those who posed no threat to him. Yet if certain individuals tested his patience, Chen Luo was not one to be easily bullied. He turned to Toby and asked, Do you know where I can find a tailor? Yes. Toby nodded, then inquired. Why do you ask? Blair's clothes were ragged, which was intolerable for someone like Chen Luo, who valued cleanliness and order. Having previously been financially constrained, he had recently come into some fortune from Isabella and intended to visit a tailor for a few custom outfits, as well as to replace his bedding with new ones. Toby led Chen Luo to a tailor shop. After taking Chen Luo's measurements, the tailor leaned over his desk to calculate for some time, before finally looking up and stating, 5 garments and 1 bedding will total 60 silver coins. A deposit of 30 silver coins is required. Clothing and bedding made from fine silk were considered extravagant luxuries here, affordable only by nobility. Fortunately, Chen Luo's purse felt a bit heavier today, alleviating some of his discomfort over the cost. He produced Isabella's coin pouch from his pocket and handed over a gold coin. Toby, aware of Chen Luo's financial situation, was about to inquire about the source of such funds when he suddenly caught sight of the white pouch embroidered with gold thread and flowers, standing frozen and murmuring, Blair, where did you get this pouch? I've seen it before. It belongs to Senior Isabella. Before Chen Luo could respond, Toby's head jerked up. Disbelief etched across his face as he exclaimed, Blair, are you being supported by Senior Isabella? Sutton on this shook. The notion of being supported in such a manner was not uncommon in the Kingdom of Lorelin, although the kingdom's laws mandated that all citizens adhere strictly to monogamy. Even the king and nobles were not exempt from this rule. However, within the upper echelons of the nobility, maintaining mistresses and lovers was exceedingly prevalent. As long as one did not brazenly take 2 individuals to register, it was not considered a violation of the law. Some nobles even viewed this as a certain trend. Beyond the nobility, this custom was particularly common among high-ranking mages and renowned scholars. Put away your sordid thoughts. Chen Luo shot Toby a glance, stating, I won this from Isabella. Toby glanced at the lady's pouch in Chen Luo's hand, then suddenly sighed, concern etched in his expression as he said, Blair, I don't know what has transpired between you and Senior Isabella, but you cannot disregard Fei's words. He also has feelings for her, and you cannot compete with him. Though Toby might be a bit lewd, his genuine concern for Blair was evident. Chen Luo had noticed how Toby stood unwaveringly beside him when Fei confronted them. To reassure him, Chen Luo patted his shoulder and comforted, Don't worry. You know I have my sights set on teacher Brittany. I knew it. A look of vindication spread across Toby's face, and then he gazed at Chen Luo expectantly, asking, Since you don't like Senior Isabella, can you give me your pouch? Absolutely not. Toby's face fell with regret, yet he remained undeterred, asking, Can I at least touch it? Chen Luo regarded him and queried, Can you be any more lewd? If I can't touch it, can I at least smell it? Just once. Get lost. The Magic Association, first floor hall. A girl with bright, expressive eyes donned a fitted uniform, standing behind the counter as she smiled and asked, Hello, how may I assist you today? Chen Luo, with a clear purpose, looked at the girl he had seen previously and stated, I would like to apply for a borrowing card. Certainly. The girl displayed a professional smile, replying, Please show me your magic credentials. Chen Luo froze momentarily at her words, suddenly remembering that the Magic Association was exclusively accessible to mages, and one must at least attain the level of a magic apprentice to apply for a borrowing card. Half a month ago, Blair, who could not even cast a fireball, naturally lacked the qualifications. However, times had changed. Now, all Chen Luo needed to do was validate his magic level at the Magic Association. Looking at the girl, Chen Luo inquired, I have yet to obtain my magic credentials. Where can I certify my magic level? Her smile unwavering, the girl asked, Are you looking to certify as a magic apprentice? Chen Luo nodded. The certification for magic apprentices is located on the 2nd floor. The girl stepped out from behind the counter and gestured for Chen Luo to follow, saying, Please come with me. The Magic Association covered a vast area. Even just the branch in Yabo City had a hall of nearly 1,000 square meters on the 1st floor, with over a dozen counters. However, due to the scarcity of mages, the hall was not particularly crowded. As Chen Luo followed the young girl, they ascended a staircase to the 2nd floor, traversing 2 lengthy corridors until they arrived at a door. The girl knocked gently, and an aged voice emanated from within. Enter. Inside the room were two elderly men clad in wizard robes. The girl respectfully greeted the one in the crimson robe, saying, Lord Andre, Mr. Blair wishes to conduct the certification for a magic apprentice. Earlier, while ascending the stairs, the girl named Jasmine had inquired about Chun Luo's name and the spell he intended to use for his apprenticeship certification. Chun Luo's gaze fell upon the elder in the crimson robe, noting the two silver lines embroidered on his robe's chest, signifying his status as a mid-level mage specializing in fire magic. The other elder, adorned in a water blue robe, bore a similar insignia, indicating his mastery of water magic. Also as a mid-level mage, wizards differentiate their magical affinities by the color of their robes and their ranks by the number of silver lines. A novice mage has 1 silver line, a mid-level mage 2, and so forth. Wizards are not confined to learning a single school of magic. However, due to the limitations of human energy, it is improbable to delve into multiple schools simultaneously. After achieving novice status, nearly all mages focus intently on one school to facilitate swifter breakthroughs. As Andre conversed with his colleague, he cast a glance at Chun Luo and shook his head, remarking, To seek certification as a magic apprentice at this late stage, you will likely only attain the rank of a novice mage in your lifetime. His words were harsh, yet Chun Luo remained unfazed. Andre's assertion was accurate. Many signs of nobility had achieved their apprenticeship certifications long ago, making Chun Luo, at 16 years of age, somewhat of an elder among aspiring mages. Jasmine turned to Andre and inquired, Lord Andre, shall we proceed to the testing chamber? No need, we can do it here. Andre waved his hand dismissively, then turned his attention to Chun Luo, stating, Since you have come to me, I presume you wish to certify as a magic apprentice using the fireball spell? Indeed, Chun Luo nodded in affirmation. The certification for a magic apprentice requires the casting of any apprentice-level spell, such as fireball, water ball, breeze, or earth shield. However, compared to the others, the fireball spell possesses greater offensive power. Thus, most individuals opt for it as their inaugural spell. Andre rose from his chair, instructing, Cast your strongest fireball at me with utmost speed. Chun Luo glanced around uncertainly here. Observing the hint of concern on his face, the water mage chuckled, Fear not. Do you think your little fireball could harm Andre? If he asks you to attack, then do so without wasting time. Chun Luo nodded and fixed his gaze upon the mid-level mage, Andre, who was now 5 meters away. At present, Chun Luo was not adept at casting spells steadily from that distance, but his speed in spell casting was such that he could almost achieve instantaneous results over such a short span. Naturally, to avoid being subjected to experimentation, he still needed to comply with the necessary gestures and incantations. His lips moved soundlessly as his hands executed intricate gestures, almost in an instant. He pointed at Andre and declared loudly, Fireball. This technique was gleaned from his teacher, Miss Branny, who had taught him that incantations need not always be vocalized. Silent recitation could yield the same results, provided one was exceptionally skilled with the spell. What appeared to be prolonged transpired in mere moments. Almost as soon as the water mage finished speaking, Chun Luo completed the incantation and gestures at an astonishing speed, conjuring a fireball the size of a fist that surged towards Andre. For a mid-level mage, the certification of a magic apprentice was far too simplistic, and Andre's thoughts were hardly on the apprentice before him. Thus, when the fireball materialized before him, he was taken aback by the sudden heat, his expression changing drastically in an instant. He had no time to exert his mental power to control the fireball, and with a swift motion, he waved his ample robe sleeve, dispersing the fireball. Simultaneously, sparks ignited upon his robe, which promptly caught fire. After a startled exclamation, the water mage, Brady, hastily summoned a curtain of water, enveloping Andre entirely. Soon, the flames that had engulfed him were extinguished. At that moment, Andre appeared rather disheveled. The cold demeanor he had previously displayed vanished. His robe bore large charred patches, with several holes burned through, and even a few strands of his hair had been singed. However, he paid no heed to these damages. Though the fireball's power was not substantial, the speed with which the opponent harnessed the fire element surpassed even his own. In Andre's eyes, the boy must certainly be a high-level mage. Andre lifted his head, gazing at Chun Luo with a mixture of fear and astonishment, exclaiming, Which esteemed individual is playing tricks on Andre? Chapter 18. The Divine Favored One. Jasmine, the girl, stood in awe, unable to believe her eyes. A mere magic apprentice had managed to strike the mid-level mage, Andre, with a fireball. Her gaze turned to Chun Luo, her eyes reflecting confusion and shock. Chun Luo, too, was taken aback. Andre, like his teacher, Mr. Anthony, was a mid-level mage, and at such a distance, even with his rapid spellcasting, he should not have been able to inflict harm. Could it be that Andre's mid-level status was somewhat inflated? He looked at Andre with a perplexed expression, asking, "What esteemed individual?" Andre regarded Chenluo with a scrutinizing gaze, having been startled moments earlier, instinctively believing the boy to be a high-level mage. However, as he regained his composure, numerous doubts surged within him. If Chenluo were indeed a high-level mage, the fireball's power should not have been so feeble. Moreover, the mental energy he had sensed was characteristic of a magic apprentice's level. Most importantly, the boy was far too young. It was utterly implausible for a 16 or 17-year-old to be a high-level mage in the Divine Favor continent. Even if one began practicing magic in the womb, it would be impossible. After all, Andre himself had lived a full life and had only attained mid-level mage status. Reflecting once more on the fireball from earlier, Andre had reached a conclusion. Had he been more diligent, he would not have allowed the fireball to approach so closely. His expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Chenluo, saying, "Use the fireball spell you cast before and attack me once more." Without further ado, Chenluo summoned another fireball, hurtling it toward Andre. This time, as the fireball neared Andre, it exploded and vanished. Chenluo's eyes flickered. Just moments ago, he had sensed a surge of powerful energy radiating from Andre, and in the next instant, he lost control over the fire element. A look of realization crossed his face as he murmured, "Is it the disparity in mental energy?" High-level mages not only wield more potent spells, but can also strip lower-level mages of their control over magical elements, rendering their spells ineffective. This creates an insurmountable gap between mages of different ranks, a truth that Chenluo had come to understand deeply today. Meanwhile, Andre's expression softened slightly. After dispelling that fireball, he realized with clarity that although the boy's speed in casting spells was impressive, it ultimately revealed the prowess of a mere magic apprentice. However, this realization only intensified his astonishment. A magic apprentice capable of conjuring spells at the speed of a high-level sorcerer. What did that signify? He understood it all too well. Beyond an extraordinary familiarity with incantations and gestures, the boy's ability to commune with magical elements was nothing short of astonishing. Andre had tested countless magic apprentices, and while Blair's speed in reciting spells and executing gestures was not the fastest, his swiftness in summoning magical elements was undoubtedly unparalleled. This indicated an extraordinary affinity between his mental acuity and the magical elements, allowing him to summon them from the ether at an astonishing rate. Such an ability, in layman's terms, was a manifestation of innate magical talent. Some individuals go through life without ever casting even a simple fireball. They possess no magical gift. Deemed forsaken by the gods, often referred to as the Forsaken. Others, however, succeed in their initial endeavors to learn magic, demonstrating an innate skill that enables them to cast spells with both speed and stability. These individuals are the favored children of the divine, blessed by the gods and termed divinely favored. It was evident that the boy before him belonged to the latter category. Suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, Andre turned to Jasmine and said, "Jasmine, he has passed the assessment. Please assist him in obtaining his credentials." "Oh," Jasmine exclaimed, snapping back to reality from her astonishment. Her gaze toward Chenluo now imbued with respect. "Mr. Blair, please follow me." After the two had exited the room for quite some time, Andre finally withdrew his gaze, remarking with a tone of awe, "St. Donis Academy has produced an extraordinary young talent this time." He had noticed the insignia of St. Donis Academy emblazoned on the boy's chest upon his entrance. A mere magic apprentice had nearly caused him, a mid-level sorcerer, to falter. Such a tale would likely be met with incredulity if shared. Indeed, Brady, the water magic practitioner beside him, sighed, having witnessed the earlier scene. What a pity that his magical talent has been stifled by his late start in learning magic. The two mid-level officials of the Magic Association might not place much importance on a magic apprentice. Yet the exceptional magical talent exhibited by this boy had left them astounded. Had he been born into one of those magical families, he would surely have received rigorous training from an early age, and by the age of 16, becoming a mid-level sorcerer would not have been beyond his reach. Although the boy named Blair possessed remarkable potential, his late introduction to magic would ultimately limit his achievements. Andre changed out of his singed magical robe and mused, had he been born into those families, perhaps decades from now, the Lauren Kingdom might have seen the rise of a grand sorcerer. That might be an exaggeration, Brady chuckled. However, with his talent, had he started learning magic a decade earlier, he might have possessed the same prowess as you and I by now. and the possibility of becoming a grand sorcerer in the future was certainly within his grasp. As it stands, he may only reach the pinnacle of a high sorcerer. A wistful expression crossed Andre's face as he sighed. You and I, in this lifetime, will likely only attain the status of high sorcerers. These young ones are indeed enviable. Having witnessed the boy's magical talent, Brady's demeanor also grew somber, nodding in agreement. Indeed, I heard that the young lady from the Stern family was already a high sorcerer a year ago. She must have been only 20 then. Such talent is not inferior to that of the boy we just saw. To compare the young lady from the Stern family to this boy seems rather unfair. Unbeknownst to Chenluo, after their departure, the conversation between the two officials of the Magic Association unfolded. Following his successful assessment as a magic apprentice, the young girl named Jasmine assisted him in acquiring his credentials. Additionally, Chenluo received a magical robe that belonged to him. Jasmine presented the credential representing a magic apprentice to Chenluo, a gentle smile illuminating her face, revealing two shallow dimples as she said, Mr. Blair, you are the same age as me. Chenluo chuckled and inquired, may I now obtain a borrowing permit? Yes, Jasmine nodded enthusiastically and continued. The borrowing fee is 1 gold coin per month. Please wait here for a moment while I assist you with the process. Chenluo handed over the credential and the gold coin to Jasmine, who swiftly dashed away. Before long, she returned, presenting a silver card to Chenluo with a smile, declaring it's all set. The rules of the Magic Association state that anyone who obtains a borrowing permit must renew it after its expiration, regardless of whether they have borrowed any materials during that period. Chenluo, wishing to avoid wasting time, intended to visit the association's library that very day. Thank you, Chenluo expressed, confirming the library's location with Jasmine. After leaving her a silver coin as a small token of appreciation for her assistance, he waved goodbye with a smile. Though the services of the Magic Association were ostensibly free, Jasmine's efforts in accompanying him were not to be overlooked. A silver coin was a modest gesture of gratitude. After all, his own earnings amounted to merely 2 silver coins a month. Seated at the counter, Jasmine rested her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at the silver coin before her. The esteemed sorcerers rarely bestowed tips upon her, and her compensation at the Magic Association was decent, earning her several silver coins each month. Thus, 1 silver coin was not insignificant. However, her thoughts were not on the silver coin at that moment. She had guided many individuals through the Magic Apprentice assessment, yet today's experience was unlike any other. The boy named Blair had left her profoundly astonished, and unlike many others, he bore no airs of arrogance. Conversing with him was a remarkably pleasant experience. He was the first to give her a silver coin and the first to express gratitude. What an intriguing individual, the young girl mused, lost in her thoughts until someone approached the counter, prompting her to collect herself, rise, and don a professional smile as she softly asked, esteemed sorcerer, how may I assist you? Chapter 19. Chenluo's Speculations. Chenluo did not dwell on the incident of the fireball being dispelled by Andre. High-level sorcerers, wielding formidable mental power, could directly usurp the elemental control of lower-level sorcerers. The greater the disparity in their levels, the more pronounced the suppression of the lower-level sorcerer. While a novice sorcerer might offer some resistance, a magic apprentice stood virtually crushed in the presence of a mid-level sorcerer. The same held true when a novice faced a high-level sorcerer. Therefore, in battles against higher-level sorcerers, few would foolishly engage in a direct magical confrontation. Sorcerers adept in close combat would compensate for this gap with martial skills, while those lacking in both combat and magical proficiency would be left to their fate. However, for Chenluo, the notion of level suppression was but a fleeting concern. The summoning of magical elements required time, and the high-level sorcerer's act of usurping elemental control was, in essence, a communion with those elements, necessitating incantations and gestures as well. Yet, Chenluo required none of that. Had he not been mindful of Andre's standing, he could have easily conjured a fireball to strike Andre's face the moment he made his first gesture, given their proximity. Indomitable. One must remember that swiftness is often the key to victory, and this principle applied equally to magic. In many instances, speed was indeed an invaluable asset. Every city's Magic Association boasted its own library, serving as one of their primary sources of revenue. Wizards flock to the Magic Association, and aside from the certification of their ranks, the vast majority, like Chenluo, come to the library to peruse its extensive resources. After all, while the monthly fee of 1 gold coin for access may seem steep, it pales in comparison to the cost of hiring a magical consultant. Moreover, aside from these 2 avenues, they find no other means to access the arcane knowledge of magic. It's worth noting that not everyone has the opportunity to attend a school for formal education. In the northeastern corner of the Magic Association, Chun Luo located the entrance to the library. After presenting and collateralizing his library card, he was granted entry. The reading room was rather modest in size. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by 4 towering rows of bookshelves, each brimming with tomes. These shelves housed materials on the 4 elemental schools of magic: earth, fire, wind, and water. Each shelf was surrounded by numerous individuals, and a quick glance revealed that nearly all of them were magic apprentices. While it may not be possible to discern a wizard's rank at a glance, their robes offer a clue. Upon reaching the status of a junior wizard, the Magic Association adorns their robes with a silver thread at the chest. In contrast, the apprentices' robes remain devoid of such embellishment. Furthermore, apprentices are not categorized by elemental affinity, resulting in their robes displaying a variety of colors: earthy yellow, fiery red, watery blue, and airy green. While the apprentices themselves don black robes, Chun Luo observed the scene, noting the sea of black-clad apprentices surrounding him. Among the 4 shelves, the one dedicated to fire magic attracted the largest crowd. This popularity stemmed from the undeniable potency of the fireball spell during the initial stages of magical study, making it the favored choice among all apprentices. Typically, it is only upon advancing to junior wizard status that apprentices, guided by their interests, begin to explore spells from other elemental disciplines. Thus, Chun Luo surmised that many gathered around the other shelves were likely on the cusp of becoming junior wizards. Gazing around, Chun Luo paused momentarily before making his way to the shelf brimming with fire magic tomes. Although he held a keen interest in the other 3 elements, he understood well the adage of not overextending oneself. One must first master the stable control of 10 fireballs before venturing into junior spells. Currently, Chun Luo struggled to manage even 2 fireballs, so his priority was to increase that number. Fortunately, the resources provided by the Magic Association were exceedingly comprehensive. Even the fireball spell was accompanied by extensive details, including methods for communicating with fire elements, techniques for controlling flames, and insights from high-level wizards. Moreover, the library contained elaborate descriptions of progressing from a single fireball to dual fireballs and even multi-fireball spells, along with various fireball spell variants, information that was entirely absent from his textbooks. A glance at the shells confirmed that a single gold coin was well spent. The ability to control more fireballs and unleash advanced spells necessitated not only the requisite magical skills and knowledge, but, crucially, mental fortitude, an aspect far more significant than the former. The common method for wizards to enhance their mental strength is through meditation. This process is devoid of shortcuts and requires a prolonged commitment to accumulation. Beyond personal aptitude, diligence is paramount. Books and materials from the Magic Association cannot be taken outside. They must be consulted within the library. Chun Luo selected a tome titled Introduction to Magic and leaned against the bookshelf to begin his reading. Although Professor Anthony had covered magical theory, this particular text offered an in-depth exploration of magical principles, far exceeding what was presented in the classroom. Chun Luo uncovered concepts that had not been addressed in his studies. Professor Anthony had previously stated that the 4 fundamental magical elements consist of wind, water, earth, and fire, serving as the foundation of all magic. The introduction to magic extended this notion, positing that these 4 elements not only form the basis of all magical practices, but also constitute the very fabric of the universe. All other elements are derived from these 4 in specific proportions. This perspective struck Chun Luo as utterly nonsensical. The concept of the 4 magical elements bore similarities to the ancient Greek doctrine of 4 elements, which was later discredited by science. Despite residing in a world imbued with magic, everything here, aside from the magical phenomena, mirrored the reality he was familiar with. However, Chun Luo did not harbor disdain for the scholars of this world. Many concepts that seemed self-evident to him had taken centuries of effort to establish in another realm. The theory of the 4 elements was still considered valid until the late 18th century, and even into the late 19th century. The concept of ether as the medium for light propagation persisted, a notion traceable to over 2,000 years ago in ancient Greece. Such misconceptions had lingered in the minds of people for millennia. Science progresses through the continual process of revision and correction. Had it not been for the presence of another soul within him, his understanding of the world would not have surpassed that of the inhabitants of this realm. The library of the Magic Association was incomparable to that of St. Donis Academy. The vast treasure trove of magical information opened a new door for Chun Luo. He remained there until the library's closing time before returning to the academy. His research at the Magic Association was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Many of the truths revered by all were, in his eyes, erroneous. He could not accept everything he read without discernment, constantly needing to distinguish between genuine magical principles and the author's misconceptions. Yet, it was not the case that the understanding of this world's inhabitants was entirely antiquated. Their grasp of many natural laws was still less advanced than that of the medieval period in another world, but centuries ago, they had already recognized that air is not a singular substance, but a composition of various elements. It is noteworthy that in another world, air was simplistically regarded as a singular substance until the 17th century. Their insight stemmed from the ability to communicate with magical elements. Although they had not fully grasped the essence of air, the fundamental practice of casting spells involved sourcing elemental magic from the surrounding atmosphere. Engaging with the air daily had afforded them a comprehensive understanding of its composition. During his brief hours at the Magic Association, Chun Luo absorbed a plethora of new ideas and knowledge, leaving his mind somewhat overwhelmed. Upon returning to his cluttered quarters, after a simple, cleansing ritual, he lay in bed but did not succumb to sleep. Instead, he began to meditate. The process of meditation is, in essence, an engagement with the magical elements, requiring wizards to extend their mental energy and wholeheartedly connect with the magical elements that permeate the world. This is a familiarization process. Over time, their mental strength becomes increasingly attuned to the magical elements, significantly expediting their ability to cast spells. Concurrently, their mental capacity gradually enhances through meditation. Meditation may seem straightforward, merely utilizing mental energy to perceive the surrounding magical elements, but it is far from a simple endeavor. Surrounding a wizard, the space is not solely filled with magical elements. It is also rife with impurities that bear no utility in spellcasting. These are referred to as elemental impurities. What a magician must accomplish is to discern the magical elements amidst the myriad impurities that pervade the space around them. For magical apprentices, this task is no simple feat. After all, the essence of magical elements is not inscribed upon their countenances. The realm of mental perception is, in truth, a chaotic expanse. And should they mistakenly identify those impurities as magical elements, they would inevitably find themselves incapable of casting spells. However, Master Anthony has long instructed them on how to communicate with the fire element within spaces rife with impurities. Both magical elements and elemental impurities possess their own distinct mass, which allows for their differentiation based on this property. Chun Luo, well-versed in the fireball spell, has developed an instinctive ability to accurately locate the fire element amidst the elemental impurities. With this thought in mind, Chun Luo, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A realization struck him, one he had previously overlooked. The understanding of elemental impurities held by the people in this world is evidently flawed. Chun Luo is acutely aware that what they perceive as elemental impurities are, in fact, the various gases that constitute the air. A bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. If elemental impurities are gases, could it be possible that the four fundamental magical elements are, in truth, a form of element not found in another universe? The atomic number of the wind element is the lowest, and its mass is the lightest, followed by fire, then water, with earth being the heaviest. Might it be that the various schools of magic are simply a series of chemical reactions based on these four elements? As for the mental force he still struggles to comprehend, he could regard it merely as a racial talent inherent to humanity in this world. Although he remains perplexed by the nature of magical incantations and gestures, Chun Luo himself does not require them to cast spells. Observing himself, this hypothesis seems to hold a degree of validity. Once the seed of speculation was sown in Chun Luo's mind, it rapidly took root and blossomed, leading him to ponder further enigmas. What are the chemical principles behind the fireball spell? Does the combustion process necessitate the presence of oxygen? How does the water conjured by the water ball spell differ from the water found in nature? Since soil is a mixture, is the earth element not also a pure substance? Chun Luo has witnessed teacher Brittany using the wind element to lift stones. Could it be that the wind element is a gas with a density even lower than that of hydrogen? Chapter 20. The Mutated Fireball Spell. These are merely speculations on Chun Luo's part. He has no means of ascertaining the true nature of magical elements. While he might liken them to the ubiquitous elements such as hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, and boron, there simply is not a place for them within the periodic table. Chun Luo's knowledge of chemistry is limited to that of a high school level, and he lacks the capability to rearrange the periodic table. Moreover, he grapples with the inexplicable phenomena of mental force and incantations. These remain reckless conjectures and hypotheses, and there are still countless aspects he cannot fathom. The magical elements of this world are certainly not as simple as he imagines. No one can provide answers to Chen Luo's conjectures. With only a single fireball spell in his repertoire, he is unable to verify most of his hypotheses. Nevertheless, he can conduct a modest experiment regarding the fireball spell. Once the thought crossed his mind, he could no longer contain it. Chen Luo rose from his bed, quietly exited the library, and made his way to a garden behind the teaching building. It was now deep into the night, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The inky darkness was punctuated only by the rustling leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, sending a chill down his spine. If it were not for necessity, he would not wish to venture into such a desolate place. He feared that if he lost control of his magic in his room, it would lead to dire consequences. If the storage room were to catch fire, he would have nowhere to sleep, and considering that it housed the library, he could not bear the responsibility of a fire there. He seated himself on a stone bench and casually summoned a fireball. Then, he retrieved a glass bottle he had prepared earlier and gently placed the fireball in his palm. This was to test his hypothesis regarding whether fire magic required oxygen to sustain combustion. In the next moment, Chen Luo was astonished to observe that the fireball within the glass bottle began to diminish gradually, ultimately fading away. He repeated the process several times, yielding the same result, until he removed the bottle and summoned a fireball anew, which then hovered steadily and continuously in his palm. A glimmer of understanding flickered in Chen Luo's eyes as he murmured, "Indeed, it requires oxygen." In other words, the fireball spell is essentially a product of a reaction between some unknown element and oxygen, although he remains unaware of the nature of this element. The elucidation of the principle caused the once mysterious magical elements to shed a layer of enigma in Chen Luo's mind. If the fireball spell is likely a form of oxidation reaction, it should adhere to the characteristics of such reactions. With this thought, a bold idea surged within him. He summoned another fireball, but refrained from covering it with the glass bottle. Instead, while maintaining control over the fireball, he expended a portion of his mental force to gradually gather a specific substance from the surrounding air that ranks second in concentration. Other magicians regard this substance as elemental impurity, perceiving it as entirely useless and detrimental to their communication with magical elements. Yet Chen Luo understands that this is not an elemental impurity, it is oxygen. Without this substance, no great archmage or holy mage could survive. Magicians possess the ability to manipulate not only magical elements, but also elemental impurities. However, few choose to waste their mental force on such seemingly trivial matters. Nevertheless, Chen Luo comprehends the significance of this undertaking. Controlling the fireball while simultaneously condensing oxygen is no easy feat for him. It is nearly at the limits of his control, causing the fireball to quiver slightly. He cautiously brought the condensed oxygen cluster close to the fireball, and the moment they touched, the fireball in his palm erupted with intense fluctuations. Chen Luo meticulously controlled the fireball with his mental force, preventing it from collapsing. As the two elements merged, a faint blue light began to emerge within the originally red fireball. This blue light spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the fireball in Chen Luo's palm transformed entirely into a brilliant blue. Complete combustion? Chen Luo stood frozen in place, murmuring to himself, before his expression suddenly shifted, and he instinctively flung the fireball away. Unlike the warm sensation of the red fireball, as the fireball in his hand fully transitioned to blue, an intense burning pain immediately shot through his palm. Boom! The fireball he had hurled struck a large tree before him, and the next moment, a conflagration engulfed the area. In the blink of an eye, the towering tree, measuring over 10 meters in height, was reduced to ashes before Chen Luo's eyes. Is this still the fireball spell? Though it was now the following morning, the recollection of the blue fireball from the previous night sent a shiver down Chen Luo's spine. The fireball spell is categorized as a novice fire magic precisely because of its limited power, posing at most a minor threat to an ordinary person, capable of leaving only a small charred mark on a tree trunk, deeming it a satisfactory execution of the fireball spell. Who could have anticipated the sheer magnitude of power unleashed by a fully ignited fire element? A towering tree, standing at over 10 meters, was reduced to mere ashes within mere breaths. Had Chen Luo not sensed the impending danger, he might well have become the first mage to perish by his own fireball spell. Such a degree of fireball magic could undoubtedly be classified as advanced. Recalling the events of last night, a shiver still coursed through him. Initially, he had intended to experiment by igniting a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen through magic to ascertain its potential power. However, after experiencing the perilous moment of the previous night, Luo resolved to postpone this endeavor. After all, curiosity pales in comparison to the value of one's life. Last night, Luo had nearly spent the entire night awake. Considering the characteristics of magical elements, he had a faint notion that magical elements were not merely the material elements listed in the periodic table. Yet they were not entirely divorced from them. The anomalous fireball spell generated by the combination of fire element and oxygen was a testament to this. Furthermore, the abundant presence of fire elements near volcanoes, the rich water elements surrounding rivers and lakes, and the omnipresence of wind and earth elements were far from mere coincidence. It was no wonder that the four elements were regarded as the foundation of the world. As Luo was lost in thought, Toby entered the room, mumbling, "I heard that last night, a senior mage set fire to a phoenix tree at the academy. They're currently investigating, and I wonder which senior mage could be so bored." Luo cleared his throat, but remained silent. Toby took a seat beside him, bursting with anticipation as he exclaimed, "I wish I could become a senior mage, too. Every man should aspire to be a great mage. I have no desire to inherit my father's dilapidated estate." Toby's dream was to become a formidable mage. Unfortunately, he had yet to successfully cast a single fireball spell. Toby muttered to himself, then suddenly turned to Luo and asked, "Blair, what is your dream?" Following the incident involving Isabella, Luo was reluctant to voice his aspiration of becoming a holy mage, responding instead with a calm, "To graduate successfully from St. Donis Academy." Toby, somewhat taken aback, whispered, "I thought your dream was to be like Teacher Brittany. Last year, when I asked you, you said your dream was to be like Teacher Brittany. What of Teacher Brittany?" A melodious voice chimed in from behind. Toby turned around and immediately leapt to his feet, exclaiming, "Senior Isabella." Isabella smiled gently at him and inquired, "May I sit here?" "Of course, please do." Toby nodded fervently, hastily moving aside, casting a sly glance at Luo as he left, his expression exceedingly mischievous. Isabella settled beside Luo and extended her delicate hand, saying, "Give it to me." "What?" Luo glanced at her, replying, "I don't recall lending you anything." "My gift," Isabella clarified, "the one you promised me when you apologized." Luo furrowed his brow and questioned, "Didn't you say you didn't want it?" Although Isabella had declined the bracelet, she had left behind 10 silver coins for him, which Luo had planned to return after school today. "I want it now." "Is that a problem?" Isabella retorted, unwilling to engage in further argument. Luo retrieved the exquisite box from his bag and handed it to her without hesitation. Isabella took it in hand, but did not open it immediately, knowing that given Luo's financial situation, it was unlikely he could afford anything of great value. If she were to open it here, it might embarrass him. After the incident with the falling object, her impression of Luo had undergone a complete transformation. Setting aside their minor grievances, they shared a common mentor, making their relationship at St. Donis Academy one of the closest. Moreover, she was still preoccupied with the gravitational law involving Blair. As Luo pondered his mutated fireball spell, he engaged in a light conversation with Isabella, his focus not entirely on the discussion of the gravitational law. Upon entering the classroom, Bud spotted Isabella sitting beside Blair, exchanging laughter and words. This sight immediately darkened his expression. What, after all, was the nature of the relationship between the beautiful senior Isabella and that insufferable Blair? Why had she come to seek out Blair once more? Surely, they couldn't be romantically involved? It was highly plausible. He had just seen Blair gifting Isabella something. The surrounding chatter reached Bud's ears, deepening his scowl. Senior Isabella was akin to a goddess atop the sacred mountain. Though he had never dared to dream of winning her affection, he felt that such a person should certainly not be associated with the likes of Blair. Merely harboring such thoughts felt like a desecration of the goddess. He cast a glance in Luo's direction, snorted derisively, and turned to exit the classroom, heading toward the third-year teaching building. Chapter 21. The treasure girl, the blue fireball, had imparted a significant revelation to Luo. Magic and science, in certain respects, are not mutually exclusive. Moreover, the potency of last night's blue fireball was certainly beyond the limits of conventional fireball magic. However, Luo presently lacked the strength required to validate the hypotheses swirling in his mind. The more powerful the magic, the greater the necessity to confine it within controllable limits. Uncontrolled magic could spell disaster for a mage. With Luo's current mental capacity, attempting to cast magic while simultaneously focusing on other tasks was inherently perilous. He dared not claim mastery over the upgraded fireball just yet. Furthermore, to unleash an enhanced fireball spell, he first needed to cast a red fireball before he could begin gathering oxygen, thus preventing his magic from being instantaneous. The absence of prolonged incantations and magical gestures was Chun Luo's distinct advantage. Yet in augmenting the power of his magic, he had inadvertently forfeited his soul edge. He had no intention of disclosing the existence of the mutated fireball spell to anyone. It remained his greatest trump card. The might of the blue fireball, coupled with his casting speed, would render even mid-tier or advanced mages unable to withstand it, provided he could shorten the casting time, which was currently his pressing dilemma. Setting aside thoughts of the blue fireball, Chun Luo focused instead on increasing the number of fireballs he could conjure. When he could adeptly control 10 fireballs, he would be ready to pursue the certification as a novice mage. However, he could currently only manage a single fireball. Attempting to summon a second would significantly undermine his control over the first, leading to its immediate collapse. Chun Luo recognized that this stemmed from his insufficient mental fortitude. Yet he was aware that the study of magic was not devoid of shortcuts. Throughout the annals of time, countless individuals had refined the most rudimentary forms of magic, which included clever applications of mental power that could lower the mental threshold required for casting certain spells. However, such knowledge remained a closely guarded secret within every lineage, inaccessible even to Chun Luo within the Magic Association. Today, with teacher Brittany absent on business, Chun Luo completed a few practice problems and, feeling bored, glanced at Isabella, who was still deep in thought, and casually inquired, "Senior Isabella, how many fireballs can you summon simultaneously?" Without lifting her head, Isabella replied coolly, 9. Even though Chun Luo had long been aware of Isabella's extraordinary talents in both mathematics and magic, he was still somewhat taken aback to learn that she could control 9 fireballs simultaneously. Did this not imply that she could become a junior mage even before graduating from St. Dona's Academy? Even among them, the privileged offspring of nobility, who had been exposed to magic for quite some time prior to enrollment, to attain the status of a junior mage at the tender age of 17 could indeed be regarded as a prodigy. In retrospect, it seemed she had shown considerable restraint towards Chun Luo from the outset, although he perceived numerous flaws in her magic, such as her sluggish incantation speed and her lack of swiftness in communicating with magical elements. The strength of her mental prowess was something far beyond his current capabilities. After receiving this subtle blow from Isabella, Chun Luo ceased his chatter and began to practice the fireball technique. Regrettably, every time he attempted to summon a second fireball, his control over the fire elements would teeter on the brink of collapse. Thus, it became evident that to command more fireballs, he must first enhance his mental strength. Chun Luo could sense that his rate of mental development was markedly superior to that of the average individual. He believed that day would not be far off. It is widely believed that mental strength is connected to the power of one's soul. As for why Chun Luo's soul force was so remarkably potent, he had some inkling within, and the thought of it left him feeling somewhat conflicted. After Isabella completed her homework, she observed Chun Luo practicing the fireball technique for quite some time. After a while, a mischievous smile flitted across her face as she turned her gaze towards Chun Luo and inquired, "Would you like to control 2 fireballs simultaneously?" Chun Luo directed his gaze towards her, and Isabella continued, "Your first fireball technique is quite stable. According to the steps outlined in the textbook, it would take you at least 2 months to achieve the simultaneous control of 2 fireballs. I can enable you to accomplish this much sooner." The magic taught at the academy could not possibly compare to the profound education of the aristocracy. Given Isabella's distinguished lineage, it was only natural that she possessed some magical techniques unknown to others. However, Chun Luo was not convinced that she would generously impart them to him. Even within those vast families, such secrets were strictly forbidden from being disclosed. In this regard, he doubted that even Professor Brittany could match her. "There is no such thing as a free lunch." Chun Luo cast her sidelong glance and asked, "What do you require of me?" It appeared that magic was indeed Isabella's Achilles heel. She mused, arms crossed, and a note of triumph in her tone. "First, call me sister." "Sister?" Isabella looked at Chun Luo, once again captivated by his lack of principles and boundaries. How could someone like Blair exist in this world? Given that Isabella was slightly older than him and also his senior at the academy, addressing her as sister was not a matter of embarrassment for Chun Luo. In contrast, he was far more concerned with finding a shortcut to elevate his fireball technique. Isabella had initially intended to make it difficult for him before presenting her real demands, but she had not anticipated his prompt acquiescence, leaving her somewhat flustered. After a lengthy pause, she cleared her throat and said, "If you wish for me to teach you, you must promise that you will not conceal any new discoveries akin to the law of falling bodies from me." She had circled around for quite a while, only to seek to collaborate with him on academic papers. Fortunately, Chun Luo was entirely indifferent to this, as long as Isabella harbored no ulterior motives towards him. Without hesitation, Chunluo replied, "No problem." A smile graced Isabella's delicate features as she raised her hand and stated, "A pact." Chunluo furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "That won't be necessary. It is essential." Isabella shook her head resolutely and insisted, "A pact is witnessed by the gods. Should you renege, the gods will punish you on my behalf. In this world, a pact is akin to a vow in another realm, and the punishment from the gods resembles a divine retribution for those who violate it. Although the gods may not have the time to concern themselves with you, they would nonetheless instill a certain psychological pressure on those unwilling to honor their commitments." Since Isabella was adamant, Chunluo acquiesced to her request. He extended his right hand, intertwining his fingers with Isabella's, and proclaimed, "I, Blair, hereby forge a pact with Isabella. Should I violate it, I am willing to accept the punishment from the gods." The intertwining of fingers was the gesture for sealing the pact. Isabella's fingers were slender and delicate, smooth and refined. When Chunluo grasped her hand, a wave of emotion surged through him, though he quickly regained his composure. The sensation of holding Blair's hand was entirely distinct from that of her female friends, and a fleeting blush crossed Isabella's face as she silently regretted her impulsive decision from earlier. After completing the ceremonial exchange, she cast a glance at Chunluo and said, "Watch closely." As she softly murmured incantations, her hands executed intricate gestures. At the culmination of her final gesture, 9 fireballs of varying sizes abruptly materialized in the space surrounding Chunluo. Isabella, with a hint of pride, glanced at Chunluo and stated, "The key to simultaneously releasing multiple fireballs lies in the dispersal of mental strength. Now, I shall teach you the technique for dispersing your mental energy." As Isabella elucidated her method, Chunluo gradually comprehended that while her fireball technique was fundamentally akin to that taught in textbooks, the process bore striking differences. Conventional magical theory posits that one must exert a considerable effort to summon each fireball individually. The drawback of this method lies in the excessive time required and the need for sufficiently robust mental strength to sustain the initially summoned fireball. However, the advantage is also evident. Any magical apprentice with adequate mental capacity can easily enhance the upper limit of fireballs. Isabella's method, however, is characterized by ingenuity. It eschews traditional methods, instead dispersing mental strength into multiple portions to simultaneously summon several fireballs. Due to this simultaneous nature, while the traditional method conjures 1 fireball, she has already summoned 10. Yet, the inherent flaw is equally apparent. Dispersing mental strength equates to multitasking, and to simultaneously communicate with so many magical elements tests one's innate magical aptitude. A look of intrigue flickered in Chunluo's eyes. If he could disperse his mental energy and simultaneously release multiple fireballs, could he also gather some oxygen and hydrogen while unleashing the fireballs? Although the difficulty would be greater, would this not allow him to achieve the instantaneous manifestation of a blue variant fireball? The most pressing dilemma that had plagued him was thus resolved. Chunluo's gaze towards Isabella underwent a profound transformation. During his times of financial need, she had provided him with gold coins, and when he encountered obstacles in magic, she had offered him the perfect solution. Each time he found himself in peril, Isabella appeared at just the right moment. She was no troublemaker. She was, in fact, his treasure. Chapter 22, The Obstacle. Isabella keenly noticed the shift in Chunluo's gaze and, arms crossed, regarded him warily, saying, "What are you planning?" "Nothing." Chunluo shook his head, firmly resolved to cling to Isabella's long legs, and inquired, "Although this method allows for the quicker summoning of multiple fireballs, it seems rather unstable." Chunluo had observed that the fireballs summoned by Isabella varied in size, clearly indicating an anomaly. Isabella huffed disdainfully and retorted, "Do you think everyone can achieve this?" Even with some understanding of the technique, dividing mental strength into so many portions requires innate talent. Someone like me is already quite impressive. Chunluo could indeed comprehend this point. The innate talent required for dispersing mental energy was distinctly different from that of magical aptitude. It bore a resemblance to the ability to multitask, reminiscent of the act of drawing a square with one hand while sketching a circle with the other, yet it was undoubtedly more complex than such simplicity suggested. It represented a shortcut on the path of magic, perhaps of little utility to others, but immensely beneficial to Chunluo. It effectively resolved the lengthy casting time of his mutated fireball spell and truly afforded him a modicum of self-preservation in this chaotic world of magical mayhem. No gestures or incantations were necessary. A magical apprentice capable of instantaneously unleashing advanced magic could exact a hefty toll on anyone who dared to underestimate him. However, Chun Luo did not allow this newfound power to inflate his ego, for his mental strength remained rather feeble. The mutated fireball could only catch opponents off guard. Should he confront a seasoned magician, it was likely that the latter would not grant him the opportunity to act. A wind mage specializing in long-range attacks could easily dispatch him with a single wind blade, leaving Chun Luo defenseless. He shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. As a mere apprentice, he had no business provoking high-level mages, and they were not as ubiquitous in this world. To date, he had encountered only one, the esteemed teacher, Brittany. The realization struck him with a chilling clarity. Although Brittany was their instructor, she was merely 21 years of age, only slightly older than Chun Luo and Isabella. It was evident that she had not just recently ascended, implying that she must have been a high-level mage even at the tender age of 20 or perhaps even earlier. The notion of a 20-year-old high-level mage was staggering. The two elderly men at the Magic Association, with their white beards, were only mid-level magicians, rendering any claims of magical genius pale in comparison to her prowess. Chun Luo pondered the perplexing query of why someone of Brittany's caliber would choose to teach mathematics in a small town like Yabo City, leading a life of economic hardship. Perhaps it was merely her passion for mathematics. However, that was her choice to make, and he had no right to interfere. He cast aside such distracting musings and began to gradually disperse his complete mental energy, as Isabella had instructed. Yet in the next moment, a hint of confusion crossed Chun Luo's face. He had anticipated that dispersing his mental energy would be as challenging as Isabella had claimed, but following her techniques, he was able to bifurcate his mental energy effortlessly, and then into 4 parts, without encountering any obstacles. This was starkly different from his initial attempt at casting the fireball spell. He recognized that this success was attributable to the guidance Isabella had just provided. Isabella, observing Chun Luo, beamed with pride, stating, "I took 3 days to learn how to split my mental energy into 2 parts. Initially, I faced failures, but if you practice my method for a month, you should be able to cast 2 fireballs simultaneously." Bang! As her words hung in the air, 4 fireballs suddenly materialized before her. Each fireball, equal in size, hovered steadily in front of her, burning with a persistent flame. Chun Luo retracted his gestures, gazing at the 4 fireballs with a burgeoning smile, not because he could split his mental energy into 4 parts, but because further division would render each fragment insufficient to conjure a fireball. Isabella's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips forming a Na shape as she pointed at him, exclaiming, How did you manage that?" Chun Luo extinguished the fireballs, replying, "I simply followed your method and dispersed my mental energy into 4 parts, allowing me to summon 4 fireballs." Hearing his nonchalant recounting of the achievement, Isabella felt an overwhelming urge to throttle him. It had taken her 3 days to achieve the division of her mental energy into 2 parts, and an entire 3 months to barely manage 4. Yet, Blair had accomplished within a fraction of that time what had taken her months, and the stability of his fireballs, not to mention their uniform size, indicated an impressive level of precision in his control. Even she now could not rival his skill, though often referred to as a genius herself. The thought of such a label in relation to Blair made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What a contrast to the notion of being forsaken by the gods. This fellow was evidently favored by them. Suppressing her pang of envy, Isabella patted his shoulder, saying, "Not bad. Keep up the good work." As Chun Luo prepared to depart after completing the exercises with Isabella, Brittany had yet to return. They exited the dormitory together, and Chun Luo waved at her, saying, "Goodbye, Senior Isabella." His demeanor towards Isabella had markedly improved. After all, who could remain indifferent to their treasured girl? "Goodbye," Isabella replied, her voice lacking strength, her expression marred by disappointment. After mathematics, Chun Luo had dealt her another blow in magic. Having only recently learned the fireball spell, he was already capable of casting an intermediate version. Did this not suggest that he would soon catch up to, or even surpass her? Isabella cast a sidelong glance at him, gritting her teeth in determination. She was not about to be outdone by a lower-year student. It seemed she would need to redouble her efforts. As Chun Luo watched Isabella walk away, he paused on the steps. From the shadows of the teacher's dormitory, Feichi Howard emerged, wearing a bemused expression as he regarded Chun Luo. "Blair, I recall warning you. It seems you have not heeded my counsel." As he stepped forth, 3 others emerged from the shadows, forming a triangular formation around Chun Luo. Newly arrived, Chun Luo was reluctant to invite trouble, but that did not imply he feared it. especially now that Isabella had transitioned from a source of concern to a senior who could greatly assist him in magic. Gazing at Feiqi, Chunluo replied with a smile. I apologize, but I have a habit of not taking men seriously. Feiqi's expression froze, and even the three behind him wore looks of incredulity. They had not anticipated that the timid Blair would dare speak such words to Senior Feiqi. Had he lost his mind? Feiqi's gaze settled on Chunluo, and a smile broke across his face. Excellent. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. He clapped his hands, turning away with a flourish, only to pause after a few steps, casually remarking, Bard, teach him the rules of St. Donis Academy. With that, he continued on his way, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. Chunluo turned to Bard, inquiring, what are the rules of St. Donis Academy? You'll find out soon enough, Bard chuckled, launching a punch towards Chunluo's face. During his university days, Chunluo had earned the position of president of the Sonda Association not solely due to his looks, but because his prowess was acknowledged by all. While he might struggle against a vicious outlaw, he was certainly capable of dealing with 2 or 3 punks. As Bard and his companions blocked his path, Chunluo instinctively took a step back as Bard's fist swung towards him, quickly following up with a straight punch. This was one of the basic combinations in Sonda. Bang! Bard covered one eye, gazing at Chunluo in disbelief. However, the sharp pain radiating from his eye socket swiftly transformed his astonishment into fury, prompting him to bellow, beat him. The other two finally snapped back to reality and simultaneously hurled punches at Chunluo. Yet, the battle-hardened Chunluo reacted with swiftness that surpassed theirs. He pivoted and executed a decisive kick, toppling one assailant, then met the other S-punch with a left jab that struck his abdomen with a knee thrust. Aside from Bard, one was sent sprawling by Chunluo's kick, while the other doubled over, clutching his midsection and retching. Bard, who had been about to charge forward, abruptly halted, fear flickering in his eyes as he regarded Chunluo. Just moments ago, the counterattack had flowed seamlessly. Was this truly the useless Blair he once knew? At that moment, he noticed Blair bent over, clutching his knee in evident agony. Realizing that Blair was also injured brought a glimmer of hope to Bard, and he immediately exclaimed, "Let us go together." However, as the three disregarded their pain and rushed towards Chunluo once more, they suddenly felt the ground vanish beneath them, their bodies slowly levitating off the ground. Floating in midair, their faces contorted with terror, they flailed their limbs helplessly. Not far away, Ms. Brittany glared at the trio, her voice icy as she inquired, "What are you doing?" Chapter 23, The Edwin Award. Upon seeing Ms. Brittany, Bard and his companions turned pale. Who didn't T know that Ms. Brittany held a particular fondness for Blair, even crediting him in her published papers? The fact that they were caught assaulting Blair by Ms. Brittany would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. As this thought crossed his mind, Bard suddenly sensed something amiss. It was not they who had been attacking Blair, but rather Blair who had been striking them. Ms. Brittany was not alone. 2 elderly men accompanied her. One wore a wizard's robe adorned with 3 silver lines, while the other, clad in a plain long gown, bore the emblem of St. Donis Academy on his right shoulder. Upon spotting the elder with the Academy's insignia, Bard and his companions felt a shiver run down their spines. This was a highly influential vice president of the Academy. St. Donis Academy strictly forbade students from fighting amongst themselves. Should the Academy discover such altercations, the consequences could range from severe warnings to expulsion. The mere thought of the latter sent their pallor deepening further. Ms. Brittany shot a disapproving glance at Bard and his friends, gesturing for them to descend slowly to the ground. She turned her attention away from them and focused on Chunluo, asking Blair, "Why are you here alone? Where is Isabella?" Chunluo replied, "Senior Isabella has already returned." Ms. Brittany nodded, then turned to Bard and the others, inquiring what transpired here. With a smile, Chunluo responded, "Bard here was eager to teach me the rules of St. Donis Academy, but fortunately, Ms. Brittany arrived before they could impart their wisdom." As Chunluo finished speaking, Bard's face drained of color. The elder with the Academy emblem cast a fleeting glance at Bard and his companions, coolly stating, "You 3, wait over there." Trembling with trepidation, Bard and his companions shuffled to a distance, their hearts filled with regret. They lamented having heeded Feiqi's advice, enduring a beating for nothing, and now faced the possibility of severe disciplinary actions from the Academy. Ms. Brittany regarded the 2 elders and introduced Chunluo, saying, "Blair, this is Vice President Urchil, whom you should know, and this is Vice President Calvin from the Mathematics Association." Chunluo offered a slight bow, greeting, "Good day, Vice President Urchil, Vice President Calvin." The 2 elders regarded Chunluo with newfound interest. Vice President Calvin from the Mathematics Association scrutinized Chenluo for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement to assist Ms. Brittany in solving the Rouse conundrum. You truly are a promising student of mathematics. Ms. Brittany promptly corrected him, stating, Vice President Calvin, I believe you have misunderstood. The Rouse conundrum was solved independently by Blair. I merely aided him in composing the paper. Calvin looked at her, shaking his head slightly. Resolving the Rouse conundrum will significantly bolster your chances for the Edwin Award this year. It is also a matter of pride for the Apollon City branch. If you wish, the branch will fully support you in securing the Edwin Award. Vice President Urchel turned to Ms. Brittany, saying, Ms. Brittany, I believe you should reconsider this. It holds great significance for both you and the Academy. After a moment's contemplation, Ms. Brittany turned to Calvin, asking, could it not be Blair? Calvin shook his head. He is still too young and does not possess the same substantial achievements in mathematics as you. Even if he were to resolve the Rouse conundrum, he would still be unlikely to receive the award. Ms. Brittany gazed at Chenluo with a soft smile. I believe that in 2 years, the Edwin Award will undoubtedly belong to Blair. Calvin sighed, inquiring, so you intend to forego it? Ms. Brittany nodded. This honor rightfully belongs to Blair. Vice President Urchel exhibited a look of regret, while Calvin shared in this sentiment, commenting, in that case, the association respects your decision. Chenluo glanced at the three and could no longer contain his curiosity, asking, may I inquire about what has transpired? Ms. Brittany and the others spoke of the Rouse conundrum and the Edwin Award, and it seemed to involve him, leaving Chenluo utterly perplexed. After Vice President Urchel elucidated the situation, Chenluo finally grasped the unfolding events. The Edwin Award, established several decades ago, is a prestigious accolade in the field of mathematics, bestowed annually upon scholars who have made significant contributions. The Rouse conundrum, a problem that had plagued the mathematical community for centuries, represented a milestone in the field upon its resolution. This year, the Edwin Award would rightfully go to the scholar who solved the Rouse conundrum. The crux of the matter lay in Ms. Brittany attributing the role of first author of the Rouse conundrum paper to Chenluo, thus disqualifying herself from the Edwin Award. Chenluo, as a newcomer, had little else to showcase in the realm of mathematics aside from the Rouse conundrum, rendering him equally unlikely to receive the accolade. The Edwin Award is conferred by the kingdom, and if Ms. Brittany were to win, it would bring honor to both the Academy and the Apollon City Mathematics Association. Consequently, the two had exerted considerable effort to persuade Ms. Brittany to claim the position of first author, but she had resolutely declined. Calvin turned to Chenluo, remarking, I must say, your teacher is truly exceptional in her regard for you. After a moment of hesitation, Chenluo looked at Calvin and inquired, if I may be so bold, what is the monetary prize for the Edwin Award? Prize? Calvin hesitated before shaking his head. To receive the Edwin Award is an immense honor for a scholar. To quantify that honor in gold coins would be an affront to the Edwin Award. So, there is no monetary prize? Calvin nodded, although there is no monetary reward, nevertheless. Chenluo decisively shook his head, stating, regarding the Rouse conundrum, I merely propose an idea. It was Ms. Brittany who truly derived the formula. Thus, I cannot accept this honor. What value is an award devoid of a monetary prize? While the Edwin Award might be an irreplaceable honor for other scholars, Chenluo did not place himself among them. Glory cannot be spent like gold coins. He would rather devote his time to contemplation. Moreover, harboring ulterior motives, he approached Ms. Brittany under the pretense of studying mathematics, while his true aspiration was to learn magic from her. This alone was a significant betrayal, and unless he did something to atone for it, Chenluo would never find peace within himself. For a scholar of mathematics, the Edwin Award represented both recognition and honor. If Ms. Brittany could forsake such temptation and relinquish this easily attainable glory, what could Chenluo not be willing to sacrifice? After all, they were not financially rewarded for their endeavors. Furthermore, the elderly gentleman had remarked earlier that even if Chenluo were the primary author of the paper, he would not be eligible for the award due to insufficient contributions. In light of this, it would be more fitting to concede the honor to Ms. Brittany. Ms. Brittany gazed at Chenluo and furrowed her brow, saying, your perspective is what truly matters. Even without me, you would eventually arrive at the same conclusions. Chenluo shook his head, replying, my insights were inspired by your teachings. Ms. Brittany, ultimately, the credit belongs to you. Calvin observed with a peculiar expression, having witnessed numerous friendships and even mentor-student relationships dissolve over issues of credit. Yet here was a young teacher and her student, faced with immense glory within reach, who were instead deflecting it towards one another. This was a sight Calvin had never encountered before. What struck him most was their youth, Both Ms. Brittany and the student named Blair were at a stage in life when their minds were most agile, suggesting that their futures were limitless, and their names were destined to be etched in the annals of mathematical history. In fact, they had already begun to achieve that. After a moment of contemplation, Calvin suddenly proposed, perhaps there is another way. Co-authorship? Upon hearing Calvin's suggestion, Brittany looked at him in astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting that Blair and I share the title of primary authors and jointly apply for the Edwin Award? But there has never been a precedent for such a thing. Just because it has not happened before does not mean it cannot happen now," Calvin replied with a smile. The Rouse conundrum has lingered for far too long, leading many mathematicians to question its authenticity. The contributions you both have made are immense and irreplaceable. It is not impossible for the Mathematical Association to make an exception this once. "Then let it be decided," proclaimed Dean Archer, interjecting before Brittany could respond. "Regardless of whether you win the Edwin Award, you are both the pride of St. Donis, and the Academy takes great pride in you." Brittany frowned, about to speak, but Chenluo tugged at her sleeve. Despite Ms. Brittany's unparalleled intellect and magical prowess, she could be somewhat naive in certain respects. The implications of the Edwin Award extended beyond just her and him. They encompass St. Donis Academy and even the Apollo City branch of the Mathematical Association. If she pursued her desires recklessly, she would offend many. Ultimately, Brittany chose not to voice her thoughts, and both Calvin and Dean Archer achieved their respective objectives. Calvin smiled at Brittany and Chenluo, stating, "I shall take my leave now. If there are any developments concerning the Edwin Award, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Dean Archer also bid farewell, casting a cold glance at Bader and his companions as he departed, sternly commanding, "You three come with me." Chapter 24, Bader's Reminder. "Blair, you should not have acted in that manner. Once it was just the two of them." Brittany looked at Chenluo and remarked, "The discovery of a general solution to the Rouse conundrum, while not a groundbreaking advancement, resolves a historic issue and holds extraordinary significance in the realm of mathematics. It rightfully belongs to you. You should not share this glory with anyone else." Chenluo was acutely aware that, whether in spirit or ideology, he was at odds with the majority of individuals in this world. The so-called academic accolades paled in comparison to the method Isabella had imparted to him for dispersing mental energy. Regrettably, both Isabella and Ms. Brittany could not comprehend his perspective. He smiled gently at Ms. Brittany and said, "But Ms. Brittany is not just anyone. There are still duties to attend to in the library, Ms. Brittany. I shall take my leave now." Chenluo waved goodbye to her and promptly turned towards the library. Brittany reached out, intending to call him back, but his figure had already receded swiftly. She stood there, her expression tinged with helplessness, shaking her head after a while before turning to enter the dormitory building. Upon returning to the library and routinely reshelving the books borrowed by students, Chenluo contemplated resigning from this job. Previously, Blair had taken the position out of necessity, needing the 2 silver coins each month to sustain himself. Now, however, Chenluo was not in want of money and had the privilege of entering the Magical Association's library at any time. This job felt superfluous and exceedingly time-consuming. He was unwilling to squander any time and resolved to resign as soon as possible. The only complication was that without access to the library's storeroom, he would have nowhere to go. He needed to find a place to stay before quitting. The Mathematical Association's response regarding the article on the Rouse conundrum was far swifter than Chenluo had anticipated. By the following morning, the paper co-authored by him and Ms. Brittany appeared in the latest issue of the Mathematical Journal. Chenluo could almost ascertain that the delay in publication had been to persuade Ms. Brittany to participate in the Edwin Award selection as the primary author. The Edwin Award represented the entire mathematical community, signifying not just Ms. Brittany, but if she were to win, St. Donis Academy and even the Apollo City Mathematical Branch would share in that glory. As Chenluo entered the classroom, all eyes, including Toby's, were fixed upon him. This attention made him slightly uncomfortable, with some time remaining before class commenced. It was inevitable that he would be subjected to the scrutinizing gaze of his peers. Though accustomed to being observed as a teacher, the expressions in their eyes were not something he relished. He walked to the end of the hallway, intending to wait until class began before entering. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted within the classroom. "Have you heard? Blair published another article. It seems to be about some riddle. The Rouse conundrum. I've heard of it. It's a puzzle that many esteemed scholars have failed to solve. How could Blair possibly achieve that? Need we even ask? He must have the support of Ms. Brittany. Is Blair really better than those learned scholars? Damn that Blair. What kind of potion has he fed Ms. Brittany?" Standing at the hallway's end, Chenluo could only hear the clamor within the classroom. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. "You bastard! Your family sends you to St. Donis. And This is how you repay them? I'll beat you to a pulp. Chen Luo turned towards the source of the voice to see a disheveled middle-aged man standing before Vice Dean Archer, wielding a stout wooden stick as he struck another individual. Bader no longer exuded his former arrogance. He stood there, expression vacant, allowing the man to strike him. It appeared that the middle-aged man was Bader's father, and judging by his attire, it seemed that Bader's family was not well off. In truth, aside from the nobility, even families with a modicum of wealth often found their finances severely strained once they sent their children to St. Donis. The middle-aged man struck Bard with a wooden stick a dozen times before turning to Vice Dean Urchill, pleading, I implore you, do not expel him. We have worked so hard to get him here. A look of regret crossed Urchill's face as he replied, I am sorry. But Bard's actions are egregious and have severely violated the rules of St. Donatus Academy. We have no choice but to expel him. Although the Academy's punishments for student brawls are typically severe, expulsion is generally reserved for cases that result in grave consequences. The crux of the matter lies in the unfortunate fact that Bard's victim is highly likely to be the recipient of the Edwin Award. Had it not been for that persistent student, Blair, St. Donatus Academy would have undoubtedly missed out on this prestigious accolade, which necessitated a far more stringent punishment for Bard than usual. The middle-aged man turned pale, gritted his teeth, and knelt before Vice Dean Urchill, beseeching, please, I beg you. Bard's eyes were bloodshot, his nails digging deep into his flesh as he trembled, uttering, Father. Urchill displayed an expression of helplessness and cast a wind-based spell, preventing the middle-aged man from kneeling. Just as he was about to speak, another figure approached. Chen Luo offered a slight bow to Urchill, saying, Good morning, Vice Dean Urchill. A smile graced Urchill's face upon seeing Chen Luo, and he responded, Good morning, Student Blair. Chen Luo smiled back and then turned to Bard, inquiring, What has happened to you, Bard? Vice Dean Urchill explained, Bard has seriously violated school regulations, and the Academy is preparing to expel him. Rest assured, Student Blair, anyone who transgresses the rules will face appropriate consequences. Chen Luo shook his head, saying, While Bard and I may have had minor conflicts, the Academy should not impose such a severe punishment on him. Bard abruptly lifted his head, staring at Chen Luo in disbelief. From Blair's memories, Chen Luo understood that although Bard could be somewhat overbearing, he had not committed any truly unforgivable acts within the Academy. In fact, his presence had, to some extent, shielded Class 5 from bullying by other classes. As for the conflict between Blair and Bard, it seemed to Chen Luo akin to childish play. Recognizing that Bard's essence was not malevolent, he felt that perhaps he deserved a chance for redemption. Of course, any punishment the Academy imposed on Bard would typically have no bearing on Chen Luo. However, upon witnessing Bard's father's desperate actions, Chen Luo resolved to intercede on his behalf. This moment evoked memories of his own father, stirring within him a profound longing for another world that he had long concealed deep within his heart. Vice Dean Urchill regarded him with surprise, and, after a brief pause, smiled, saying, Since Student Blair has interceded for you, the Academy will temporarily retract this decision. However, if you engage in such behavior again, the Academy will not grant you a second chance. The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement, and he quickly grasped Bard's arm, exclaiming, You should thank Vice Dean Urchill and Student Blair. After experiencing such tumultuous highs and lows, Bard appeared dazed, muttering, Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Student Blair. The class bell rang in an opportune moment, and Vice Dean Urchill glanced at the two, instructing, Go to class. Goodbye, Vice Dean Urchill. Chen Luo nodded slightly before making his way toward the classroom. Bard followed slowly behind him, and as they neared the classroom door, he finally could not contain himself and asked, Why? Chen Luo paused, not turning around as he replied coolly, Do not let your father down again. Bard bowed his head, and after a long silence, spoke in a subdued voice, Thank you, Blair. Chen Luo chose not to say anything further and strode into the classroom. Bard watched his retreating figure, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. Suddenly taking a few steps forward, he warned, Blair, be cautious of Fiki. He will not let you off easily. He has an uncle who is a vice dean at the Academy, having inexplicably caught the attention of a wayward scion. Chen Luo naturally sought to understand Fiki's background. In truth, he had already delved deeply into the intricacies of both the Fiki-affiliated Howard family and their faction, including the ideologies they espoused. Chen Luo had no desire to provoke them, but should Fiki prove to be obstinate, he would not hesitate to impart a lesson on the true nature of cruelty. A smile crept onto Chen Luo's face as he returned to his seat. Toby, about to inquire about the Rousand riddle, suddenly shivered as he caught sight of Chen Luo's smile, inexplicably feeling a chill. Chapter 25, A New Abode. After observing Chen Luo for a while, Toby could no longer restrain himself and asked Blair, "Is what they're saying true?" Chunluo casually replied, "What is true? About that riddle? The Rousing riddle?" "Yes, that one." "Blair, have you truly solved it?" "Sort of." Toby's expression was a mixture of shock and confusion. Although he did not fully understand the nature of the Rousing riddle, he had heard others mention it as a problem that countless scholars had failed to resolve. The riddle solution would be considered a monumental milestone in the annals of mathematics, one that would forever bear Blair's name. 2 months ago, Blair had never passed a math exam. While others claimed that he merely rode on the coattails of Brittany's brilliance, Toby, as his desk mate, was acutely aware that Blair was no longer the same Blair he once knew. Another who shared this realization was Bard, who sat in his seat, his expression somewhat dazed. Blair's performance in magic class, the punch he had received yesterday, and the words spoken before Vice Dean Urchill had fundamentally altered Bard's perception of him. Regardless of the reasons behind these changes, one undeniable truth remained. The current Blair was no longer the weakling who could be easily bullied. One of Bard's classmates scoffed at the classroom discussions, saying, "What is so impressive? If it weren't for Teacher Brittany, Blair would be nothing." Bard shot him a glance and retorted, "Even without Teacher Brittany, his magic is still the most powerful in our class. Your magic grades don't even come close to half of his." The other boys stared at Bard in disbelief, nearly convinced he had misheard. The boy who had always harbored disdain for Blair was now defending him. During the first class break, Chunluo took advantage of the brief respite to practice methods of dispersing his mental focus. At one point, a commotion broke out in the classroom, prompting Toby to immediately rise from his seat and look around. Chunluo, even with his eyes closed, knew exactly what was happening. No one else could incite such a stir except Isabella. Ever since Teacher Brittany assigned the task of revising the law of falling bodies to the two of them, Isabella had been visiting Chunluo more frequently than before. "You've given up the Edwin Award?" Unlike others who remained oblivious, Isabella was privy to more details surrounding the Rousing riddle. This invaluable discovery rightfully placed Blair in the spotlight, which was also why Teacher Brittany had designated him as the primary author of the paper. Just moments ago, she had learned from Brittany that Blair had insisted on relinquishing the title of first author, signifying that he had forsaken an honor that no one else would willingly relinquish. Had the perpetrator of such deeds been anyone else, Isabella would undoubtedly have deemed him mad. However, through her gradual acquaintance with Blair, Isabella discerned that he seemed indifferent to everything save for magic. Just as Isabella arrived, Chunluo was contemplating a question he wished to pose to her. Initially, he had believed that the method Isabella imparted for dispersing mental energy involved the dexterity of drawing circles with one hand while crafting squares with the other. Yet, upon deeper reflection, Chunluo realized that perhaps it was not merely so. The technique for communicating with fire elements was akin. Thus, conjuring multiple fireballs simultaneously could be likened to drawing circles with both hands. True mastery, however, would entail the simultaneous release of fire magic alongside water magic, a feat requiring genuine dual focus. After all, water and fire elements are distinctly different, each necessitating its own method of communication. Chunluo's azure fireball represented a fusion of fire and oxygen elements, theoretically aligning more closely with the latter. Thus, even though he could conjure 4 fireballs at once, manifesting the blue fireball proved to be more arduous than initially imagined. Nevertheless, it marked a significant improvement from his earlier attempts. Yet, this scenario was absent from any tomes Chunluo had perused. It appeared that no one had ever attempted to simultaneously wield 2 disparate forms of magic. He turned to Isabella and inquired, "Are you adept in the art of water orbs?" Isabella cast him a sidelong glance and, after a brief incantation, summoned a water orb in her palm. Chunluo pondered for a moment before asking, "Can you conjure both fire orbs and water orbs simultaneously? How is that even possible?" Isabella regarded him as though he were a simpleton and replied, "How could a mage possibly wield 2 types of magic at once?" Chunluo observed her, executed 2 succinct incantations accompanied by varied gestures. Then, with his palms spread beneath the table, a fiery crimson flame and a transparent water orb materialized simultaneously in his hand. Due to the concealment of his hands beneath the table, only Isabella witnessed this extraordinary display. Her expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment as she regarded him with an almost monstrous gaze, incredulously exclaiming, "Blair, are you still human?" Isabella's reaction further solidified Chunluo's conviction that ordinary individuals in this world could only communicate with one type of magical element at a time. This implied that even if he were to elucidate the principles behind the blue fireball to them, they would remain incapable of manifesting it. The combustion of fire elements with oxygen is exceedingly intense, necessitating precise control over both. Attempting to have two individuals separately govern the fire element and oxygen would likely culminate in self-immolation. This exemplifies true dual focus. Chun Luo vaguely sensed that his ability to achieve such feats might stem from some unknown transformation within his soul, allowing him to wield magic without the need for incantations or gestures, likely for this very reason. There must exist others within this world capable of a similar duality. Yet he was uncertain if any shared his exemption from the constraints of incantations and gestures. Today, Professor Brittany had engagements at the Mathematics Society. Thus Chen Luo and Isabella were relieved from visiting her. Upon returning to the library, Chen Luo unexpectedly encountered an individual at the storeroom entrance. An elderly man, clad in a loose, coarse garment with thinning hair, stood there watching Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, you have finally returned." "What is it, Mr. Carl?" Chen Luo recognized the old man, who managed the library's logistics. It was he who had facilitated Chen Luo's employment there, and he had always shown him kindness. "Mr." Carl's expression was grave as he regarded Chen Luo and inquired, "Blair, have you offended anyone?" Chen Luo paused momentarily, a contemplative expression crossing his visage as he asked, "What has transpired, Uncle Carl?" Carl sighed and replied, "Blair, starting tomorrow, you can no longer work at the library. I have heard that this is a directive from certain Vice Dean." Excluding Bader, Chen Luo had not directly antagonized anyone at St. Donis Academy. However, the number of individuals he had indirectly offended through his association with Isabella was incalculable. During the rampant rumors surrounding their relationship, countless boys at the academy harbored intense resentment towards him. Among them was Fiki Howard, whom Chen Luo had encountered twice. Bader had warned him that Fiki had an uncle who served as the vice dean of St. Donis Academy, and the influence of the Howard family was one of the reasons Fiki could act with impunity within the academy. Uncle Carl's expression was tinged with concern as he stated, "Blair, I have managed to secure you 3 days. You must seek forgiveness from whoever you have wronged within that time. If they intend to evict you from the academy, no one will be able to assist you then." Chen Luo gazed at Uncle Carl and smiled. "Thank you, Uncle Carl. I understand." Chen Luo was acutely aware of Fiki's intentions. Had this been a former Blair, losing his position at the library would have meant not only homelessness, but also the loss of his entire income source. Fiki would not have needed to lift a finger. He would have succumbed to starvation on the streets. However, the current Chen Luo was free from such concerns. Yet he understood that this was merely the onset of Fiki's retribution. Should he be forced to vacate the academy, a cascade of troubles would undoubtedly follow. Although he had long contemplated resigning from the library, he had no desire to confront Fiki's unrelenting harassment, since Fiki seemed to have an abundance of time on his hands. Chen Luo was unbothered by the prospect of giving him something to occupy himself with. Uncle Carl had procured 3 days for Chen Luo, and it was too late to seek housing today. Thus, upon school's conclusion the following afternoon, he resolved to first address his living situation, while also considering a gift for the Howard family. Prior to that, he needed to request a leave of absence from Professor Brittany. In the faculty dormitory, Brittany regarded Chen Luo and said, "This evening, I plan to take you and Isabella to an important academic exchange. Is there anything you cannot postpone until tomorrow?" Chen Luo had little interest in the academic exchange. He needed to resolve his housing situation lest he find himself sleeping on the streets the following night. He looked at Brittany apologetically and replied, "I'm sorry, Professor Brittany, but I have resigned from my position at the library, so I can no longer reside on campus. I need to find accommodation urgently." "The library job indeed distracted you somewhat. It's for the best that you resigned." Brittany nodded. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly said, "By the way, I have a spare room that is usually unoccupied. Why don't you move in with me?" Chen Luo stared in astonishment, glancing toward the small room adjacent to Brittany's bedroom, murmuring, "Is that permissible? What is not to permit?" Brittany seemed to have just grasped the benefits of the situation, her face lighting up with a smile as she continued, "This way, you can consult me anytime with your questions, and we can discuss mathematics at our convenience. Moreover, you wish to learn magic from me. This arrangement would be even more convenient." Observing Professor Brittany's radiant countenance, Chen Luo opened his mouth, ultimately refraining from voicing any refusals. The opportunity to consult a high-ranking sorceress regarding magical inquiries was akin to possessing a personal magical advisor, and who could deny such an alluring temptation? Chapter 26. The Academic Salon. Professor Brittany exhibited even greater enthusiasm than Chen Luo regarding his move to cohabit with her. She personally tidied the small room beside her bedroom, and urged Chen Luo to return and collect his belongings forthwith. Chen Luo possessed few belongings. Aside from the garments and bedding he had recently ordered, there were merely some odds and ends. After making 3 trips between the library and the faculty dormitory, he had managed to relocate all his possessions. It must be said that the benefits afforded to the instructors at St. Donatus Academy were quite generous. Although the small room adjacent to Ms. Brittany's bedroom was somewhat smaller than her own, it was significantly more spacious than the cluttered storage room Chenluo had previously inhabited. Once he had finished moving his things and made his bed, Isabella arrived fashionably late. Today, she wore a black evening gown that accentuated her already slender figure, rendering her even more statuesque. While Isabella's figure may not rival Ms. Brittany's perfection, she still had 2 years of development ahead of her, and, at this stage, she exuded an air of innocence that undoubtedly led the boys at the academy to regard her as their dream goddess. Apart from Blair, who was somewhat precocious, what young man had not harbored a vision of an Isabella in his heart? Isabella seemed to have a penchant for black when Chenluo first encountered her. She wore a black tulle skirt, and today's gown further enhanced her allure. Standing at the threshold of Chenluo's room, she inquired with a hint of confusion, "Blair, what are you doing?" Ms. Brittany approached and replied, "Blair has resigned from his position at the library. From today onwards, he will be living with me." Upon hearing this revelation, Isabella's lips parted in astonishment as she momentarily struggled to process the information. Ms. Brittany scrutinized Chenluo for a moment before asking, "Blair, do you have anything more appropriate to wear? Tonight marks your first attendance at such a soiree, and formal attire would be best." Although Chenluo had ordered several outfits, they were all casual wear. When it came to formal attire, he seemed to lack any. After a moment's contemplation, he asked Ms. Brittany, "Would a wizard's robe suffice?" Ms. Brittany nodded, saying, "If you possess a wizard's robe, that would certainly work." Earlier, Chenluo had observed that the wizard's robe, as a symbol of a sorcerer's identity, was quite favored among practitioners of magic. It was not uncommon to see teachers clad in such robes around the school and on the streets. Wizards adorned in robes were also a frequent sight. Today marked the first time Chenluo donned his wizard's robe. The apprentice wizard's robe was black and bore some resemblance to formal attire. After changing, as he stepped out of his room, he noticed Isabella engaged in conversation with Ms. Brittany. "Can one release 2 types of magic simultaneously?" Isabella inquired. After pondering her question, Ms. Brittany shook her head, stating, "Communicating with magical elements requires concentrated mental effort. The methods for interacting with different elements vary, and very few can manage to communicate with 2 types of magical elements at once." Isabella glanced at Chenluo in disbelief, asking, "Not even you, Ms. Brittany?" Thinking for a moment, Ms. Brittany replied, "Let me give it a try." She softly intoned a few phrases, her hands moving swiftly in intricate gestures. At a certain moment, when she opened her eyes and extended her hands, a red fireball and a translucent water orb appeared simultaneously in her palms. Shaking her head, Ms. Brittany remarked, "It seems it's not as difficult as I thought." Isabella looked at Ms. Brittany, then at Chenluo, her expression one of astonishment, a mixture of bitterness and confusion swirling in her heart. After witnessing Blair's ability to release 2 types of magic yesterday, she had inquired among her friends, including a 3rd-year magic instructor and 2 senior magical consultants, but none, including the 2 accomplished sorcerers, could perform both the fireball and water sphere spells simultaneously. This unfathomable feat was achievable by Blair, and today she had witnessed Ms. Brittany execute dual-element magic. Could it be that her own magical aptitude paled in comparison to that of Blair and Ms. Brittany? When Chenluo observed Ms. Brittany conjure both water and fire spells at once, he was equally taken aback. If Ms. Brittany was capable of wielding dual-element magic like him, did that imply she could also unleash the upgraded blue fireball? Of course, while theoretically possible in this world, it was unlikely anyone besides him would engage in such superfluous endeavors. As he contemplated these matters, he strolled over to join the 2, standing together. Chenluo, in his black wizard's robe, and Isabella, in her black evening gown, presented a most pleasing sight. Ms. Brittany surveyed the pair beside her and felt an inexplicable sense of compatibility between them. Shaking her head with a smile, she said, "It's getting late. Let us proceed." Suppressing the astonishment Ms. Brittany had instilled in him, Chenluo followed her out of St. Donatus Academy. This academic salon was once again hosted by the Mathematics Society, taking place at a manor situated on the outskirts of the city. The monthly Mathematics Salon, organized by the Yabo City Mathematics Society, aimed to provide a platform for scholarly exchange among mathematicians. Such salons were common among nearly every association and occurred with great frequency, further deepening Chenluo's understanding of the rich academic ambience within the Lauren Kingdom. Given Ms. Brittany's qualifications, she would not typically have been eligible to attend such a salon. However, the publication of two impactful articles, particularly the resolution of the Rouse mystery, had catapulted her into contention for the Edwin Prize, earning her recognition within the mathematical community and the right to participate. Participants in the academic salon, beyond Chen Luo himself, were allowed 2 additional attendees. Typically, invited scholars would bring along their students or juniors, enabling them to gain exposure even if they could not partake in discussions. Clearly, it was Isabella's first experience at an academic salon as she trailed behind Ms. Brittany, her wide-eyed curiosity betraying her sheltered upbringing, leading Chen Luo to question the authenticity of her noble status. In contrast, Chen Luo maintained a much more composed demeanor. For him, meditating at home to enhance his mental fortitude was far more meaningful than attending such an event. At the manor's entrance, Ms. Brittany presented the invitation, ushering Chen Luo and Isabella inside. The grand avenue adorned with a red carpet was already populated with numerous figures. As the trio traversed the red carpet and entered a towering, magnificent structure, Calvin, the vice president of the Mathematics Society, approached with a smile, saying, "Miss Brittany, it is a pleasure to see you again." Brittany returned the smile, replying, "Vice President Calvin, I was just discussing you with a few old friends." Calvin gestured towards a distance, saying, "If Miss Brittany is willing, I would like to introduce you to some esteemed acquaintances." The old friends Calvin referred to were undoubtedly renowned scholars within the realm of mathematics, and Ms. Brittany would not decline the opportunity. She glanced at Chen Luo and Isabella, saying, "Please wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, Ms. Brittany followed Vice President Calvin, leaving Chen Luo and Isabella to find a place to sit. This manor was the wine estate of a certain noble from Yabo City, and, as the venue for the salon, it had clearly been meticulously arranged. The clean and tidy tables not only held pens and paper, but also displayed an array of exquisite delicacies. Chen Luo settled into a seat, surveying his surroundings and noting that several tables were surrounded by people, men and women alike, engaged in lively discussions or scribbling notes, creating an atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. This was the very purpose of hosting the academic salon, where the majority of Yabo City's mathematical scholars congregated, often resulting in the emergence of innovative ideas that could propel the entire mathematical community forward. Chen Luo picked up a fork and sampled a piece of roasted meat, pleasantly surprised by its delectable flavor. In recent days, his meals had consisted solely of bread, 3 times a day, no less. The mere sight of bread now made him feel nauseous. However, at this salon, a delightful array of roasted meats, vegetables, fruits, and fine wines awaited the scholars, all offered without charge. Presently, this was the aspect of the salon that brought Chen Luo the greatest satisfaction. Over the past 2 days, he had come to a profound realization. The issue of sustenance needed to be addressed post-haste. A life sustained merely by bread was untenable. Isabella was attending such an academic salon for the first time, and she found herself captivated by the fervent, scholarly ambience, frequently glancing around in curiosity. Ms. Brittany had yet to return, and feeling slightly parched, Isabella reached for a cup, only to discover it empty. Just moments ago, for goblets brimming with wine had adorned the table, but now not a drop remained. Moreover, the platters laden with roasted meat, vegetables, and fruits had also been completely depleted. Isabella stood frozen in place, her eyes fixed on Chen Luo, who was nonchalantly using his fork to deliver the last piece of apple to his mouth, and exclaimed, "Blair, are you a pig?" Chapter 27. The Gift from Fei Qi. Chen Luo set down his fork and wiped his mouth before turning to Isabella, shaking his head in denial. Isabella, hands on her hips, retorted with dissatisfaction, "Miss Brittany did not bring us here merely for you to indulge." This fellow was utterly embarrassing Miss Brittany, and as his senior, Isabella felt a flush of shame. Just then, a figure approached from a distance. It was Fei Qi Howard, who smiled upon seeing Chen Luo and remarked, "Isn't this Junior Blair? What a coincidence, we meet again." Chen Luo keenly observed a fleeting look of distaste on Isabella's face as Fei Qi drew nearer. So it was Senior Fei Qi. Chen Luo reciprocated the smile and said, "I must thank Senior Fei Qi for the library matter. I was contemplating a reason to resign, and it appears you have provided one for me." Fei Qi's smile faltered, his expression shifting between light and dark. The library issue was something he had requested his uncle, the vice president at St. Donis Academy, to assist with. Being a student of St. Donis himself, Fei Qi could not act too excessively against Blair, who had long been associated with the academy. However, should Blair lose his library position and depart the school, Fei Qi had countless ways to teach him a lesson. What surprised him was how quickly Blair had connected the dots and seemed unperturbed by the situation. Isabella, her brow furrowed in confusion, turned to Chunluo and asked, "What library matter?" Chunluo shook his head, refraining from elaborating. This was merely the beginning. Feiqi leaned closer, lowering his voice as he warned. "Remember what I told you. Keep your distance from Isabella." Though his tone was subdued, he did not conceal his words from Isabella. Upon hearing this, she stiffened, her brows knitting together as she coolly replied, "Feiqi, my affairs are none of your concern. Blair, let us leave." Isabella grasped Chunluo's wrist, storming away in anger. Watching the two depart hand in hand, Feiqi's pupils constricted as he muttered, "Ah, Blair, it seems I have underestimated you." Isabella hurriedly pulled Chunluo into a corner and then released his wrist, expressing a hint of remorse as she said, "I am sorry, Blair. It's because of me that you have to deal with Feiqi." Chunluo waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Even without Feiqi, I intended to resign soon. The library position is quite taxing on my energy, so you have inadvertently done me a favor." Isabella perceived this as Chunluo's attempt to comfort her. Patting his shoulder as she reassured, "Do not worry, as long as I am here. Feiqi cannot do anything to you." Chunluo had never been one to remain passive. Had Miss Brittany not brought him here tonight, he would have already initiated his plans against the Howard family. He sat down at a new table in the corner, spearing another piece of apple with his fork as he inquired, "What brings Feiqi here?" Isabella rolled her eyes, replying, "It's all because of his brother. Douglas Howard is a prodigy of the Howard family, though still young. He has already made significant contributions in the field of mathematics and is a renowned scholar in Yabo City." Chunluo was no longer a novice in this world. Over time, he had gained a deeper understanding of its rules and customs. The elevated status of scholars here was something he had never imagined. In another world, while scholars were also respected, they often remained obscure, overshadowed by the sensationalism surrounding celebrities and their scandals. The attention garnered by a celebrity's infidelity or pregnancy far eclipsed the recognition of groundbreaking scientific discoveries. Here, however, the esteem for scholars was unparalleled, akin to a reverence for magic, if not even greater. Scholars who contributed significantly to scientific advancement were respected regardless of nationality, receiving due honors even from royalty and nobility. The presence of numerous scholars had birthed countless schools of thought. Scholars with shared ideologies and interests congregated, forming formidable factions that wielded substantial political and economic power. With the numerical school being one such entity. The Howard family was a cornerstone of the numerical school, granting them considerable influence within the mathematical scholarly community. In a certain sense, Isabella's father, the Lord of Yabo City, also had to show the Howard family a degree of deference. Chunluo speared another piece of salad, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Douglas, the numerical school. Human thought is inherently diverse. For the same phenomenon, different individuals may perceive it in myriad ways. Some believe that all things are composed of water. Others assert that fire is the essence of existence, while still others claim that wind and earth are the fundamental constituents of the world. Those with differing perceptions often clash, while those with similar views unite. Thus, the earliest schools of thought were born. The origins of a numerical school can be traced back several centuries. It is an organization that intertwines politics, academia, and religion. Adherents of the numerical school exhibit a natural reverence for numbers, advocating that all things are measurable and that any entity existing in nature can be accurately expressed through numerical terms. This notion reminded Chunluo of Pythagoras from another world. The Pythagorean school of ancient Greece shares a similar tenet with the numerical school, both asserting that all things are quantifiable. While the Pythagorean school made significant contributions to mathematics, it also erred greatly. Their understanding of numbers was limited to integers such as 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, as well as fractions expressible as ratios of integers. The Pythagorean school confidently presumed that integers and their ratios encompassed all numbers in existence. Subsequent generations of middle school students are aware that the set of integers and their ratios actually refers to rational numbers. Beyond this, irrational numbers such as pi and the square root of 2 also exist. Yet, over 2 millennia ago in ancient Greece, these concepts remained incomprehensible to mathematicians. The earliest individual to unearth this conundrum was Hippasus, a student of Pythagoras. He discovered that the diagonal of a square with sides of length 1 could not be expressed as an integer or a ratio of integers, thereby directly undermining the Pythagorean school's assertion that all things are numerical. This revelation profoundly shook the very foundations of Pythagorean belief, instilling a sense of panic among its adherents, who were horrified to realize that their theoretical framework was incapable of addressing this issue. In an attempt to resolve the predicament, they resorted to silencing the discoverer. In a grim tribute to Hippasus's finding, Pythagorean followers bound him to a stone and cast him into the Aegean Sea. Hippasus's discovery was monumental, for it prompted future mathematicians to broaden the concept of numbers to encompass the entirety of real numbers, culminating in the understanding that numbers include both rational numbers, expressible as ratios of integers, and irrational numbers, those that elude such representation. The Pythagorean viewpoint was the prevailing doctrine of its time. Yet Hippasus's revelation precipitated a crisis of understanding, sparking what is now referred to as the first crisis in mathematics within Western history. In this realm, the number school espouses beliefs akin to those of the Pythagorean school, yet they too have erred in a similar fashion. In the God-given continent, where mathematics and science remain in their nascent stages, no one, not even the number school, has yet discerned the existence of irrational numbers. Similarly, Chun Luo could effortlessly dismantle the core tenets of a number school with merely 3 simple lines, artificially conjuring a mathematical crisis in this world. A challenge to foundational beliefs can be utterly devastating for any school of thought, especially considering the number school's religious undertones. A grave error in their doctrinal beliefs could potentially fracture the entire institution. Consequently, the entire number school and the Howard family would inevitably be swept into this unavoidable tempest. Could Fiki escape unscathed? This is the gift Chun Luo intended for Fiki. Regrettably, before he could present this meticulously prepared offering, he was brought here by Professor Brittany to participate in the academic salon. Isabella had already circled around from a distance, her gaze landing on Chun Luo, who seemed lost in thought, and she inquired, "Blair, what occupies your mind?" Chun Luo shook his head, replying, "Nothing." Isabella eyed him warily, asserting, "Blair, do not forget our agreement. If you conceive any new ideas, you must share them with me." Understood. Chun Luo waved his hand dismissively, then asked, "Where has Professor Brittany gone? Why hasn't she returned?" Isabella glanced into the distance, stating, "Professor Brittany is conversing with several vice presidents. She has a strong chance of receiving the Edwin Award this time, and many scholars wish to meet her, so she cannot escape in the short term." As she mentioned this, Isabella's expression morphed into one of schadenfreude. Originally, the Edwin Award was likely Douglas's. The Howard family had already prepared to celebrate, but just days ago, you solved the Laois riddle and garnered the support of the Mathematical Association, which may very well snatch the award from Douglas. The Howard family must be furious. Due to her entanglement with Fiki, she harbored no fondness for the entire Howard family. Amidst her unladylike laughter, a voice suddenly interjected, "Oh, Isabella, is this your little boyfriend?" Chapter 28. A bold move. Upon hearing the voice from the side, Isabella turned her head, frowning as she retorted, "Be quiet, Alice. Blair is my junior, and he is also a student of Professor Brittany." A young lady clad in a purple evening gown approached leisurely from behind, effortlessly taking a seat beside Chun Luo and extending her hand toward him with a smile, saying, "Good evening, Junior Blair." Chun Luo was somewhat taken aback. In this world, it was uncommon for women to offer a handshake to someone they had just met, except among those with whom they were particularly close. Nonetheless, as she had already extended her hand, he reciprocated with a light shake and politely replied, "Good evening, Senior Alice." Isabella shot a brief glance at Chun Luo, emitting a slight huff. Chun Luo noted that Isabella appeared to harbor an aversion to Alice, which was not difficult to comprehend. Beautiful women often possess an innate rivalry toward other attractive women. Moreover, Alice's gaze toward Isabella when she shook hands with Chun Luo bore a hint of provocation. It was intentional. These two women seemed to be at odds. Alice was indeed quite beautiful. Though she fell short of Isabella in some respects, she excelled in her figure, the plunging neckline of her evening gown showcasing a silhouette that Isabella could hardly rival. Alice's allure lay somewhere between Isabella and Professor Brittany. Those who favored Isabella were often naive youths, while Alice appealed more to mature men. Isabella completely disregarded Alice, casting a glance at Chun Luo as she remarked, "Professor Brittany instructed that you should refrain from speaking indiscriminately outside. If you have any new ideas, you must communicate with us first." Understood. Chun Luo nodded, aware of Professor Brittany's concerns. Matters between schools sometimes extend beyond mere academic discourse, which is precisely why she had not allowed them to immediately amend the law of free fall. Clearly, she had already cautioned Isabella regarding these matters. Chun Luo was not one to engage in idle chatter, and since Isabella did not initiate conversation with Alice either, the atmosphere grew awkward. After a brief pause, Alice stood to take her leave. "Goodbye, Junior Blair." "Goodbye, Senior Alice." As Chun Luo turned back, he noticed Isabella casting him a disapproving look. "Humph, Senior Alice, goodbye." Isabella sneered at Chun Luo, saying, "You're clearly smitten. I see you wish to follow Alice." This foolish girl had evidently fallen into Alice's trap. Chun Luo shook his head and retorted, "Why would I want to follow her?" Isabella replied indignantly, "You see a pretty girl and want to follow them, just like those wretched fellows." Chun Luo regarded her for a moment and asked, "Is she more beautiful than you?" Isabella froze, somewhat perplexed by Chun Luo's intentions, and tentatively inquired, "Isn't she?" "No," Chun Luo stated plainly. He was not adept at lying. What was true, and what was false. Isabella was not asking who among them was more endowed, but rather about their overall attractiveness. In terms of looks, Alice indeed lagged behind her. Had this been remarked by Fiki or another, Isabella would undoubtedly have perceived it as flattery. However, since it was Blair who uttered these words, the evidence indicated that he possessed no chivalrous intentions and would not seek to ingratiate himself with her due to her status. The crux was that Blair did not harbor any feelings for her. Thus, his words were genuine. Indeed, those who speak the truth are rather endearing. When Isabella gazed at Chun Luo once more, she found him unusually agreeable. "You do have good taste," she conceded, casting him a satisfied glance. "Some even say that Alice is the most beautiful at St. Donus Academy. What do they know?" Chun Luo interjected, shaking his head. "It is undoubtedly Professor Brittany." Ignoring Isabella's momentary look of confusion, he turned his gaze toward another direction. The next moment, he raised an eyebrow, slowly standing up, and walked toward a certain point ahead. Isabella was in a fit of annoyance as she watched him depart in silence. She immediately rose to her feet and inquired, "Blair, where are you going?" This question proved to be exceedingly challenging. I have attempted countless methods, yet failed to unravel it. Had this query been so simple, it would never have made its way to Yabo City. It would have long been solved by the scholars of the royal capital. Douglas, you ought to attempt this problem. Should you succeed, your chances of securing the Edwin Prize this year would be greatly enhanced. Alas, Douglas was rather unfortunate. The Edwin Prize was initially devoid of any suspense. But the unexpected emergence of Miss Brittany, who solved the rousing riddle at this crucial moment, changed everything. At a table in the manor, several young individuals were engaged in a fervent discussion. Listening to the various opinions, Douglas Howard maintained a calm demeanor, merely offering a faint smile as he remarked, "The significance of the rousing riddle is profound. Miss Brittany's achievement is remarkable, propelling the advancement of mathematical history. Even I cannot compare to her. The Edwin Prize should rightfully be awarded to her." Though his expression was tranquil, his clenched fist hidden within his sleeve belied the turmoil within, veins visibly bulging on the back of his hand. Others might presume he still held a chance at the Edwin Prize. But Douglas was acutely aware that the Yabo City Mathematical Society had fervently nominated Brittany to the Central Committee. This year's Edwin Prize was already beyond his reach. He had prepared for this prize for far too long. The Edwin Prize was exclusively awarded to mathematicians who achieved significant results within a year. And he had dedicated 3 years to this endeavor, presenting all his research findings this year, including assistance from his family, several key figures in the mathematical community, and even leveraging the resources of the society. After such extensive preparations, he had believed the Edwin Prize was assuredly his. However, the unexpected rise of Brittany had rendered his years of toil futile, and he could not accept this fate. Taking a deep breath, he managed to suppress the anger surging within him. A young woman beside him cast a glance at Douglas, her admiration unmasked. She pouted and said, "It's merely luck." Even the president has remarked that Douglas's mathematical talent surpasses his own in youth. Who is Brittany? I had never even heard of her before this. Prior to this, did any of you know her? The crowd shook their heads in unison. One individual, casually glancing about, spotted a figure about to pass them and exclaimed, "She seems to be Brittany. Vice President Calvin, just refer to her that way." The young woman turned to Douglas, who, with a shadowed gaze, acknowledged Brittany with a slight nod. Brittany had just acquainted herself with several vice presidents of the Mathematical Society and was entangled in conversation with a few scholars when she was intercepted on her way to meet Blair and Isabella. She regarded the young woman before her and asked, "May I inquire who you are?" "My name is Debbie," the woman replied, scrutinizing her. "You are Brittany, the one who solved the rousing riddle, correct?" Brittany, sensing a hint of hostility from Debbie, maintained her composure and replied, "I am Brittany." Miss Brittany has unraveled the rousing riddle, a feat many esteemed scholars could not achieve. She must possess profound insights into mathematics. Debbie regarded Brittany, retrieving paper and pen from the table, and offered them to her, saying, "May I ask Miss Brittany a question?" As she spoke, she intentionally raised her voice, ensuring it reached the ears of the many scholars present. Brittany, the one who solved the Rousing riddle? Upon hearing Debbie's words, many scholars ceased their discussions and began to gravitate toward the scene. Brittany, a newcomer in the mathematical realm of Yabo City, piqued their interest, and they sought to familiarize themselves with this emerging talent, eager to witness her prowess. Debbie, observing the crowd that had encircled Brittany, wore an even brighter smile and teasingly asked, "I wonder if Miss Brittany has researched the Nine Bridges problem?" The Nine Bridges problem? Wasn't this an enigma that even the scholars of the royal capital had been unable to solve? Debbie was clearly attempting to put her in a difficult position. No wonder. Brittany had used the Rousing riddle to seize Douglas's Edwin Prize, and it was well known that Debbie had an affection for Douglas. From a distance, Calvin and several elders watched the unfolding scene with displeasure, muttering, "This Debbie is crossing the line." Meanwhile, other elders displayed expressions of intrigue, one of whom chuckled softly, stating, "This problem is not trivial. I wonder how this young lady will respond." At the heart of the gathering, Brittany stared at the paper and pen that Debbie had extended, her brows furrowing slightly. She had been studying the Nine Bridges problem for some time, but had yet to glean any insights. She could neither discern a solution nor prove its impossibility. Accepting the paper and pen would only place her in an awkward predicament. Yet, given the provocation from Debbie, refusing under the scrutiny of so many eyes would also be a source of embarrassment. Everyone, including Debbie and Douglas, was watching Brittany. The once boisterous atmosphere fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. "Miss Brittany," Debbie's smile appeared, but she was abruptly interrupted before she could finish her sentence. At that moment, a delicate hand reached out and took the paper and pen from Debbie. Chun Luo parted the crowd, stepping forward from behind Brittany, calmly accepting the items from Debbie's grasp. He gazed at her with an expression of tranquility and remarked, "I believe such a basic question does not warrant troubling my teacher." Chapter 29. Did you understand? Thud. From the back of the crowd, Isabella's fork, which had just speared a piece of apple, slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she stared ahead, exclaiming, "Blair, it's him." Among the throng, Alice's face also registered surprise. The second-year magical prodigy, the Blair theorem, and the primary author of the Rousing riddle, his sudden emergence was laden with significance that warranted her attention. The unexpected turn of events left Brittany momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly shifted as she called out, "Blair." Just as her words escaped her lips, another voice interrupted. Debbie glared at the intruder, indignantly demanding, "Who are you?" "I am a student of Miss Brittany. My name is Blair." Chun Luo met Debbie's gaze, speaking calmly, "Miss Brittany's time is precious. If it is merely this level of inquiry, there is no need to trouble my teacher. I will address your questions in her stead." The purpose of the academic salon was to facilitate dialogue among scholars. Mathematicians gathered to explore problems and exchange ideas, and it was common for novices to seek guidance from eminent scholars. However, due to the scarcity of distinguished scholars and their limited energy, they could not address everyone's inquiries. Thus, their disciples would often step in to respond. Alternatively, the disciples might deem certain questions too simplistic to warrant their teacher's attention. The young man named Blair evidently fell into the latter category. At this moment, the collective sentiment of the onlookers regarding him could be summed up in a single word: arrogant, utterly presumptuous. What does it mean to say that this is merely a problem of such magnitude? Does he not realize that this very problem has confounded several esteemed scholars at the headquarters of the Royal Capital Mathematics Association, as well as all mathematical researchers in the Kingdom of Nolan? This level of inquiry has stumped everyone present, including them. In the background, an elderly gentleman gazed at Chun Luo, his brow slightly furrowed as he remarked, "Who is this young lad, unaware of the vastness of his own ignorance?" Calvin observed Chun Luo with an expression of intrigue and quietly suggested, "Let us watch. Perhaps this young fellow truly has the potential to create a miracle." Brittany regarded Chun Luo with a mixture of surprise and concern. Chun Luo offered her a gentle smile and replied, "Please take a seat here for a moment. I will be with you shortly." With that, he turned to Debbie and the others, saying, "Could you please make some room?" Debbie cast a cold glance at Chun Luo and vacated an empty table. She had little faith in the unassuming Brittany's ability to solve the royal capital's Nine Bridges problem, let alone that of her exceedingly youthful student. This problem had perplexed countless mathematical scholars, including eminent ones. How could he possibly rival the entire mathematical community with his solitary efforts? Chun Luo was surrounded by a throng of onlookers. The Nine Bridges problem had circulated in Yabo City for some time, and nearly everyone present had studied it, yet yielded no results. If an answer to the 9 bridges problem could be found here tonight, it would undoubtedly be the greatest achievement of the evening's academic salon. Although it seemed absurd that a mathematical neophyte's disciple could unravel a conundrum that had eluded all scholars, was this not the very allure of mathematics? The goddess of wisdom is not equitable. All mathematical researchers must concede that talent, though seemingly elusive, undeniably exists. The fruits of their lifelong endeavors might indeed pale in comparison to the casual efforts of others. Beneath the celestial expanse of mathematics, numerous geniuses have emerged, illuminating the night sky with their singular brilliance. Now, the focal point of the gathering, Chen Luo calmly picked up a quill and began to sketch a peculiar figure on the paper. The so-called 9 bridges problem, as described by these scholars, was akin to the well-known Königsberg 7 bridges problem, both belonging to the realm of Eulerian paths. The 7 bridges problem is one of the most renowned classical mathematical problems from the 18th century. It is described thus, within a park in Königsberg. 7 bridges connect 2 islands in a river to the banks, and one day, a passerby pondered a rather trivial thought. Was it possible to start from any one of these 4 landmasses, cross each bridge exactly once, and return to the starting point? Although the 9 bridges problem adds 2 additional bridges to its counterpart, it remains fundamentally an Eulerian path problem. The 7 bridges problem had once confounded many mathematicians of the 18th century, ultimately resolved by Euler, one of history's greatest mathematicians. Reflecting on Euler led Chen Luo to recall Euler's teacher, Bernoulli, and Bernoulli's own mentor, Leibniz. Euler also had a student named Lagrange, who later took Cauchy as a disciple, names that had once haunted Chen Luo during his university days. Even now, he could not forget the shadow those figures cast over him. Not only did Euler solve the 7 bridges problem, but in doing so, he also founded a new branch of mathematics known as graph theory and topology. Simultaneously, he categorized and summarized these types of problems, leading to several broad conclusions commonly referred to as Euler's theorem. Thereafter, the once daunting challenges that had troubled countless mathematicians were transformed into mere exercises for elementary mathematics competitions. Chen Luo had no interest in teaching these individuals elementary mathematical concepts. Yet he felt compelled to uphold the dignity of his teacher, Brittany. Setting aside those thoughts, he returned his gaze to the figure on the paper. Although the Eulerian path problem was straightforward, it encompassed a significant mathematical principle, abstracting a complex real-world issue into an appropriate mathematical model. This mathematical ideology only began to take root in the 18th century, given the current state of mathematical development in this world. It might take centuries or even millennia to cultivate such modern mathematical thought. Chen Luo pointed to the figure on the paper and explained, the 9 bridges problem can be equivalently represented in this manner. We consider each landmass as a point and the bridges connecting them as lines, thus yielding the figure on the paper. If one can embark from a point and trace the figure without repetition, it indicates that one can traverse all 9 bridges from a landmass and return to the starting point without retracing any steps. A scholar, standing closest to Chen Luo, who had witnessed the drawing, was momentarily perplexed until he heard the explanation, at which point enlightenment struck him. He could not help but exclaim, incredible! To simplify such a complex real-world issue into a geometric figure, what a brilliant concept. The surrounding scholars, all of whom had studied the 9 bridges problem, crowded around the table. After glancing at Chen Luo's figure, they quickly recognized it as the simplification of the 9 bridges problem. In a brief span, most of those present had abandoned their initial condescension towards this young man, regardless of whether he could solve the 9 bridges problem. The sheer brilliance of his reasoning was enough to earn him the respect of all. This had already propelled the investigation of the 9 bridges problem significantly forward. Douglas maintained a calm demeanor, masking his emotions, while Debbie's expression darkened as she shot a glance at Chen Luo and said, "Please refrain from speaking for now." Just as she began, she was interrupted by another individual who, without even glancing at Debbie, looked at Chen Luo with a beseeching expression and urged, "Please continue." Debbie's face flushed with indignation, yet she dared not speak further, for her interlocutor was a renowned scholar in Yabo City, holding a status even higher than her own elders. Chen Luo nodded slightly to the scholar and continued, clearly. Aside from the starting and ending points, when someone enters a landmass via a bridge, they must exit through another bridge, thus excluding the starting and ending points. Each landmass must connect to an even number of bridges. We shall refer to the points connected by an odd number of line segments as odd points, and those connected by an even number as even points. Standing behind Chen Luo, teacher Brittany's face bore an expression of realization as she murmured, to embark from the starting point and ultimately return there. One must reach all points and depart from all points. Therefore, for the 9 bridges problem to have a solution, all points must be even. As Brittany rightly articulated, Chenluo turned to her with a smile, stating, the 9 bridges problem in the imperial capital evidently possesses an odd point, a landmass one can enter but cannot exit. Therefore, no method exists that allows one to start from the beginning and return there while traversing all 9 bridges without repetition. In conclusion, the 9 bridges problem in the imperial capital is unsolvable. After Chenluo finished speaking, he looked towards Debbie and the others, inquiring, did you understand? Chapter 30, The Mathematical Prodigy. The problem that had perplexed the entire mathematical community was effortlessly resolved by a student of St. Donatus Academy. A revelation that shocked Debbie far more than learning that the Edwin Award, which should have belonged to Douglas, had been claimed by Brittany. Stepping back, Debbie bit her lip, struggling to find words, but the long-standing enigma of the 9 bridges problem had finally reached a conclusion. The atmosphere of the salon had already been ignited by Chenluo, and the exhilarated scholars offered her no opportunity to speak. It was incredulous. The 9 bridges problem was indeed unsolvable. What an exquisite notion. The intricacies of the 9 bridges problem, through such reasoning, were rendered astonishingly simple, even graspable by a novice child. Undoubtedly, he is the one who has unraveled the enigma of the Rouse, as even the conundrum of the 9 bridges poses no challenge for him. Our city of ABO has birthed a youthful mathematical prodigy. What manner of educator can cultivate such a student? Miss Brittany is indeed quite young. Mathematics truly belongs to the realm of the youth. After Chenluo elucidated the 9 bridges problem, he astutely observed a shift in the gaze of the surrounding scholars towards him and Miss Brittany. Many faces now adorned with expressions of respect. This problem, seemingly simple, had confounded numerous mathematicians of the 18th century, only to be resolved by Euler's intervention. The mathematical prowess of the divine grace continent lags at least 18 streets behind that of the 18th century. In this land, strength and knowledge command respect. Whether one aspires to be a formidable mage or an erudite scholar, both paths garner admiration, yet the advancement of mages is far more arduous, leading most to favor the latter route. Over time, this has fostered an academic atmosphere on the continent that far exceeds Chenluo's expectations. No one pays heed to Debbie and Douglas anymore. The ambience of the salon, having peaked briefly, has now receded. A portion of the scholars returned to their seats, digesting the exquisite method Chenluo employed to solve the problem. They had never encountered such an approach, if enriched and refined. It might pave the way for a new branch of mathematics. Meanwhile, another group turned their attention to Chenluo and Brittany. If deciphering the Rouse merely brought them into the public eye, solving the 9 bridges problem has formally earned them the respect of these scholars. Undoubtedly, in their eyes, this youthful duo has emerged as rising stars in the mathematical realm. Mr. Blair, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Miss Brittany, may I pose a small question for your consideration? Beautiful lady, might I inquire if you are married? Mr. Blair, do you have a romantic partner? From a distance, Isabella watched as Chenluo and Brittany were encircled by numerous scholars, biting into an apple with a palpable annoyance. Rebellious fool. After finishing her apple, she slumped onto a chair, visibly disheartened. Over the past few days, she had gradually come to terms with Blair's mathematical talent, perhaps slightly surpassing her own. Yet she had never imagined that a problem, which even Miss Brittany and many esteemed scholars from the capital could not resolve, would be unraveled by him. Could it be that this unromantic, rude, and principled rogue is indeed a rare mathematical genius? As a senior, being surpassed by her junior is a matter of great embarrassment. Reluctant to concede defeat, she had intended to catch up to Blair through sheer effort, but now she realized that she could no longer even glimpse his figure. Gritting her teeth, Isabella resolved that since surpassing Blair in mathematics was no longer an option, she would place her hopes in magic. After all, she could already conjure 9 fireballs, and with the mastery of a basic spell, she could achieve certification as a novice mage, while Blair could only summon 4 fireballs as a mere apprentice. Isabella silently vowed to learn basic magic as swiftly as possible. On the other side, Alice, clad in a purple evening gown, gazed upon the figure ensconced in the crowd, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Brittany, surrounded by many, appeared somewhat fatigued from the attention, yet her gaze would occasionally dart toward Chenluo. She had perceived Blair's extraordinary mathematical talent, but had not anticipated it to reach such heights. Indeed, whether it be the summation of an arithmetic series, the Rouse enigma, or even tonight's 9 bridges, none of these problems were excessively complex. Once the key points were understood, any scholar present could resolve them with ease. Yet the truth remained that, including the scholars from the capital, no one had grasped the essence of the problem. The key lay therein. What was lacking was merely the discerning eye to uncover it. This represented a disparity in thought, a gap in innate ability, one that diligent effort alone could not bridge. His perspective on problems diverged fundamentally from that of all others. His reasoning was remarkably agile, and his methods exquisitely refined. He seemed almost born for mathematics. In that moment, as his teacher, Brittany felt an overwhelming pressure. Furthermore, recalling the moment when Chun Luo had stepped forward to shield her during an awkward situation, a stirring of emotion welled within her. Although she was a high-ranking mage, there were times when, as a woman, she too required protection. The dilemma was that Blair was her student, surrounded by a dozen scholars. Chun Luo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he observed the eager introductions and inquiries around him. Self-introductions and questions were one thing, but the prospect of matchmaking was entirely unwelcome. Chun Luo's purpose in this world was not to pursue romantic entanglements. His goal was to elevate his magical prowess, aspire to become a sage mage, and depart from this place as swiftly as possible. Where would he find the time for matters of the heart? Moreover, judging by the appearance of that scholarly couple, their daughter was not particularly striking either. The arrival of Calvin, the vice president of the ABO City Mathematical Society, provided Chun Luo with a momentary respite. "Good evening, President Calvin," he greeted. Upon Calvin's arrival, the crowd finally relinquished their hold on Chun Luo, turning their attention to him. As the vice president of the ABO City branch of the Mathematical Society, Calvin was himself a distinguished scholar, wielding significant influence within the mathematical community, and was held in high regard by fellow researchers. Calvin merely smiled at the assembly, exchanged a few words with Brittany, and then turned his gaze toward Chun Luo, saying with a warm smile, "Mr. Blair, would you be so kind as to join me for a discussion inside?" Eager to extricate himself from the current predicament, Chun Luo readily agreed. "Of course." Calvin nodded, then gestured to Brittany with gentlemanly courtesy. "Miss Brittany, please follow me." The onlookers regarded the two as they followed Vice President Calvin, acknowledging that after the events of the evening, these two young individuals had undoubtedly become the center of attention at the academic salon. Douglas sat in a corner, a shadow of discontent crossing his features. Before that student from St. Donis had resolved the Nine Bridges problem, he had been the focal point of attention among the scholars. Now, discussions swirled around the Nine Bridges and the novel mathematical approach, leaving Douglas feeling overlooked. Debbie glanced at Douglas, offering words of consolation. That Blair fellow merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. His knowledge cannot possibly surpass that of the esteemed scholars, certainly not yours. Why don't you take a moment to rest? You'll soon be receiving an honorary medal. Within the manor, Calvin led the way, with Brittany and Chun Luo following closely behind. She turned to Chun Luo, whispering, "When did you come to understand the Nine Bridges problem?" To say he had mastered such problems at the age of 10 would be excessively remarkable, so Chun Luo pondered before responding, "Last night." Brittany shot him a look of reproach. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Her words carried a hint of playful admonishment, and a smile crept onto Chun Luo's face. No matter how stern she tried to appear, it could not alter the fact that she was merely a young woman in her early 20s, occasionally revealing her youthful nature. Chun Luo, of course, did not dare to laugh, expressing a hint of resignation as he remarked, "I originally intended to engage in a discussion with Professor Brittany today, but before I could inform you, I found myself here." The somewhat instinctive tone of reproach caused a slight flush to rise on Brittany's cheeks. Noticing that Chun Luo seemed unconcerned, she regained her serious demeanor and said earnestly, "This question appears to extend into a broader category of inquiries. I happen to have some thoughts on it. Let us delve deeper into this discussion when we return tonight." Chapter 31, The Honorary Medal. Navigating through two lengthy corridors, Calvin led Chun Luo and Brittany to a secluded room. Upon entering, Chun Luo discovered several individuals awaiting them. Apart from two vice presidents, the others were senior stewards of the Mathematics Association, whom Brittany had encountered earlier. Calvin introduced each one to Chun Luo, who politely nodded in acknowledgement, although he failed to remember their rather convoluted names. After the introductions, Brittany turned to Calvin and inquired, "President Calvin, have you summoned us for a particular purpose?" Calvin smiled, looking at Chun Luo and Brittany, and replied, "I would like to invite both of you to join the mathematics branch of Yabo City." As soon as Calvin spoke, Chun Luo understood his intention. This world is replete with various associations, including those dedicated to magic, mathematics, science, medicine, astrology, alchemy, and many others. This phenomenon likely stems from the rich academic atmosphere here, where numerous scholarly elites congregate, wielding considerable academic resources. Generally, any scholar of repute opts to join a corresponding association, where they can engage in discussions with other scholars and share resources, greatly benefiting their long-term development. Scholars obtain resources from the associations, while the associations view these scholars as valuable assets. For instance, the Magic Association takes a portion of the remuneration from magical consultants as commission, and, similarly, the Mathematics Association and Science Association have their own revenue models. The relationship between scholars and associations is symbiotic. However, entry into any association is not as simple as expressing a desire to join, as each has its own set of prerequisites. And internal factions may arise based on differing ideologies or regions. Even the former Professor Brittany lacked the qualifications to join the Mathematics Association, making Chun Luo's invitation from them as an obscure figure a rather astonishing occurrence. It was merely that the Yabo City Mathematics branch had taken an interest in the Nine Bridges problem. Should Chun Luo's paper be published through their branch, it would significantly enhance their prestige. A contemplative expression crossed Brittany's face as she considered the implications of joining the Mathematics Association, recognizing the substantial benefits it would bestow upon both herself and Blair. However, membership would entail certain obligations. Before joining the Yabo City branch, her articles could be submitted to any branch, but once affiliated, they could only be published through the Yabo City branch. While they would gain access to greater resources and services from the Mathematics Association, the Yabo City Mathematics branch would also require their research outcomes to bolster its own reputation. Calvin's invitation to Blair was undoubtedly motivated by the significance of the Nine Bridges problem. Imagine a problem that countless branches, including the main branch in the royal capital, could not resolve, being solved by the Yabo City branch. It would be a monumental achievement. After explaining the relationship to Chun Luo, Brittany asked, "Blair, what are your thoughts?" Chun Luo shook his head dismissively, responding, "I defer to Professor Brittany." Deep down, Chun Luo was reluctant to join the Mathematics Association, as it would consume much of his time. Even if joining would facilitate his acquisition of fame, wealth, and power, none of these mattered to him. After all, the Mathematics Association is not the Magic Association. Its scholars are not recognized by the latter. In the realm of magic, few things can be acquired with money. The profound magical knowledge he sought could only be obtained through contribution. To gain assistance in magic, he would either need to find a powerful wizard to mentor him or join the Magic Association and contribute to it, a prospect currently unattainable for him, as he lacked the requisite strength. Thus, he felt compelled to heed Professor Brittany's guidance. Brittany gazed at Chun Luo, perceiving his unwavering trust in her. Calvin continued, "Both of you are exceptionally talented mathematicians. If you join the branch, in return, the branch will confer upon you honorary medals and will exert every effort to assist you in securing this year's Edwin Award." One of the stewards of the Mathematics Association paused in surprise and promptly interjected, "Lord Calvin, isn't this year's honorary medal meant for Douglas?" Calvin chuckled, his gaze still fixed on Brittany, and asked, "Miss Brittany, I believe Mr. Blair is more deserving of this medal. Do you not agree?" The awarding of the Mathematics Association's honorary medal must be sanctioned by the main branch in the royal capital. Even the Yabo City branch has only 2 honorary medal slots each year. Brittany looked at Chun Luo. The honorary medal is a testament to one's identity and abilities. Blair, being young, would derive immeasurable benefits from such an accolade if he were to pursue a path in academia. Moreover, as scholars, they would inevitably need to join the Mathematics Association, and this invitation from the Yabo City branch represents a rare opportunity. After careful consideration, she turned to Calvin and stated, "I agree." A smile spread across Calvin's face as he replied, "Please, take a moment to sit here. We are about to announce this year's honorary medals." The existence of academic salons primarily serves to provide scholars with a platform for exchange. Additionally, every October, during the academic salon, the association bestows honorary medals. Such medals exist in nearly every association and are awarded as recognition of significant contributions made by scholars, affirming their capabilities. Recipients of honorary medals are referred to as honorary scholars, the very essence of each association's core. They hold esteemed status and are respected throughout the kingdom. In a sense, only those who have received honorary medals can truly be considered scholars, while the majority present can merely be regarded as mathematical researchers. The Yabo City Mathematics branch is allotted 2 junior honorary medals annually to reward scholars with significant research achievements. Prior to the commencement of the salon, speculations circulated regarding the likely recipients of these 2 medals. One of the medals would undoubtedly be awarded to the solver of the Ross mystery, a remarkable discovery of monumental significance within the mathematical community, making Miss Brittany a deserving candidate. Furthermore, the Yabo City branch was likely preparing to recommend her for the Edwin Award, ensuring ample preparations for this endeavor. As for the other medal, it was expected to be conferred upon Douglas, had it not been for Brittany's unexpected emergence. Douglas would have been the most accomplished mathematician in Yabo City this year, and the most likely candidate for the Edwin Award. The presentation of honorary medals is a grand celebration for mathematicians, and all scholars yearn to witness this moment. However, on this night, the academic salon, Chun Luo successfully redirected everyone's attention towards the 9 bridges problem, causing the significance of the honorary medals to nearly fade from the scholars' minds. It was not until Calvin and several vice presidents of the Mathematics Association reappeared that the attendees were reminded of this matter. President Calvin is set to bestow the honorary medals. I nearly forgot. Tonight marks the presentation of the prestigious honorary medals. I wonder to whom these accolades will be awarded. After all, they are honorary medals. Will I ever have the chance in my lifetime to be recognized as an honorary scholar? Who else could it be but Miss Brittany and Mr. Douglas? Only their remarkable achievements merit such an honor. As I listened to the murmurs of the crowd, Douglas's previously sullen demeanor brightened slightly, a smile beginning to grace his lips. It is well known that to honor scholars who have made significant contributions to mathematics, the Mathematical Society selects outstanding individuals each year to receive the honorary medal. This evening, the Yapo City branch of the Mathematical Society will bestow this honor upon 2 distinguished mathematical scholars. Calvin's voice, bolstered by wind magic, reached the ears of everyone present. At that moment, regardless of whether they were deep in thought or quietly conversing, all eyes turned toward Calvin. The significance of the honorary medal was profound for them. It represented the society's recognition and a symbol of status. To possess an honorary medal meant they had become genuine scholars, their titles transformed from Mr. to Your Excellency. Once the crowd fell silent, Calvin received an exquisite box from an attendant and slowly proclaimed, "The Rouse mystery, once the most perplexing enigma in the history of mathematics, has been solved, marking a monumental milestone in mathematical history with extraordinary significance for the entire mathematical community." After deliberation within the society, the first honorary medal is awarded to the proposer of the Brittany-Blair formula and one of the solvers of the Rouse mystery. She is none other than Your Excellency Brittany. As anticipated, thunderous applause erupted following Calvin's announcement. The importance of the Rouse mystery was well understood by the scholars present. This singular achievement alone qualified her for the honorary medal. Calvin carefully retrieved the medal from the box and presented it to Brittany. Having completed this gesture, he turned to the audience, raising his hands to calm the applause. Once the noise subsided, he accepted another box from the attendant and continued. The second honorary medal is awarded to. Under Debbie's admiring gaze, Douglas smiled and stepped forward amidst the crowd. The proposer of the Brittany-Blair formula, one of the solvers of the Rouse mystery, and the resolver of the 9 bridges problem in the royal capital. He is none other than Your Excellency Blair. The crowd gasped as Douglas halted his steps and Isabella's fork, with a piece of fruit she had just managed to stab, clattered to the ground. Chapter 32. The Youngest Honorary Scholar. B. Blair. Calvin announced that the second honorary medal was awarded to Mr. Blair. It was astonishing that it was not given to Douglas. While the first honorary medal was rightfully awarded to Brittany for her significant contributions to mathematics, no one expected the second medal to go to Blair. Blair could not be more than 17. If he received this honorary medal, he would become the youngest honorary scholar in the Mathematical Society. It is noteworthy that, although this is merely a junior honorary medal, it represents a glory that countless mathematical researchers cannot achieve in their lifetime. The announcement of this honorary medal created a stir in the salon, surpassing even the excitement from when he solved the 9 bridges problem. Douglas's expression stiffened, a forced smile escaping his lips as he gradually retreated into the crowd. The moment he sat back down, his fists clenched tightly, his face darkening, and his companions around him fell silent. First, the Edwin Award, which was vital to Douglas, was snatched away. Now, even the honorary medal, which held even greater significance for him, had been taken. It was clear that Douglas should not be trifled with at this moment. Debbie watched Douglas with concern, her gaze filled with resentment as she glanced at Brittany and Chun Luo at the front. Isabella looked at Chun Luo, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Joy for her junior and teacher receiving such honors, but sorrow for herself, as after today, 2 out of the 3 scholars from Brittany's mentorship would be honorary scholars, leaving her as the lone remaining member. Isabella, usually confident, felt an unusual wave of insecurity at that moment. Alice stood beside a family elder, her expression reflecting disbelief as she watched Calvin present the honorary medal to Chun Luo. The medal that Blair held in his hands was something even her family elder had not received. Regardless of whether it was the Mathematical Society, the Magical Society, or other associations, the number of honorary medals is fixed and never increases. New positions only arise when scholars pass away or receive higher honors. Thus, in any era, those who attain honorary medals are the pinnacle of mathematical scholars. Aside from Professor Brittany, not a single one of the over 10 mathematics instructors at St. Donis Academy has ever received such an honor. In other words, Blair's standing in the mathematical community has surpassed all the mathematics teachers at the academy, except for Professor Brittany. Thankfully, it was Professor Brittany who taught him mathematics. One can only imagine the sentiments of his mathematics teacher had he been in another class. Your Excellency Blair, please answer this question. The thought of Blair being called upon to answer questions in class left Alice in awe. Just then, a woman beside her turned to her and said, "Alice, this Blair is also a student of St. Donis Academy. Are you familiar with him?" Alice shook her head and replied, "This is our first meeting today." The woman gazed at Chen Luo in the distance and remarked, "A young man who can compel that cunning old fox Calvin to offend the Howard family and the Number faction for his sake has an immeasurable future. Once you return to the academy, make an effort to get to know him. He may bring benefits to your family in the future." Alice nodded, a hint of curiosity in her gaze toward Chen Luo. "Ankasha, I understand." When Calvin presented the honorary medal to Brittany, the applause was fervent. However, when he announced the second medal's recipient, the hall fell into silence. The news was simply too astonishing, too shocking. Although Brittany is young, there have been other honorary scholars in the history of the Mathematical Society who were equally youthful. However, no one had ever witnessed an honorary medal awarded to a minor. Yet, upon reflection, it seems entirely reasonable that the proposer of the Brittany-Blair formula, the solver of the Rouse mystery, and the individual who solved the 9 bridges problem with an ingeniously mind-boggling approach would be awarded this honorary medal. Prior to this evening, people preferred to refer to the Brittany-Blair formula simply as the Brittany formula, tacitly acknowledging that the Rouse mystery was solved by Brittany, attributing her success to her efforts to uplift her student. However, after tonight, such notions will no longer persist. Though Blair is merely a student at St. Donis Academy, he stands as an eminent scholar, rivaling even his esteemed professors. The enigma of loss shall not be the last conundrum they unravel in the years to come. It is likely that the names of Brittany and Blair will be intertwined on more than one occasion. Douglas's accomplishments merely build upon the foundations laid by his predecessors, whereas Blair tackles problems that remain unsolved by even the most erudite mathematicians of our time. Setting aside his youth, he is undoubtedly more deserving of this prestigious honor than Douglas. Age has never been a measure of capability within the realm of mathematics. Clap, clap, clap. Following a brief silence, sporadic applause began to fill the hall. The scattered clapping soon swelled into a resounding crescendo, culminating in a vibrant atmosphere as the salon reached its zenith once more. Congratulations to Lord Blair. He shall be the pride of our Apollon City Mathematics Society. The 9 bridges problem will serve as a formidable rebuttal to those who look down upon our society. Behind Calvin, an elder observed the animated crowd and quietly inquired, "Calvin, is this truly worthwhile?" Calvin did not turn around. He simply smiled and replied, "He is astonishingly young, and this may very well be an opportunity for the Apollon Society, which has languished in the rankings for far too long. Do you truly place such faith in him?" The elder shook his head in disbelief. "I merely perceive something within him, an essence I have yet to witness in the esteemed scholars." "What essence?" Calvin turned to the elder and asked, "Have you looked into his eyes?" The elder shook his head in response. "I have," Calvin stated, his gaze steady. When he relinquished the primary authorship of the lost enigma, and while elucidating the 9 bridges problem, I gazed into his eyes. He is indifferent to the lost mystery, and the 9 bridges problem holds no significance for him. I wonder if he noticed that he hardly cares for the honor medal. Calvin inhaled deeply and continued. When he received the document detailing the 9 bridges problem from Debbie, and when he gazed upon it, he resembled a sovereign surveying his realm. Chen Luo's motivation for studying mathematics under Professor Brittany was not merely academic. He sought to learn magic from her. The honor medal bestowed upon him by the Mathematics Society held little intrigue for him. The sole benefit of this medal was that it noticeably reduced the number of individuals attempting to engage him in conversation. Chen Luo observed that since acquiring the honor medal, the glances directed at him by those around him had begun to carry an air of respect. The esteem associated with scholarly status was once again evident, prompting Chen Luo to reflect on the fact that this world possesses a remarkably conducive environment for the growth of scholars. Isabella, however, regarded Chen Luo with far less respect. She scrutinized him with a judgmental gaze and stated, "You have violated our agreement." "It was an unforeseen circumstance," Chen Luo replied. aware that Isabella's vindictiveness would not allow him to escape easily. They had struck a pact. Isabella would teach him magical techniques not found in textbooks or the Magic Association, while Chen Luo would share his knowledge with her. The underlying reason for this arrangement was that Professor Brittany had restricted Chen Luo's interactions outside, assigning Isabella to monitor him. Though this instance had arisen out of necessity, Chen Luo recognized that he was indeed in the wrong. After contemplating his options, he tentatively suggested, "How about I assist you in acquiring an honor medal next time?" Isabella nearly erupted with laughter at his audacity, shooting him an incredulous glare. "Do you think an honor medal is as common as cabbages?" Whether or not the honor medal resembled cabbages was beyond Chen Luo's concern. He believed that if one could earn an honor medal simply by solving the 9 bridges problem, he could effortlessly procure 100 for Isabella. He merely found it tedious to bully these mathematical pioneers during the primitive era of mathematics. Once he truly dedicated himself, even the so-called advanced scholars, including the eminent members of the Math Association, would bow before him in submission. Although the development of mathematics in this world generally adheres to its intended trajectory, numerous discrepancies persist. Issues such as the general solution to the loss enigma and the nature of irrational numbers have gone unnoticed for far too long. However, in branches like geometry and trigonometry, their research has already begun to reveal glimpses of modern mathematics. Just say whether you desire it or not, Chen Luo declared, refocusing his attention on Isabella. "How about I give you my medal?" Isabella's gaze remained fixed on the honor medal, her lips curling in disdain, as if I would covet it. As her words faded, Alice approached from a distance, smiling at Chen Luo. "Blair, may I touch your medal?" Chapter 33. Chen Luo's Inquiry. "Congratulations, Blair, on becoming an honor scholar." Alice stood beside Chen Luo, expressing a hint of envy as she remarked, "Countless people dream of achieving the status of honor scholar. Yet you, so young, have accomplished what others may never achieve." Chen Luo shook his head, replying, "I was merely fortunate." "Luck is a part of skill," Alice smiled, asking, "May I see your honor medal, Blair?" "I have never laid eyes upon one before." Though Chen Luo preferred solitude, Alice, being from the same institution, had consistently displayed courtesy, and her request was not unreasonable. He casually handed her the box containing the medal. "Ahem, ahem." Isabella maintained a stern expression, repeatedly clearing her throat beside Chen Luo. Alice, receiving the box that held the honor medal, smiled at Isabella and inquired, "Isabella, do you feel unwell? If so, you should consider resting early." Isabella huffed dismissively. "What concern is that of yours?" Chen Luo had only speculated before, but now it was evident that the relationship between Isabella and Alice was far more complex than mere rivalry between two beautiful women. They were likely adversaries within the academy, which explained the palpable tension between them upon their first encounter. Chen Luo preferred to remain uninvolved in their conflict, choosing instead to sit at the opposite side of the table and leave the battleground to them. However, Alice clearly had no intention of merely touching the medal and departing. "Thank you, Blair." She returned the honor medal to Chen Luo, casting a curious glance at Isabella, and asked, "Many in the academy say that you and Isabella are romantically involved. Is there any truth to that?" Due to Isabella's previous foolishness, many at St. Donus Academy still believed this gossip, and numerous classmates were speculating about a romance between Chen Luo and Isabella. Isabella shot Alice a cold glance, retorting, "What business is it of yours?" "It's merely a rumor," Chen Luo interjected, shaking his head. "Isabella and I are innocent." Chen Luo hoped for Alice's swift departure, wishing to avoid the crossfire of two women. To his dismay, Alice not only remained but also seated herself beside him, picking up a pen and paper from the table to seek Chen Luo's assistance with a mathematical problem. As Isabella's expression darkened and her fists clenched, Chen Luo inwardly lamented the situation. He understood that the one who would be sharing a roof with him henceforth was Isabella, not Alice, and it would be unwise to offend his treasure by siding with Alice. Just as Chen Luo prepared to make his escape, he heard the familiar voice of Fitch. "Isn't this Miss Alice? I never expected to see you here tonight." Fitch Howard sauntered over, extending his hand to Alice with a smile, saying, "Good evening, Miss Alice." As he reached out, a fleeting spark of fervor ignited in his gaze. Although Alice was not as popular as Isabella at St. Donatus Academy, she nonetheless had many admirers, for she possessed a certain allure that even Isabella lacked. Alice regarded Fitch's outstretched hand with a slight smile and replied, "Aunt Kasia suggested I broaden my horizons, so I accompanied her here." Noticing that Alice did not reciprocate his handshake, a shadow flickered across Fitch's face, and he discreetly withdrew his hand, inquiring with a smile, "Might I have the honor of inviting Miss Alice to share a drink with me?" Alice shook her head apologetically, saying, I'm afraid I have a few questions I wish to discuss with Junior Blair. Fitch replied with a grin, my brother Douglas is also there. If you have any inquiries, you may consult him as well. Alice declined, stating, I wish to discuss the 9 bridges problem with Junior Blair. No one understands it better than he does. At last, Fitch's countenance darkened, unable to fathom what was so special about Blair. Isabella had an affection for him. And now Alice, too, had turned him down for his sake. His jealousy, compounded by Chun Luo's theft of his brother Douglas' honor badge, had driven Fitch's resentment towards Chun Luo to its zenith. With a scornful glance at Chun Luo, he derisively remarked, what a trivial 9 bridges problem. Is it truly so remarkable? He is merely a mongrel with black hair and eyes. Alice rose, incensed, and retorted, Fitch, how can you speak of Junior Blair in such a manner? Isabella slammed her hand on the table, pointing at Fitch in fury. You dare utter another word. Following a brief but intense incantation, several fireballs floated ominously in the air before her. Fitch's expression shifted, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features as he stepped back. Casting a glance at Chun Luo and scoffing, just a useless coward hiding behind a woman, Isabella glared fiercely at Fitch before turning her attention to Chun Luo, urging, Blair, pay him no heed. Chun Luo regarded Fitch with an inscrutable expression, betraying no emotion. There were many traits about Blair that Chun Luo found distasteful, his lewdness, cowardice, and lack of ambition. It was Blair's unique hair and eye color that pleased Chun Luo immensely. In this world, Chun Luo cared for few things. But there were some precious lines that should not be crossed. Fitch, Alice, and Isabella were oblivious to the deeper significance of black hair and eyes for Chun Luo. It represented far more than mere physical attributes. Noticing Chun Luo's silence, Isabella felt a pang of unease at his calm demeanor. She looked at him with concern, saying, Blair, it's fine, Chun Luo replied slowly, rising to stand before Isabella. He fixed his gaze on Fitch and declared, Do you dare to make a wager with me? Fitch cast a dismissive glance in his direction, asking, What do you have to wager? Chun Luo produced the honor badge, stating, If you win, I shall surrender this badge to you. Should you lose, you will keep your distance from Senior Isabella. Although Isabella was somewhat touched, she furrowed her brow at Chun Luo, saying, Blair, my affairs are not your concern. Alice looked at Chun Luo with surprise, pondering whether he truly harbored feelings for Isabella. Otherwise, what would compel him to engage in such a gamble with Fitch? He could not possibly be unaware of the badge's importance, yet willingly risk it for Isabella. Was he attempting to win her heart? Ah, the stubborn thoughts of youth. Is he seeking to be a hero? Fitch mused, observing Chun Luo, his gaze flickering. Keeping his distance from Isabella was not a difficult request for him, considering she had never given him a favorable glance. However, regaining the honor badge, originally seized by Blair from his brother Douglas, would serve as a means to vindicate the Howard family. With a cold laugh, Fitch said, What are we wagering? If you can answer one of my questions, I will concede. Chun Luo replied, During this process, you may seek assistance from anyone. Fitch considered Chun Luo, had it not been for the latter's additional comment. He would likely have refused, fully aware of his own capabilities. Yet, he had not expected Blair to be audacious enough to allow him to seek help from anyone, suggesting that he intended to challenge the entire Howard family, or even the entire faction, single-handedly. Ultimately, even if he lost, there would be minimal repercussions. A smile spread across Fitch's face as he said, I accept your wager. Chun Luo promptly took up a quill and sketched a square on paper, drawing a diagonal line across it. He tossed the quill aside and looked at Fitch, saying, This is a square with a side length of 1. What is the length of its diagonal? Isabella's expression shifted, her urgency palpable as she exclaimed, Blair, are you mad? Do you not realize that the Howard theorem was discovered by Fitch's ancestors? Chun Luo was fully aware that the theorem Isabella referred to was the Pythagorean theorem, which in this world, the relationship between the legs and hypotenuse of a right triangle was first uncovered by a mathematician from the Howard family. Fitch anticipated that Chun Luo would pose a more challenging question, and he could not help but laugh, saying, Blair, I suggest you consult Professor Branny about the Howard theorem's content. You have lost. He looked at Chun Luo, laughing heartily. The square of the length of the diagonal of a square with side length 1 is 2. This is common knowledge. You still haven't answered my question. Chun Luo replied calmly. I asked for the length of the diagonal, not the square of its length. Fitch furrowed his brow. No one had ever posed such a question to him. According to the Howard theorem, the square of the diagonal's length of a square with side length 1 is indeed 2, yet he had never contemplated what that actual number was. Clearly, no integer squared results in 2, In the short term, Fitch could not identify two integers whose ratio squared would yield precisely 2. Typically, people simply placed a symbol before the number 2 to denote that value. He looked at Chenluo and asked, "You just said I could seek help from anyone?" "Indeed," Chenluo affirmed, nodding. Seniors Isabella and Alice can attest to that. Isabella shot Chenluo an angry glare, pondering whether he was siding with Fitch or himself. "Just you wait." Fitch glanced at Chenluo before striding towards Douglas and the others. Douglas was a mathematical prodigy among the younger generation of the Howard family, and Fitch believed he would undoubtedly solve the problem. At that moment, it would be time to erase the disgrace of the Howard family. Isabella was nearly driven to the brink by Chenluo's actions, exclaiming in exasperation, "Blair, what madness are you indulging in?" Chenluo smiled, saying, "Let's go and take a look." This was a gift he had intended for the Howard family, and he had thought he would have to wait several days to present it. Little did he know, Fitch would be so accommodating. Chenluo was unconcerned about the possibility of Fiki enlisting formidable external assistance. The mathematical community here unanimously believed that integers and their ratios could encapsulate all numbers in existence. Yet, the challenge of representing the square root of 2 was one that not only Fiki could not resolve, but Chenluo himself found insurmountable. With a square root of 2 expressible as a ratio of 2 integers, then the first mathematical crisis would never have transpired in another realm. In truth, Chenluo's intention was to anonymously submit this conundrum, which could precipitate a mathematical crisis, to the Mathematics Association. However, this revelation would not only affect the number theorists and the Howard family, it would, to some extent, injure the sentiments of all mathematicians. He was uncertain whether the Mathematics Association would choose to conceal such a matter. He contemplated leveraging Alice or Isabella to unveil this issue, but ultimately dismissed the thought. With adversaries already encroaching upon him, he was unaccustomed to standing behind a woman, at least, not in this moment. Chapter 34. The Fearful Douglas. As Chenluo followed Fiki toward Douglas, Isabella remained silent, evidently displeased with him. Alice wore a pensive expression, and after a brief moment, turned to Chenluo and inquired, "Blair, what is that number?" Chenluo shook his head. "I do not know." Alice regarded him for a moment, but refrained from pressing further. She had also contemplated this question earlier. However, they typically represented the number that's squared to 2 with a simple symbol, never having considered the need to actually ascertain the number itself. After all, it was a rather cumbersome task. Their teacher had informed them that it sufficed to understand that this number could be expressed as a ratio of 2 integers, leaving the specifics of which integers to the scholars to ponder. Although she was uncertain if Chenluo truly did not know, it was evident that his inquiry to Fiki was not easily answered. Douglas sat alone in a corner, his fists clenched, his countenance dark as night. The Edwin Prize had been snatched from him, the honorary medal taken, and what was supposed to be a night of academic celebration had devolved into a source of humiliation. Rising from his seat, Douglas resolved to depart. He could no longer endure waiting for the salon to conclude. That woman, Brittany, the one who had stolen his honorary medal, he would inevitably reclaim his glory from her and that Blair. "Brother, so this is where you've been." Just as Douglas prepared to leave, Fiki approached with an expression of pleasant surprise. "What is it?" Douglas replied, his mood soured to the extreme, offering his younger brother little warmth. "I made a wager with that fool Blair," Fiki exclaimed excitedly, recounting the earlier events to Douglas. Douglas's face revealed surprise as he exclaimed, "He wagered his honorary medal with you?" Fiki scoffed. "That idiot merely seeks to attract Isabella's attention." "Brother, could you assist me with this problem? This time, I shall turn his status as an honorary scholar into that of a disgrace." Douglas no longer felt the urgency to leave, although Blair's posed question might prove challenging. Many of his friends were present at the salon. Even if they failed to solve the problem, they would not suffer significant loss. Should they succeed, however, perhaps it would allow him to reclaim a portion of the humiliation he had endured at Blair's hands. Douglas turned to Fiki and asked, "What is the question?" Fiki promptly replied, "For a square with a side length of 1. What is the length of its diagonal?" Douglas paused for a moment, initially expecting Blair to present a difficult challenge to vex Fiki, and had even prepared to seek assistance from his friends. Yet this query, to him, hardly constituted a challenge. Furrowing his brow, he looked at Fiki and said, "You do not know the answer to this question? As a member of the Howard family, if Fiki dared claim ignorance of the Howard theorem, he would surely face dire consequences from their father." Fiki hastily clarified, "Blair requested that I express the number that squares to 2 as a ratio of integers." Douglas regarded Fiki for a moment, then sat back down, retrieving paper and pen. Just wait. Though he had not previously examined this problem, he reasoned that apart from integers, all numbers could be expressed as ratios of integers. With some time, he would surely find the answer. Despite having lost the Edwin Prize and the honorary medal, he still possessed ample time. While this would not negate Blair's status as an honorary scholar, it could render him a disgrace among scholars. As Chun Luo and the others approached Fiki, he cast a disdainful glance at Chun Luo, declaring, "Prepare to return your medal." Chun Luo placed the honorary medal on the table, saying, "It is right here. Come and take if you dare." He seemed entirely unconcerned with the recent wager, uncorking a bottle of unopened red wine and leisurely savoring it while seated. Chun Luo's composure appeared to influence Isabella, reminding her of the 2 stones that had shattered her previous understanding. It was Chun Luo who had overturned the conclusions of the ancients with those stones and had even swindled 10 gold coins from her. With a scrutinizing gaze, she asked Chun Luo, "Blair, do you know something?" Chun Luo did not respond directly, pouring her a glass of red wine instead, saying, "Just watch." Isabella furrowed her beautifully arched brows, shooting him a glare as she retorted, "If you lose the medal, I shall have my way with you." Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to adopt a senior's demeanor towards Chun Luo. Many at St. Donatus Academy referred to her as senior, but only Blair was her true junior. As a senior, Isabella felt entitled to discipline him in place of their teacher, Brittany. Seeing that Chun Luo did not offer her any wine, Alice took it upon herself to retrieve a clean goblet, pouring a modest half-glass for herself, and settled on either side of Chun Luo, occasionally casting a glance at him. Her eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. This younger scholar, younger than herself, was becoming increasingly inscrutable. Meanwhile, Fiki had anticipated Douglas would swiftly provide him with an answer. However, after waiting for some time, he found Douglas deeply engrossed in calculations. Fiki glanced at the leisurely Chun Luo and could not help but lean closer to Douglas, asking, "Are you not finished yet?" Douglas frowned in irritation, snapping, "Do not speak." He had initially believed the task would progress smoothly. Expressing a number as a ratio of integers was a task for mathematical novices, and for someone of his burgeoning reputation, it felt like an affront. Yet, despite employing various methods, Douglas could not arrive at the answer he sought, which increasingly aggravated him. Fiki, silenced by Douglas's annoyance, felt no alarm within himself. Douglas was one of the Howard family's most distinguished scholars. After all, it was merely a matter of expressing the length of a line segment. He believed that, given a little time, he could derive the answer himself. Meanwhile, Douglas, buried in his calculations, began to feel restless. To his dismay, he discovered that he could not accurately express the length of the diagonal of a square with a side length of 1 as a precise number. The number theorists and the Howard family asserted that everything could be measured. Any entity existing in nature could be accurately described by numbers. How could there be a line segment that could not be represented by a number? Did this not imply that the number theorists' claims were erroneous? That the ancients of the Howard family had erred, and that the entire mathematical community was mistaken? The notion was utterly absurd, and Douglas promptly dismissed such a malevolent idea. He lifted his gaze to the distance and called out, "Debbie Beck, Benson, could you come here for a moment?" Recognizing the limitations of one individual, he resolved to harness the collective strength of the 4 to uncover this damned number. The trio approached, and the young man named Benson glanced at him, inquiring, "Douglas, is something the matter?" Douglas handed them a sheet of paper and said, "Take a look at this problem." After a fleeting glance at the document, Benson turned back to Douglas, somewhat astonished, and remarked, "No way, you've even forgotten Howard's theorem." "It is." Douglas, suppressing his rising irritation, retorted, "First, understand the problem." The 3 of them scrutinized the issue once more before settling beside Douglas, with Benson shaking his head and stating, "A problem of this caliber? Even your brother could solve it. You actually expect us 3 to assist?" "Douglas, I believe you need a rest." Despite his words, he picked up a pen and began to calculate, while Debbie and Beck remained silent, quietly engaged in their own computations. Half an hour passed. An hour ticked by. Isabella had drained her glass of red wine, even finishing the entire bottle consumed by the trio, and she cast an impatient glance toward Douglas and the others, asking, "Why are they not done yet?" Beside Douglas, Fitch fidgeted with anticipation, his legs growing numb, yet he dared not interrupt Douglas and the others. As he scanned the surroundings, he spotted a familiar figure standing among several scholars. After a quick glance back at Douglas, he clenched his teeth and strode over, saying, "Uncle Duke, I have a question I'd like to ask you." Although Duke was not a member of the Howard family, he shared profound ties with them and was an esteemed scholar of the Mathematical Society. With Douglas and the others still without results, Fitch decided to seek Duke's assistance. However, at that moment, Fitch remained oblivious to Douglas sitting there, his complexion pale with terror, unable to grip the quill in his hand, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Chapter 35. The Calamity of the Howard Family. No one could fathom the depth of fear coursing through Douglas's heart at this moment. Everything in existence is measurable. Any entity within nature can be accurately expressed through numbers. This principle was posited by the ancestors of the Howard family and stands as the core tenet of the numerological school. The Howard family's current glory and stature are attributed to his father, the Viscount Howard, one of the leaders of the numerological movement. As long as the numerological school endures, the Howard family can maintain its prominence. Yet today, he had discovered a length that could not be precisely represented by numbers, which suggested that the tenets of the numerological school were flawed, indicating the existence of numbers beyond integers and those expressible as ratios of integers. The numerological school is not merely a mathematical faction. It amalgamates mathematics, philosophy, and politics, with mathematics as its cornerstone and faith. Now, their foundation has crumbled, their belief shattered. This revelation poses a lethal blow to both the numerological school and the Howard family. One can only imagine the extent of their adversaries' outcry should they become aware of this, launching a vehement assault on both the numerological school and the Howard family, potentially plunging them into an unprecedented crisis. Douglas was enveloped by an overwhelming dread. The mere thought of the repercussions of this matter becoming public sent tremors through his body. No, this information must never be allowed to circulate. At a certain moment, Douglas abruptly raised his head, his gaze fixed on Chunluo, revealing a glimmer of malevolence. He could not resolve the problem, but he could eliminate the individual who posed it. Blair had uncovered the fatal flaw within the numerological school. For the honor of the Howard family and the stability of the numerological doctrine, he must be silenced. At that instant, Fitch approached, brimming with triumph, proclaiming, "Brother, I have just consulted Uncle Duke about that problem. His friends are also assisting, and this time, Blair is finished." Douglas followed Fitch's gesture and saw Duke and several scholars engrossed in calculations, surrounded by numerous others. A chill coursed down his spine, and he nearly crumpled to the ground. "Fool, what have you done?" Douglas's eyes bulged with rage as he struck Fitch across the face, his voice nearly a roar. With a resounding slap, Douglas's fury sent Fitch spinning, half of his face swelling as blood trickled from his mouth. He gazed at Douglas in terror, stammering, what is happening?" Isabella, who had been watching Douglas and the others, nearly leapt from her seat. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Douglas deliver a staggering blow to Fitch. What perplexed her further was that while Fitch was the one struck, Douglas bore an expression of sheer horror, as if confronted by some unspeakable calamity. Yet the shocking events were only just beginning. How is this possible? At a nearby table, a scholar slammed his palm down, his face contorted with rage, exclaiming, "What kind of number is this?" Another scholar tugged at his hair in agitation, muttering incessantly, Why can't we find it?" In the distance, a scholar upturned a table, shouting, "This cannot be. It is impossible for a length to exist that cannot be measured by numbers. There must be some error, but where? Where's the mistake?" Chunluo observed the scene with calm detachment. From a moment Fitch accepted the wager. He had anticipated such chaos. The belief that everything is measurable is not only a tenet of the numerological school, but a consensus within the mathematical community today. The emergence of irrational numbers threatens not only the Howard family and the numerological school, but will also shatter the faith of these mathematical scholars. A similar occurrence had transpired in ancient Greece. The discovery of the square root of 2 had plunged countless scholars into panic and self-doubt. That turmoil ultimately subsided with the acceptance of irrational numbers, a chapter in history now referred to as the first mathematical crisis. Understanding is a continually evolving process. People must often discard old notions to embrace new ideas. Each scientific crisis and catastrophe heralds innovation and progress. Eventually, the world will come to recognize the existence of irrational numbers. Chunluo merely accelerated the timeline of this revelation. Suddenly, chaos erupted around them as numerous scholars began to mutter incoherently, appearing almost deranged. Isabella, clearly unsettled, clutched Chunluo's sleeve, her pallor deepening as she asked Blair, "What is happening to them?" Chunluo's objectives had been achieved. He shook his head and replied, "Let us depart." The tumultuous atmosphere prompted Isabella, not wishing to remain, to nod vigorously and declare, "Let us find Teacher Brandy." Alice stared in shock at the unfolding drama, her gaze ultimately landing on Chunluo. The peculiar wager between Blair and Fitch had filled her with curiosity, and since earlier, her attention had been fixated on Fitch. She had witnessed Fitch approach Douglas, only to receive a heavy slap. She also saw Fitch seek the help of the scholars, who then descended into madness. What kind of dilemma could lead to such unfathomable consequences? Alice found herself unable to fathom it. She turned to Chinluo, incredulously asking, "Blair, what have you done?" Chinluo tucked away his medal, offering her a faint smile as he replied, "It is evident that in the recent wager, Fiki has lost." In a corner of the salon, a commotion erupted, with voices raised in shouts, laughter mixed with tears, and even a table being overturned, drawing the attention of everyone present. What was amiss with Duke? Had Tarun lost his sanity? What impossibility were they searching for? Scholars, filled with astonishment and doubt, instinctively moved toward the source of the chaos. In the distance, Calvin and two other vice presidents shared a concerned glance, furrowing their brows. What transpired over there? Let's investigate. Brittany had just addressed a question posed by a scholar when she heard the distant uproar and was about to approach when a hand suddenly grasped her wrist from behind a pillar. Isabella pulled Brittany behind the column, her urgency palpable. "Blair has caused a great mess. Miss Brittany, we must leave at once." Half a divine hour later, Calvin set down his quill, his face pale as he turned to the elder beside him, inquiring, "Have you found it?" The elder shook his head, beads of sweat adorning his forehead, fear evident in his eyes. No. Aside from Calvin and the elder, the faces of all the scholars were etched with panic. Just moments ago, they had made the incredulous discovery that the diagonal of a unit square could not be accurately expressed with existing numbers, a terrifying revelation. Mathematics is a discipline rooted in rigor. If their understanding of numbers was erroneous, what then had they been researching all these years? This dreadful realization plunged the hearts of nearly all the mathematicians present into profound dismay. The elder beside Calvin trembled as he set down his quill, murmuring, "This is a catastrophe for the Howard family, a disaster for the School of Numbers." The School of Numbers, which posited that everything could be measured, that any entity in nature could be accurately expressed through numbers, had its theoretical foundation shattered by this alarming discovery. While ordinary scholars might succumb to panic, for the School of Numbers, it would mean the collapse of their very beliefs. Calvin shook his head, his complexion ashen. "No. This is a calamity for the entire mathematical community." After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply and asked, "Where is Lord Blair?" A white-faced servant behind him stammered. The attendant said, "Lord Blair. Lord Blair has fled." Chapter 36, A Sleepless Night. In the spacious, brightly lit hall, Alice found herself surrounded by countless individuals. Among them were the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Society of Yabo City, several senior attendants, and other renowned scholars, including her most esteemed Aunt Shia, who stood in the corner. Alice had never encountered such a scene before, her palms clammy with anxiety. Calvin, his expression grave, regarded her and queried, "Miss Alice, you were close to Lord Blair just now. Do you know what transpired?" Alice nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "Yes. It was Fiki Howard who provoked Lord Blair with harsh words. Later, Lord Blair wagered that if Fiki could answer his question, he would concede his honor medal to him." Upon hearing Alice's account, Calvin exchanged a glance with another elder, a rueful smile gracing his lips. The Howard family had indeed embroiled themselves in considerable trouble. First, Douglas and others had harassed Miss Brittany, and then Fiki had foolishly provoked and insulted Blair, believing they could intimidate a scholar renowned for unraveling the Rosen riddle and the 9 bridges problem. From the moment Blair stood up for his mentor, Calvin realized he was not one to suffer indignities in silence. Yet, he had not anticipated that when he finally acted, it would deliver a devastating blow to the Howard family and the School of Numbers. This discovery of a mysterious number had completely dismantled the foundations of the School of Numbers, delivering a fatal strike. Long before half a divine hour had passed, Douglas and others had departed, leaving the Howard family in utter disarray. What infuriated and exasperated Calvin and the others was that the young man named Blair had dragged both the Howard family and the entire mathematical community into a quagmire of panic, only to abscond, leaving the most significant problem for the Mathematics Society. As long as this issue remained unresolved, the mathematical realm would continue to spiral into chaos. Calvin took a deep breath and looked at the other 2 vice presidents. "Tomorrow morning, we shall visit St. Donis Academy." This academic salon concluded later than any prior gathering. As the scholars returned to their lodgings, weary bodies collapsing onto their beds, sleep evaded them. Meanwhile, the Howard family was in turmoil. Just moments ago, Douglas, having returned early from the salon, brought back news that left the Howard family shocked and terrified. During tonight's mathematics salon, someone had discovered a devilish number that could neither be classified as an integer nor expressed as a ratio of integers. This contradicted the tenets of the School of Numbers. It was inconceivable for a length to exist that could not be represented numerically. The only explanation was that the Howard family and the School of Numbers had erred, Beyond integers and the fractions they represented, there existed other numbers. If this were true, the school of numbers would face the gravest crisis since its inception. Should they fail to resolve this issue, they risked the potential dissolution of their institution. As night deepened, not a soul in the Howard family could find repose. Everyone was fervently scribbling notes, hoping to uncover this number under the guidance of the School of Numbers theories to help the Howard family navigate this crisis. In Douglas's room, he sat hunched at his desk, tugging at his hair, gritting his teeth. "Father, grant me a little more time. I will surely find this number. No need to search any further." The Viscount Howard shook his head. "The devilish number cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers. You will not be able to find it." Douglas looked up at him. Shock etched across his face. "Father, I have known about this for quite some time," Viscount Howard replied, meeting his gaze. "Your brother Abel was the first to discover this." "Brother Abel?" Douglas's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief flooding his features. "Isn't he missing?" The name Abel Howard resonated throughout the mathematical community, known to all. He had won the Edwin Prize at 20, become an honorary scholar of the Mathematics Society at 21. Hailed as the youngest genius in the field, he was once the pride of the Howard family. Yet, 3 years prior, Abel Howard had mysteriously vanished during an outing, with no further news. The Howard family and the Mathematics Society had searched for him, but to no avail. 3 years had passed, and the family had tacitly accepted that he had met with misfortune. Over time, the brilliance of the genius had dimmed, while Douglas began to emerge, becoming regarded as the new leader of the Howard family, regardless of the accolades bestowed upon him from the outside. Douglas was acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between himself and true genius. Lord Howard did not directly address his inquiry, but instead shook his head and remarked, "Abel's discovery will bring calamity to both the Howard family and the realm of mathematics. I once believed that by keeping this news from spreading, we could evade this disaster. Yet, merely 3 years have passed, and the specter of irrationality has once again raised its terrifying head." Douglas swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, "Where's brother Abel now?" Deep within the Howard estate, there existed a place forbidden to the members of the Howard family. Without Lord Howard's permission, no one was allowed to approach. Several low structures were shrouded in the deepest shadows of the trees, and in the innermost room, a light flickered. Inside, a young man sat at a desk, slowly perusing a mathematical journal. Creak. The door was pushed open from the outside, yet the young man did not lift his gaze. Instead, he asked calmly, "Have there been any interesting discoveries in the mathematical world these past few days?" The article regarding the Ross conundrum yesterday was quite remarkable. I had not anticipated that such a scholar existed in Yabo City. I would very much like to meet him. By the way, has anyone resolved the 9 bridges problem? I can't shake the feeling that this problem is fundamentally unsolvable. Douglas stood behind Lord Howard, gazing at that figure in disbelief. Brother Abel. Abel Howard lifted his head, looking towards the doorway, a faint smile gracing his features as he said, "Douglas, my dear brother, it has been a long time." Lord Howard observed him and softly stated, "Tonight, it has been proven that the 9 bridges problem is indeed unsolvable." Abel's expression shifted to one of keen interest, and he immediately queried, "Who has proven it?" "I wish to examine their method of proof." Lord Howard replied, "It is the resolver of the Ross conundrum." A smile spread across Abel's face as he remarked, "I would very much like to meet this young scholar." Lord Howard looked at him, a hint of guilt flickering across his face, and said, "From this moment forth, you are free." Abel's body trembled slightly as his gaze slowly turned towards Lord Howard. The latter lowered his head, unable to meet Abel's eyes, and murmured, "I once imprisoned the devil I set free. Tonight, another has released it." After a long silence, Abel rose slowly, fixing his gaze on Lord Howard, and declared, "Father, I have long told you that truth cannot be confined. Even if you imprison it, it will shine through the cracks of the window with blinding light." At St. Donata's College, in a faculty dormitory, Isabella had been escorted back to the Lord's manor by Chun Luo and Brittany. Upon returning to her dormitory, Brittany sat at her desk and picked up a quill to begin calculating. After half an hour, she rubbed her aching temples and turned to Chun Luo beside her, asking, "Blair, what on earth is going on?" Chun Luo stretched his legs, which had nearly fallen asleep, and replied innocently, "Ms. Brittany, have you considered that perhaps the ratio of integers cannot represent all numbers?" Brittany inquired, "Such as the square root of 2? Chun Luo nodded, saying, "That was an accidental discovery of mine." Brittany frowned in contemplation and remarked, "Regardless, you should not wager your honor medal. It is crucial for your future." Chun Luo lowered his head and replied, "I want to do it again." Brittany nodded and stifled a yawn, saying, "All right, it's getting late. You should go to bed. Blair, I'll continue calculating." Please rest early, Ms. Brittany. Don't stay up too late, Chenluo advised her before retiring to his room. Practicing magic was a mentally taxing endeavor, and he needed to ensure adequate sleep to be energized for the following day. However, just as he was about to head to his room, Brittany suddenly looked at him and said, "Don't be so impulsive in the future." If today's incident hadn't occurred at the salon, and had there not been so many scholars present with differing mathematical philosophies, you could have been in great danger. Although Isabella is around your age, she is your senior. You should not always disregard her advice. Indeed, Isabella was Brittany's little informant, but her intention was to protect him. Chenluo obediently replied to Brittany's admonition, "I understand." Brittany paused for a moment before gently saying, "Also, thank you for tonight." Chenluo knew she was referring to the Nine Bridges problem, but merely smiled and waved, saying, "Good night, Ms. Brittany." "Good night," she replied. As Chenluo lay in bed, he was greeted not by the musty odor of the storage room, but by a faint fragrance reminiscent of Ms. Brittany's scent. He soon drifted into a deep slumber, experiencing his first restful night since arriving in this world. However, for many mathematicians in Yabo City, including Brittany, this night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Chapter 37. A Heartfelt Breakfast. As dawn broke, and the first rays of light streamed through the window, Chenluo slowly opened his eyes. Since arriving in this world, he had been beset by troubles, and the constant barrage of new experiences had kept his heart in a state of tension. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a comfortable sleep. After casting a simple water sphere spell for his morning wash, Chenluo stepped out of his room. In this world, the utility of magic extended far beyond combat. It offered immense convenience for daily life. Fire magic for lighting fires, water magic for cleaning, wind magic for tidying up, and earth magic for construction. These practices had become second nature to the magicians of the Divine Grace continent. Brittany's desk was piled high with a thick stack of manuscript papers, and as Chenluo casually flipped through them, he understood that she must have worked late into the night. The emergence of irrational numbers would profoundly impact the beliefs of mathematicians in this world. What seemed like common knowledge to future middle school students would upend the entire understanding of this realm. However, the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of 2 integers, and despite her numerous attempts, Brittany's efforts had ultimately proven fruitless. The door to Brittany's bedroom was closed. She had likely not yet risen. Chenluo exited the dormitory and made his way out of the faculty building. Since his university days, he had maintained a habit of morning exercise, and unless the weather dictated otherwise, he rarely skipped it. Having spent some time here, Chenluo had begun to adapt to his surroundings, and it was time to revive this habit. Physical fitness is the foundation of revolution. He did not wish to see his body fail him before he became a Saint Mage. Furthermore, he aimed to acclimate his body to this rhythm of exercise, continuing to practice his combat skills. Typically, mages possess frail physiques, and Chenluo was determined not to have a vulnerability in close combat. The combination of instant cast magic and commendable melee capability would be sufficient to ensure he did not falter when facing high-level mages. In truth, at present, if Chenluo were to encounter a Grand Mage, the outcome of a confrontation between him, as a magic apprentice, and a high-ranking mage could be uncertain. Even in the face of a Grand Mage, should Chenluo summon his resolve and risk severe injury, the Grand Mage would not emerge unscathed, likely losing at least half their life force. The fusion of science and magic, the amalgamation of material and magical elements, could amplify the power of apprentice-level magic by hundreds or even thousands of times. The Academy lacks adequate exercise facilities, leaving Chenluo with no choice but to run laps around the school. St. Donis Academy is situated in the bustling heart of Yabo City, and after completing his morning workout, Chenluo suddenly recalled something and made his way toward a street located to the east of the school. In Blair's memory, there seemed to be a marketplace there. The marketplace is an indispensable part of a city, bustling with various transactions daily, where one can procure everyday necessities. After wandering through the marketplace, Chenluo found himself with a large bag filled to the brim. Having retained a substantial amount of gold coins from Isabella, he resolved to enhance his quality of life and had no intention of being frugal. Money could be earned again, but he truly could not endure subsisting solely on bread. To improve his meals, he purchased a ceramic pot for cooking, several kitchen utensils, a selection of spices and ingredients, and additionally commissioned an iron pan from the blacksmith. Although the people of this world have begun to use vegetable oil, they have yet to adopt the habit of stir-frying with iron pans. In the continent of Shannin, the methods of cooking are almost exclusively boiling and roasting. They consider bread their staple food, occasionally preparing porridge, consuming 2 meals a day, every day of the year. Year after year, This is true for both the impoverished and the nobility. The only difference being that the nobility's meals are more exquisite, and they have the opportunity to enjoy meat more frequently. For the people of this world, the purpose of food remains merely to fill their stomachs. Chen Luo was uncertain how long he would remain in this world, but he knew that if he were to continue living on bread alone, he would undoubtedly reach a breaking point. Taking matters into his own hands and ensuring his sustenance, he returned to the dormitory, washed the kitchenware, and began preparing breakfast. Given the abundance of items he had purchased today, he had spent considerable time and thus did not acquire too many ingredients. He fried 2 eggs and 2 slices of ham, complemented by some fruit, intending to enjoy this as his breakfast. Initially, he had considered making porridge, but given his current mental energy, casting a fireball to fry an egg and cook ham was relatively easy, whereas making porridge seemed beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, it must be said that magic is indeed convenient. While cooking, fire elements can entirely replace gas, and for everyday stir-frying, the mental energy of a magical apprentice suffices. Of course, this requires precise control over magic, something an average magical apprentice would struggle to achieve. At the very least, one must possess the skills of a novice mage. Although Chen Luo's mental energy did not reach that of a novice mage, his control over fireball magic was on par with one, allowing him to enjoy the dual benefits of satisfying his appetite while practicing magic by cooking daily. The aroma wafting through the air was delightful. Just as Chen Luo hesitated on whether to call Professor Brittany, the door to the adjacent bedroom suddenly swung open, revealing Brittany in her pajamas, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she stepped out. The pink nightgown did little to conceal the voluptuousness beneath, the hem barely reaching her thighs, her long, fair legs swaying before Chen Luo. He had not anticipated such a sight so early in the morning. I made breakfast. Professor Brittany, remember to eat it while it's hot. I have to go to class now. Chen Luo nearly fled the scene, and only after exiting the dormitory building did he realize with dismay that he had not even had a chance to take a bite of the breakfast he had painstakingly prepared. It was now impossible to return, and with a sigh, he trudged towards the classroom, his stomach growling in protest. Meanwhile, inside the room, Brittany glanced down at the enticing breakfast on the table, unable to resist sitting down before it. The food before her exuded an irresistible fragrance, surely far more delectable than plain white bread. Abandoning her intention to go out and buy bread, she took a bite of the fried egg, followed by a slice of ham, her eyes suddenly brightening in surprise. Blair can actually cook. However, it seemed he had not eaten yet. Why was that? Brittany murmured to herself, suddenly realizing something. She glanced down at her own exposed skin and then at her long, bare legs, and in the next moment, she sprang up, hastily returning to her room. After a considerable time, an impeccably dressed Brittany emerged from her bedroom, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks. Shaking her head, she reminded herself, he is still just a child, he is still just a child. Even though she was only a few years older than Blair, he was her student, and in Brittany's eyes, he did not qualify as a romantic interest. However, after this moment of embarrassment, she came to the realization that the dormitory would no longer be solely her domain, prompting her to reconsider her actions with greater caution than before. With these thoughts in mind, her gaze returned to the breakfast before her, her thoughts becoming somewhat disordered. Blair's breakfast was far tastier than plain white bread. It seemed Blair possessed quite a talent for cooking. How wonderful it would be if she could enjoy such breakfast every day. Well, I suppose I will treat it as a heartfelt breakfast from him. After a morning of effort that ultimately benefited Professor Brittany, Chen Luo walked to the classroom feeling somewhat dejected and hungry. Even so, he had no intention of purchasing plain white bread. In this world, even bread comes in different grades. The impoverished consume coarse black bread, which is not only hard and unpalatable, but can also be used as a brick after a couple of days. Slightly better is white bread, made from flour that has been sifted once, offering a softer texture and a more pleasant taste, serving as the daily staple for most nobles. As for the top-tier bread, which undergoes multiple siftings and is baked with honey and cream, even the wealthiest of nobles would find themselves bankrupt if they indulged in it daily. Moreover, such bread is not guaranteed to be available for purchase, even with money. While Chen Luo yearned to try it, the marketplace did not offer such luxuries. Blair, wait for me. Chen Luo, still hungry and not yet at the classroom, was suddenly called by a familiar voice from behind. Isabella, lifting her skirt, rushed over, asking Blair, "What happened last night? What was going on with those scholars?" Chapter 38, The Academy's Dual Beauties. With class about to commence, Chen Luo turned to Isabella and replied, "There's no time now. I'll explain later." Isabella nodded, saying, "I'll come find you after class." Just as Chen Luo had finished dealing with Isabella, another striking figure approached from a distance. Alice was not wearing the purple evening gown from the previous night. Her slightly constrictive attire accentuated her curvaceous figure. At merely 17, it was hard to imagine how she would develop in the coming years. Alice smiled at Chinluo. "Good morning, Junior Blair." As always, Alice was courteous, and Chinluo responded politely, "Good morning, Senior Alice." Just as he spoke, a strange sound emanated from his stomach, causing a moment of embarrassment. Having expended considerable mental energy while preparing breakfast and having eaten nothing, his stomach growled uncontrollably. Isabella shot him a glance and remarked, "Blair, are you a pig? You ate so much last night, and yet you're hungry again so soon?" Alice could not help but smile. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved an exquisite lunchbox from her satchel and presented it to Chinluo, saying, "Blair, why don't you have my lunch? I just happen to have brought 2 pieces of bread. We can share." Upon hearing the mention of bread, Chinluo initially felt queasy and intended to decline. But the enticing aroma wafting through the air caught his attention. It was a delightful blend of honey and cream. Looking into the lunchbox Alice offered, he beheld 2 delicately crafted cream rolls, each adorned with a sprinkle of raisins. His throat instinctively tightened as he hesitated. "Is this appropriate?" Alice chuckled softly, replying, "I certainly cannot consume all of this by myself, so consider it a favor to me. In the kingdom of Nolan, refusing a lady is deemed quite ungentlemanly. Moreover, who could resist the allure of honey cream rolls?" Accepting the lunchbox from Alice, Chinluo expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Alice." Not far away, Toby stood frozen, observing Chinluo beside Isabella, intimately holding Alice's hand. He looked up, unable to suppress the urge to slap himself in disbelief, murmuring, "I must be dreaming." Although Alice's honey cream rolls were petite, after finishing one, Chinluo did not feel full, yet his hunger had diminished significantly. This gesture greatly enhanced his fondness for the senior he had only met twice. Alice embodied the essence of a noble lady, gracious, gentle, and polite, unlike certain individuals who were impulsive and capricious, lacking the decorum expected of senior. Isabella and Alice were collectively referred to as the twin beauties of the academy. Through his brief interaction with Alice, Chinluo began to understand why her popularity at St. Donis rivaled that of Isabella. Aside from Isabella's slightly greater beauty, she did not possess any remarkable advantages. Both were undeniably beautiful, but Alice's allure stemmed from her maturity, contrasting with Isabella's youthful charm reminiscent of a boy's first crush. However, Alice's gentle demeanor and understanding nature were qualities that Isabella lacked. Most importantly, Alice's figure was strikingly captivating. The difference between Isabella and Alice was evident. When Chinluo felt hunger pangs, Isabella would mock him as a pig, while Alice would generously share her honey cream rolls with him. "Goodbye, Blair." "Goodbye, Senior Alice." "Blair, I will find you after class, so do not wander off." With class approaching, Chinluo parted ways with Isabella and Alice at the classroom entrance, entering alone. Isabella cast a glance at Alice, scoffing softly, before making her way upstairs to the third-year section. Alice paid her no mind, instead gazing thoughtfully at the classroom Chinluo had just entered. Her curiosity about this Blair stemmed initially from the rumors of his association with Isabella. Isabella was Alice's greatest rival at St. Donis Academy. In terms of family background and academic prowess, they were nearly equals. While Isabella held a slight advantage in appearance, Alice far surpassed her in figure, making their overall standings quite comparable. Alice was intrigued by the type of person Isabella would be drawn to. Only after their encounter last night did Alice realize that the relationship between Blair and Isabella was likely not as many had speculated. Although their supposed romance was merely a rumor, Alice discerned something far more astonishing about him. The solver of the Rouse mystery, the youngest honorary scholar of the Mathematics Society, had effortlessly resolved the 9 bridges problem, one that had confounded countless esteemed scholars. He had simply posed a question to Fiki, sending all present into a frenzy. The serious yet fearful expressions on the faces of several vice presidents of the Mathematics Society from the previous evening still lingered in her memory. This morning, several scholars returned from the Mathematics Society, and her most respected Aunt Xia advised her to cultivate a good relationship with Blair, ideally befriending him. Aunt Xia's high regard for Blair left Alice's heart unsettled. He was the youngest honorary scholar in the field of mathematics, with a glimmer of potential to become a grand scholar. Alice understood well the weight of the title grand scholar. It stood above honorary scholars, representing the pinnacle of intellectual achievement. Each grand scholar is a treasure to humanity, revered in any city or nation. Will Blair become such a person? Alice mused, her gaze drifting toward the second year, 5th class, filled with perplexity and intrigue. When Chinluo arrived at the classroom, It was already populated with several students. As he settled into his seat, Toby burst in through the back door, eagerly eyeing Chunluo, and inquired, "Blair, who were you with outside just now?" "The first class is mathematics," Chunluo replied, opening his textbook. "I was with Senior Isabella." "I know Senior Isabella, but who was the other girl?" Toby pressed. "Senior Alice," Chunluo answered. Toby's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Chunluo as he asked, "When did you get acquainted with Senior Alice?" "Last night." Seeing Toby's mouth agape, his expression morphing into one of mischief, Chunluo anticipated his thoughts and added, "I met Senior Alice at an academic salon that Teacher Brittany took me to last night." Toby continued to pry. "What were you doing with her?" "I saw you holding Senior Alice's hand." Chunluo explained, "I hadn't eaten breakfast. So Senior Alice kindly shared her cake with me." Toby regarded him with a peculiar expression. Senior Alice, much like Senior Isabella, was one of the two goddesses of St. Donus Academy. It was inconceivable that she would share her breakfast with a male acquaintance after such a brief encounter. The relationship between Blair and Senior Alice must be more intricate than it appeared. Toby licked his lips and asked, "Was Senior Alice's cake delicious?" Chunluo nodded. "It was honey cream flavored and quite delightful." "Was it large?" "It was pretty sizable." Suddenly, Chunluo turned to Toby and asked, "What are you talking about?" Toby looked back at him. "What are you talking about?" "I was referring to the cake." "I was referring to the cake too." Understanding passed between them as Toby exchanged a mysterious smile with Chunluo, suddenly directing his attention toward the classroom door. Teacher Brittany is here. Chapter 39. The Devil. The first lesson of the day was mathematics. Yet Teacher Brittany did not commence with a lecture. Instead, she summoned Chunluo to the board to transcribe several mathematical problems. Teacher Brittany's teaching style was far from rigid. She often encouraged students to collaborate in problem solving. After presenting the problems, she allowed students to discuss freely. Naturally, in such instances, the challenges posed were more complex, and often a single group would spend an entire class period without arriving at a solution. Once Chunluo had copied down the problems, he prepared to return to his seat when Brittany discreetly slipped him a piece of bread. She cast him a knowing glance before taking her seat at the teacher's desk, her quill poised as she pondered deeply. Clearly, she had not yet abandoned the problem from the previous day. Chunluo was acutely aware that once mathematicians and scientific researchers became entrenched in a particular quandary, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to assist them unless they experienced an epiphany themselves. However, while the issue of irrational numbers might instill panic among mathematical scholars, once they came to terms with this reality, mathematics would continue its development along its rightful path. Chunluo shook her head, dismissing thoughts of Professor Brittany, and redirected her focus to the ongoing class discussion. This discussion was organized into groups of 6, with Chunluo and Toby included, along with 2 girls named Linda and Tris from the front rows, thus forming a small discussion team. Apart from Chunluo and Toby, the group also included 2 other individuals, Bud, with whom Chunluo had previously had a conflict, and Bud's deskmate. Toby held a rather unfavorable view of Bud, having been bullied by him alongside Blair in the past. What perplexed him, however, was that the typically sardonic Bud was unusually subdued today, sitting quietly without stirring trouble. With Bud not seeking conflict, Toby refrained from provoking him. He cast a glance at Chunluo, paused momentarily, and suddenly inquired, "Blair, where did your bread come from?" "It wasn't there just a moment ago." Chunluo tucked the bread away and replied, "It's left over from yesterday." Toby did not dwell on it further, glancing at the problem on the blackboard and shaking his head. "The questions that Professor Brittany has posed today are truly challenging. I have no inkling of where to begin." Linda shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, "As if you ever had a clue before." Toby, feeling indignant, looked at Linda and retorted, "I don't, but do you?" A girl named Tris turned her gaze toward Chunluo, asking, "Blair, do you have any ideas?" Having taught senior classes, Chunluo found such elementary mathematical problems trivial. He was preoccupied with pondering more complex issues related to magic. He offered a perfunctory nod and replied, "I have a little." A look of admiration crossed Tris' face as she said, "Blair, you are amazing. Could you explain it to me?" The eyes of Toby, Linda, and the others also turned toward Chunluo. Previously, they had been unable to address such discussion topics and would merely chat to pass the time. However, since Blair had suddenly become remarkably intelligent, he had consistently elucidated these difficult problems for them. Chunluo's train of thought was interrupted by Tris, compelling him to initially explain several problems on the board. This girl, Tris, had evidently harbored intentions toward him for quite some time. If he did not explain now, she would soon invite him to her family's estate in the evening to discuss further, emphasizing multiple times how grand and beautiful her home was. Not long ago, Chun Luo had overcome numerous competitors to secure the position of a mathematics teacher for a prestigious senior class. In terms of teaching ability, Professor Brittany could hardly compare to him. This experience had enabled him to navigate the formidable situations he faced the previous night with ease. Such minor matters were naturally well within his capabilities. Under Chun Luo's clear and engaging explanations, the complex mathematical problems quickly became comprehensible to the 5 students. So that's how it works. It's surprisingly simple. Blair is truly impressive. Toby regarded Chun Luo with an expression of astonishment and could not help but exclaim, Blair, how on earth is your mind structured? I feel like you explain things even better than Professor Brittany, whose lectures I struggle to grasp. Chun Luo simply smiled and remained silent. After all, Professor Brittany was an esteemed scholar, remarkably proficient in research, yet perhaps not the most effective teacher, which was entirely normal. Linda snorted derisively, mocking Toby as she said, Do you think Blair is like you, with a mind full of rubbish? While others might be oblivious to what occupied Blair's mind, Toby, as his closest friend, certainly knew that Blair's thoughts were predominantly filled with notions reminiscent of Professor Brittany, with mathematics occupying merely a minuscule fraction. Nevertheless, this was a secret of Blair's that he could not divulge. In response to Linda's taunt, Toby grinned and remarked, Who says? My mind is filled with thoughts of you. You're not allowed to like me. Linda's face flushed, but suddenly recalling something, she retorted angrily, You scoundrel. You just called me rubbish. Toby countered, Aren't you? Linda's face reddened further as she fumed. You infuriate me. Just wait until after school. I'll turn you into a roasted pig. The argument between Toby and Linda escalated, drawing the attention of nearby classmates. To avoid attracting Professor Brittany's notice, Tris hastily interjected, steering the conversation in another direction. Did you all hear? Something significant happened in the Mathematics Society yesterday. Tris' grandfather was a junior steward at the mathematics branch in Yabo City, so the others were already aware of this. Linda shot Toby a fierce glance before asking Tris. What happened? Tris, with an air of mystery, replied, I'm not entirely sure of the specifics, but I overheard my grandfather say that during a salon last night, a scholar posed a question that stumped everyone, even the vice presidents. Linda rolled her eyes and scoffed. What is the big deal? I heard there's some 9 bridges problem that even eminent scholars can't solve. That's not it, Tris said, pursing her lips and speaking softly. Because of that issue, the Mathematics Society urgently convened hundreds of scholars last night, and they couldn't solve it all night. By this morning, dozens of scholars had withdrawn from the mathematical school, and I heard that 2 honorary scholars even resigned from the Mathematics Society, vowing never to study mathematics again. What? Linda exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Why? Tris shook her head, saying, I heard my grandfather mention that this matter seems to be related to the mathematical school. That question proves that the school's theories are erroneous. Not all numbers in the world can be expressed solely through integers and their ratios. Those 2 honorary scholars had dedicated their lives to proving the school's claims correct. So once the school's assertions were debunked, they withdrew from the Mathematics Society and the school, swearing off mathematics forever. My grandfather also said that if this issue spreads, it could cause chaos throughout the entire mathematics community. Linda did not grasp the significance of this matter and merely stuck out her tongue, softly saying, Isn't it just one question? Is it really that serious? At that moment, Tris seemed to recall something, glancing at Chun Luo and asking, The scholar who posed that question is also named Blair, just like our Blair. I almost thought it was him. Chun Luo remained silent. Linda waved her hand dismissively, saying, Tris, what nonsense are you spouting? That scholar just happens to share a name with Blair. The academic salons invite only renowned scholars. Do you really think Blair could participate in such an event? Chun Luo continued to maintain his silence. Linda and the others treated this incident as a jest. While only Bud cast a glance at Chun Luo, seemingly pondering something, his face displaying a look of astonishment as he murmured, Mathematical school, the Howard family, Fiki, academic salon, Blair. Toby's eyes widened. Among them, only he was aware that Chun Luo had indeed attended the academic salon the previous night. He slowly turned his head to look at Chun Luo and quietly asked, Blair, was it you? Ultimately, one cannot conceal fire with paper. Chun Luo neither affirmed nor denied it. A single question had compelled the Mathematics Society to convene hundreds of individuals overnight, causing dozens of scholars to abandon the mathematical school. While 2 honorary scholars hastily withdrew from the Mathematics Society, vowing never to study mathematics again, thus igniting turmoil throughout the entire mathematics community. Toby swallowed hard, his face reflecting disbelief as he murmured, Blair, are you a demon? Chapter 40, A Sensation on Campus. Chris is still recounting the rumors she heard from her grandfather. A a former officer of the Mathematics Society, to Linda and others. As a mere second-year student at St. Donis Academy, an honors scholar in the realm of mathematics, such matters feel distant and almost unattainable. Even though she learned from her grandfather that this crisis, unprecedented in the mathematics community for decades, if not a century, is being taken very seriously by the Mathematics Society, it hardly concerns her. What truly occupies her thoughts is whether Blair will accept her invitation to visit her family estate. To be frank, Blair is quite handsome. When he was branded as a magical failure, Chris had never paid him any heed, but now everything has changed. It is common knowledge that Blair is far from being a failure and is likely to become a great scholar. What girl wouldn't wish for her husband to be a renowned wizard or scholar? She must take the initiative, lest she be outpaced by the other flirtatious girls in her class. Although rumors abound regarding Blair and senior Isabella, given Isabella's esteemed lineage, a union between them seems utterly implausible. As the first mathematics class concluded, after Ms. Branny had explained several problems, she exited the classroom. No sooner had Ms. Branny left than Isabella slipped in through the back door. Upon entering, she regarded Chen Luo as if he were a monstrous entity, inquiring, "Were the events of last night instigated by your question?" Clearly, Isabella, much like Chris, had received some forewarning. Otherwise, such an expression would not have crossed her face. In truth, some occurrences were even beyond Chen Luo's anticipation. For instance, the two esteemed scholars who, struck by irrational numbers, hastily withdrew from the Mathematics Society, vowing never to engage in mathematical research again. Their choice to validate the erroneous theories of the number school resulted in decades of research rendered futile overnight. A psychological burden of unimaginable proportions, truly a tragic fate. Isabella gleaned the answer she sought from Chen Luo's visage, her shock deepening. After learning of the events that transpired at the Mathematics Society, she was genuinely frightened. She had never imagined that a seemingly simple question posed by Blair could inflict such a devastating blow on the number school, compelling esteemed scholars to renounce their mathematical pursuits and prompting the society to label the incident a catastrophe for the mathematical realm. Blair, the catalyst of this turmoil, was dubbed the devil of mathematics by scholars. "I had no idea it would escalate like this." Chen Luo shrugged helplessly, attempting to distance himself from the responsibility. In the grand narrative of mathematical history, he should be seen as a driving force, having expanded the concept of numbers to encompass the entire realm of real numbers, thus fortifying the foundation of mathematics, a contribution too significant to be overlooked. No matter how one views it, he ought to be perceived as a protagonist. Yet, the way Isabella regarded him was certainly not that of one looking upon a hero. After obtaining a definitive answer from Chen Luo, Isabella silently departed, her mind brimming with questions she could not articulate. Chen Luo remained relatively composed. Though he had inadvertently orchestrated a mathematical crisis, truth would ultimately emerge. Even if it were not he, it would be others like Zhang Luo, Wang Luo, Tang Ning, or Li Yi who would unveil it. The discovery of irrational numbers is, in fact, beneficial for the advancement of mathematics, heralding long-term positive implications for the entire mathematical community. The greatest casualties of this upheaval, undeniably, are the number school and the Howard family. Even if the number school were not to perish as a result, it would suffer irreparable damage. After all, they are not merely a mathematical school. They center their philosophy around numbers, entwined with elements of philosophy and religion. Acknowledging an error alone cannot erase the ramifications. Chen Luo ought to be cautious of potential retaliation from the Howard family and the number school. Those who undermine the foundations of a school are seldom met with leniency. Historically, they have either been cast into the sea or bound to a stake to be burned. However, the present Chen Luo is not the same as the former Blair. Should they engage in any foolish actions, it might not be him who faces the flames. Linda's penchant for gossip soon led to the rapid dissemination of the events that transpired at the mathematics salon last night. What? There are actually numbers that cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers? No way. That contradicts what the textbooks say. Could it be that the textbooks are wrong? Once, I too questioned whether the square root of 2 could indeed be expressed as a ratio of integers. Damn it, someone beat me to it. Come on. Last time you claimed you solved the Rouse problem too. If you're so remarkable, why not vie for the Edmund Prize? The chatter in the classroom subsided as the bell rang for the next class, history. Chen Luo felt an unsettling sense of forgetfulness until the history teacher began checking assignments, at which point he realized he had neglected to complete the homework assigned in the previous class. Unlike the aimless Blair, Chen Luo remained acutely aware of his goals and could discern priorities. Within the academy, he paid earnest attention to magic classes, as well as Ms. Branny's mathematics lessons. Beyond that, subjects like literature and history typically saw him in a meditative state while the teacher lectured. His interest in the literature and history of another world paled in comparison to his fascination with magic. The history teacher for Class 5 of Year 2, named Hank, was a portly middle-aged man who rapped his knuckles against the desk and stated, "Blair, I believe you owe me an explanation." Chen Luo, head bowed, replied apologetically, "I'm sorry. Mr. Hank, I forgot to complete yesterday's assignment." Hank gazed at the youth before him, a surge of frustration rising within him. If Blair were still the same failure as before, it would be one thing, but now he boasted perfect scores in mathematics, magical theory, and practical magic, yet consistently floundered in history tests. This was a source of discontent for Hank, a history teacher. Hank regarded Chen Luo with a furrowed brow, asking Blair, "Do you harbor any grievances against me?" The history teacher seemed unusually irritable today. As Chen Luo pondered how to placate him, a student approached the classroom door, knocking politely. "Excuse me, sir, I'm looking for student Blair." Hank, already simmering with anger, snapped back, "What do you want? Can't you see we're in the middle of a lesson?" The student hesitated for a moment before responding, "But it's about Archibald." Even with Archibald present, class was class. Just as Hank finished speaking, Archibald, accompanied by 3 other figures, approached the classroom door. The tension in Hank's demeanor was palpable as he faced the 4 deputy deans of St. Donis Academy, their piercing gazes directed squarely at him. Hank's legs weakened, and he steadied himself against the desk to avoid collapsing. Among the 4 figures at the door, aside from the rarely seen headmaster, the 4 vice deans of St. Donis Academy had gathered, their formidable presence overwhelming Hank, a mere junior wizard, whose complexion turned pale and whose heartbeat quickened. Chen Luo recognized only Archibald among the 4 vice deans and was uncertain as to why they sought him until he noticed Calvin, the vice president of the Arcadia Mathematics Society. Standing behind Archibald, what was meant to come had arrived. Chen Luo turned to Hank and inquired, "Mr. Hank, may I step outside?" "Yes, of course," Hank replied, albeit begrudgingly. Hank wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, "Blair, please hurry outside. Don't keep the esteemed deans waiting." Amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of all the students in Class 5, Chen Luo slowly exited the classroom. At that moment, a wave of uproar erupted within the classroom. What could the vice deans want with Blair? Had he committed some grave offense? What calamity could possibly warrant the presence of 4 vice deans? And who was the person following the esteemed deans? That individual was Calvin, and as Triss observed the silhouette at the classroom entrance, a look of confusion crossed her face as she muttered, "Why is Vice President Calvin visiting our academy? Is he here to seek out Blair? Blair, Blair, Blair." In an instant, a flash of realization surged through Triss' mind, and her expression turned to one of shock as she exclaimed, "Could he be the very Blair?" Chapter 41, The Pioneer. Dean Urchill. Among the 4 vice deans of St. Donis Academy, Chen Luo was only acquainted with Urchill, and upon exiting the classroom, he merely greeted him. The other 3 vice deans, 2 men and 1 woman, were elderly individuals with graying hair, and both the man and woman regarded Chen Luo with peculiar and astonished expressions. They could hardly fathom that the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association, along with over a dozen stewards, had come early in the morning to visit St. Donis Academy solely to seek out a sophomore student. They had heard about the events involving this student Blair from the previous evening, yet the absurdity of the situation lingered in their minds. How could such a young lad have instigated a crisis that reverberated throughout the entire mathematical community? As for the last individual, his gaze towards Chen Luo was imbued with a myriad of emotions: confusion, astonishment, resentment, disbelief, and a faintly concealed terror. Urchill regarded Chen Luo with a complex expression and said, "Blair, the Vice President Calvin and the others wish to discuss something with you. Please come with us." In the spacious conference hall of St. Donis Academy, all extraneous individuals had been excluded, leaving only the 4 vice deans and 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association present. Aside from Chen Luo, this assembly was nothing short of grand in Yabo City. Aside from their respective statuses, all 4 vice deans of St. Donis Academy were high-level sorcerers, while the 3 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association included 1 high-level sorcerer and 2 mid-level sorcerers. Only Chen Luo stood as a mere apprentice sorcerer. After taking their seats, Chen Luo maintained a tranquil demeanor, observing with a composed expression, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, Calvin could no longer contain himself and sighed, "Lord Blair." Chen Luo looked at him, perplexed, and replied, "President Calvin, what is it that you seek from me?" Feigning ignorance, Calvin and the other 2 vice presidents nearly erupted in anger upon hearing this. Did he truly not understand why they had sought him out so early in the morning? Last night, At the academic salon, his inquiry had plunged all the scholars into panic, casting the mathematical community and the Howard family into an unfathomable abyss, resulting in the loss of 2 honorary scholars from the Yabo City mathematics branch, bringing calamity upon the entire mathematical realm. How could he stand there unperturbed, asking them what they wanted? Suppressing his urge to scold, Calvin calmed himself and gazed at Chenluo, speaking with a complex tone. Lord Blair, you have unleashed a demon. With Calvin having laid bare the truth, Chenluo saw no point in continuing the pretense. He smiled at Calvin and inquired, President Calvin, does your mathematical community habitually refer to truths as demons? Upon witnessing Chenluo's expression, Calvin realized he must have already reached a conclusion. Even he could not help but feel a flicker of tension cross his features as he asked, is it true that this number cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers? Not just that number, Chenluo nodded and replied, the square root of 2, the square root of 3, the square root of 5. All of these cannot be precisely expressed as a ratio of integers. There are infinitely many such numbers. If you require, I can provide you with the proof. Calvin's complexion turned pale as he questioned, so, we have been mistaken for centuries? Being wrong for centuries is not an extraordinary matter. There are those in the scientific realm who have erred for millennia. To do good to the end, to escort the Buddha to the West, Chenluo remarked. It is indeed so, but is not a grave error. We merely need to redefine this category of numbers and expand its scope. Mathematics is, after all, a process of continual discovery and correction. Calvin pondered for a moment, his complexion gradually regaining color. Although this was a crisis for the entire mathematical community, it was not insurmountable. In fact, as Blair had indicated, as long as they redefined this category of numbers that had previously gone unnoticed, mathematics would become even more complete. This was both a disaster and an opportunity for the mathematical community. However, following this incident, he dared no longer to be certain of certain matters. Tentatively, he looked at Chenluo and asked, integers, the ratio of 2 integers, along with this category of numbers, should encompass all numbers in the world, correct? The Rouse mystery, the 9 bridges problem, the demon number. Since last night, no one could underestimate this young scholar. His contributions to mathematics undoubtedly deserve the Edwin Award. In fact, Calvin now felt that the Edwin Award was no longer sufficient for him. The discovery of the demon number and the reconstruction of the foundations of mathematics were enough to etch his name permanently into the annals of mathematical history, to be revered by future researchers. Chenluo smiled and replied, who knows? Perhaps in a few hundred years, someone will overturn our conclusions, but at least for now, it remains valid. The emergence of irrational numbers had already left scholars in disarray. If Chenluo were to introduce them to the concept of imaginary numbers now, it might cause even more individuals to withdraw from the Mathematics Association, forsaking their scholarly pursuits entirely. After a lengthy silence, Calvin suddenly rose, respectfully bowing to Chenluo, saying, Lord Blair, the mathematical community will forever remember your contributions. The other 2 vice presidents of the Mathematics Association also stood and bowed to Chenluo. This bow was not dictated by age, status, or magical rank. It was an expression of heartfelt gratitude from them as mathematical scholars to a pioneer who had propelled the advancement of mathematics. Although Blair was young, merely an apprentice sorcerer and a student of St. Donis Academy, he was indeed deserving of their homage. Vice Dean Urchill regarded Chenluo with eyes full of admiration. The Rouse mystery, the 9 bridges problem, the youngest honorary scholar, the perfecter of the foundations of mathematics. Such an individual resided within their St. Donis Academy. If the institution were to promote this, it would greatly enhance the Academy's reputation and improve the quality of its student body. Seemingly struck by a thought, he suddenly turned to a nearby individual, saying, Vice Dean Philip, I hope you do not harbor resentment towards Lord Blair because of this. I believe the esteemed dean would not wish to see such a thing. As his words fell, the gazes of the 3 members of the Mathematics Association, including Calvin, converged upon Philip. Philip Howard sighed, and the resentment he once held towards Chenluo had long dissipated. He shook his head and said, this is the triumph of truth. The numerical faction exists to pursue truth and perishes for it. It has nothing to do with Lord Blair. Chenluo finally realized that this Vice Dean Philip was indeed the uncle of Fiki. No wonder the way he looked at him earlier was markedly different from that of others. Philip gazed at Chenluo and said, rest assured, classmate Blair, I will keep Fiki in check. You may return to the library. Chenluo shook his head and replied, no need, I found a new place to stay. Philip nodded, his expression somewhat somber, and did not say anything further. The emergence of the so-called devil's number dealt a significant blow to the number faction. As of this morning, Nearly 100 scholars had withdrawn from the faction, and this was merely the beginning. The Howard family, which had thrived on the number faction, now faced imminent decline with the faction's downfall. Although the situation was instigated by Blair, they had not lost to him. Rather, they had succumbed to the truth. The discovery of such numbers held immense significance for the mathematical community. Calvin was about to speak to Chen-Luo when a sudden commotion erupted outside. The majority present were high-ranking wizards, who keenly sensed the disturbance in the magical elements within the space. The 4 vice deans simultaneously rose and walked to the conference room door, where they beheld over 10 members of the Mathematics Association floating in mid-air, flailing wildly. Brittany stood at the entrance, her expression frosty, demanding, "What have you done to Blair?" "Professor Brittany, do not be impulsive. Classmate Blair is unharmed," Archer said, observing the floating junior and intermediate wizards, feeling a wave of exasperation and hurriedly intervening. As a senior wind magic wizard, even he found the situation troublesome. He still could not fathom how Professor Brittany, so young, had achieved the rank of a high-level wizard, a feat he only accomplished at 50, often lamenting that his age had been wasted. Emerging from within, Chen-Luo was met with the sight of individuals suspended in the air and the fierce countenance of Professor Brittany. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, quickly assuring Professor Brittany, "I'm fine." Upon seeing Chen-Luo, Brittany finally relaxed, gesturing for those floating to descend before approaching him and asking, "What did they want with you?" Calvin stepped forward, his demeanor awkward, stating, "Miss Brittany, we merely sought to inquire a question from Lord Blair. We meant no harm to your student." He then turned to Chen-Luo, saying, "Lord Blair, the discovery of this number is exceedingly important to the mathematical community. Would it be possible for you to compose an article on it? I shall submit it to the General Assembly." Writing a paper was a time-consuming endeavor, and Chen-Luo was well aware that, in this world, the publication of papers was not as straightforward as one might think. He had initially believed that the higher the caliber of the paper, the greater the remuneration from the Mathematics Association. However, for his article on the Rouse problem, he had only received 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins represented the maximum compensation offered by the Mathematics Association, signifying their recognition of the paper's quality. Most individuals wishing to publish in a mathematical journal often had to pay out of pocket. Moreover, this article could only be penned by him. The entire realm of divinity had a zero-tolerance policy towards academic plagiarism. Any author caught plagiarizing or falsely claiming academic achievements would be imprisoned. Strictly speaking, the discovery of irrational numbers was not his merit. Yet this was, after all, an alternate world, a manifestation of the wisdom of sages from another realm, with no one vying for it. Chen-Luo looked at Calvin and resignedly said, "I will do it as soon as possible." Although he was not presently in need of money, it was not sustainable to live off his past earnings indefinitely. He could not fully rely on Isabella, and he aspired to enhance his quality of life. If he did not devise a means of earning, the gold coins he had won from Isabella would soon be depleted, leaving him to subsist on plain bread once more. Calvin pondered for a moment and added, "What about the 9 bridges problem?" Adhering to the principle of earning as much as possible, Chen-Luo nodded and replied, "I will endeavor to write it promptly." At that moment, he began to feel a twinge of envy towards the wizards. It was no wonder that so many chose to become wizards rather than scholars. In terms of financial gain, scholars could not compete with wizards. Calvin, the vice president of the mathematics division of Yabo City, found the Mathematics Association still in disarray following yesterday's upheaval. After expressing his gratitude to Chen-Luo once more, he departed with the other 2 vice presidents and the attendants. Once Calvin left, Vice Dean Archer regarded Chen-Luo with an appreciative gaze and nodded, saying, "Classmate Blair, St. Donis takes pride in you." Archer did not elaborate further. He had only just learned this morning about the events from the mathematics salon the previous night. The crisis within the mathematical community was not a matter to be widely publicized for the time being, but the emergence of 2 honorary scholars from St. Donis Academy was a source of pride for the institution, which must be actively promoted. After offering encouragement to Chen-Luo, he departed alongside the other 3 vice deans. As Philip Howard left, his gaze toward Chen-Luo was complex, devoid of resentment, but filled with a sense of lamentation and sorrow. The mathematical community often witnessed the rise of young geniuses like him, illuminating the night sky with their brilliance. While once luminous stars gradually dimmed, under his radiance, the glory of a number faction would henceforth be a thing of the past. Brittany crossed her arms, observing Chen-Luo, and inquired, "Blair, do you not wish to explain something to me?" Chen-Luo looked at her, feigning innocence as he said, "Fiki often harasses senior Isabella, so I made a wager with him. If he could not answer that question, he would have to keep his distance from her. I pondered that question for quite some time without an answer. Fiki should be unable to answer it. I never anticipated that things would turn out this way. Isabella was merely a ruse Chun Luo employed to elucidate the matter, and it was evident that Professor Brittany was easily diverted from the topic. She regarded Chun Luo with curiosity and asked, "Blair, do you truly have feelings for Isabella?" Chun Luo shook his head and replied, "I merely wish to prevent Fiki from pursuing Senior Isabella. You need not deny it. At your age, such feelings are quite natural," Brittany remarked with a smile. "If you truly care for Isabella, then pursue her boldly. However, with her esteemed family background, your chances of success may increase if you become a renowned scholar." Chun Luo was momentarily rendered speechless. It seemed Brittany was resolute in her belief and did not trust his denial. Brittany waved her hand at Chun Luo and said, "All right, you may return to your class. You have yet to write a paper, and if you encounter any issues, feel free to ask me." "Understood," Chun Luo nodded, preparing to head back to the classroom when Brittany suddenly called out to him. "Wait a moment." Brittany turned to Chun Luo, a contemplative expression crossing her face as she said, "No, it doesn't add up. You dared to wager with Isabella and Fiki, permitting him to seek assistance from anyone, which implies he knew that this question could not be answered not only by Fiki, but also by Douglas and the Howard family. No one in Yabo City, not even within the entire mathematical community, could resolve it. You already understood that the square root of 2 cannot be expressed as a ratio of integers, which is why you made that wager with Fiki, knowing he would inevitably lose, and the Howard family and the number faction would also face defeat." Chun Luo stared at Brittany in bewilderment, perplexed. "Professor Brittany, what are you talking about?" As Brittany gazed into Chun Luo's innocent eyes, her heart began to waver. To her, Blair's mathematical talent seemed more a gift of intellect than mere aptitude. He possessed the uncanny ability to uncover truths overlooked by others, to perceive aspects unseen by the common eye. Whether it was the Rosen conundrum or the 9 bridges problem, and even the discovery of novel numbers, he approached them all with unparalleled insight. The wager he made with Fitch might very well have been a manifestation of youthful bravado, far less convoluted than she had initially surmised. Observing the bewildered and innocent Chun Luo, a profound sense of guilt welled up within Brittany. How could she harbor such doubts about her student, who placed unreserved trust in her? Unable to meet his gaze any longer, she stammered, "It's nothing. You should hurry to class." Chun Luo smiled and waved, bidding her farewell. Once back in the classroom, Chun Luo exhaled a long sigh of relief. At just 21 years of age, as both an esteemed scholar and a senior mage, Brittany was not only astonishingly powerful, but also possessed a meticulous mind, far surpassing the naivety of Isabella. Fortunately, Chun Luo's psychological resilience and acting prowess allowed him to maintain his composure before her. Upon returning to his seat, the history teacher refrained from mentioning his incomplete assignments, allowing Chun Luo to immerse himself in contemplating the 2 essays he needed to draft. He could sense the myriad eyes, including those at the lectern, scrutinizing him intently. This scrutiny was largely due to Calvin and his peers, whose ostentatious actions had drawn attention. The 4 vice deans of St. Donus Academy stood at the classroom door, seeking him out. Any onlooker might have assumed he had committed a grave offense. The Rosen conundrum, the Edwin Prize, the 9 bridges problem, the Edwin Prize again, and the Devil's Number. These were the matters that had stirred the academic realm into a frenzy, nearly obliterating an entire school of thought and plunging the Howard family into despair. Though the classmates of Class 5, Year 2, including their history teacher Hank, did not perceive Chun Luo as having committed a transgression, they were acutely aware of his monumental achievements. Alone, he had instigated panic throughout the mathematical community, almost toppling a prestigious faction. Fitch's brazen demeanor within the academy stemmed from the formidable stature of both the numerical school and the Howard family, which loomed like insurmountable mountains in the eyes of other students. Blair had merely posed a question, yet those 2 colossal entities had crumbled. Remarkably, just a month prior, he had been regarded as the class's archetypal underachiever. There was no doubt that, following these events, even if his magical prowess did not flourish, his future in mathematics shone brightly. The continent of divine grace was never short of formidable mages, centuries hence, while the names of great archmages might fade from memory. The contributions of eminent scholars to the advancement of human knowledge would remain indelible. In a brief span, Blair's stark deviation had rendered Hank unable to teach, and all the students inattentive. Toby, seated beside Chun Luo, cast him a complex glance, sensing that the Blair who had once walked alongside him was now becoming increasingly distant. Chapter 43. Composite magic. Having once been a teacher, Chun Luo found being the focus of dozens of gazes to be a trivial affair. While basking in the attention, he pondered the intricacies of magic. Regarding dual-system magic, he had contemplated certain possibilities just the day before. The greatest utility of dual-system magic was not merely the ostentatious display of casting a fireball with one hand and a water ball with the other, but rather its more intricate applications. For instance, if one were to heat a water ball using fire magic before releasing it, causing it to reach a boiling state, it would transform into a scalding water ball, significantly amplifying its potency. Traditionally, the water ball spell, considered a mere trifle among water apprentices, was often dismissed. Yet, its convenience for mundane tasks, such as washing one's face, could not be overlooked. However, in combat, its effectiveness was negligible, even if one were struck directly by it, unless, of course, it was wielded by a high-ranking mage, wherein the impact would differ vastly. For mages, the higher the spell's rank, the greater its destructive potential. Nevertheless, if a mage were to unleash a scalding water ball, its might would likely rival that of a fireball. Furthermore, the amalgamation of wind and earth magic could conjure a sandstorm. Though seemingly of little importance, it could serve as an excellent tactical support in group battles, obscuring the enemy's vision. The combination of fire and earth magic could elevate fire rain and meteor spells into fiery meteors, nearly doubling their destructive capability. Additionally, the fusion of water and earth magic could create swamps, while the blend of earth and wind could yield both robust defenses and formidable attacks. Chun Luo's blue fireball was, in a sense, also a composite magic, though it did not combine magical elements, but rather the fire element with elemental impurities. From another perspective, since fire elements require oxygen to ignite, one could significantly impede fire mages by extracting oxygen or gathering non-combustible gases, such as nitrogen and carbon dioxide. Moreover, considering the populace's limited understanding of air, directly removing oxygen from the atmosphere could potentially suffocate adversaries. In Chun Luo's view, magic should not be a rigid construct. He had already realized the potential of composite magic. Regrettably, the mages of divine grace had yet to grasp this concept. Perhaps others had entertained similar ideas in the past. Yet the ability to manipulate dual-system magical elements was exceedingly rare, demanding extraordinary mental acuity, a pursuit limited to prodigies. Even if the principles were disclosed, widespread adoption would remain elusive. Currently, Chun Luo was still in the exploratory phase regarding the control of elemental impurities. He could only manipulate gaseous substances and, aside from water elements, he was unable to control liquids or solids. He had scoured the annals of magical history for descriptions of material manipulation by mages, yet found none, indicating that his inability to control other objects was not due to a deficiency in mental strength. What Chun Luo endeavored to achieve was unprecedented in the history of magic. He had no precedents to reference and could only navigate this terrain alone, gradually experimenting to discern which elements he could control and which he could not. "Mr. Hank, I'm looking for Blair." Chun Luo suddenly heard a voice at the classroom door. Turning to see Fitch standing there, Chun Luo glanced at Mr. Hank and inquired, "Teacher, may I step outside?" In an unusual display, Hank smiled and replied, "Of course." After a brief glance at Fitch, Chun Luo rose from his seat and approached the door. Upon seeing Fitch, Toby's expression shifted. The Howard family had endured tremendous losses due to Blair's actions. Was Fitch seeking revenge? Hesitation flickered across his face. But in the next moment, he stood and followed Chun Luo out of the classroom. In the corridor outside Class 5, Year 2, Fitch stood with his head bowed, pale as a ghost. The previous night had plunged him into the darkest depths of despair. A significant number of members from the numerical faction had collectively withdrawn from the school, and 2 esteemed scholars from his family had renounced their ties to the Mathematics Association. Vowing never to study mathematics again, confronted by the despairing devil's number, he had heard his father's sighs and witnessed the panic and helplessness of the family elders. The tumult has concluded, and the Howard family has met its demise, all owing to the wager he placed with Blair. In this moment, Blair appeared to him as a devil incarnate. Chun Luo exited the classroom and beheld a pale-faced Fitch, his head bowed, alongside a young man of modest stature, whose looks were unremarkable, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality. The young man regarded Chun Luo with a smile and introduced himself. "I am Abel Howard. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, remarkable young man." Following the events of the previous night, members of the Howard family had brought Fitch to see him, and Chun Luo was oblivious to their ulterior motives. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun Luo, Abel turned his gaze toward Fitch, saying, "Fitch." Fitch trembled, casting a glance at Chun Luo before murmuring, "Apologies, Senior Blair, I was in the wrong." Chun Luo, unaware of their intentions, glanced at him and replied, At this juncture, I can neither save the Numerology Society nor the Howard family. Not only was Chun Luo incapable of offering salvation, but even if he could, he would refrain from doing so. This was a price Fitch had to pay. The young man observed him, shook his head with a smile, and remarked, "The young seeker of truth, you are mistaken. The only ones who can salvage the Numerology Society and the Howard family are ourselves. I merely wish to meet you and allow Fitch to apologize." Chun Luo regarded Fitch and stated, "Do not pursue Isabella any longer. Otherwise, I may have a few more questions for you." Fitch shuddered at the implication and hastily replied, "Senior Blair, all past matters were my fault. I shall keep my distance from Isabella henceforth." He was genuinely frightened. A single question had nearly led to the downfall of the Numerology Society, and should he pose more, the Howard family would surely be lost. Chun Luo cast a nonchalant glance at him before turning back toward the classroom, while Abel looked after his retreating figure, a smile gracing his lips as he softly uttered, "Thank you, young scholar." Upon reaching the doorway to the classroom, Chun Luo found Toby standing there, his gaze fixated on the direction from which Fitch and Abel had departed. His face bore an expression of incredulity as he inquired, "Is that Abel Howard?" Chun Luo turned to look and asked, "What, do you know him?" "Of course." Toby nodded vigorously. "Before you, he was heralded as the most likely candidate to become the next great scholar. Unfortunately, he later vanished, and people presumed him dead. By the way, what did he want with you? Who knows?" Chun Luo shook his head. He sensed no malice from Abel. As for the true purpose of his visit with Fitch, only Abel was privy to that. He patted Toby on the shoulder and said, "From now on, arrive early for half a lesson every day at noon." Toby, perplexed, asked why. "Come a bit earlier to practice magic with me," Chun Luo replied, casting a sideways glance at him. "You wouldn't want to graduate next year without being able to conjure a single fireball, would you?" Toby blinked, excitement lighting up his face as he asked, "Blair, do you intend to impart to me your secrets of magic?" In that moment, having followed Chun Luo out without hesitation, Toby had truly cemented his place as a friend, not merely as Blair's acquaintance, but as Chun Luo's own. Blair was Blair, and Chun Luo was Chun Luo. Blair was a magical underachiever at St. Donis Academy, while Chun Luo was a lost soul in a foreign land. Though this friend had his, well, rather questionable traits, he was undeniably trustworthy in critical moments. Toby's greatest aspiration was to become a great wizard. In his mind, the fact that Blair had transformed so rapidly from the lowest ranked in class, someone who could barely summon a spark, to the fastest and strongest in the second year, must have stemmed from some secret to mastering magic. If he could learn magic from Blair, perhaps he could become the second fastest and second strongest in class. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through him. With an expectant look on his face, Toby declared, "Then I want to go home at noon. I'll bring an extra couple of pieces of bread in the morning, rest in your room for a bit at noon, and then we'll start practicing." Chun Luo shook his head, responding, "That probably won't work." Toby looked taken aback and asked, "Why not?" "Because I currently reside with Professor Branny." Toby's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chun Luo. "You and Professor Branny have reached that stage?" "Don't misunderstand," Chun Luo replied nonchalantly. "It's merely cohabitation for the sake of study." Toby scrutinized him earnestly and asked, "Blair, hand on your heart, is it truly just for study?" Chun Luo shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "What else could it be?" Chapter 44, The Terrifying Talent. After school that morning, under Toby's envious gaze, Chun Luo stepped out of the classroom and made his way toward the faculty dormitory. The storeroom in the library was cramped and reeked unpleasantly, failing to evoke a sense of home. However, his new residence was quite the opposite. Although modest in size, it exuded warmth, and he hoped for fewer occurrences of the morning scenario. Upon returning, he found Professor Branny in the kitchen, staring blankly at the array of cooking utensils Chun Luo had purchased. The faculty at St. Donis Academy enjoyed commendable benefits, each receiving a dormitory akin to a two-bedroom apartment, complete with a private kitchen and bathroom, further enhancing Chun Luo's satisfaction with his new abode. While the level of scientific understanding here left much to be desired, many subjects lagged behind the advancements of medieval Europe. The living conditions were relatively well equipped. Each city had sewage facilities, and the streets were remarkably clean, devoid of any foul odors, a stark contrast to the medieval European reality where humans and livestock shared living spaces, and excrement was dumped directly onto the streets. This improvement was largely due to the application of magic, and Chun Luo felt fortunate to have arrived in such a world, where the environment could accommodate a modern individual with a mild case of obsessive cleanliness. Standing at the kitchen door, Branny regarded Chun Luo with curiosity and asked, "Blair, do you intend to cook at home from now on?" Chun Luo nodded, responding, "This way, I can cook while practicing magic." Branny's concerns eased as she recognized that all students at the academy either aspired to become powerful wizards or great scholars. None wished to be mere cooks. If Blair's intention was solely to practice fire magic through cooking, it was hardly surprising. However, she could not help but acknowledge that Blair's culinary skills were exceptional. Today's breakfast far surpassed the bread she usually consumed. Chenluo glanced at Branny and said, "Professor Branny, if you find my cooking to your liking, I will prepare an extra portion in the future." To Branny, the purpose of eating had always been to satiate hunger. Yet after experiencing Blair's breakfast, she began to sense that meals could also be a source of enjoyment. And if she could indulge in Blair's cooking every day, she could forego bread entirely. Though inwardly enthusiastic, her modesty prevented her from immediately acquiescing, and she hesitantly replied, "I hope it won't trouble you." "Not at all," Chenluo assured her, shaking his head with a smile. "In fact, cooking for two is often easier than for one. If you dislike what I make, then I would be the one in trouble. Then I shall join you for meals from now on." Brittany nodded and then said, "I can pay you in silver coins." If Miss Brittany were to say that, it would be quite awkward for me to stay here. Chenluo looked at her and replied, "Since Miss Brittany has allowed me to stay here without charging me rent, how could I possibly accept your silver coins?" After pondering for a moment, Brittany did not insist further and said, "If you need to buy any ingredients, just let me know, and I will take care of it." Although the salary of teachers at St. Donis Academy is not insignificant, Brittany's life was still rather frugal. In the Divine Grace continent, where agricultural yields are generally low, many seemingly ordinary ingredients are exorbitantly priced. Her meager salary might barely suffice for their meals. Naturally, Chenluo could not voice these thoughts. He then recalled something and asked Brittany, "Are you a master of wind magic?" Brittany did not directly answer his question, but rather asked with curiosity, "Why do you want to know?" In a world devoid of refrigerators, ingredients, even if they do not spoil immediately, can still affect taste. Chenluo intended to create something akin to a refrigerator to preserve ingredients, but ice magic could only be wielded by high-level water mages. Although Chenluo could produce ice without magic, it was far too cumbersome and did not last long. Utilizing magic to create ice was the fastest and most efficient method. Upon hearing Chenluo's description, Brittany inquired, "Do you want a box made of ice?" Chenluo nodded and replied, "I need it to preserve ingredients." Brittany murmured softly, performing several gestures that Chenluo had never witnessed before. In an instant, he observed the water element swiftly coalescing in the air, which immediately froze, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Chenluo stared at this scene, his lips parted, unsure of what to say. If we were to compare a magic apprentice to a high school student, then a junior mage would equate to an undergraduate in another world. High school students learn a little bit of everything: language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, geography, only skimming the surface of each subject. Upon entering university, they specialize according to their interests and strengths, focusing solely on one discipline. The master's and doctoral stages delve even deeper into their chosen fields. The same applies to mages. The more advanced the magic, the longer the casting time, and the more challenging it becomes to learn and master. Given the finite nature of human energy, this compels mages to abandon the study of other schools of magic after reaching the junior level, focusing instead on a single discipline to progress further along the path of magic. Chenluo had once believed that Ms. Brittany was a high-level wind mage because he had seen her magical robe adorned with 3 silver lines resembling waves on the left side of her chest. However, ice magic could only be mastered by high-level water mages. This indicated that Ms. Brittany was at least a dual-element mage, a feat as challenging as obtaining 2 doctoral degrees in completely unrelated fields. Even more astonishingly, she was only 21 years old this year. In another world, a 21-year-old with dual doctorates would raise suspicions that they were merely born to fulfill a quota. Chenluo found himself harboring similar sentiments. Brittany waved her hand in front of Chenluo's eyes and asked, "Is this it?" Chenluo gazed at the hollow, lidless ice box before him and slowly nodded, saying, "Exactly." Brittany clapped her hands and remarked, "Once the water element condenses into ice, it can only last for a day before dissipating. However, as long as we condense it again each evening, it will suffice." At this moment, Chenluo was hardly concerned about such details. He looked at Brittany and asked Ms. Brittany, "With your exceptional magical talent, why do you remain at St. Donis?" Although the position of a mathematics teacher at St. Donis Academy is quite respectable, given her abilities and talents, joining the Magic Association would undoubtedly elevate her status. Chenluo could not fathom why she would choose to stay here. "Because I love it here," Brittany replied with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. "I'm already quite hungry, so let's get started." How can I assist you? Could you please help me wash the vegetables? I didn't buy any firewood this morning, and I'll need your help to boil the water in the pot later. Chun Luo requested. Not wishing to delve further into that topic, Brittany refrained from pursuing it, and Chun Luo chose not to press the matter. The choice of profession was ultimately Brittany's prerogative. This morning, he had purchased quite a few cooking utensils, but had not acquired an abundance of ingredients. He glanced at what remained, realizing he could only make vegetable porridge. The ingredients available in the Divine Grace continent were quite diverse. Some Chun Luo recognized, while others were unfamiliar. In theory, nobles could indulge in better cuisine, but the primitive and rudimentary cooking methods often led to wastefulness. After washing the rice, as he awaited the water to boil, he inadvertently turned his head and witnessed a remarkable scene. A vibrant red flame flickered beneath the pot, where the water had begun to bubble. The vegetables he had prepared floated, encased in a sphere of water, while Brittany expertly utilized wind magic to disperse any lingering smoke from the kitchen. Brittany hummed a cheerful tune from her hometown, lighthearted and relaxed. An important revelation from Isabella the previous day had illuminated her understanding. Different schools of magic could be wielded simultaneously, by sequentially communicating with different magical elements. A mage could unleash magic from 4 schools at once. Chun Luo stood there, utterly mesmerized. In that moment, he profoundly realized that learning mathematics from Brittany was the wisest decision he had made since arriving in this world. Chapter 45, The Celestial Junior. Vegetable porridge is highly nutritious. After starting his job, Chun Luo often made this porridge for himself while living alone in the teacher's dormitory. Of course, it was not the nutritional value that attracted him, but rather the convenience of the process. By first frying the rice to a certain degree and then adding his preferred vegetables, he could slowly simmer it to perfection. With his mental fortitude, Chun Luo could only produce a brief burst of intense heat, sufficient for stir-frying. But he was far from achieving the sustained and stable magical application that Brittany demonstrated. This was not merely a matter of skill. It required formidable mental strength. Ms. Brittany, a high-level mage, effortlessly maintained her fire magic without hindering her other activities. After half an hour, drawn by the enticing aroma of the porridge, Brittany curiously asked Blair, "When did you learn to cook?" Even though she had yet to taste it, the delightful scent led her to surmise that the porridge must indeed be delicious. She took a spoonful and found the lingering flavor confirmed her suspicions. Chun Luo also served himself a bowl of porridge and said, "I used to experiment on my own when I had free time." Just as he lifted his spoon, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Moments later, Isabella entered, her expression frozen in surprise at the sight before her. Brittany and Blair were seated at the dining table, seemingly ready to eat, and the mouth-watering aroma made her swallow involuntarily. Brittany turned to Isabella with a smile and asked, "Isabella, have you eaten yet? Would you like to sample Blair's culinary skills?" Although Isabella had already eaten a piece of bread, the enticing scent upon entering compelled her to nod in agreement, saying, "Sure." Chun Luo rose reluctantly and served Isabella a bowl of porridge, the last one remaining. He had barely eaten anything in the morning, and this portion was meant for himself. However, he had not anticipated Isabella's unexpected visit for a meal. During the meal, Isabella posed several magical inquiries to Professor Brittany, while Chun Luo remained silent. The meal concluded swiftly, and realizing Isabella had no intention of washing the dishes and unable to ask Professor Brittany to do so, he took it upon himself. Fortunately, after mastering the water sphere technique, tasks like washing dishes became quite simple. Over the past few days, Chun Luo had come to understand that while water elements resemble water in form and nature, they are not water, summoned from the void. They dissipate in due course. As Brittany and Isabella cleared the table, she looked at Isabella and remarked, "So what do you think? Blair's culinary skills are quite commendable, aren't they?" "Not bad," Isabella replied, lightly touching her slightly rounded belly, suppressing the urge to praise Chun Luo. She had already garnered enough compliments for him after last night's salon. Further flattery might very well inflate his ego to the heavens. After some contemplation, Brittany suggested, "Since Isabella won't be returning home for lunch, why not join us for meals from now on?" As Chun Luo washed the dishes, he silently lamented the prospect of preparing food for another person. While cooking for one additional person was manageable, seasoned cooks know that preparing meals for 2 is easier than for 1, and 3 is even simpler than 2. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that an extra mouth to feed meant more strain on him. Supporting Professor Brittany was already a challenge. Adding Isabella to the equation would soon have him back to nibbling on bread. Chun Luo cast a helpless glance at Professor Brittany, only to find her winking at him. He paused for a moment, then grasped her well-intentioned motive. Both he and Professor Brittany were impoverished, but Isabella was a little heiress, unhesitating in her expenditure of gold coins. Rather than Chen Luo bearing the burden of supporting both Brittany and Isabella, it would be more prudent for her to support them. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. While Isabella would contribute financially, Chen Luo would provide physical labor, a perfectly reasonable exchange. He shared a knowing glance with Professor Brittany, and they both smiled. Seeing that Blair had understood her intentions, Brittany felt more at ease. Unlike other students, Blair and Isabella were her disciples, and she was quite pleased to see their relationship flourish. Isabella's vivacious nature complemented Blair's steadier demeanor perfectly. As a teacher, she would not interfere excessively in her students' romantic lives. But since Blair had affections for Isabella, she could create opportunities for them, leaving it to Blair to seize the moment. Judging by his reaction, he evidently grasped her good intentions. Brittany's words caught Isabella off guard. St. Donis Academy was not particularly close to her home, so she typically remained at school during lunch, subsisting on bread or cake brought from home. Clearly, neither was as delectable as the meals prepared by Blair. Brittany's invitation was precisely what she desired. Before she could respond, Chen Luo emerged from the kitchen, stating, "Indeed, Senior Isabella, you are at a crucial stage of growth. Sustaining yourself on mere bread lacks nutrition. Why not join us for meals daily? Cooking for 3 is far more manageable." Chen Luo was certainly not naive enough to bring up finances with Isabella at this juncture. He merely aimed to entice her into joining their meals, treating her well with delicious food. Over time, she would likely feel too embarrassed to continue accepting without contributing. Although Isabella sensed something peculiar about Chen Luo's words, she genuinely wished to continue growing. Her aspirations were modest. She did not fantasize about becoming as statuesque as Professor Brittany, but rather akin to that insufferable Alice. Feigning reluctance, she hesitated momentarily before nodding and saying, "Well, if that's the case." Under Chen Luo's warm invitation, Isabella officially joined their little arrangement. However, this was not Chen Luo's true intention. After enjoying Chen Luo's cooking, Isabella commandeered his bed, sprawled across his neatly made sheets, basking in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the window. At that moment, she resembled a languid cat. Leaning against the doorframe, Chen Luo addressed her, "Senior Isabella." Having satisfied her hunger, Isabella lay comfortably on the soft bed, resting her head on Chen Luo's pillow. A wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she found herself reluctant to open her eyes, lazily inquiring, "What is it?" Chen Luo intended to discuss the matter of authorship for his paper. Articles published in mathematical journals typically feature 2 authors. Previously, he could not publish independently and had to include his mentor's name. However, as an honorary scholar now, he faced no such restrictions. Generally, unless the paper emphasizes the co-authorship, the academic community recognizes only the first author. While the second is often included as a gesture of support, many scholars add the names of their disciples or juniors, much like Professor Brittany did for Chen Luo. Though this would not confer significant honor upon them, it paved the way for their future endeavors. Often, encountering a mentor or junior who can aid in publishing is more beneficial than reading countless volumes. Chen Luo had just discussed this issue with Professor Brittany. Initially, he intended to list his mentor as the second author, but she declined to be credited. Professor Brittany was a true mathematical scholar, having even turned down the Edwin Prize. Thus, her choice was entirely within Chen Luo's expectations. With the intention of keeping the benefits within their circle, he naturally decided to extend this opportunity to Isabella. Of course, he would first sweeten the deal with a couple of enticing prospects to facilitate his upcoming endeavors. Observing the languid Isabella on the bed, he said, "The Vice President Calvin of the Mathematics Society has invited me to write a paper on the 9 bridges problem, and since Professor Brittany declined to be listed, I have included your name." As soon as Chen Luo's words fell, Isabella's eyes flew open. The 9 bridges problem was a century-old conundrum that even eminent scholars struggled to solve. It was Blair who had unraveled it. Following academic tradition, the issue would be named the Blair 9 bridges problem. If Blair included her name on the paper regarding this problem, it would transform into the Blair-Isabella 9 bridges problem. Suddenly struck by overwhelming joy, Isabella found her drowsiness dissipating. Just then, Chen Luo added, "Oh, and regarding the newly discovered class of numbers, I will also write a paper. If you have no objections, I will include your name as the second author." The mathematical community had been in turmoil over the new numbers that Blair had discovered. That morning, Isabella had pondered whether the class of numbers would eventually be named after Blair. This thought had given her a twinge of envy. Would future mathematics textbooks be filled with Blair's name, Blair's theorem, Blair's problem, Blair's numbers? Now, however, It seemed entirely plausible that they could bear both Blair's and Isabella's names, especially since Blair had only her as a senior and Professor Brittany was unwilling to be credited, with two delightful opportunities suddenly falling into her lap. And potentially more to come, Isabella momentarily found herself at a loss for words and instinctively replied, I have no objections. There was another matter that Chun Luo leaned against the door to continue. What does senior sister Isabella usually enjoy eating? Tomorrow morning, I shall procure some of your favorites at the market. Isabella's eyes became dreamy, as she was momentarily overwhelmed by an immense wave of happiness. He brought her influential articles that resonated throughout the realm of mathematics, concern for her health, and prepared delightful lunches for her every day. While all she needed to do was lie here. What kind of celestial junior was this? In that fleeting moment, Chun Luo's somewhat slender figure radiated brilliance in Isabella's eyes. She had previously thought him impolite, lacking grace and principles, fixated solely on gold coins. As this realization dawned upon her, a profound sense of shame surged within Isabella's heart. Observing her expression, Chun Luo discerned that he had ensnared her feelings quite effectively. Suddenly, a look of distress crossed his face as he murmured, however, the ingredients at the market are rather expensive. It seems I must strive to publish a few more articles, otherwise, we might be relegated to eating only bread in the future. At that moment, Chun Luo felt akin to a cunning fox, revealing his tail to the unsuspecting maiden upon the bed. Isabella abruptly lifted her head and inquired, are those foods really that costly? Chun Luo nodded. If it is merely white bread, it is quite affordable, but those delicacies reserved for the nobility do not come cheap. He spoke the truth, if merely to satiate hunger. A handful of silver coins could last a month, yet to indulge in culinary delights daily proved a costly endeavor, capable of bankrupting an average minor noble. Without hesitation, Isabella produced her coin pouch, pouring forth a heap of gold coins, and offered them to Chun Luo, asking, is this sufficient? If not, I shall provide more tomorrow. Chun Luo's face bore a hesitant expression as he replied, but this is senior sister Isabella's money. Isabella waved her hand dismissively, saying, regardless, this money is not for you. It is for me and teacher Brittany to purchase ingredients. Very well, thank you, senior sister Isabella. Chun Luo accepted the gold coins from Isabella's delicate hand, estimating there were at least a dozen coins, enough to sustain the three of them for quite a while. However, though he had obtained the coins from Isabella through legitimate means, he could not shake the peculiar sensation of being financially supported. No, this was certainly not a form of patronage. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This was merely Isabella's prepayment for her own provisions, as her body was still in its developmental phase, subsisting solely on bread-lacked nutrition. Chun Luo felt it was his responsibility to care for her well-being as her sole junior. He bore an undeniable obligation. Ultimately, Chun Luo successfully persuaded himself to cast aside those disordered thoughts. After all, they were merely fellow disciples. What good could he possibly harbor towards Isabella? She, with her wealth, thought of him as well. They would mutually benefit from one another, fulfilling their respective needs. Disregarding notions of patronage seemed utterly mundane. With this mindset, he felt a renewed sense of tranquility. Blair, Isabella, please come out for a moment, called teacher Brittany from outside, just as Chun Luo tucked away the coins. Isabella rose from the bed and followed Chun Luo out of his room. In the living room, on the sofa, Brittany turned to Isabella and asked, in a while, you shall be promoted to a novice mage. Have you decided which school of magic you wish to specialize in? Without a moment's hesitation, Isabella replied, I wish to major in the wind element, just like teacher Brittany. Chun Luo cast her a sidelong glance, realizing that Isabella was unaware that teacher Brittany's water magic had already reached an advanced level. This indicated that she was, at the very least, a dual-element advanced mage, if not tri-element one. While wind magic possesses great potential in later stages, it does not significantly enhance one's combat prowess until one attains the rank of advanced mage. Brittany looked at Isabella and continued, moreover, as a girl, it is crucial to ensure your own protection. You might consider the earth element. After all, earth magic offers the strongest defense among the four schools. Isabella firmly declared, the robes of earth magic are simply too unappealing. I believe I can become an outstanding wind mage, just like teacher Brittany. Brittany nodded, refraining from interfering with Isabella's decision, stating, your mental strength is already quite formidable. In a couple of days, I shall begin teaching you the levitation spell. The levitation spell is a fundamental wind magic, and once a mage can utilize it to levitate objects of specified weight to a designated height as per the Magic Association's criteria, they can pass the assessment and become a formal novice wind mage. Luo marveled at the thought of Isabella achieving novice mage status before graduating. At her age, she could be deemed a prodigy in magic. After all, many individuals spend decades struggling at the apprentice level. After Brittany finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Luo and asked, Blair, which school do you plan to specialize in? Luo had pondered this matter in the past. Among the 4 schools, fire mages were the most numerous. This was primarily because fire magic, while not the most potent, is celebrated for its stability and balance. From the apprentice stage onward, fire magic delivers a certain degree of damage, and with the elevation of one's magical rank, its potency steadily increases. While wind and water magic shine in the later stages, particularly wind magic, which poses a considerable challenge to opponents at the same level, these 2 schools primarily serve as support in the early phases. The earth element does not significantly differ in this regard. Not everyone can achieve advanced mage status by the age of 20 like Teacher Brittany. Most mages never reach her current caliber throughout their lives. Consequently, there are few mages who specialize in wind and water magic. In fact, the combined number of mages from the other 3 schools does not surpass that of fire mages. For Luo, his ability to communicate and manipulate magical elements with ease meant that the choice of specialization was of little consequence. His greatest obstacle in learning magic lay in his mental strength. Given ample time, he would wish to explore all 4 schools of magic. However, he could not divulge this to Teacher Brittany. After some contemplation, he stated, I suppose fire would be my choice. This was a more moderate selection, one that most mages typically make. Brittany anticipated this choice from Luo and nodded, saying, most mages do indeed specialize in fire. The apprentice-level spells of fire magic require little technique, and you have already learned them. Your sole focus now should be on enhancing your mental strength, and like Isabella, completing your novice mage certification as swiftly as possible. Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Teacher Brittany. After a brief silence, Brittany's gaze returned to him as she remarked, although you became my student to study mathematics, it seems you also aspire to be an accomplished mage. Being a scholar and a mage are not mutually exclusive. Besides mathematics, I can also teach you some magic. Henceforth, you shall learn magic alongside Isabella. Brittany regarded Luo. Aware that while she wished for her student to achieve greater accomplishments in mathematics, she also recognized that becoming a powerful mage was his dream. As a teacher, how could she bear to quash her student's aspirations? Blair was a student upon whom she had high hopes, and she desired for him to pursue activities he cherished alongside his studies. No one understood better than she how exquisite the feeling of engaging in one's passions could be. Luo had long awaited her words, especially after witnessing her prowess and innate talent, which solidified his belief in this notion. To become a dual or even multi-element high-level mage at the tender age of 21, Teacher Brittany's gift had transcended the boundaries of ordinary mages. She was truly a favored child of the gods. Learning magic under her tutelage would surely impart far more knowledge than he could ever acquire in a classroom. Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Brittany. Isabella was also a student of Teacher Brittany, not just in mathematics. For Brittany taught her both math and magic. Henceforth, Luo and Isabella, as Brittany's pupils, would share an indistinguishable bond. As fellow disciples of Teacher Brittany, their relationship had irrevocably transformed into that of comrades. Being of the same order, assisting one another was a given, and the notion of patronage was rendered irrelevant. In Chapter 47, Martial Arts, within the confines of the living room, Luo and Isabella sat upon the sofa, attentively absorbing Teacher Brittany's lessons on magic. Brittany regarded them and proclaimed, magic is the divine gift of the gods. Anyone endowed with magical talent ought not to squander it. However, as competent mages, you must not place undue trust in magic alone. Without pausing, she continued to elucidate to Luo and Isabella. I have previously mentioned that while the gods have bestowed upon us the ability to wield magic, the lengthy incantations and intricate gestures often leave mages unable to cast spells in critical moments. After demonstrating a fireball spell with deliberate incantation and motion, she added, a mage unable to cast their spells in time is no different from an ordinary person. To compensate for this deficiency, many mages also practice martial arts, preparing for situations where foes draw near. An exceptional warrior may not necessarily be a superb mage, but a superb mage must invariably be an exceptional warrior. This was the second time Luo had heard this sentiment from Teacher Brittany, and he comprehended it profoundly. Given that casting spells requires time, magic is predominantly a means of long-range offense. Once confronted by a master of close combat, a mage becomes akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. This shortcoming would gradually be mitigated with the rise in magical proficiency and casting speed. Yet for novice mages, those who first resort to magic in a brawl are invariably the ones who suffer the most. Despite Toby's dismal magical performance in class, when it came to physical confrontation, he was, apart from Chinluo, the strongest man in the room. The time it took for Bard to cast a fireball was ample for Toby to knock him down 8 times. The reality was that he might not even finish his incantation before Toby had him pinned to the ground. As Chinluo listened to teacher Brittany's discourse, he sensed Isabella's gaze flitting over him. Clearly, she had yet to forgive him for covering her mouth during her last spellcasting. Chinluo feigned deep concentration on the lesson, pretending not to notice her scrutiny. Brittany observed the two and continued. In many instances, the ability to fight is of greater significance than magic itself. I hope you come to realize this at an early stage. Therefore, prior to instructing you in magic, I intend to teach you martial arts first. Chinluo had already witnessed teacher Brittany's martial prowess. Having trained in Sanda for several years, he could handle multiple opponents of equal size in open spaces. Yet he would stand no chance against teacher Brittany. To be precise, engaging in combat with her would result in his immediate defeat. This exemplifies the formidable nature of wind mages. The swiftness of wind magic, combined with superior martial skills, renders them virtually invincible among their peers. Rising from her seat, Brittany cast a levitation spell, moving all the furniture to the corners of the room, thereby clearing a considerable space. With another gentle breeze spell, she swept away the dust and then turned to Chinluo, saying, "Blair, try to attack me." Chinluo promptly shook his head, fully aware of his limitations. Despite teacher Brittany's unassuming and innocent demeanor, she could easily incapacitate him without the need for magic. Brittany, observing his hesitance, reassured him, "There is no need to fear. I merely wish to impart to you the fundamental principles of combat. I will not genuinely harm you." "Teacher Brittany, perhaps I should go first? I recently learned a few martial techniques. Could you please point out my mistakes?" Isabella eagerly stepped forward, casting a hopeful glance at Chinluo. Brittany intentionally created an opportunity for Chinluo to interact with Isabella. Since Isabella had taken the initiative, Brittany nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, but Isabella, do be cautious and do not injure Blair." "Rest assured, I shall show restraint," Isabella responded with a quick nod, then turned to Chinluo with a teasing smile, asking, "Blair, you're not afraid of me, are you?" A wise individual understands the importance of timing, accurately assessing their strength, and knowing when to retreat or advance. A fool rushes in recklessly regardless of the circumstances, while a coward retreats in any situation. Clearly, if the opponent was Isabella, Chinluo felt confident enough to engage. Thus, he gradually approached Isabella, gazing in her eyes, and said, "I kindly ask for your mercy, Senior Isabella." Isabella, unable to contain her excitement, seemed to envision Chinluo begging for mercy under her might. As soon as he stepped forward, she launched her attack. This time, she was determined to teach him a lesson for previously covering her mouth. Chinluo stepped back, evading Isabella's initial strike, and deftly seized her wrist. In the same motion, he raised his other hand, briefly hesitating in the air before finally pressing it against Isabella's delicate neck. With a slight exertion, her body began to tilt backward. This was not a Sanda maneuver, but rather akin to a grappling technique. Although Chinluo had not formally studied grappling, he had picked up a few useful moves. With her wrist held and neck secured, a gentle tug from Chinluo would cause Isabella to lose her balance. Just before she fell, he swiftly shifted his grip to support her neck, preventing her from hitting the ground. However, this maneuver resulted in a rather intimate posture, reminiscent of a scene from a melodramatic idol drama. If cameras were to circle around them in a 360-degree sweep, accompanied by a poignant musical score, it would surely become a memorable moment in an idol series. From Brittany's perspective, this scene likely unfolded with Chinluo half squatting on the ground, Isabella reclining in his embrace, their eyes locked in a tender gaze. Chinluo looked down at the bewildered Isabella and sheepishly apologized. "I am sorry, Senior Isabella." Brittany quickly moved to assist Isabella, lifting her upright while staring at Chinluo in astonishment. "Blair, have you previously trained in martial arts?" "I picked up a bit here and there," Chinluo replied bashfully. "Just learned a few techniques for books." Isabella stood there, dazed and expressionless, grappling with an unprecedented blow to her self-esteem. Not only did she fall short in mathematics compared to Blair, but her magical talent also paled in comparison. Even in the martial arts she had secretly practiced for some time. Hoping to reclaim her dignity lost during their last encounter, she had been effortlessly outmatched. In every conceivable aspect, Isabella faced devastating blows, leading her to feel as though she would be perpetually overshadowed by Blair. As she recalled the extraordinary fighting techniques exhibited by Chun Luo, Brittany gazed at him with intrigue and remarked, "Blair, this time I shall forego magic. Try attacking me once more." Chun Luo could at best be considered an enthusiast of martial arts, and with her mastery of wind magic combined with combat skills, Brittany was more than capable of dispatching him as effortlessly as she had vanquished Isabella. Yet, should he refrain from utilizing wind magic and rely solely on his fighting techniques, Chun Luo might possess a fighting chance. After all, Brittany's most formidable asset was her astonishing speed. If given the opportunity to react, he might not necessarily succumb to defeat. He nodded earnestly at Brittany, stating, "Be cautious, Ms. Brittany." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had already assumed a fighting stance. And then, there was naught that followed. Chun Luo had anticipated that with his agility, if Ms. Brittany refrained from employing wind magic, even if he was not her equal, she would find it no easy task to best him. Reality, however, proved him naive. On this occasion, he lasted a mere 10 seconds under her prowess before finding himself cradled in her arms, much like he had been moments earlier with Isabella. Chapter 48. The Embodiment of Evil. Following a decisive and unambiguous defeat in his second encounter with Ms. Brittany, Chun Luo's illusions were shattered, and he finally grasped a harsh truth. Setting aside Brittany's extraordinary magical talent, her combat skills were undeniably of a professional caliber. Many might lack a clear concept of what professional entails, but Chun Luo was acutely aware. One should never challenge another's livelihood with mere hobbies. An amateur, such as Chun Luo, who had studied martial arts for a few years, would find himself on his knees begging for mercy within 10 seconds when faced with a true professional fighter. This was a stark contrast between the professional and the amateur. Chun Luo was certain that Ms. Brittany had undergone rigorous combat training. It was not a brief endeavor. Otherwise, no matter how great her innate talent, it would be impossible for her to subdue him so swiftly without at least a decade of dedicated training. In a world where most families could not afford magical education from a young age, let alone combat training, the significance of a 21-year-old dual-element senior mage and combat expert was, of course, self-evident. As Chun Luo gazed up at Brittany, he sensed an even deeper aura of mystery surrounding her. Nevertheless, curiosity aside, he would not pry into matters that Ms. Brittany chose to remain silent about. She was both his teacher and roommate, and regardless of her background or identity, that fact remained unchanged. Brittany helped Chun Luo to his feet. Her expression won a surprise as she said, "If I am not mistaken, Blair's fighting style appears to embody a complete combat system. Could it be that this new fighting methodology is of your own creation?" Chun Luo was taken aback. Not only was Ms. Brittany powerful, but her insight was equally sharp. With just a few moves, she discerned that his techniques were not isolated maneuvers, but rather a distinct fighting style that diverged from the magical combat system of this world. Naturally, he could not claim it as his own creation. Even if he had, Ms. Brittany would not believe him. If he were capable of devising such a fighting style, she would have been the one pinned beneath him moments ago. At a loss for how to respond, Isabella timely interjected, casting a complex glance at Chun Luo before resolutely turning to Brittany and declaring, "Please teach me your combat techniques." Chun Luo couldn't shake the feeling that Isabella's gaze held deeper meaning, imbued with determination. His intuition told him that her earnest desire to learn combat was not solely to become an adept mage and warrior. Perhaps she envisioned a day when, through true strength, she could pin him down as he had done to her, avenging the humiliation of her previous defeat. Based on his understanding of Isabella, this conjecture was not unfounded. In the continent of divine grace, while magic reigned supreme, the awareness of its shortcomings led to the gradual evolution of combat techniques as a means to compensate for the inherent delays in spellcasting. Unlike magic, combat was primarily utilized in close quarters, and various schools of thought had emerged over the centuries. Just as martial arts on Earth encompass boxing, taekwondo, tai chi, and Wing Chun, the combat arts of this realm exhibit similar diversity, with each style emphasizing different strengths yet sharing fundamental similarities. The principal distinction between the combat techniques here and those from another world lies in their ability to integrate magic. Wind mages can move with astonishing swiftness. Ice mages can conjure a sharp ice sword at will. Fire mages can imbue their weapons with fiery elements, and earth mages can form armor from earth elements, resulting in formidable defensive capabilities. This synthesis of magic and combat not only mitigates the weaknesses of magic, but also enhances combat techniques, granting warriors range capabilities while imbuing mages with close combat skills, thus culminating in a combat system that is markedly different from terrestrial martial arts. Though Sanda is indeed a form of combat, Luo preferred not to delve deeper into this topic. Looking at Ms. Brittany, he shyly remarked, "It's not so much my creation. It's merely a product of my reading and experimentation, with little practical use." Brittany shook her head, asserting no. "Your combat system appears to possess greater practicality. Had that been a battlefield scenario, Isabella would have been slain." Isabella bowed her head, feeling as though she had been struck by an arrow to her heart. Sonda is inherently a highly confrontational combat technique, deeply rooted in practicality. And if Luo had possessed the skills of a professional fighter, he might have held his own against Ms. Brittany. He chuckled lightly, saying, "I only managed to devise a few moves." Brittany did not dwell on it further, saying, "It's getting late. You both should head to class. For now on, I will teach you combat and magic every day at this hour." As they approached the teaching building and were about to part ways, Luo said, "Isabella, if you have no plans this afternoon, let us go grocery shopping together." Isabella waved her hand in acknowledgement, indicating her agreement. At that moment, she was preoccupied with thoughts of the recent blows she had received from Luo, overshadowing her earlier elation about her article's authorship. Were it not for her status as his senior, for his consistent attribution of her name in his articles, and his concern for her well-being, she would have sought to distance herself from him entirely. Having a junior who surpassed her in every aspect was truly a source of embarrassment. After all, who was the true elder sister? Luo felt it was essential to introduce Isabella to the Prices in Yabo City. Although she trusted him implicitly, he believed some matters were best laid bare in the light of day to prevent her from suspecting that he was using grocery shopping as a pretext to swindle her. Before class commenced, the classroom remained lively and boisterous. Luo sat in his seat, listening as most students continued to discuss the events of the previous night. Through Trixie, who had a grandfather serving in the Mathematics Association, he learned about the aftermath of the salon incident. The emergence of irrational numbers posed little problem for other mathematicians. Yet it shook the foundation of the number system, delivering a significant blow to both the number school and the Howard family. The immediate consequence of this matter was that, overnight, a significant number of scholars withdrew from the number school, leading to a rapid diminishment of its overall strength. What was once a prestigious academic faction was reduced to a moderate one, and as the repercussions of this incident continued to spread, this decline was bound to persist. Even if the number school did not disband, it would inevitably lose its former glory, devolving into a small and obscure sect. This represents the most fatal flaw of schools that rely on philosophy or religion as their cohesive force. Once their doctrines are overturned and the foundation of their beliefs collapses, the entire institution may vanish without a trace. In contrast, those schools dedicated solely to the study of mathematics, provided they remain vigilant in updating their knowledge, would not suffer greatly. At most, they would experience a fleeting period of confusion and panic. To everyone's astonishment, the Howard family candidly admitted their error regarding the irrational number 2, promptly rectifying their erroneous claims. They proclaimed to the entire mathematical community that, in addition to integers and rational numbers expressible as ratios of integers, a third category of numbers exists, thus acknowledging the fallacy of their previous assertions. Although the Howard family's declaration did not completely salvage the number school, it significantly mitigated the impact of the incident, preserving a portion of the school's influence. Another development concerning the Howard family stirred considerable commotion within scholarly circles. Today, the previously vanished prodigy, Abel Howard, returned to the family and assumed control of its affairs. Abel Howard, a name synonymous with legend in the mathematical realm and a leader among the younger generation, appeared to somewhat alleviate the repercussions of the irrational number debacle on the number school. The academic atmosphere in this world is evidently far superior to that of another realm. At least the number school openly acknowledged its faults rather than resorting to binding Luo and casting him into the sea. The truth is inescapable. The discovery of irrational numbers signifies both destruction and rebirth for the Howard family and the number school. Of course, the survival of the number school and the future trajectory of the Howard family no longer pertained to Luo. What left him somewhat disheartened was the realization that, despite being the discoverer of the truth, a witness to history, and a pivotal force in advancing contemporary mathematics, he was nonetheless labeled as a harbinger of evil by certain scholars who had seen their beliefs undermined by his revelations. Chapter 49, Home. It is unlikely that a person branded as a devil's messenger and a symbol of malevolence would maintain a cheerful disposition. Luo, naturally, felt somewhat dismayed. Yet upon reflection, he recognized that a normal individual would not perpetrate such a violation of another's foundational beliefs. Not being bound and thrown into the sea certainly counted as a favorable outcome, allowing him to swiftly come to terms with the situation. Chun Luo devoted an entire afternoon to completing articles on the Nine Bridges problem and the issue of irrational numbers, preparing to present them to Calvin the following day. The reason for the delay until tomorrow was that, after school that afternoon, he had arranged to accompany Isabella and teacher Brittany on a shopping expedition for ingredients. Given that the three were pooling resources, Chun Luo could not solely focus on his own preferences. Women possess an innate interest in shopping, but this does not extend to purchasing groceries. Teacher Brittany and Isabella went off to shop, leaving the decision-making entirely in Chun Luo's hands. This was indicative of their habits. Not only Isabella and teacher Brittany, but food, for everyone here, was merely sustenance. In a context where culinary practices were already primitive and uncivilized, few pursued culinary pleasures. In terms of dining, Chun Luo diverged significantly from them, for the Chinese people harbor an intrinsic dedication to food. He could reside in a storage room and don Blair's hand-me-downs, but he could not subsist solely on bread for all 3 meals. Even if it were Alice's delightful cream bread, if dining were merely about satiating hunger, what meaning would life hold? After completing the grocery shopping, Chun Luo visited the blacksmith, where he found the iron pot he needed was ready. Additionally, he ordered a few pairs of chopsticks from the carpenter, preferring the ancestral tools over Western knives and forks for their ease of use. For Chun Luo, while diligently practicing magic and striving to reach the realm of the holy magus, life must also be cultivated with a touch of refinement. Even in this unfamiliar world, he could not neglect the pleasures of the palate. This is the inherent romanticism of being Chinese. Once all was accomplished, he spent some time searching for Isabella and teacher Brittany in a shop specializing in women's accessories. Isabella purchased a charming white hat adorned with lace, featuring a feather of indeterminate origin, which lent her an air of elegance. For reasons unknown, women here seemed particularly fond of hats during academic salons. Chun Luo had observed numerous women donning extravagant headgear, likely a trend among the nobility. Teacher Brittany acquired a purple scarf that complemented her well, and as the 3 of them walked together, they attracted envious glances from many men along the way. Isabella initially intended to return home directly, but upon seeing Chun Luo with an abundance of ingredients, she changed her mind, deciding to dine at school first. This prompted Chun Luo, who had originally planned to prepare a simple meal of noodles before meditating, to reconsider. After all, Isabella was his benefactor. Should she find fault with his culinary skills, he would have to rely on selling papers to sustain himself and teacher Brittany. Given that teacher Brittany's financial situation was also precarious, she had not charged Chun Luo rent, making it awkward for him to ask her for money. Winning a woman as heart necessitates first winning her stomach. Chun Luo understood that he must first capture Isabella's affections to secure her financial support. Thus, for this afternoon's meal, Chun Luo poured all his efforts into preparing dishes he was most adept at making. For the 3 of them, teacher Brittany, Isabella, and himself, he prepared 4 dishes plus a soup. The 2 meat dishes included braised fish and lotus leaf chicken. Having not found any chili peppers at the market and recognizing that the local populace favored a milder diet, he refrained from crafting anything too heavily seasoned. He could not risk displeasing Isabella and jeopardizing his prospects for a second benefactor. The 2 vegetarian dishes comprised a stir-fried vegetable common in the area and hand-torn cabbage, while the soup, a mushroom broth, simmered for over an hour. By the time he completed all the dishes, the soup was nearly ready. Outside, Brittany was teaching Isabella combat techniques. Chun Luo approached the window and called out, "Teacher Brittany." "Senior Isabella, dinner is served." As Isabella reached the door, poised to enter, she suddenly inhaled deeply, puzzled by the enticing aroma wafting through the air. It was a scent unlike any she had encountered before, not floral, nor akin to the pleasant fragrance of teacher Brittany, but one that made her mouth water uncontrollably. Not only Isabella, but Brittany too, felt her throat involuntarily respond to the alluring fragrance. They simultaneously turned their gaze toward the table laden with the dishes. What lay before them was food of a kind they had never seen, fundamentally different from bread. The ensuing scene could only be described as a whirlwind of activity. While Chun Luo's culinary skills could be deemed average, he had anticipated this outcome. It was not a matter of self-confidence, but rather a steadfast belief in the excellence of traditional Chinese cuisine. Food is of paramount importance to the people, and throughout history, the Chinese have pursued culinary excellence to an almost unparalleled degree. In an era where dining is often merely a means to satiate hunger, Chun Luo possesses the invaluable wisdom honed by countless gastronomes over centuries. After the meal, Isabella reclined comfortably on the sofa, unconsciously caressing her slightly protruding abdomen. Devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum, Luo found himself stealing glances at her, although Isabella often referred to herself as a lady. She paled in comparison to both Alice and teacher Brittany in terms of refinement. After all, a true lady would not be so unreserved as to touch her belly in the presence of a gentleman. Noticing Luo's gaze, Isabella's cheeks flushed with rare embarrassment as she retorted, "What are you staring at? It's all your fault." It seemed somewhat excessive for her to blame the chef for preparing such delectable dishes when she had overindulged. Her sentence trailed off abruptly. Luo quickly diverted his gaze. Fixating on a girl's stomach was the behavior of a rogue and a scoundrel. The 4 dishes on the table had been devoured entirely, and not a drop of the mushroom soup remained. Isabella, patting her stomach, felt that her 10 gold coins had been well spent. Until today, she had never imagined such exquisite food could exist. The chefs at her home were limited to baking bread and making cakes, or curing and smoking fish. They never concocted soup with mushrooms, which were typically reserved for roasting. She had once believed that honey butter cake was the pinnacle of culinary delight, never suspecting such vast differences in flavor could exist within the same type of food. This was Brittany's first experience with such an entirely different culinary sensation as well. However, she exhibited far more restraint than Isabella, setting down the utensils, which were referred to as chopsticks, when she was about 60% full. For the past 20 years, she had been accustomed to using knives and forks, finding them quite convenient for slicing bread and meat. Chinese cuisine, of course, necessitated the use of chopsticks, and Brittany observed Luo deftly maneuvering the wooden implements, realizing they were much more agile than knives and forks. She soon adapted, albeit initially struggling, but gradually became more proficient. Though not yet as adept as Luo, she faced no significant obstacles in picking up food. Isabella also learned quickly. After a challenging start, the table soon became a flurry of 3 pairs of chopsticks in motion. Although Brittany and Isabella's technique with the chopsticks remained somewhat clumsy to Luo, it evoked a profound sense of familiarity. In a world dominated by individuals with brown hair and blue eyes, where black-haired, dark-eyed people were regarded as anomalies, and where dining was solely conducted with knives, forks, and spoons, how rare it was to share a simple meal with 2 companions who used chopsticks. This marked the first time Luo felt a semblance of home in this place. After the meal, Brittany proactively began to clear the table, with Isabella assisting her. At one moment, Isabella glanced back at Luo, who sat in a daze on the sofa, and inquired, "What's wrong with Blair?" Upon finishing the dishes, Brittany arranged them neatly, and when her gaze fell upon Luo, she too was momentarily taken aback. In Brittany's eyes, her brilliant student had always been rational, exhibiting a level of maturity and composure not typical for someone his age. She had never witnessed such an emotion reflected in his eyes before. This sentiment was not foreign to her, as she too experienced similar feelings at times. Brittany gazed outside and softly remarked, "He must be feeling homesick." Isabella, perplexed, murmured, "But isn't this his home?" Alone in a foreign realm. Although Luo forcibly buried certain emotions deep within, he occasionally found it difficult to suppress his longing for home. Fortunately, after a brief rest, that melancholic feeling dissipated. Toby arrived earlier than usual today and appeared to be in high spirits. Once seated, he excitedly exclaimed, "Blair, I just saw Senior Alice again." Luo flipped open his math textbook and casually asked, "Aren't you fond of Senior Isabella?" Toby's expression flickered with hesitation as he replied, "While Senior Isabella is indeed more beautiful, Senior Alice is truly generous." "I seem to have heard my name," Alice declared, entering through the back door of the classroom. Smiling at Luo as she asked, "What were you saying about me, Junior Blair?" Chapter 50, The Senior Slayer. Toby slowly turned around, staring blankly at Alice, who stood just behind them. Luo smiled back and said, "We were saying that Senior Alice is very generous. Thank you for the bread yesterday." Alice smiled gently and replied, "It's nothing. If you like it, Junior Blair, I can bring you some every day." Although the honey butter bread was delightful, consuming it daily could become tiresome, especially since Luo was no longer alone. He now had to provide breakfast for 3. Ever since Isabella tasted Luo's pinnacle culinary skills last night, she had decided to dine at school for all 3 meals. Luo had no objections to this arrangement, as she had paid for it. Having accepted her gold coins, he felt a moral obligation to ensure her satisfaction. Looking at Alice, Luo politely responded, "Thank you, Senior Alice, but there's no need. I simply forgot to bring my bread yesterday." Alice smiled, not pressing further, and lightly waved her small notebook, saying, "Junior Blair, may I ask you a few math questions?" Luo nodded, saying, "Of course." It would be quite ungentlemanly and impolite to refuse such a reasonable request after having enjoyed her bread the previous day. Moreover, every day, under the pretense of seeking help with questions, there were at least 8 girls attempting to draw closer to him, and Alice was just one among many. Alice approached Toby and asked, "Can you go? I'll leave right away," Toby replied, standing up without hesitation and quickly disappearing from Chun Luo's view. Alice seemed genuinely there to seek assistance. She posed several math problems to Chun Luo that were indeed challenging for a third-grade level. Due to his professional instincts, Chun Luo found great pleasure in explaining problems, especially mathematical ones. After listening to his explanations, Alice remained silent for a long time before exclaiming, "Junior Blair is truly a mathematical genius. Our math teacher could not explain it as clearly." Chun Luo humbly replied, "It is Senior Alice's quick wit that makes it all so comprehensible." After discussing these problems, class time was drawing near. Alice thanked Chun Luo and left the classroom. Just as she exited, Toby slipped back in. As soon as he sat down, he couldn't resist asking Blair, "What did Senior Alice want with you?" Chun Luo answered, "She asked me math questions. Didn't you hear?" Toby wore a disbelieving expression as he remarked, "Senior Alice comes from a family of mathematicians, with several scholars among them. What could she possibly need to ask you at school? And she even wants to bring you breakfast every day. What is your relationship with Senior Alice? Does Senior Isabella know? Does Teacher Brittany know? Out of the 3 of them, which one do you like the most?" Chun Luo paid no heed to Toby's barrage of questions. Alice's behavior indeed exhibited a certain peculiarity. Despite having scholars in her household, she insisted on seeking out Chun Luo, a mere acquaintance, to inquire about matters. Their relationship was hardly intimate, yet she made it a point to bring him extravagant honey butter bread daily, as if they were long-standing friends. Had it not been for Chun Luo's awareness of his own burgeoning reputation within the mathematical circles of Yabo City, one might have suspected that Alice was encouraged by her family to befriend him, perhaps even to vie with Isabella for his affections. Since Isabella's recent folly and the incident at the salon where Chun Luo had wagered with Fiki, the whispers of a romance between him and Isabella had only grown more fervent throughout St. Donis. After all, the pair was frequently seen together, leading many to believe they were indeed a couple in the throes of love. In the realm of St. Donis, Alice stood as Isabella's rival and nemesis, having purportedly stolen Isabella's beloved boyfriend, only to cruelly cast him aside, a melodramatic scenario that was not beyond the realm of possibility. Alice's presence transformed Toby into a veritable whirlwind of curiosity, while the students of Class 5, Year 2, cast glances back and forth at Chun Luo. First, it was Isabella who favored him, and now it seemed Alice had also succumbed to his charm. How could they not feel disheartened? The 2 goddesses of St. Donis Academy had seemingly fallen under the spell of Blair. Who could bear such a truth? Blair, it seemed, was a veritable heartthrob slayer. Seeing Alice engage in prolonged conversation with Chun Luo before departing, some of the girls' spirits dampened. They lacked the confidence to compete with Isabella and Alice. Regretting not having recognized Blair's worth before he had become the remarkable individual he was now, Chun Luo, however, was too preoccupied with his own affairs to heed the gossips swirling around him. He had completed the 2 papers that Calvin had urged him to write and intended to deliver them tomorrow, coinciding perfectly with the weekend. Additionally, he planned to visit the Magic Association, as he was reluctant to squander the monthly gold coin fee for borrowing materials. As for Toby, having made a promise, Chun Luo felt a sense of obligation to pay him some attention. Toby's magical talent was rather mediocre, and since Chun Luo had shed the label of a magical inept, that burden had now fallen upon Toby. To date, while all his classmates could conjure varying sizes of fireballs, Toby could only manage a few sparks. This was undoubtedly linked to his laziness, yet his innate magical aptitude was evidently quite limited. Have you ever tried magic from other disciplines? Chun Luo pondered, realizing he could not alter Toby's inherent abilities, but could approach the situation from a different angle. The world is governed by 4 elemental magics, and individuals exhibit varying affinities towards these elements. Some are naturally more attuned to fire, while others resonate with water. Generally, these differences are minor, but some individuals may possess an extraordinary affinity for a particular element, rendering them exponentially more capable in that field. Though such occurrences are exceedingly rare, perhaps 1 in tens of thousands. In the academy, instructors typically teach the fireball spell for its ease of management and assessment. After all, magic apprentices are not sorted by discipline, and they can delve into other magical arts once they attain the rank of junior mage. Toby shook his head, lamenting that he could not even cast a basic fireball spell, let alone experiment with the other 3 disciplines. With time on his hands, aside from the fireball, Chun Luo had taken it upon himself to self-study the introductory spells of the other 3 disciplines. Provided one possesses sufficient mental acuity, most can execute these apprentice spells on their first attempt, albeit with rather feeble results. Chen Luo himself displayed no disparity in his affinity for the 4 elemental magics. Whether it be Fireball, Water Sphere, Gentle Breeze, or Earth Shield, he could conjure them instantaneously. Were there a rating system for elemental affinity, he would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle. Turning to Toby, he encouraged, why not give the apprentice spells of the other 3 disciplines a try? The spells for the other 3 disciplines were not found in textbooks. Chen Luo had learned them only after consulting with Professor Branny. He imparted the incantations, gestures, and methods to communicate with the elemental forces of the other 3 disciplines to Toby. After countless attempts, Chen Luo ultimately deduced that Toby's magical talent was indeed lacking. He had minimal affinity with all 4 elements. In fact, his affinity for water and wind was even inferior to that of fire. While his connection to earth was slightly stronger, though still limited, he could barely encase his fist in a layer of earth armor, which was certainly more effective than summoning mere sparks. Patting Toby on the shoulder, Chen Luo advised, focus on enhancing your mental strength. Perhaps one day you could specialize in earth magic. The harsh reality of being a magical underachiever weighed heavily on Toby's spirits. With mediocre talent, no amount of effort could elevate him to the heights achieved by those more gifted. In truth, those with superior abilities often worked harder than he did. What then was the value of his own toil? Toby's magical aptitude was below average, indicating that with sheer effort alone, he would find it challenging to ascend to the ranks of a high-level mage. While history does hold a few examples of legendary mages who achieved greatness despite mediocre beginnings, their numbers are exceedingly rare, and the effort they exerted is beyond the comprehension of the average person. As the school bell rang, Toby, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, bid farewell to Chen Luo and trudged out of the classroom, dejected. Suddenly, lost in his thoughts, he accidentally collided with another student, sending the boy sprawling onto the ground. The unfortunate lad winced in pain, tears brimming in his eyes as he pointed an accusatory finger at Toby, shouting, "You blind fool." Toby, in a foul mood, Toby did not even glance back and continued on his way. This provoked the boy's ire, and after conferring with his companions who helped him up, he pointed at Toby and bellowed, "Get him!" While St. Donis Academy forbids student brawls, this time it was clearly Toby who had instigated the altercation. Almost as soon as the boy's words left his mouth, his friends lunged toward Toby. Frustrated and feeling cornered, Toby, in a fit of rage, dropped his backpack and charged at them. Just as Chen Luo exited the classroom, he witnessed the unfolding scene. Toby, standing at an imposing height of nearly 7 feet and weighing around 200 pounds, was outmatched by the 4 boys who were merely of average size. Although Toby moved somewhat slowly, the punches thrown at him barely fazed him. A mere shoulder charge from him sent opponents flying. Not only that, but he had the foresight to encase his fists in earth armor before engaging, resulting in a few glancing blows that he endured before retaliating with enough force to send one opponent crumpling to the ground. By the time all 4 adversaries lay sprawled on the ground, Toby loomed over them, a fierce glint in his eyes as he demanded, "Still want to fight?" The 4 boys shook their heads vigorously and scrambled away. Toby retrieved his backpack, dusted himself off, and turned to wave at Chen Luo, saying, "Blair, see you tomorrow." Chen Luo regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before inquiring, "Have you ever considered becoming a warrior?" Chapter 51, The Superfluous Magic. In the continent of divine grace, being a mage is merely a profession, yet one that holds a prestigious standing akin to that of scholars. Although warriors may not enjoy the same lofty status, they too belong to the upper echelons of society. Indeed, warriors find it considerably easier to accumulate military achievements, ascend to knighthood, or even be bestowed noble titles, thereby completely transforming their identity as merchants. With Toby's magical aptitude, it is highly improbable for him to become a top-tier mage in his lifetime, and the prospect of him becoming a scholar appears even bleaker. However, should his ambition lie in becoming a warrior, his modest magical talent would suffice. After all, unless absolutely necessary, mages typically refrain from engaging in close combat, while the warrior profession does not involve hurling fireballs from a distance. As long as he passes his magic course, he will graduate smoothly from St. Donis and embark on a more advanced path toward becoming a warrior. Toby, clearly still perplexed by this dilemma, did not provide Chen Luo with a direct answer. Chen Luo advised him to ponder this matter thoroughly upon returning home, as it pertains to his future development, hoping he would not act impulsively and make a decision he might regret for a lifetime. Nevertheless, based on Chen Luo's understanding of Toby, his desire to become a mage does not stem from a genuine love for magic. Perhaps a greater motivation lies in the fact that he has endured too many cold stares at school and is eager to prove himself through acquiring formidable power. For him, becoming a powerful warrior is far more attainable than ascending to the ranks of a high-level mage. The following day was a day of rest. Chen Luo awoke early, prepared breakfast for teacher Brittany, and then departed from his school. He first visited the Mathematics Society to submit 2 papers to Calvin, then declined Calvin's invitation to accompany him to the royal capital for several important meetings, leaving the society with a decisive farewell. This reluctance to join the Mathematics Society stems from the fact that becoming a mathematical scholar would not provide him with substantial aid. Rather, it would entail a plethora of trivial responsibilities. Although an elevation in status could facilitate his magical studies to some extent, it would consume more of his time within the Mathematics Society, proving to be counterproductive. If he were to join any society, it ought to be the Magic Society. The matter regarding irrational numbers had already spread through the scholars of Yabo City, inciting widespread panic among them. In order to promptly mitigate the repercussions caused by irrational numbers, Calvin needed to hasten to the headquarters of the Royal Capital Mathematics Society and submit Chen Luo's paper. After leaving the Mathematics Society, Chen Luo made his way directly to the Magic Society. At the front desk of the Magic Society, he did not encounter the young lady named Jasmine. However, he had no pressing matters to address this time. Skirting past the front desk, he proceeded directly to the library of the Magic Society. Although he now had a seasoned magical advisor in teacher Brittany, his understanding of magic transcended the conventional definitions held by magicians in the Divine Grace continent. Ever since he discovered the possibility of combining magical elements with material elements, and that different types of magic could be used in conjunction, his research into magic had taken a peculiar turn, diverging further from the norm. Regardless, under the guidance of teacher Brittany, coupled with the magical techniques he had cunningly acquired from Isabella, Chen Luo had become quite adept at casting elementary magic. The only thing he now needed to do was enhance his mental fortitude to reach the level of an elementary mage as soon as possible. However, the enhancement of mental strength cannot be achieved overnight. It requires either meditation or continuous practice of magic. In his fervent quest to elevate his magical prowess, Chen Luo had even resorted to employing magic in cooking, pushing his mental capacity to its limits. A monthly fee of 1 gold coin merely grants him the privilege to access the library's first floor at any time. Here, he can find spell gestures for various types of apprentice magic, communication methods for the 4 elemental forces, and various techniques for casting basic spells. For a magic apprentice, the knowledge gleaned from this library is ample to successfully elevate them to the status of an elementary mage. However, with teacher Brittany's guidance, the materials available here held diminished significance for him. What truly piqued his interest was the upper level of the library, a section not accessible to the general populace. Much like the Mathematics Society, scholars wishing to benefit from the resources of the society must join it and contribute in some manner. The Magic Society, however, is even more stringent in this regard. To obtain additional resources from the Magic Society, one must first become a member, a qualification attained when a magic apprentice advances to the rank of an elementary mage. Afterward, they may choose to become a magical advisor or complete tasks for the Magic Society, earning the right to access corresponding resources after making a certain level of contribution. Another method exists, one that imposes no restrictions regarding the mage's level or strength. The 4 schools of magic have evolved into a relatively complete system, with each type and tier of mage corresponding to specific spells, such as the Fireball spell for fire apprentices, the Water Shield spell for elementary water mages, and the Wind Blade spell for advanced wind mages, all of which are well known to magicians. However, the exploration of magic is boundless. These spells, which are now commonplace, were the result of considerable time and effort invested by the predecessors of today's mages. Subsequent magicians have continually improved upon this foundation. Nowadays, through the collective endeavors of countless individuals, various types of magic have approached perfection, refining and enhancing existing spells, even if it only advances them a fraction, is a monumental achievement for a mage. Reducing the casting time of established spells, enhancing the stability of existing magic, increasing the potency of spells, or introducing new magic. Accomplishing any one of these feats qualifies an individual for membership in a magic society. After careful consideration, Chen Luo resolved to pursue the second path. His combination spell, while not a novel creation, evidently possesses greater power than the ordinary waterball spell, thereby qualifying as an enhancement of an existing magic. Of course, he has no intention of divulging even a whisper regarding the upgraded blue fireball. This remains his trump card, one he will not relinquish to the Magic Society. Even the slightly enhanced waterball spell, once it reaches boiling point, is not something just anyone can master. The ability to execute combination magic necessitates a dual focus capacity, akin to Chun Luo and Teacher Brittany, allowing them to simultaneously cast dual element spells. Such individuals are rarer than magical prodigies. Aside from Chun Luo, who else can execute instant spells? The time required for a mage to cast dual element magic far exceeds that of single element spells. Moreover, the power of the fireball spell is already sufficient. There appears to be no necessity to squander time and mental energy upgrading the waterball spell. In the time it would take to enhance waterball, he could have cast several fireballs. In Chun Luo's view, the upgraded waterball spell is fraught with drawbacks. Thus, for the vast majority of mages, this is a spell they will likely never master, a rather futile endeavor. It serves as the perfect stepping stone for Chun Luo's entrance into the magic society. Chun Luo is acutely aware of the pros and cons of combination magic. While using dual element spells can augment magical potency, the preparation time is excessively long, rendering it unsuitable for practical combat. After all, the issue of casting time is a fatal weakness for mages, and combination magic amplifies this weakness severalfold. However, the method he employs genuinely enhances the potency of the waterball spell. Others' inability to cast it is a matter of their own talent. An excessive preparation time is not his fault. His creation is of high quality. It is merely that others cannot utilize it. Having firmly resolved his intention, Chun Luo did not foolishly plan to approach this matter under the guise of Blair. He is a modest magic apprentice, striving to maintain a low profile. Had it not been for Fiki's incessant probing of Chun Luo's limits, he would not have dared to offend the Howard family and the numerous factions. His proposal for a combination spell was merely a means to attain membership in a magic association, thereby securing the resources he so desperately needed. Should his true identity be revealed, he would likely encounter countless troubles in reality. Moreover, the adage a common man is guilty of possessing a treasure holds true everywhere. And given Chun Luo's current feeble strength, he cannot afford to be targeted by others. It is not feasible for him to constantly remain in the company of his mentor. Miss Brittany, having lived 2 lives, he values his existence more than anyone else. Furthermore, there is another reason. The spell itself is rather lackluster. Chun Luo cannot guarantee that if a wizard were to pay a handsome sum for it, they would not find themselves unable to learn it. Or worse, discover that the upgraded version of the Water Sphere spell is less potent than the Fireball spell, leading them to seek vengeance on him. After spending some time in the library, Chun Luo exited the Magic Association and sought a secluded corner to don the wizard's robe from his backpack, pulling the hood over his head and affixing the carefully prepared mask. In the kingdom of Lauren, masks have become a trend among the nobility, beyond attending balls. They are also worn in daily life as a form of adornment. The ample hood concealed his entire face, and with the mask, he hoped no one would recognize him. This appearance seemed somewhat peculiar. As he entered the Magic Association, the attendant at the door cast him a couple of curious glances, but did not approach him for inquiries. Wizards possess a myriad of quirks, and among the many who frequent the association daily, there are those who prefer to remain anonymous. As long as they do not pose a threat to the Magic Association, it is their prerogative to reveal their identities. Chun Luo approached a counter where a plump young girl, aged around 17 or 18, glanced up at him. Upon seeing his black robe, which signified a magic apprentice, her enthusiasm noticeably waned, and she asked in a rather indifferent tone, "What can I do for you?" The change in demeanor reminded Chun Luo of a girl named Jasmine. Although Jasmine's smile was somewhat professional, her attitude was far more amiable than that of the girl before him. Chun Luo chose not to dwell on this, as he had not come to the Magic Association to admire young girl smiles. Just as he was about to state his purpose, the freckled girl suddenly brightened, hastily leaving the counter to approach a nearby wizard, inquiring eagerly, "Respected wizard, how may I assist you?" Chun Luo's gaze shifted to the wizard, noting a silver thread on his chest, indicating that he was a junior wizard. "Bella, this gentleman is my responsibility." The girl who had been standing beside the junior wizard interjected, but she was quickly pushed aside by the plump girl. Bella, looking at the junior wizard, ingratiated herself. "Respected wizard, I am Bella. I have been with the Magic Association for 3 years and am quite familiar with this place. I can fulfill any of your needs." The other girl watched helplessly as Bella monopolized the junior wizard, letting out a soft sigh. Bella's uncle was a formal staff member of a Magic Association, and even if she stole the wizard from them, they could only swallow their grievances unless she wanted to forfeit this hard-won job. However, managing a high-level wizard was far more advantageous in earning points than handling an apprentice. Only with sufficient points could one become a formal employee. And if Bella continually snagged the high-level wizards, when would she ever achieve that status? She turned her gaze and noticed a magic apprentice standing at Bella's counter. Suppressing her frustration, she trotted over, her face once again adorned with a professional smile, and asked, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Beneath the robe and mask, Chun Luo revealed a slight smile, although he did not come to the Magic Association merely to see young girls smile. Witnessing the charming visage of a lovely girl was certainly preferable to the freckled girl's round face. He addressed the girl named Jasmine, stating, "I wish to certify an improved spell." His voice differed significantly from his usual tone. Since discovering that gases such as oxygen and nitrogen could be controlled by mental force to alter his voice, this had become a trivial matter for him. An improved spell? Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. She had held this front desk position at the Magic Association for several months, encountering countless wizards, including both apprentices and junior and senior wizards. Wizards typically came to the association to consult materials, certify their magic levels, or receive tasks. Encountering someone seeking to certify an improved spell was a first for her. It is well known that the people of the Divine Grace continent mastered the use of magic long ago, for hundreds, even thousands of years. Both basic and advanced spells have undergone countless refinements by wizards, making them arguably perfect, leaving little room for further improvement. Even if one were to concede that these spells could still be improved, the individuals possessing such abilities would undoubtedly be powerful archmages, not a mere magic apprentice. Chun Luo observed her hesitation and inquired with a smile, "Is there a problem?" Jasmine's expression reflected uncertainty. According to the association's regulations, front desk attendants could not interfere with the decisions of wizards, yet many had exploited the guise of certifying improved spells to deceive the association, ultimately facing expulsion and being blacklisted, which would also lead to repercussions for the attendants. Jasmine glanced at the figure concealed beneath the robe and spoke hesitantly, "Sir, are you certain you wish to proceed with the certification for an improved spell? A failed certification could have irrevocable consequences, potentially resulting in your addition to the association's blacklist, barring you from accessing its resources in the future." Chun Luo recognized her concerns and smiled reassuringly. "Just tell me where to go for the certification." Seemingly reassured by his confidence, Jasmine replied, "Allow me to escort you." "May I ask which type of magic you wish to improve?" "Water magic," Chun Luo answered. "For water magic, you should seek out Lord Brady. He is a junior water mage, and it seems the other attendants are not present today," Jasmine explained, offering Chun Luo a slight smile. "My name is Jasmine. May I inquire how you wish to be addressed?" "Chun Luo," he replied. Jasmine silently repeated the somewhat peculiar name in her mind, yet her smile remained intact as she extended her hand, saying, "Mr. Chun Luo, please follow me." As Chun Luo and Jasmine ascended the stairs to the second floor, Bella, the freckled girl, descended from above, muttering angrily, "Damn it, just a passerby." She brushed past Chun Luo and Jasmine, glancing back with a scoff. "What does it matter if you're pretty or well-shaped? You'll just be a receptionist for life." In a room on the second floor of the Magic Association, the intermediate attendant and water mage, Lord Brady, frowned at Jasmine, asking, "You say someone wishes to certify an improved spell?" Chun Luo turned his gaze to the elderly man seated behind the desk. Recognizing him as the water mage present during his last certification as a magic apprentice, Jasmine, somewhat apprehensive, nodded and turned to Chun Luo, saying, "Yes, Lord Brady, Mr. Chun Luo claims he has improved the water ball technique, significantly enhancing its power." The mere mention of the water ball technique elicited a cold smirk for Brady. Over the years, he had encountered numerous individuals masquerading as innovators of magic, attempting to deceive the Magic Association for sustenance. Among these were both novice and advanced mages. But he had never before witnessed a mere magic apprentice exhibiting such audacity. It is crucial to understand that, in comparison to advanced magic, apprentice-level spells possess the least potency. With just a modicum of magical talent, anyone could cast them. In principle, anyone could claim to have improved apprentice-level magic. Consequently, apprentice magic has undergone countless enhancements throughout the ages, reaching a near-perfect state. Do not underestimate such a seemingly trivial apprentice spell. Even a Grand Magus would find it exceedingly challenging to refine it further. The fact that a mere magic apprentice dared to assert he could significantly augment the water ball's power was not only an affront to mages, but also a provocation towards Brady. An intermediate water mage, Brady regarded Chun Luo with a frigid gaze and commanded, "Boy, demonstrate your improved water ball technique against me. Immediately." Chapter 53, The Game of Geniuses. It was evident that the intermediate water mage was infuriated, a reaction Chun Luo had anticipated. If he were in Brady's position, he too would struggle to comprehend such a claim. Apprentice magic serves as the foundation of all magic. Its very essence lies in the fact that it has been perfected through the efforts of countless generations, making its enhancement significantly more difficult than that of advanced spells. If someone were to approach the Magic Association claiming they could improve the water ball technique, the likelihood of them being a charlatan would exceed 90%. Brady's restraint in not expelling him was already a testament to his self-control. For this reason, Chunluo had no intention of explaining the principles of combinatory magic to him. Convincing an adult with a fixed worldview is a daunting task. Wasting breath would yield less impact than simply unleashing an upgraded water ball upon his face. He silently recited an incantation, deftly executing the gestures for the water ball technique, and soon a translucent water ball hovered in midair. Chunluo was capable of casting both the water ball and fireball simultaneously, but in an effort to appear more human, he restrained himself slightly. After all, the communication of magical elements is a continuous process. Casting dual-element magic simultaneously is not substantially more difficult than casting them sequentially. Brady observed him, his expression softening slightly. Setting aside other considerations, this audacious magic apprentice did possess some skill. His speed in casting spells was commendable, even among novice mages, indicating a remarkable aptitude for communicating with magical elements. However, it remained merely an ordinary water ball spell. Upon witnessing Chunluo's water ball, Brady's thoughts shifted. He had initially contemplated exposing the boy and immediately placing him on the Magic Association's blacklist, barring him from accessing literature or obtaining magical certification in the future. Now, however, his anger had diminished. This lad exhibited considerable magical talent, demonstrating a greater affinity for the water element than the average individual. To sever his magical prospects would be a loss to the entire magical community. As for the water ball technique, he regarded it with disdain, unlike the fireball. Apprentice-level water spells lacked any real power. He was not like that reckless Andre, who would foolishly fall victim to a magic apprentice. Reflecting on the boy named Blair, Brady sighed inwardly. That individual truly bore the mark of divine favor, though regrettably, he had commenced his magical studies too late. After a brief moment of distraction, when Brady's gaze returned to Chunluo, he was astonished to find a crimson fireball had inexplicably appeared beside the water ball. The magic apprentice, Chunluo, was attempting to fuse the two. After a moment of stunned silence, a look of disbelief crossed Brady's face as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He had never witnessed anyone capable of simultaneously casting dual-element magic, even if they were merely apprentice-level spells. This revelation utterly shattered his perception of magic and mages. Upon summoning the fireball, Chunluo seamlessly integrated it into the water ball. In the blink of an eye, the fireball vanished, while the original water ball began to churn violently. "Go!" Chunluo pointed, and the rapidly heating water ball, under Jasmine's astonished gaze, struck Brady squarely in the face. "Ack!" A scream echoed from a room on the second floor of the Magic Association, resonating with both pain and undeniable shock. What has transpired? Is it Lord Brady's chamber? Has Lord Brady come under attack? Amidst the confusion and astonishment, a fiery shadow dashed into Brady's room. Andre, witnessing the red-faced Brady, exclaimed in shock, "Old man, what happened to you?" Chunluo stood still, observing the disheveled Brady. Had he not controlled the fireball's intensity, tempering the water ball's temperature to prevent it from reaching boiling point, Brady would have faced severe disfigurement rather than just a mild burn. Once assured that Brady was unharmed, Andre relaxed, though he inquired with curiosity, "Why is your face so flushed?" Brady, however, paid him no heed. Disregarding the fiery sensation on his face as he fixed his gaze on Chunluo, incredulously asking, "How did you accomplish this?" Chunluo replied, "It's quite simple. A magic apprentice merely needs to release a fireball and a water ball, then fuse them together to elevate the water ball's temperature, thereby significantly enhancing its power." Brady had just witnessed this phenomenon firsthand and understood the principle behind the enhanced water ball. Yet, his inquiry had been entirely different. He gestured dismissively and asked, "How did you manage to release dual-element magic?" Chunluo recited another incantation, accompanied by gestures, conjuring a water ball, followed by another incantation and gesture, causing a fireball to reappear. He fused the fireball and water ball together, and the previously mundane water ball suddenly became tumultuous, swirling with intensity. Just like this, Chunluo stated. Inside the room, Brady, Andre, and Jasmine stood frozen in disbelief. The sight of one hand conjuring a fireball and the other a water ball, though seemingly ordinary, upended their understanding of magic. How could a mage possibly release dual-element spells simultaneously? In their minds, this notion was unfathomable. No one had ever achieved such a feat in the divine favor continent. Deep down, they believed it to be an impossibility. Brady, observing the violently churning fireball, felt a profound sense of dread. Clearly, Chen Luo had shown restraint. Had the water ball struck his face with full force, his visage would have been irreparably marred. Soon, he regained his composure and emulated Chen Luo's method, swiftly conjuring a water ball before preparing to summon a fireball. Although his primary focus was on water magic, he was well-versed in apprentice spells from all elements. However, when he attempted to summon the fireball, the outcome was far from what Chen Luo had achieved. The fireball manifested in his right hand, but the initially summoned water ball disintegrated. He endeavored to summon the fireball first. However, as the water sphere took shape, the previously conjured fireball extinguished. It was as if water and fire were inherently incompatible, rendering it impossible for them to simultaneously wield these two elemental magics. How could this be? Brady could not help but let out a low growl, incredulous that something so effortlessly accomplished by a mere apprentice could elude two intermediate magic practitioners like themselves. Gritting his teeth, he persevered with his experiments. Not only Brady, but also Andre, the intermediate fire mage, was tirelessly conducting tests. Yet, this seemingly straightforward task, which indeed appeared simple for the apprentice named Chen Luo, proved to be an insurmountable challenge for them. Before long, both men came to the realization that the root of their predicament lay not within the magical elements themselves, but rather within their own mental fortitude. The methods to communicate with water and fire elements differed, yet mental prowess belonged to the individual. Simultaneously unleashing two fireballs from both hands was not difficult, akin to writing Brady's name with the left hand while the right hand executed the same task. This was a feat nearly everyone could achieve. However, to conjure a water sphere with the left hand while simultaneously casting a fireball with the right demanded the ability to write Brady's name with one hand while inscribing Andre's name with the other, an endeavor beyond the capabilities of the average person. At least in the eyes of Brady and Andre, multitasking of this nature was utterly unattainable. It required a different kind of talent, one unrelated to magical aptitude or the rank of a mage. It was evident that this apprentice, Chen Luo, possessed such a gift. While they did not, this was no ordinary magic. It was the domain of a prodigy. After failing dozens of times, Chen Luo fell into silence, seemingly questioning his life choices, and could not help but ask, "May I pass the certification?" Chapter 54. The significance of the enhanced water sphere technique. In response to Chen Luo's inquiry, Brady's face exhibited a moment of hesitation, uncertain of how to reply. Prior to witnessing the power of the water sphere technique firsthand, if anyone had suggested to Brady that he could enhance the efficacy of the water sphere, even slightly, he would have unhesitatingly dismissed them. Yet just moments ago, he had not only witnessed, but also personally experienced this upgraded version of the water sphere technique. It was undeniable that this new iteration of the water sphere had increased its potency by more than tenfold. If cast by a novice or intermediate mage, it could incapacitate an enemy with a single blow, thus potentially compensating for the combat shortcomings of lower-tier water mages. Even though this new water sphere technique still relied on fire magic, in terms of sheer power, it could not rival the direct casting of a fireball. Nevertheless, under certain circumstances, such as when facing a fire mage, the upgraded water sphere offered significant advantages over a fireball. However, the implications of enhancing the water sphere technique extended far beyond this. While the magical power displayed by this apprentice, Chen Luo, had yet to surpass the apprentice level, his innovative thinking was unprecedented and groundbreaking. What he proposed transcended merely a new spell. It could represent an entirely new branch of magic, one based on the four elemental magics, a composite magical type. The pivotal issue at hand was that this magic was not something everyone could learn. Clearly, to simultaneously cast dual-element spells, one must possess the same innate talent as the apprentice before them. Such multitasking ability might be a rarity within the entire ABO City Magic Association. This magic was tailor-made for a singular genius. At this juncture, Brady found himself unable to make a decision alone. He turned to Chen Luo and said, "Please wait here." Afterward, he glanced at Jasmine and instructed, "Take good care of our esteemed guest." Taking a deep breath, Brady, along with Andre, exited the room. To Brady, Chen Luo was no longer just a humble magic apprentice. He was someone capable of enhancing spells, particularly low-tier magic, making him a distinguished guest not only within the ABO City Magic Association, but anywhere else. "Mr. Chen Luo, please enjoy some tea." As Chen Luo settled into the reception area of Brady's room, Jasmine poured him a cup of steaming tea and then respectfully stood by his side, awaiting his commands. Her head was slightly bowed, occasionally stealing curious glances at Chen Luo. In the Magic Association, it was exceedingly rare for an intermediate mage to be injured by an apprentice, Such occurrences had only been witnessed twice by her before, and this time was merely a week since the last incident. This gentleman, Chen Luo, had created a miracle akin to that of Mr. Blair from before. The tea at the Magic Association was surprisingly delightful, brewed from some unknown plant leaves, a flavor Chen Luo had never encountered before. Fortunately, the mask he wore only obscured the upper half of his face, perhaps an intentional design by the nobles to accommodate dining and drinking. He took a sip of tea and turned to Jasmine, saying, "Miss Jasmine, please take a seat." Chen Luo, unaccustomed to being served, felt somewhat awkward with someone standing beside him. "There's no need, really," Jasmine insisted, shaking her head. "If Mr. Chen Luo has any requests, please let me know." Despite his initial reservations, Chen Luo found a modicum of fondness for the polite young lady. He shifted slightly, offering her half of his seat, saying, "Please sit. It's uncomfortable for me to have you standing there." Jasmine hesitated, but finally nodded, replying, "Thank you, Mr. Chen Luo." She settled into the corner of the sofa, crossing her long legs, hands resting on her knees, appearing somewhat constrained. "Are you a mage as well, Miss Jasmine?" As the two sat there, an awkward silence enveloped them. Chen Luo took the initiative to engage Jasmine in conversation. Though he was not typically loquacious, Jasmine's gentle and polite demeanor uplifted his spirits simply by her presence. Chen Luo's amiability eased Jasmine's reservation somewhat, and she shyly admitted, "My magical aptitude is not very high. I currently only know the water sphere and fireball techniques." Pausing momentarily, she looked at Chen Luo with admiration, saying, "Your magical talent is remarkable, Mr. Chen Luo. I have never seen anyone capable of casting dual-element magic." Chen Luo smiled and replied, "In truth, it has little to do with magical talent." With time on his hands, he retrieved 2 quills from a pen holder on the table, pulled over a sheet of paper, and, each holding a quill in one hand, wrote a few words. On the left side of the paper, he inscribed Jasmine's name, and on the right, his own. "Like this," Chen Luo explained as he set the quills down. "If a person can perform different tasks with both hands simultaneously, casting dual-element magic should not be overly difficult." Jasmine gazed at the 2 names on the paper, and after a moment, she picked up the quills Chen Luo had set down and began to write something on the paper. Her writing was slow but remarkably neat. Moments later, the paper bore yet another Jasmine and Chen Luo. She flashed a playful smile, revealing 2 adorable canine teeth, and asked, "Is this correct, Mr. Chen Luo?" "The Magic Association." Elton stood up from his chair, looking at Brady, and inquired, "Someone has enhanced the water sphere technique, increasing its power several-fold." "Brady, are you joking with me?" As one of the 4 vice presidents of the Magic Association of Yabao City, Elton is himself a high-level water mage. Even he would not dare to entertain the thought of enhancing the power of the water sphere spell, even by the slightest degree. Throughout the vast annals of history, countless grand magisters and even holy magisters have perfected basic magic to an exquisite degree. To this day, not even a holy magister can make further improvements, let alone a mere magic apprentice. The vice president's reaction was entirely anticipated by Brady. After all, his own initial response upon hearing such claims was disbelief. Subsequently, he was struck in the face by the enhanced water sphere spell, leaving his visage still tinged with warmth. Brady shook his head and clarified. He was not enhancing the water sphere spell. Rather, he was combining it with the fire sphere spell. With a sense of resignation, Brady recounted the process he had witnessed firsthand. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Upon finishing his account, Elton appeared even more astonished than before, his gaze fixed intently on Brady as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone can simultaneously cast dual-element magic?" The notion of a mage wielding dual-element magic was utterly unprecedented. In comparison, Elton would rather believe that the water sphere spell could be improved. "Yes," Brady replied, somewhat disheartened. He first summoned a water sphere, then conjured a fire sphere. "I witnessed it with my own eyes, and Andre can attest to it." Andre, standing nearby, turned to Elton and affirmed, "Lord Elton, what Brady says is indeed true." Elton waved his hand dismissively. He would verify for himself whether a mage could indeed wield dual-element magic. He first summoned a water sphere and then attempted to divert his focus to summon a fire sphere. However, upon successfully conjuring the fire sphere, the water sphere he had initially summoned collapsed due to the loss of his mental control. When Elton tried to summon the fire sphere first, he encountered the same disheartening result. Either the first spell collapsed while he was casting the second, or when he concentrated fully on maintaining the first spell, he could not spare any mental energy for the second. How could one possibly split their focus? It was simply an unattainable feat. After numerous attempts, Elton abandoned his efforts altogether and said to Brady and Andre, "Take me to meet this person you speak of." Chapter 55, an urgent summons. Chen Luo had waited for what felt like an eternity, nearly finishing an entire pot of tea, when Brady and Andre finally returned. In addition to the two mid-level attendants of the Magic Association, another individual walked ahead of them. This person was also an elderly gentleman clad in a blue mage robe, adorned with 3 silver lines on the chest. Brady introduced him to Chen Luo, saying, "Mr. Chen Luo, this is Lord Elton, the vice president of the Magic Association of Yabao City." Each person has their own aspirations in the divine grace of the continent. Not everyone dreams of becoming a great mage. Some aspire to be mathematicians, scientists, astrologers, or doctors. Even if they possess considerable magical talent, they may choose not to join the Magic Association. For instance, Professor Brittany, the 4 vice presidents of the St. Donis Academy, and Calvin from Mathematics Association, all high-level magicians, have opted not to affiliate with the Magic Association. Such a caliber of mage is exceedingly rare, even within the association. Chen Luo had initially assumed this individual was a senior attendant of the Magic Association, only to discover he was a vice president. Furthermore, Elton exuded a sense of power that surpassed that of the Academy's vice presidents and Calvin. Before Chen Luo could utter a word, Elton directly stated, "Allow me to see your improved water sphere spell." Chen Luo wasted no time and demonstrated the upgraded water sphere once again. Good heavens! Witnessing what he previously deemed impossible materialize before his eyes, Elton muttered a curse under his breath, his expression mirroring that of Brady and Andre just moments prior. After a brief pause, he addressed Chen Luo, standing 5 meters away, saying, "I kindly request that you use your modified water sphere spell to attack me. I shall personally certify your enhancement." Chen Luo nodded and unleashed another enhanced water sphere toward Elton. He noticed that as he began to cast the spell, Elton's lips moved slightly, and his sleeves fluttered, indicating that he too was communicating with the magical elements. However, as the water sphere traveled a certain distance, Chen Luo suddenly lost control over the water element. Simultaneously, the water sphere began to cool in midair, ultimately freezing into a solid block of ice, which then fell to the ground. Chen Luo's expression shifted. Solidifying water into ice was indeed the hallmark of a high-level mage. A magic apprentice would find themselves utterly overwhelmed in the presence of a high-level mage, and if the latter so desired, they could prevent the former from casting any spells at all. Of course, the primary significance of this experiment lay in Chen Luo's understanding of the time it takes for a high-level mage to communicate with magical elements. If one were to calculate that time against Chen Luo's casting range, factoring in the opponent's reaction time, he realized that 5 meters was beyond his reach against a high-level mage. Within 5 meters, however, lay his absolute domain. Elton gazed at the shattered ice on the ground, lost in contemplation. Undoubtedly, the enhanced water sphere spell boasted power far exceeding that of the basic water sphere, achieving a qualitative leap that met the certification standards for modified magic. Yet, upon reflection, certain issues emerged. Primarily, it was not a pure form of water sphere. It relied on fire magic, and the time required for casting was greater. While its power had increased, it also bore unavoidable flaws. This was not the most significant drawback. However, the greatest flaw lay in the fact that the enhanced water sphere was not something every mage could wield. Even he, as a high-level mage, was unable to replicate it. Apart from this particular individual, how many mages could accomplish such a feat? To be frank, this magic seemed somewhat superfluous. Elton attempted to convince himself with this rationale, but could not help but acknowledge that while this spell might be trivial for an ordinary mage, for those capable of multitasking, it could pave a new path in their magical journey. After a lengthy silence, he turned to Chen Luo and said, "Sir, I must apologize. For modified magic to be recognized, it requires at least 2 individuals, apart from the modifier, to successfully cast it. Regrettably, none among us can wield your modified magic." Chen Luo understood this rule of the Magic Association. After all, a spell that no one could master would yield no benefit to the association. This predicament equally perplexed Chen Luo. Although Professor Brittany could cast dual-element magic, bringing her in would expose his identity, conflicting with Chen Luo's plans. Apart from Professor Brittany, another suitable candidate came to Chen Luo's mind. He looked at Jasmine and smiled, asking, "Miss Jasmine, would you be willing to assist me with a small favor?" Jasmine glanced timidly at the others in the room and nodded slightly, saying, I'll give a try. Element of fire, wandering through the world. He might call. Element of water, drifting through the world. He might call. After a lengthy incantation, Jasmine's outstretched hands gradually coalesced into a fire sphere and a water sphere. The water sphere she summoned was quite small, and the fire sphere appeared unstable, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Such a level of apprentice magic could be easily surpassed by any other magic apprentice. However, the reality is that her remarkable ability to conjure both a water ball and a fireball simultaneously is something even the esteemed sorcerer Elton cannot achieve. Elton, along with Brady and Andre, stood there, visibly shaken as they witnessed the dual elemental magic being unleashed by the young receptionist of the Magic Association. Elton, with a look of skepticism, turned to Chin-Luo and inquired, "My dear Blair, you wouldn't be concealing some technique regarding this modified magic, would you?" No. I assure you, Jasmine hurriedly explained, "I simply summoned a fireball first, followed by a water ball. Summoning a fireball first, and then a water ball." Elton gazed at the girl before him, momentarily rendered speechless. She spoke so nonchalantly, yet if it were truly that simple, the world of magic would have long since undergone a revolution in combinatory spells. If such feats could be accomplished without intricate techniques, then undoubtedly, only a select few exceptionally gifted sorcerers could master the communication of dual elemental magic. Otherwise, countless magicians throughout history would have discovered dual elemental or even multi-elemental spells long ago, leaving no room for a mere apprentice to shine. Elton's eyes shifted back to Chin-Luo as he stated, "Please, allow me a moment to gather all the magicians of the Magic Association for verification. The introduction of such combinatory magic holds groundbreaking significance for sorcerers. Its importance far surpasses the mere enhancement of an existing spell, warranting Elton's utmost attention." Chin-Luo, having waited patiently, was not in a hurry. The hospitality of the Magic Association was commendable. As lunchtime approached, Elton had even arranged for the staff to prepare a meal for Chin-Luo. The tray boasted an array of roasted meats, cakes, fruits, and red wine, rivaling the opulence of the previous evening's mathematical salon. Chin-Luo gestured invitingly to Jasmine, saying, "Miss Jasmine, do join me for a meal." Although Jasmine felt a pang of hunger, she shook her head fervently, insisting, No, I cannot. Please have a seat." Chin-Luo smiled, saying, "You have been of great assistance to me. Let this be my way of thanking you." Just as Jasmine was about to decline again, Brady, remaining in the room, seemed to grasp the situation and gently cleared his throat, stating, "Since Sir Chin-Luo has extended an invitation, you should sit and dine with him." Jasmine cast a glance at Brady and slowly took a seat opposite Chin-Luo. She picked up her knife and fork but dared only to eat the food in front of her, uncertain of why this enigmatic sorcerer was treating her with such kindness. She felt a flicker of wariness. Prior to leaving home to work at the Magic Association, her mother had cautioned her to always protect herself when alone in the world. Yet, deep down, she sensed that this sorcerer harbored no ill intentions, reminding her of someone who made conversations feel effortlessly relaxed and enjoyable. However, she quickly redirected her focus to the delectable food before her. In her entire life, she had never tasted anything so exquisite. While Chin-Luo and Jasmine savored their meal, unbeknownst to them, chaos had erupted throughout the Magic Association. Vice President Elton had just issued a command, causing all staff, from the senior stewards to ordinary employees, to halt their tasks and gather in the first floor hall. Even the receptionists were momentarily assembled together. Amidst the crowd, Bella observed the serious expression on Vice President Elton's face, along with the senior stewards, whom she rarely saw. The freckled, plump face of hers turned pale as she murmured, "What in the world has happened? Where is Jasmine?" Chapter 56. Honorary Member. "I can't do this. I'm sorry, Master Elton, but I cannot accomplish such a feat. How could one simultaneously release dual elemental magic?" In the first floor hall of the Magic Association, the air was unprecedentedly saturated with fire and water elements. Under Vice President Elton's orders, all stewards and employees, including the receptionists familiar with apprentice magic, were engaged in a single endeavor. They attempted to summon a fireball while simultaneously conjuring a water ball. Both fireball and water ball spells are classified as apprentice-level magic. This should be a straightforward task. Yet, among the dozens present, whether apprentice sorcerers, junior mages, intermediate mages, or even several senior sorcerers, none could achieve this feat. One senior steward looked at Elton and shook his head, saying, "The methods of communicating different elemental magics are distinct. How could a sorcerer communicate one elemental magic while simultaneously engaging with another?" Elton had thought similarly, yet he had just witnessed someone capable of such a feat, even if one was merely an apprentice and the other a receptionist at the Magic Association. After numerous validations by various sorcerers, Elton was compelled to acknowledge that these two possessed an exceedingly rare talent for multitasking in magic. No wonder the field of magic had remained stagnant for so long without anyone proposing such a concept. It bore no relation to magical aptitude. Even a holy mage might not surpass the abilities of a young girl unversed in magic, according to the regulations of the Magic Association. Aside from the individual who modified the magic, any certified modified spell must be successfully cast by at least 2 members of the association. The receptionist could barely count as one, but Elton was at a loss to identify a second person. No one in the entire sub-branch of the Magic Association in Yabo City possessed the extraordinary talents demonstrated by these 2. Thus, this certification would likely be deemed a failure. However, the introduction of such modified magic undoubtedly breathed vitality into the long-stagnant realm of magic, and Elton felt that missing this opportunity would lead the Magic Association to forfeit even more in the future. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the crowd and returned to the earlier room. The expansive magic robe and the mask beneath the magical hat obscured his view of the young apprentice named Chen Luo. Elton approached him and said, "I have searched the entire Magic Association and could not find a second individual capable of successfully casting the modified water ball spell. However, I believe your modified magic has opened up a new branch of magic with significant implications, and thus, the Magic Association is willing to make an exception and certify your modified magic. The certification by the Magic Association acknowledges a sorcerer's modified magic. Although it does not affect the spell's potency, it could bring Chen Luo some of the benefits he sought." Chen Luo nodded, replying, "Thank you, Vice President Elton. You're welcome." Elton continued, "Additionally, in recognition of your contributions, the Magic Association formally invites you, Sir Chen Luo, to become an honorary member. Would you be willing to accept this invitation?" This was, after all, the very purpose of Chen Luo seeking magical certification. After feigning a moment of consideration, he nodded and said, "It would be my honor. The Mathematical Association has its honorary scholars, and the Magic Association has its honorary members. The Honorary Medal of the Mathematical Association is awarded to scholars who achieve notable accomplishments in mathematics, while the Magic Association extends invitations to sorcerers who contribute to the association or the entirety of the magical system." Whether he becomes an honorary scholar held little significance for Chen Luo. However, his aspiration to become an honorary member of the Magic Association was unwavering. Only by becoming an honorary member of the Magic Association can he avail himself of its vast magical resources. The greater the contributions made to the association, the higher the rank of the honorary membership, thereby granting him increased access to these resources. The accumulation of knowledge and experience over centuries within a Magic Association is sufficient to guide a mage from the status of an apprentice to that of a Grand Magus, a privilege that even Teacher Brittany cannot bestow upon Chen Luo. Elton nodded thoughtfully, his gaze shifting to Jasmine, and suddenly inquired, "What is your name?" Feeling somewhat intimidated in the presence of the esteemed vice president, Jasmine shyly replied, "My name is Jasmine." Elton smiled warmly and continued, "Miss Jasmine, would you be willing to become an assistant steward of the Magic Association?" Upon hearing this, Jasmine was momentarily taken aback. As merely a humble receptionist at the Magic Association, becoming a regular employee within 3 years had already been a dream come true for her. She had never envisioned herself attaining the position of assistant steward. Although the title of assistant precedes steward, it still places her within the managerial echelon of the association. Regaining her composure, she gazed at Elton in disbelief and asked, I can?" Elton nodded affirmatively and stated, "You're the only one in the branch capable of wielding dual-element magic. Should Mr. Chen Luo develop any new modified spells in the future, only you will be able to validate them. No one can replace you." As the vice president of the Magic Association, Elton did not concern himself with a mere receptionist. But this young lady possessed a remarkable talent that none among them could rival. How could the association merely allow such a gifted individual to remain as a simple receptionist? After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Jasmine finally emerged from the overwhelming shock and nodded, saying, I am willing. Brady, please assist Miss Jasmine in completing her onboarding procedures." Elton instructed Brady, before turning his attention to Chen Luo. "Lord Chen Luo, please accompany me. There are important matters regarding the modification of the water sphere spell that we need to discuss." Chen Luo followed Elton into a room adorned with even greater opulence. The authentication of modified magic is not merely a matter of demonstrating the spell's effects to the members of the association. It also signifies that the modifier consents to the association disseminating the modified magic. Naturally, this is not without cost. Although the technology of the Divine Grace continent is somewhat primitive, the awareness of intellectual property rights is remarkably advanced. The Math Association, among others, imposes severe penalties on scholars found guilty of plagiarism, stripping them of their scholarly status and subjecting them to discrimination in any future endeavors. For modified spells, the Magic Association acquires only the agency rights. Any mage wishing to learn a modified spell must pay a certain sum of gold coins and pledge, in the name of the divine, that they shall not disseminate the spell without the consent of the association or the modifier. The people of the Divine Grace continent possess faith in both science and the pantheon of magic gods, believing that even the deities must adhere to the truths of science. They consider magic a gift from the gods, and few would dare violate an oath sworn in their name, rendering it more binding than any written guarantee. Fundamental spells of various elements are the culmination of countless ancestors' wisdom, accessible to all. However, modified spells represent the crystallization of personal ingenuity. The unrestricted dissemination of such spells would result in losses for both the modifier and the association, leading to accountability. Those with minor infractions may find themselves blacklisted by the association, while more serious offenders might face imprisonment. This system significantly mitigates losses for the association and the modifiers, ensuring that the affluent nobility refrain from engaging in such illicit activities. Of course, completely eradicating the clandestine dissemination of modified magic is impossible. Even in a future with more robust copyright laws, piracy remains rampant. In the face of easily accessible free resources, moral constraints alone are inadequate, driven by profit and greed. Moral integrity is often the first casualty. Countless and scrupulous mages continue to illegally sell or teach the association's paid resources. Once discovered, the repercussions for these mages are often dire. The cost of learning a modified spell is determined through discussions between the Magic Association and the modifier. The resulting profits are then distributed between them according to a predetermined ratio. Additionally, the Magic Association offers a one-time remuneration to the modifier upon the initial authentication of their modified spell, as a reward for their contributions. For Chen Luo's proposed modification of the Water Sphere spell, the association awarded him 100 gold coins. This made Chen Luo acutely aware of how astute his decision to become an honorary member of the Magic Association had been. This was not only related to his pursuit of magical knowledge, but also to financial considerations. His efforts in publishing an article in the Math Association would yield a maximum of 50 silver coins, whereas the Magic Association's compensation was 200 times that amount. This sum represented an unimaginable fortune for Chen Luo at this stage of his life. He found it impossible to refuse, nor did he have any reason to do so, for he could not rely on Isabella indefinitely. He was still young and had the opportunity to strive for himself for several more years. Chapter 57. Jasmine's Discovery. The reward Chen Luo received from the Magic Association was a one-time payment. Thereafter, he would only receive a share of the profits. Nevertheless, that 100 gold coins would sustain him for quite a while. The fund for groceries were covered by Isabella, who had minimal other expenses. After discussing the pricing for the modified spell with Elton, they agreed on 100 gold coins. This meant that anyone wishing to learn this modified magic would need to pay the association 100 gold coins, of which 50 would belong to Chen Luo. A price of 100 gold coins is considered quite steep among all modified or variant spells within the Magic Association. Nonetheless, given the significance of this composite magic, both Chen Luo and Elton deemed it reasonable. Although it was merely an apprentice-level spell, its application spanned across all water-based magics. Chen Luo proposed a method rather than a specific spell. Teaching someone to fish is far more valuable than simply giving them a fish. This approach could transform the ordinary water sphere into a boiling water sphere, greatly enhancing its lethality. It could also be applied in intermediate water magic, where the rainstorm spell, originally a mere intermediate water spell used to create obstacles or suppress fire magic, could, with adequate preparation, summon torrential rain, exponentially increasing its potency, all while requiring only basic fire magic. Its primary limitation lies in the necessity of possessing a certain unique talent to learn it. Elton regarded Chen Luo and shook his head. Such composite magic requires exceptionally high innate talent. I fear few would be willing to invest in it. Elton's observation was astute. The drawbacks of composite magic are significant. If the description is too detailed, who would still be inclined to spend money on it? Modified spells serve as a revenue stream for the Magic Association. If there are no buyers, the association earns nothing, and consequently, neither does Chen Luo. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo turned to Elton and said, I have an immature idea regarding this issue. Considering that overly detailed descriptions of such magic could divulge its core secrets, Elton accepted Chen Luo's proposal and refrained from elaborating on this type of composite magic. Instead, he appended a note following a category of enhanced water-based spells that significantly amplify their potency. This class of modified magic has special requirements concerning the magician's innate talent, and potential buyers are advised to proceed with caution. Once sold, it is non-refundable, with the final interpretation rights belonging to the Magic Association and Mr. Chenluo. Elton regarded Chenluo with admiration, exclaiming, "Your foresight is truly commendable, Sir Chenluo." Elton's shrewd demeanor instilled in Chenluo an impression that he was colluding with the Magic Association to deceive the unsuspecting. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts from his mind. He had introduced a new branch of magic, paving a fresh path for its advancement. A true catalyst for magical progress and the founder of composite spells. The significance of this contribution cannot be quantified in mere gold coins. Once the details were settled, Elton turned to Chenluo and stated, "The certification for the modified magic requires several formalities. I kindly ask you wait here for a moment, Sir Chenluo." Eager to delve into the content of the Magic Association's library on the second floor, Chenluo inquired, "May I now access the materials available on the second floor?" Elton nodded affirmatively. "Of course. As an honorary member of the Magic Association, you are entitled to peruse the resources on the second floor. However, access to the third floor and beyond necessitates a higher membership tier. Ascending to honorary membership is not merely a matter of financial contribution, but must be earned through significant contributions. Nevertheless, for Chenluo's current standing, a level 1 membership suffices. The certification of a magician's rank necessitates the verification of their identity, yet the authentication of modified magic does not require such disclosure. Many magicians prefer to keep their true identities concealed, and the Magic Association respects this discretion. Thus, Chenluo currently holds 2 identities within the Magic Association, the apprentice magician Blair and the honorary member Chenluo. He received 100 gold coins from Jasmine and was presented with the Magic Association's membership insignia. Jasmine has now ascended to the position of assistant steward within the association. Standing beside Chenluo, she smiled and said, "Allow me to escort you to the second floor." Under Jasmine's guidance, Chenluo arrived at the second floor of the library. The reading room featured 4 bookcases, albeit noticeably smaller than those on the first floor, with considerably fewer volumes. Only a handful of individuals occupied the space. The first floor serves solely for the use of apprentice magicians, while only honorary members may access the second floor, where resources pertinent to novice magicians can be found. Chenluo bypassed the introductory spell books across various disciplines. With his current capabilities, he could not yet cast elementary spells, rendering their study futile. He encountered methods for compressing fireballs, techniques for transforming water orbs, and 2 fire-based variant spells designed to rapidly enhance mental acuity. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the uppermost shelf of a particular bookcase. Unlike the other shelves, where books were freely accessible, this layer was enclosed by a transparent glass cover, sealing it off. Jasmine, standing beside him, elucidated. "These are modified spells and theories proposed by other magicians. Sir Chenluo's modified magic will also find its place here in the future. While most resources provided by the Magic Association are complementary, the modified spells or theories certified by individuals, such as yourself, cannot be offered for free, as respect for intellectual property is paramount. Fortunately, with your newfound wealth, a few gold coins should not pose a problem." Chenluo casually pointed at several modified and variant spells that piqued his interest, declaring, "I would like this one, this, and that one." Jasmine counted them and replied, "A total of 400 gold coins. I shall pass on those." Chenluo waved his hand dismissively. He then pointed to the last 2 fire-based variant spells that enhance mental acuity and inquired, "How much for this one?" Jasmine smiled and replied, "That one costs 50 gold coins." At last, Chenluo grasped why the Magic Association was so affluent. There were indeed many who shared his avaricious tendencies. The mere conjecture was priced at 50 gold coins, and with his 100 coins, he could afford only 2 or 3 variant spells. It became evident that financial investment was essential for growth. As magic has evolved, the modification of spells has become increasingly challenging. Most so-called new spells certified by the Magic Association are merely variant spells. For instance, transforming a fireball into the shape of an animal or a water orb into a humanoid form. These flashy spells still fundamentally rely on the original fireball and water orb, with no alteration in their potency. However, each variant spell demands a unique application of mental energy and elemental control, without understanding these specific techniques. A magician will always conjure standard water or fire orbs. Chenluo sighed, stating, "I will take this one and that." Ultimately, he selected only 2. One concerning the 2 fire-based variant spells for enhancing mental strength, and another related to the compression of fireballs, paying 90 gold coins in total. His recently swollen purse quickly deflated once more. It was abundantly clear that the essence of the Magic Association's resources lay concealed beneath these glass enclosures. To acquire them, Chen Luo would need to continually elevate his membership level while also amassing considerable wealth. The exorbitant prices of the Magic Association's offerings were staggering, often reaching into the dozens or hundreds of gold coins. Relying solely on writing papers for the Mathematics Association was not a viable path. Chen Luo must devise a means to acquire funds swiftly. He fervently hoped that his composite magic would garner the admiration of fellow magicians. Should it attract but a single individual, he would earn 50 gold coins, and with 100 individuals, 5,000 gold coins, thereby realizing his dream of sudden wealth. At that point, he would no longer require Isabella's patronage. Supporting her alongside Professor Brittany would be more than feasible. Neither the methods for compressing fireballs nor the materials for accelerating mental acuity could be removed from the Magic Association. After swearing an oath before the deities of magic and paying 90 gold coins, he was permitted to examine the pertinent materials. Consequently, he spent the better part of the day at the Magic Association, memorizing the information contained within the text before departing. These materials could not be taken outside, but should he forget, he could refer back to his notes for future inquiries. Jasmine escorted him from the Magic Association, smiling as she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Mr. Chen Luo." "Goodbye, Miss Jasmine," Chen Luo waved, expressing, "I truly appreciate your assistance today." At the entrance of the Magic Association, Jasmine stood momentarily in a daze, her expression gradually shifting to one of disbelief as she reflected on the encounter. As a front desk attendant at the Magic Association, her role was to serve these magicians, a duty she regarded as routine, and likewise, the magicians held this expectation. No one had ever expressed gratitude to her before. How could esteemed magicians possibly thank a mere front desk clerk? Except for a boy named Blair. Except for this Mr. Chen Luo. At that moment, the two seemingly unrelated figures began to merge within Jasmine's mind, leading to an astonishing conjecture regarding Mr. Blair and Sir Chen Luo. Chapter 58, A Shortcut. Jasmine stood transfixed at the entrance of the Magic Association, grappling with an incredible hypothesis regarding Mr. Blair and Sir Chen Luo. Though their voices bore no resemblance, they were both magic apprentices, sharing the same stature and expressions of gratitude, and she could not shake the pervasive sense of familiarity that enveloped her. It subtly hinted at the visage concealed beneath his magical robe and mask. She lingered at the entrance for an extended moment before turning to stride into the hall. Regardless of whether Lord Chen Luo was indeed Mr. Blair, he had bestowed upon her an ineffable kindness. After becoming an assistant steward, she now received 2 gold coins monthly, significantly easing her family's burdens. The role of assistant steward was a dream she had never dared to envision before. Steward Jasmine. Steward Jasmine, how splendid. Congratulations, Steward Jasmine. As she entered the Magic Association's Grand Hall, numerous individuals greeted her with warmth, including friends from her reception desk days and formal staff who had previously overlooked her presence. Jasmine smiled and returned the salutations, and when faced with the timid gazes of the 2 reception girls, she chuckled softly. "Eve, Connie, what's the matter? Don't you recognize me?" Upon seeing that familiar smile and hearing that well-known voice, the 2 girls mustered the courage to rush forward, chattering excitedly. "Sister Jasmine, you really became an assistant steward? Sister Jasmine, what is going on? An assistant steward? Even more impressive than Bella's uncle. Hee, with Sister Jasmine around, who would dare bully us again? Not far away." Bella hid behind the counter, her face etched with regret. She lamented the times she had bullied Jasmine and her friends, relying on her uncle's status as a formal employee. She regretted her haughty demeanor toward that magic apprentice. It was evident that Jasmine's rapid ascent from reception to a position exceeding her uncle's was due to that very apprentice. Had she been the one to attend to that apprentice, it would have been her now wearing the title of assistant steward. The depth of Bella's regret was beyond words. All she could do was hastily resign from her position and leave this place. Within the Magic Association, the vengeance of an assistant steward was something she, or even her uncle, could scarcely endure. Chen Luo emerged from the Magic Association and sought out a secluded alley to change back into his original attire. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he exited through another alleyway and headed towards the academy. His visit to the Magic Association had been remarkably fruitful, achieving nearly all of his objectives. The only unexpected revelation was that even as an honorary member of the Magic Association, one must continuously invest substantial sums to acquire more resources. Of course, for an ordinary magician, the resources provided free of charge by the association would suffice. Each level of magician merely needed to master 1 or 2 foundational spells of the corresponding rank. Excessive ambition would only squander time. The issue, however, was that Chen Luo was no ordinary magician. Over the past few days, Chen Luo had gradually come to realize a significant distinction between himself and the magicians of the Divine Grace continent in their method of casting spells. It seemed to transcend the mere absence of incantations and gestures, or rather, his lack of need for such rituals was but a superficial manifestation. The magicians of the Divine Grace continent employed incantations and gestures in a manner akin to a ritualistic prayer, beseeching the gods for the ability to commune with magical elements and thereby wield their power. In contrast, Chen Luo commanded. He required no divine supplication. He could directly summon magical elements, which was the fundamental reason behind his independence from incantations and gestures. This conundrum had once perplexed Chen Luo. Was it truly due to his foreign soul that he possessed such capabilities? As the saying goes, the foreign monk chants the scriptures well? For other magicians, while magical elements were indeed controllable, the process was far more arduous. This implied that for each new spell learned, they expended considerable time and energy. Achieving proficiency in foundational spells of various levels was already a daunting task, and spending time on variants and modified spells with negligible power increases would be a misallocation of effort. However, for Chen Luo, magical elements were akin to tools at his immediate disposal. As long as he understood how to wield his mental energy, learning new spells would not consume much time. Consequently, without jeopardizing his advancement, it was only prudent for him to acquire a diverse array of spells. After all, in the unpredictable world he traversed, possessing a multitude of skills could prove invaluable, particularly when seemingly trivial variant spells might become crucial in unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, the recently acquired methods for rapidly enhancing his mental energy were closely linked to these variant spells. The growth rate of a magician's mental energy, aside from innate talent, relied solely on diligent meditation. However, throughout the evolution of magic, some magicians had fortuitously discovered that during the learning of new spells, the rate of mental energy growth significantly surpassed that achieved through meditation. This indicated that the acquisition of new spells could assist magicians in overcoming mental energy bottlenecks. In principle, the advancement of a magician followed the same pattern. When a magic apprentice's mental energy reached a certain threshold, they were required to learn at least one foundational spell to promote their ascension to a novice magician, during which their mental energy would undergo a qualitative leap. The same applied to the progression from novice to intermediate magician and from intermediate to advanced magician. This method for swiftly enhancing mental energy was predicated on the principles governing a magician's advancement, learning variant spells of the same level. While not as rapid as learning advancement spells, still offered a speedier alternative compared to mere meditation. Naturally, this approach bore significant limitations. Magicians did not find learning spells to be an effortless endeavor, often taking years to master a single foundational spell, leaving little time for the study of others. Moreover, learning numerous variant spells of similar potency yielded little benefit. Mastering one foundational spell to its maximum potential was far more advantageous, as a magician's advancement was assessed by the power of their magic rather than its quantity. Mastering 10 variant spells could not rival the efficacy of elevating a single fireball spell to its zenith. Thus, they often regarded this as a supplementary method, resorting to learning variant spells only when confronted with mental energy bottlenecks, seeking swift breakthroughs. Once they transcended their mental energy limitations, time would not be squandered on variant spells, as fully mastering a new spell was no trivial endeavor. For Chen Luo, however, this indeed represented a shortcut to enhancing his mental energy. The magical elements that other magicians needed to communicate with through ritualistic prayers responded to him as though he were their own progenitor, obeying his every command with ease. In principle, as long as he comprehended the nuances of mental energy fluctuations, there were no spells he could not learn within a short span. The documents he possessed not only elucidated the principles for rapidly augmenting mental energy, but also included 2 variant spells, the Firebird spell and the Chain Fireball, both of which were within Chen Luo's grasp as a magic apprentice. Today's venture to the Magic Association had yielded significant returns. Chen Luo departed the school in the morning, and by the time he returned, dusk was approaching. For reasons unknown, ever since leaving the Magic Association, he felt an insistent nagging sensation that he had forgotten something. As he drew closer to the academy, this feeling intensified. It was not until he neared the teacher's dormitory that he finally recalled what he had overlooked. He had forgotten to prepare a meal for Ms. Brittany. In the morning, Chen Luo believed he would return shortly. Before stepping out, He informed Teacher Brittany that he would be back for lunch. Now it was evening. He reasoned that she must have purchased some bread to eat. Upon lifting his gaze, he spotted two figures on the second-floor balcony, leaning over and gazing longingly toward the school gate. Teacher Brittany and Isabella were languidly perched there, evoking in Chun Luo a sense of their eager anticipation. "Blair, where have you been? Why have you only just returned?" "Teacher Brittany and I haven't eaten all day." Isabella's voice, tinged with surprise, reproach, and a hint of grievance, echoed from above as Chun Luo descended the stairs. He hurriedly ascended again, addressing Brittany and Isabella. "I apologize, Teacher Brittany, Senior Isabella. I will prepare dinner immediately." Today's events were indeed his oversight. He had forgotten to return at noon due to the certification of magic, and he had not anticipated Isabella's presence. For the foreseeable future, he would be responsible for their meals, a commitment for which Isabella had already paid. He felt a moral obligation to honor her gold coins, as it was the least expected of him. As Chun Luo busied himself in the kitchen, Brittany entered, offering, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Isabella quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "I'll help as well." Brittany had initially thought Chun Luo was merely delayed, but she was taken aback by how late it had become. Since morning, she had only partaken of breakfast. In truth, since yesterday, dining had transformed from a mere necessity into something to eagerly await. After yesterday's prolonged indulgence in plain white bread, it had grown somewhat unpalatable. Brittany was certain that Isabella shared her sentiments. Otherwise, she would not have chosen to come to school during the weekend. Ordinary fare, when prepared by Blair, always seemed to possess an enchanting and unforgettable flavor. With the assistance of Teacher Brittany and Isabella, Chun Luo's cooking progressed more swiftly. He was making noodles today, and Isabella, still unaccustomed to using chopsticks, resorted to twirling the noodles with a fork. During their meal, Brittany glanced at Chun Luo and inquired, "Blair, where did you go today?" setting down his chopsticks. Chun Luo replied, "I apologize, Teacher Brittany. I went to the Magic Association to read and lost track of time regarding dinner." Isabella, engaged in a tussle with her noodles, lifted her gaze to Chun Luo, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. She had to admit that not only was her magical aptitude inferior to his, but her dedication paled in comparison as well. During their private tutoring sessions, while she completed her exercises, he would practice magic, and whenever she sought him out during breaks, he was invariably engrossed in magical tomes. Even on weekends, he immersed himself in the Magic Association, for practicing magic was a profoundly tedious endeavor. It was the first time Isabella had witnessed someone so diligently devoted to the study of magic. Did he truly mean it when he spoke of his dream to become a Saint Mage? "That's all right," Brittany said, shaking her head. "From now on, I'll manage with some bread for lunch." Chun Luo expressed his regret, stating, "In the future, I will inform you in advance, Teacher Brittany." In truth, given Blair's current level of magical proficiency, the most crucial task was to enhance his mental fortitude. Although the Magic Association had an abundance of texts, they bore little relevance to their current needs. Brittany regarded Chun Luo and suggested, "If you wish to expedite the growth of your mental strength, you might consider setting aside the fireball spell and exploring apprentice-level magic from other elemental schools. You may discover unexpected advantages." Had Chun Luo sought Brittany's counsel sooner, he could have spared himself 50 gold coins today. The notion of accelerating mental fortitude through the study of new spells was likely not a secret among higher-tier mages, equating to the fact that his 50 gold coins had merely purchased 2 variant spells. One was a circular formation of the fireball, which, aside from performing tricks, Chun Luo had yet to find a more practical application for. The other was the Firebird spell, which, as the name suggested, transformed the fireball into a bird shape, but hardly appeared useful. He lamented those few dozen gold coins for a moment before turning to Brittany and stating, "I've already mastered the magic from the other elemental schools. Apprentice-level spells pose no challenge. Those with adequate magical talent can perform them on their first attempt." Brittany, unsurprised, pondered for a moment before saying, "Later, I will teach you some modified spells." Chun Luo looked at her, astonished, and asked, "Isn't such a thing forbidden by the Magic Association?" Learning others' modified spells required an oath in the name of the magic gods. The people of the Divine Grace continent held this in high regard. Brittany smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, these modified spells are not from the Magic Association." Chun Luo understood that not all modified spells were contributed to the Magic Association. Some mages, disdainful of the association's rewards, would eschew profit-sharing and sell their modified spells at exorbitant prices, astronomical sums that he doubted Brittany could afford. Nevertheless, he had faith in her, even from his perspective. Her magical talent was somewhat formidable, and proposing a few modified or variant spells was not an extraordinary feat after dining. Brittany voluntarily assisted Chenluo with the dishes. As a high-level wind and water mage, such tasks were mere gestures and incantations for her. Once the plates were cleaned, Brittany placed a handful of silver coins on the table, saying, "Blair, keep these. You shouldn't always rely on Isabella's money." Chenluo was aware that Brittany's finances were not abundant. Although she could easily amass wealth through the magic association, it was evident she preferred not to do so. He did not refuse, as he understood her well enough. She would certainly not feel at ease enjoying such benefits, even if she turned down the Edwin Award. After all, Chenluo himself would not wish to accept Isabella's patronage. After their meal, night had fully descended. Isabella decided against going home and opted to sleep with teacher Brittany. Having been Brittany's student for half a year, she changed into a loose-fitting nightgown from Brittany's bedroom, clearly not her first time staying here. Chenluo returned to his own room, intending to practice the various variant spells he had acquired from the Magic Association that day. Setting aside the Firebird spell and the Circular Fireball, he conjured a fireball from thin air, preparing to compress it using his mental strength. The Compress Fireball spell was another variant magic he had obtained today. It involved compressing the existing Fireball spell, serving as a trial for his mental fortitude, allowing it to become more concentrated. The process of compressing the Fireball sounded straightforward, but was, in fact, quite challenging. The compression of the Fireball could not be achieved directly through mental strength. Rather, it required the mental energy to vibrate at a specific frequency or range of frequencies. In truth, the communication with magical elements, including various variant spells, adhered to the same principle. Under different vibrational frequencies of mental energy, magical elements would exhibit different forms, either compressing and condensing or expanding and diffusing. It was akin to resonance, but far more intricate. The essence of mental strength eluded Chenluo, and he deemed it unnecessary to comprehend. All he needed to do was to adhere to the experiences of predecessors and practice methodically. In contrast to combination magic, the art of compression required a protracted period of preparation. Although the potency of the fireball might be enhanced post-compression, the lengthy preparation rendered it impractical for combat, serving rather as a means to hone one's mental faculties. As time progressed, the fireball, suspended before Chenluo, began to exhibit signs of reduction under the meticulous control of his mental energy. Simultaneously, he gradually sensed that as the fireball compressed, the once easily manageable fireball spell began to present some resistance. The orb of flame, hovering in the air, started to wobble precariously when he endeavored to further compress it. His mental energy encountered an obstruction, rendering the task exceedingly arduous. Clearly, during the compression of the fireball, Chenluo's mental strength reached its limits. This sensation only surfaced when he relaxed his mind and endeavored to meditate and commune with the magical elements, signifying that the process of learning new magic could indeed substitute for meditation. The discomfort of pushing the limits of his mental strength was far from pleasant. It was a trial that all mages must endure. Chenluo gritted his teeth against the throbbing pain in his head as he continued the compression of the fireball. At that moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed from his doorway. "Blair, are you asleep?" Chapter 60, A Colossal Secret. Upon hearing Isabella's voice, Chenluo abandoned the compression and extinguished the fireball, replying, "Not yet, Senior Isabella. Please come in." The door to Chenluo's room was not locked. Isabella pushed it open and, sensing the unusual warmth within, expressed her surprise. "At this late hour, you are still practicing magic?" Chenluo refrained from answering the question. Instead inquired, "Is there something you need, Senior Isabella?" Clad in her nightwear, Isabella sat on the edge of the bed, a considerable distance from Chenluo, and remarked, "Nothing in particular. I just can't sleep and thought I'd chat with you." Chenluo was somewhat taken aback, although the initial animosity between him and Isabella had long dissipated. Their relationship had not reached a level of intimacy where she could casually sit on his bed in her nightgown at such an hour. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Isabella appeared lost in thought for a moment, before suddenly turning to Chenluo and asking Blair, "What are your plans for the future?" Chenluo glanced at her, perplexed. "What do you mean? In 2 years, you will graduate from the academy." Isabella leaned back against the headboard and inquired, "What do you intend to do after graduation?" This was indeed a matter Chenluo had contemplated. Students at St. Donis Academy would face various outcomes after 3 years of study. Some would graduate and ascend to prestigious institutions in the capital, such as the top 5 academies, to continue their education, undoubtedly paving the way for a brilliant future. Others, while able to graduate from St. Donis, might not meet the admission criteria for the top 5 academies. Some would remain at the school, starting as assistants, with the potential to become teachers at St. Donis, while the vast majority would have to leave the academy and enter society, leveraging their experiences at St. Donis to secure respectable employment. As for those like Toby and Blair, who could not even obtain a diploma from St. Donis, they would enter the lower echelons of society, relegated to unsavory occupations. Of course, Toby could inherit his father's estate post-graduation, while the fallen noble Blair, should he fail to secure employment, would be destined to a life of vagrancy. It was evident that being accepted into one of the top 5 academies in the capital would be the most favorable outcome in the eyes of others. However, Chen Luo held a different view. Although life at school was satisfactory, it entailed numerous classes that he deemed meaningless, a considerable waste of time. The magical knowledge he could acquire at the academy was accessible through the Magic Association, and the knowledge unattainable at school could still be sought from the same source. Thus, the allure of the top 5 academies held no appeal for him. Remaining alongside Professor Branny was, in his estimation, the most suitable path. Chen Luo considered himself a prodigy in magic, yet compared to Professor Branny, such a notion felt rather disheartening. Despite her current status as a senior mage, by the time Chen Luo advanced to the ranks of junior or intermediate mage, she might well have ascended to the rank of archmage. By the time Chen Luo reached the level of senior mage, she could already be a magic tutor. This trajectory would render his magical path nearly unobstructed. All he needed to do was to closely follow in Professor Branny's footsteps. Regarding his future, Chen Luo had a clear plan. He looked at Isabella and stated, "I intend to remain at St. Donis as a teaching assistant." Isabella was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated such a response from Chen Luo. She had assumed that Blair would undoubtedly choose the Magic Academy in the capital, although its admission requirements were stringent, necessitating one to be a junior mage to qualify. Given Blair's talent, achieving that status within 2 years was hardly an insurmountable task. Yet, she was surprised to find that Blair only aspired to be a mere teaching assistant at St. Donis. Of course, what Blair chose to do in the future was of little direct concern to her. However, the predicament lay in the fact that a year from now, after she graduated from St. Donis, she would no longer be able to savor his exquisite culinary creations. This morning, she had even instructed her family's chef to attempt cooking using Blair's method, yet it consistently failed to replicate his unique flavor. Had Blair shared her ambition of attending the Magic Academy in the capital, they could have continued living together post-graduation, thereby resolving her dining dilemma. At worst, she would revert to eating bread for the year. But now, her plans were completely disrupted. Why? Isabella gazed at him, puzzled. "Isn't your dream to become a holy mage?" Chen Luo countered, "And how does that relate to being a teaching assistant?" "It most certainly does," Isabella replied, her gaze earnest as she continued. "At the Magic Academy in the capital, you would receive a superior and more comprehensive magical education. By the time you graduate from there, you might very well be an intermediate mage." Isabella's words only solidified Chen Luo's resolve to remain by Professor Branny's side. 5 years hence, if he were still merely an intermediate mage, there would be no dream of returning home. Instead, he might as well marry a beautiful wife and settle down. With such talent, he would never become a holy mage. Professor Branny was an excellent candidate for marriage. She was gentle, beautiful, possessed an impressive figure, and wielded formidable strength. The two could often engage in discussions about mathematics and explore the realms of magic together. With such thoughts, Chen Luo found little reason not to stay close to Professor Branny. Looking at Isabella, Chen Luo declared, "I believe that Professor Branny can teach me much more." Isabella paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Professor Branny, being so young yet already a senior mage, was a rarity even in the capital. With her guidance, it appeared that Blair had little need to attend the Magic Academy. Furthermore, even if Blair were to go to the capital, their time together would be limited to 2 years. After that, she would graduate from the Magic Academy and could not possibly continue living with Blair. Even if they could remain together post-graduation, she could not spend her entire life cohabitating with Blair. To indulge in those delectable meals daily, she would either need to have Blair as her chef or have him as her husband. Isabella would not opt for either of the two choices. Instead, she will pursue a third path. Relying on others pales in comparison to self-sufficiency, and with a year remaining until graduation, she could assist Blair while he cooked, clandestinely acquiring his culinary techniques, thus enabling her to independently manage her meals in the future. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Isabella preferred not to engage in these tasks herself, even if it meant compensating him for his assistance. A tempting smile graced her face as she remarked, "It's not just about learning magic. The capital is teeming with exquisite noble girls. I could introduce them to you, Blair. Perhaps among them, you might find your type." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Luo shook his head, stating, "I'm not fond of that type." Isabella regarded him with a curious glance and countered, "But you haven't even seen them. How can you know they're not your type? Do you already have someone you admire?" Chun Luo discerned Isabella's hidden motives clearly. She merely wished for him to remain her cook, albeit attempting to entice him with girls akin to herself. Underestimating Chun Luo was a grave error. To dissuade Isabella from her fanciful notions, he nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Yes, I do have someone I admire." Though Isabella was unaware of the identity of this person, she immediately ruled herself out and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Is it Linda from your class? Or perhaps Triss?" Chun Luo shook his head. Linda was too boisterous, and Triss too scheming. He preferred Isabella's sweet naivete over either of them. As images of Linda and Triss flitted through Isabella's mind, she recalled that although they were both attractive, they shared a common flaw. Suddenly, she turned to Chun Luo and asked, "Could it be Alice?" "No. You needn't guess any further," Chun Luo interjected, waving his hand. "You could never guess, and I shan't divulge it to you." Deep in thought, Isabella pondered. If it wasn't T herself, nor Linda, Triss, or Alice, who else could it be? At that moment, as if a revelation struck her, Isabella's eyes widened with astonishment as she felt she had uncovered a monumental secret. Chapter 61, Confession. Isabella, her schemes thwarted, returned to her slumber, her mind heavy with thoughts. Chun Luo, meanwhile, refrained from practicing his compression magic, for excessive strain on his mental faculties could lead to dire consequences, transforming capable magicians into lunatics. After a brief refreshment, he retired to bed. Sleep served as a restorative balm for his energy following his nightly meditations. He often found himself slightly drained, yet fell asleep swiftly. In the small chamber, Chun Luo succumbed to deep slumber, while in the adjacent room, Isabella lay wide awake. She had forsaken a promising future by opting not to attend the capital's Magic Academy, instead choosing to remain in St. Donis as a mere assistant, a choice that defied reason for any normal individual, unless some ulterior motive was at play. Blair exhibited no interest in the noble women of the capital, and he had just confessed to having someone he admired. Might this be the reason for his decision to stay in St. Donis? If so, the object of his affections must surely reside there as well. Among the girls who had interacted with Blair, including Isabella and Alice, he had dismissed them all, asserting she could not possibly guess. Isabella's mind raced, piecing together various clues, ultimately leading her to a shocking conclusion. Could it be that Blair harbored feelings for Professor Brittany? The moment this thought crossed her mind, it spiraled into a cascade of realizations. She found that what she and Alice possessed, Brittany also had, and conversely, what they lacked, Brittany similarly possessed. While Isabella could confidently claim to be slightly more attractive than Alice, her confidence evaporated when compared to Brittany. Moreover, during that fateful academic salon, she had distinctly heard Blair proclaim that Brittany was the most beautiful woman at St. Donis Academy. This was not the entirety of it. Douglas coveted the Edwin Award, yet Blair insisted on bestowing it upon Brittany. When Brittany faced adversity, he had readily stepped in to assist her. Each coincidence alone could be dismissed, but a series of them together solidified Isabella's suspicions. Blair's enrollment in Brittany's classes was surely not for the sake of mathematics or magic. Brittany had changed in her nightwear and cast a surprised glance at the cross-legged Isabella, inquiring, "Sasha, are you not yet asleep?" "Oh, I shall retire shortly," Isabella replied, slowly burrowing into her blankets, stealing a furtive glance at Professor Brittany's exquisite features and flawless figure, prompting an absurd thought. Were she in Blair's position, encountering a woman of Brittany's caliber, she too would likely dismiss the charms of herself and Alice. Since commencing his work, Chun Luo had grown accustomed to rising early. Today was no exception. He awoke at dawn, engaged in some physical exercise, and then prepared breakfast for 3. As he hesitated whether to rouse Brittany and Isabella, their bedroom door swung open from within. This time, Brittany was not clad in sleepwear. Both she and Isabella had dressed for the day. Stepping into the dining area, she gazed at the lavish breakfast with a hint of embarrassment, remarking, "Blair, you're up so early. We had intended to assist you. I'm accustomed to early rising." Chun Luo chuckled, responding, "Professor Brittany, Senior Isabella, please take a seat and enjoy your meal." The meal proceeded in silence, primarily due to Isabella's reticence, her gaze intermittently flitting between Chun Luo and Brittany. At last, Brittany could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Isabella, do you have something to say to us?" "No." Isabella promptly shook her head, lowering her gaze to focus on her food. After dining, Isabella willingly took on the task of washing the dishes, while Brittany beckoned Chun Luo to the desk. "Regarding the 9-bridge problem, I have some thoughts. That night, I intended to discuss it with you, but was sidetracked by other matters," Brittany observed, fixing her gaze on Chun Luo. In your approach to the nine-bridge problem, you proposed a novel mathematical method that considers only the positional relationships between objects, disregarding their shapes and sizes. This transforms real-world problems into simple geometric figures for resolution, a concept seemingly unprecedented in the annals of mathematical history. The mathematical community on the continent of God's grace, of course, had yet to conceive of topology. In another world, the ideas of topology began to emerge only in the 19th century, gradually permeating modern mathematics, ultimately becoming one of its three foundational pillars. Brittany handed several drafts to Chen Luo, remarking, "This idea is quite ingenious. The two mathematical conundrums offered as a reward by the Mathematics Society can be easily resolved using this method. I believe it has the potential to form a new branch of mathematics." Chen Luo glanced at the sheets filled with calculations, and inwardly marveled that while Brittany often claimed he was favored by the goddess of wisdom, if he were merely a recipient of her grace, then she was undoubtedly the goddess's own daughter. What Brittany lacked was merely foresight. In terms of genuine mathematical prowess, Chen Luo fell short of her. Before today, he had always thought that her prodigious magical talent rendered her pursuit of mathematics a waste, yet it now appeared that her accomplishments in mathematics were not to be underestimated, rivaling her magical feats. Brittany looked at Chen Luo earnestly and said, "I can sense that this idea possesses immense potential in mathematics. If it truly becomes a new branch, Blair, you shall be its founder, and thus, you will ascend to the status of a great scholar, influencing all future mathematicians." Chen Luo, somewhat resigned, replied, "I merely solved the nine bridges problem. It is you, Brittany, who has applied this idea to a broader field. The founder of this branch should rightfully be you." This time, he spoke from the heart. Although he possessed knowledge unavailable to others in this world, he lacked the ability to refine and establish a branch of topology. After all, he was not a mathematics major. Upon hearing his response, Brittany fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed upon him as she inquired, "Blair, why do you always defer these honors to me?" Isabella, having just finished washing the dishes, sat on the sofa and silently pondered. Upon considering the implications of that possibility, all her doubts were clarified. This included Blair's refusal of the Edwin Prize and his relinquishment of numerous accolades related to mathematics, all in favor of Brittany. Everything stemmed from his affection for her. Chen Luo contemplated for a moment before stating, "Because these accolades were never mine to claim. They belong to you, Brittany." "No," Brittany interjected, shaking her head and interrupting him. "It is because you do not enjoy mathematics. You care little for the Edwin Prize or for honors and accolades. Your true dream is not to become a great scholar." She gazed steadily at Chen Luo, continuing, "Your aspiration is to become a grand mage. Or perhaps even a saint mage, is it not?" Looking into his eyes, she added, "Thus your presence by my side is not to study mathematics, but to learn magic. Am I correct, Blair?" As Chen Luo and Brittany locked eyes, he finally sighed and admitted, "I am sorry, Brittany. I have deceived you." Brittany regarded him and slowly said, "From this moment on, you are no longer my student." Isabella, sitting on the sofa, stiffened, her face betraying a look of tension. She wished to interject, but held her tongue, aware that this was not her place to speak. After a brief silence, Chen Luo nodded and responded, "I apologize, Brittany. I will move out by the end of today. In mathematics, I can no longer teach you anything." Brittany rose, her gaze softening as she said, "Blair, would you like to become my student and learn magic under my guidance?" Isabella jumped up from the sofa, grasping Chen Luo's wrist, and exclaimed excitedly, "Quick, say you agree." Chapter 62. The True Power of Combination Magic. Brittany's intricate arcane twists momentarily left Chen Luo befuddled. What was happening? Isabella's firm grip on his wrist quickly brought him back to reality, and he nodded, saying, "I agree." Brittany smiled at him, stating, "I will not compel you to do what you do not enjoy. If you love magic, then let us pursue it together." Chen Luo had initially expected Brittany to be angry. He had never anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. The revelation of his true intentions to be close to her did not incite her ire. Rather, she was willing to mentor him in magic. In that moment, Chen Luo comprehended deeply that Brittany not only possessed a vast intellect, but also a generous heart. Brittany regarded him and asked, "Blair, what are your plans after graduating from St. Donis?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Luo replied, "I plan to stay at the school as a teaching assistant. With your grades, you could easily attend the Royal Magic Academy." Brittany countered, shaking her head. "As long as you can become a junior mage within 2 years. That should pose no challenge for you." Chen Luo responded, "Knowledge need not be acquired solely within the confines of academia. I believe St. Donis is more suited to me." Brittany looked at him earnestly and said, "If you wish to learn magic in a more systematic manner, the Royal Magic Academy is an excellent place. There, You could receive instruction from grand mages and even magisters. Even if you were to go to the capital, we could still correspond through letters. This time, Chenluo did not yield to Brittany's suggestion, shaking his head. I still wish to remain at St. Donis. Isabella pouted, realizing that Blair's words were half-truths. His true desire was to be close to Brittany. She had astutely seen through his every intention. I respect your wishes, Brittany finally conceded, shifting the topic. Blair, how proficient are you with the fireball spell now? Chenluo moved his lips, then, after executing a few gestures, summoned 5 fireballs of equal size that materialized before him in midair. Isabella's eyes widened. Just days prior, he could only conjure 4, and now he had managed to summon a 5th. How astonishing! Even Brittany's expression reflected surprise. These 5 fireballs, all of similar size, hovered in the air, burning steadily, indicative of his concentrated mental energy. More importantly, his speed in casting magic had begun to rival that of a junior mage. She was aware of Blair's magical talent, yet had not anticipated it to flourish to such an extent. Your magical aptitude surpasses my expectations, Brittany remarked, a hint of satisfaction in her voice. It won't be long before you can simultaneously summon 10 fireballs and qualify as a junior mage. Chenluo hesitated for a moment, then looked up at Brittany and said, I have some thoughts regarding magic that I would like to discuss with you, Ms. Brittany. Ultimately, he decided to share his ideas about combination magic with her. While this type of magic might seem trivial to other mages, it represented an entirely new branch for both Chenluo and Brittany. Brittany's unwavering support made him feel somewhat guilty, prompting him to be forthright with her. Of course, he decided to keep the matter of the blue fireball to himself for now. Brittany nodded, saying please go ahead. Chenluo extended both hands, simultaneously conjuring a fireball and a water sphere, and asked, Ms. Brittany, you can also cast multiple elemental spells at once, correct? Brittany cast a glance at the dejected Isabella, seemingly grasping the situation, and nodded, you always manage to think of things that most overlook. I had never considered this before, but it seems that mages should indeed be able to cast multiple elemental spells simultaneously, though it appears not everyone possesses this capability. Isabella's face grew more pallid with distress. Chenluo observed the fireball and water ball in his hands, gradually merging them together. As the flames of the fireball extinguished, the remaining water ball began to churn. Controlling the swirling water ball, Chenluo remarked, I have discovered that merging the water ball technique with the fireball technique significantly enhances the potency of the water ball. If other elemental magics could be combined in a similar fashion, analogous transformations might occur. For instance, wind magic could accelerate the casting speed of the other 3 elements. If wind and earth magics were unleashed simultaneously, a mage would wield both formidable offense and defense. Similarly, the fusion of earth and ice magic could greatly bolster defense, while the combination of fire and earth could unleash an even more powerful fire meteor. Isabella was left bewildered by his words, which remained elusive for a novice mage. However, Brittany, listening intently, began to exhibit an expression of utmost astonishment. As soon as Chenluo finished speaking, she gazed at him and exclaimed, I never considered these possibilities. Blair, you are truly a genius. She quickly rose to her feet and declared, follow me. Chenluo trailed behind her as they exited the dormitory. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, he possessed only the capabilities of a novice mage, unable to cast anything beyond a modified version of the water ball technique. Brittany, on the other hand, was a dual-element advanced mage, and most of his conjectures regarding the combination of magic could be validated by her expertise. Brittany led Chenluo and Isabella to the rooftop of the dormitory, where a spacious platform awaited. Brittany, her excitement palpable, looked at Chenluo and stated, Blair, your ideas are remarkably innovative. If successful, we may witness the emergence of a new branch of magic based on the 4 elements, distinct from them. You would be making history in the realm of magic. Chenluo shook his head, replying, this is merely my hypothesis. Brittany smiled and said, allow me to help you verify it. She advanced a few steps, and, after a series of dazzling maneuvers that left Chenluo and Isabella momentarily dazed, a wall of ice materialized before them. This was one of the advanced water magic techniques, the ice wall. Upon reaching the rank of advanced mage, water mages could wield immense mental power to transform the state of water elements, unleashing even more potent ice magic. The ice wall required a substantial amount of mental energy, classifying it among the ultimate water magic spells. This display signified that Brittany was on the cusp of becoming a grand mage. Before Chenluo could process his astonishment, he beheld a faint arc materializing in the void, followed by a thunderous sound as the ice wall split in 2, collapsing outward. Luo finally grasped the nature of that arc. As the most potent of the four elements, the advanced wind blade's destructive power was indeed formidable. In the brief moment Luo stood stunned, another earthen wall began to coalesce in the open space before them. This was the advanced earth magic earth wall. Whoosh! Another wind blade sliced through, and it was evident that the earth magic's defensive capabilities surpassed those of the ice magic, after being struck by a wind blade. The earth wall bore only a deep gash, unlike the ice wall, which had been cleaved apart. Ice wall, wind blade, earth wall. Up to this point, Luo had witnessed Brittany unleash three forms of advanced magic. He opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Just then, Brittany executed several more dazzling gestures, and another earth wall began to form. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be no ordinary earth wall. Within its structure, transparent ice crystals intertwined, resembling the veins of the wall itself. Clearly, this was a combination of the earth wall and the ice wall. In the air, another arc-shaped wind blade coalesced. Boom! As this wind blade struck the wall composed of dual-element magic, it left only a shallow mark upon its surface. Luo inhaled deeply. The defensive strength of the element wall, forged from the combination of earth and ice magic, was exponentially greater than that of a single element. Yet this was not the end. Before Luo could fully comprehend the spectacle, countless small holes suddenly appeared in the wall. Isabella and Luo merely felt a swift rush past them. Luo stared at the element wall, now riddled with holes from the ice spike technique's assault, momentarily lost in thought. When ice magic was combined with wind magic, the ice spike's velocity rivaled that of a bullet. This was the true might of combination magic. The results of combination magic were already evident. Just as Luo anticipated that Brittany would cease her demonstration, an immensely thick fire dragon materialized from the void, crashing forcefully against the element wall. This was the advanced fire magic Dragonfire. Under the dragon's impact, the element wall became charred, yet it remained steadfast. Luo and Isabella stood at a distance, gazing at the devastation wrought by the four forms of advanced magic, exchanging glances, both swallowing hard. Chapter 63. Alarmed. In the early morning, the teachers residing in the dormitory were roused from their slumber, and those who were already awake cowered in the corners of their rooms, trembling. Moments ago, the elemental energy surrounding the dormitory had surged with ferocity, suggesting that four advanced mages were engaged in a fierce battle atop the roof. The clash of four advanced mages was sufficient to raise the entire building to the ground. As everyone hesitated, contemplating whether to flee early to avoid unanticipated calamity, the commotion on the rooftop abruptly ceased, restoring tranquility. A moment later, four figures emerged from different directions, almost simultaneously appearing atop the dormitory. What transpired here? Such intense elemental fluctuations. Could it be that advanced mages were locked in combat? The four vice-deans of St. Donis Academy surveyed the chaotic scene on the roof, their expressions grave. Vice-dean Urchil closed his eyes and murmured, "I sense the remnants of fire elements. Someone has cast advanced fire magic here. Based on the elemental trajectories, it should be the dragon fire technique." Philip Howard, who also specialized in fire magic, added, "Indeed." Vice-dean Hill, a water magic specialist, closed her eyes for a moment and remarked, "At least one advanced water mage has released ice magic here twice." The final vice-dean, named Evan, released his mental energy and stated, "There are also anomalies in the earth and wind magic elements. Based on the elemental trajectories, it appears to be the earth wall and wind blade techniques." Urchil's face reflected disbelief as he uttered, "Are you suggesting that four advanced mages fought here just now?" The other three shared expressions of confusion and bewilderment. Even if advanced mages had engaged in battle, why would they choose this location for their clash? Where had they gone? Uncertain whether the mages were foes or allies, the emergence of four advanced mages, especially a wind magic specialist, sent a wave of tension coursing through the four vice-deans. The power of advanced mages was formidable enough to pose a threat to the faculty and students within the academy. Recently, a deranged fire mage had set ablaze an innocent tree on campus, and now the presence of four advanced mages represented a significant peril to the teachers and students of St. Donis. Urchil remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. "The academy has been somewhat unstable of late. It seems prudent to inform the esteemed dean without delay." By the desk in the living room, Brittany was utilizing combinatorial methods to deduce all possible combinations of the four elemental magics and their feasibility. Luo and Isabella sat on his bed, ensnared in a profound contemplation, uttering not a word. "Blair, I did not just imagine that, did I?" Isabella was the first to shatter the tranquility, her tone infused with incredulity. Chen Luo nodded, affirming, indeed. He had initially believed that Professor Brittany was a dual-element magician, specializing in water and wind, and even so, she was remarkably impressive. At her age, even if she were merely a high-ranking magician of a single element, she would still qualify as a prodigy, not to say that she was one of a kind. At the very least, few could be found throughout the entire Lauren Kingdom. A 21-year-old dual-element high-ranking magician could etch her name into the annals of history. As for those who could master 3 elements, they were exceedingly rare in the chronicles of magic. Simultaneously practicing 4 elemental magics and achieving mastery in each by the age of 21 indicated her astonishingly rapid learning pace and a profound affinity with all elemental magics. She might very well be among the most extraordinarily gifted magicians in the history of the Divine Grace continent, akin to Euler and Gauss in mathematics, or Newton and Einstein in physics. A divinely favored genius, a darling of the gods. Chen Luo found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate her essence. This prodigious talent was nothing short of miraculous. She embodied the very essence of the goddess of magic. What sort of teacher had he truly found? Most astonishingly, this paragon of magical aptitude harbored a dream of becoming a mathematician. This was undoubtedly a loss for the entire magical community, a notion that both Chen Luo and Isabella struggled to comprehend. Yet, concurrently, a thought within Chen Luo's heart solidified with unprecedented conviction. From this moment forward, he was irrevocably bound to Professor Brittany. Regardless of what transpired, he would absolutely, positively, without fail, cling to her side, even if it meant being shamelessly persistent. The Divine Grace continent had long been devoid of a Saint Magus. If anyone could ascend to be the next, it would undoubtedly be Professor Brittany. If Chen Luo could not reach that pinnacle himself, she represented all his hopes. Lowering his gaze, a look of hesitation crossed his face, as if he were grappling with a formidable decision. Initially, he had approached Professor Brittany under the guise of learning mathematics, solely to gain insights into magic, as having a high-ranking magician as a mentor would spare him considerable detours in his magical journey. Though his motives were not entirely pure, Professor Brittany genuinely regarded him as her disciple, not only providing him with lodging, but also considering his needs at every turn. After Chen Luo confessed his real intentions for approaching her, she chose not only to forgive him, but also to continue imparting her magical knowledge. Whether one deemed her naive or pure-hearted, Chen Luo always felt a profound sense of guilt toward her. She was no longer merely a teacher of magic. She was his beacon of hope. For the sake of both Professor Brittany and himself, he fervently wished for her to advance rapidly and far in her magical pursuits. With this thought, Chen Luo rose and made his way out of the room. As Brittany pondered, upon noticing Chen Luo's emergence, she stood and remarked, "Blair, you have proposed a brilliant idea. It turns out that these magical combinations possess truly extraordinary power, potentially even functioning as an independent system." She gazed intently at Chen Luo and added earnestly, "Your current magical level is still too low. When you attain the status of a high-ranking magician, you will comprehend the significance of your ideas for the evolution of magic. I had initially believed your talent lay in mathematics. I did not anticipate that your aptitude for magic would be equally astonishing." Chen Luo smiled bashfully and replied, "Professor Brittany, I actually have another idea regarding magic." Brittany looked at him, somewhat taken aback. The introduction of combinatorial magic had already surprised her, and she was curious about what significant revelation he might have now. From his expression, it seemed that this thought was even more consequential than the notion of combinatorial magic itself. Chen Luo fixed his gaze on Brittany and inquired, "Have you ever considered, Professor Brittany, that since the 4 elemental magics can intertwine, perhaps magical elements and elemental impurities could also combine, thereby enhancing the potency of magic?" Brittany regarded him with curiosity and asked, "Blair, have you stumbled upon another important discovery?" Chen Luo surveyed their surroundings and said, "The void around us is replete with magical elements and elemental impurities. Magicians engage with magical elements daily, yet they overlook the elemental impurities. Is it not conceivable that the fusion of magical elements and elemental impurities could yield new forms of magic?" Brittany initially paused in surprise, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "So, this is what you meant, Blair." Her reaction was somewhat unexpected for Chen Luo. She appeared to have anticipated such a notion and was not the least bit surprised. Looking at Chen Luo, she explained, "In the history of magic, elemental impurities were recognized long ago. Do you know why no magician has ever attempted to combine them with magical elements?" Chen Luo shook his head. He had only skimmed the history of magic in the Divine Grace continent, and such nuanced knowledge had eluded him. Brittany continued with a smile, One reason is that most magicians cannot multitask as we do. They cannot even perform four-element combinatory magic. So naturally, they cannot simultaneously communicate with both magical elements and elemental impurities. There's another, more significant reason. Without pause, she elaborated. The reason magical elements are considered magical is that magicians can easily communicate and utilize them. However, while it is not impossible to communicate with elemental impurities, it is 100-fold, 1,000-fold more arduous than communicating with magical elements. Whether one is a magical apprentice or Saint Magus, it is exceedingly difficult to connect with elemental impurities. The gods have not bestowed such a gift upon humanity. Chen Luo stood there stunned. This time, it was he who was taken aback. He did not perceive the communication of elemental impurities as being significantly more challenging than that of magical elements. He found condensing oxygen and hydrogen from the air far easier than engaging with magical elements. If humanity lacked this innate talent, then what did that make him? Chapter 64. Isabella's Decision. Brittany observed the dazed Chen Luo and smiled, saying, "To even consider elemental impurities is quite remarkable. However, they cannot be utilized in magic. A conclusion drawn from the experiments of countless predecessors in the magical community. You should focus your efforts on magical elements moving forward." Chen Luo snapped back to reality and nodded, replying, "I understand, Professor Brittany." Upon realizing that, like most ordinary magicians on the Divine Grace continent, including Professor Brittany, he could manipulate elemental impurities with such ease, he swallowed back the words he had intended to speak. No wonder no magician had ever paid attention to the anomalous fireball. In principle, even if they lacked a scientific understanding of the air's composition and properties over the years, they ought to have grasped at least a modicum of knowledge about elemental impurities, unless they were utterly incapable of controlling such elements. The ability to release magic without incantations or gestures, to command elements that others could not, Chen Luo increasingly felt that he was becoming less and less like an ordinary human. This sensation intensified within him after he gleaned the same conclusion from Isabella as he did from Teacher Brittany. Perhaps his conjecture held truth. The soul that resided within him, originating from another universe, was unshackled by the constraints of this parallel realm. The more Chen Luo comprehended this world, the more he became convinced that it indeed resembled a parallel universe. The planet of the Divine Grace continent shared the same calendar, moon, sun, and myriad celestial bodies with Earth, albeit with different nomenclature. This was a world governed by distinct temporal and spatial rules, wherein the abilities he possessed, gifted from another universe, were akin to divine powers. After Isabella's futile attempts to control elemental impurities, she regarded Chen Luo with a perplexed expression, questioning whether Blair could effortlessly manage such impurities. "How could that be?" Chen Luo replied, waving his hand in dismissal. "That is something no one could accomplish." He decisively interrupted Isabella's doubts. Should she truly grasp the absurdity of his situation, how would she perceive him, and what would Teacher Brittany think? Chen Luo had no desire to be treated as a subject for their experiments. Stung by Teacher Brittany's prowess, Isabella made an unexpected decision. She resolved to move in with Teacher Brittany, returning home only on weekends, thus enabling her to receive constant guidance from her. Without Teacher Brittany as a benchmark, Isabella's magical talent was quite commendable, ranking among the best at St. Donis Academy. If all went as planned, she would be the first among the students to ascend to the rank of a junior magician. Sitting cross-legged on his bed in meditation, Chen Luo opened his eyes as Isabella slipped in, perching at the head of his bed. "Blair, shall we discuss something?" she inquired. Chen Luo gazed at her and asked, "What is it?" "I am about to move in here. May I sleep in your room?" Isabella proposed. Chen Luo shook his head, resolutely rejecting her request. "There are boundaries between the sexes. I am not that kind of person." Senior Isabella should abandon this notion at once. "Who said I wanted to sleep with you?" Isabella shot him an annoyed glare. "I meant I would sleep in your room alone. I am accustomed to sleeping alone." Chen Luo glanced at her, as if she were foolish, retorting, "If you sleep in my room, where would I sleep? With Teacher Brittany?" Isabella paused for a moment, hands on her hips, and exclaimed, "All right, Blair, you truly." "Truly what?" Chen Luo prompted. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Isabella continued, "What I meant was, you could sleep on the sofa. The one outside is large and comfortable." Chen Luo regarded her, countering, "If the sofa is so large and comfortable, why don't you sleep there?" "Blair, do you have any semblance of gentlemanly conduct?" she challenged. "None whatsoever." This exchange concluded with Isabella's defeat. After all, Chen Luo was not Fiki, nor did he harbor any romantic intentions towards her, making it unnecessary to indulge her capriciousness under the guise of gentlemanly decorum. Sleeping on the sofa could hardly compare to the comfort of a bed. Numerous individuals would envy the opportunity to share a bed with teacher Brittany. And Isabella's discontent was unfathomable. Were it possible, Chunluo would gladly trade places with her. As Isabella departed to gather her belongings, Chunluo used a gentle breeze spell to close his door, contemplating the necessity of installing a lock soon, as cohabiting with the opposite sex demanded vigilance. Should Isabella or teacher Brittany happen to walk in while he was changing, Chunluo pondered whether he ought to take responsibility or expect them to. Once the door was secured, he closed his eyes again, returning to his meditative state. During this period, aside from attending classes and resting, Chunluo devoted nearly all his time to meditation, exerting himself as diligently as he did while preparing for the college entrance examination. The path of a holy mage was inherently long and arduous, unlike teacher Brittany, who could effortlessly ascend to a 4-element senior mage. Chunluo's fate and prospects hinged upon efforts far exceeding those of ordinary individuals. Mastering magic posed no challenge for him, and his enhancement of mental acuity had become a tangible and feasible shortcut. By continuously learning new spells and consistently challenging the limits of his mental prowess, his rate of advancement would surpass that of countless others. The only current obstacle lay in his lack of sufficient funds. The modifications and variant spells within the Magic Association were exorbitantly priced, often costing dozens or even hundreds of gold coins, and the creators of these spells were notoriously unscrupulous. Yet, as one of these creators, Chunluo felt a newfound appreciation for their work, recognizing that the price was not unreasonable given the intrinsic value of knowledge. Acquiring a Firebird spell, a Chain Fireball, and a Compressed Fireball depleted a hefty 90 gold coins. Given Chunluo's pace of learning magic, he would soon acclimatize to these 3 spells, necessitating further study to stimulate the growth of his mental power. This endeavor was significantly more costly than mere sustenance, prompting him to procure funds swiftly. Isabella entered, handing him 2 manuscripts penned by teacher Brittany. Blair, teacher Brittany and I are heading back to move things. Could you please deliver these articles to the Mathematics Association? Chunluo nodded, responding, understood, I will go shortly. The matter of Isabella residing on campus would likely require explanations to both teacher Brittany and her family. Chunluo had originally planned to visit the market that afternoon, conveniently allowing him to deliver the papers to teacher Brittany. Inspired by the 9 bridges problem, teacher Brittany had conceived nascent ideas in topology, employing these methods to address 2 of the Mathematics Association's challenges. While not monumental achievements, breakthroughs like the Laos riddle and the 9 bridges problem were not commonplace. Most scholars ascended through the gradual accumulation of such minor successes. Not long after teacher Brittany and Isabella departed, Chunluo secured the door and left the academy. In stark contrast to the Magic Association, the Mathematics Association appeared rather austere, lacking a spacious lobby. Even its entrance was less grand than the side door of the Magic Association. Upon entering, he found only a solitary counter, devoid of any charming receptionists. The meager hall housed but a few figures, one of whom was a young man languidly draped over the counter, not bothering to lift his head as Chunluo approached. He lazily intoned, submission or reward. Place your submissions on the counter. For rewards, head upstairs and take the second left to find Steward Galen. Chunluo placed the 2 articles on the counter, declaring submission. Just as he prepared to turn away from the Mathematics Association, the young man suddenly raised his head. Disbelief etched across his features. Yours Grace, Blair. In an instant, he transformed from his previous lethargy to one of utmost reverence, gazing at Chunluo with awe. You truly are His Grace, Blair. Chapter 65, Bounty. Blair? The Blair who resolved the Laos riddle? The Blair who solved the 9 bridges problem? The Blair who discovered that number, the Devil Blair. The young man's voice resonated loudly, causing a stir in the modest hall as the sparse crowd gathered around the counter. His Grace Blair, surprisingly youthful. Your Grace, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your Excellency Blair, have you made any significant discoveries that you might share with us? The individuals surrounding Chunluo ranged from youthful men in their 20s to middle-aged individuals in their 30s and 40s, and even included an elder with graying hair. Despite the apparent age differences, they all addressed Chunluo with the utmost respect, referring to him as Your Excellency. In the realm of the Mathematical Society, age has never been a metric for status or identity. It is the academic achievements that truly matter. Aside from his esteemed title as an honorary scholar, his pioneering work on the concept of numbers alone has garnered him the respect of all mathematicians, including the most eminent scholars, although many have labeled him a devil. Since the advent of the new numbers, all who delve into mathematics will forever remember his name. Chunluo found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. Your Excellency Blair, Vice President Audrey is upstairs. Allow me to escort you. A young man alleviated Chun Luo's predicament by picking up the 2 papers he had left on the table, parting the crowd and guiding Chun Luo towards the staircase. Although many mathematical enthusiasts wished to engage the young honorary scholar further, they understood the urgency of his affairs and gradually stepped aside. I shall not accompany you. Chun Luo waved his hand, saying, just pass these 2 papers to me upstairs. Due to the discovery of irrational numbers, Calvin had gone to the royal capital, and Chun Luo was not well acquainted with Vice President Audrey. He only knew of his position within the Yabo City Mathematical Society and his status as a mid-level mage. Initially intending to drop off the papers and leave, he had just spoken when a voice filled with surprise echoed from the staircase. Your Excellency Blair, have you made another discovery? Chun Luo turned to see an elderly gentleman descending the stairs. Good afternoon, Vice President Audrey. I am merely submitting 2 papers on behalf of my mentor. Audrey smiled and replied, Lady Branny is also an honorary scholar. Her papers can be submitted directly to me. He took the 2 papers from the young man, glanced through them, and exclaimed in astonishment, these appear to be the solutions to the 2 problems announced by the society. I never expected Lady Branny to resolve them. The methods she employed seemed reminiscent of Your Excellency's approach to the 9 bridges problem. Could this signify a new branch of geometry? Chun Luo nodded, saying, my mentor is currently refining this theory. I hope he can arrive at results promptly. Audrey's smile widened as he remarked, mathematics truly relies on the vigor of young minds like yours. After exchanging pleasantries with Audrey, Chun Luo said, Vice President Audrey, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Since Mr. Blair has pressing matters, please do return. Audrey nodded. Turning to the young man, he instructed, Gale, do not forget to remind Mr. Blair to collect his reward the next time he visits the Mathematical Society. Reward? Chun Luo, who had already taken a step away, turned back to inquire what reward. Audrey paused momentarily before explaining. The 2 problems solved by Miss Branny were commissioned by scholars through the Mathematical Society. According to the rules, she is entitled to 2 rewards. Whenever you have time, be sure to come to the society to collect them. Pondering for a moment, Chun Luo remarked, I've suddenly realized that this matter is not as urgent as I thought. By the way, where can the reward be collected? Moments later. As he gazed at the 30 gold coins in his hand, Chun Luo finally comprehended that it was not the mathematics profession that lacked monetary reward, but rather that he had not pursued the right path. A published article could earn at most 50 silver coins, whereas solving a problem issued as a reward by the society could yield at least 10 gold coins. As the minimum bounty for a problem posed by the Mathematical Society is 10 gold coins. The 2 problems solved by Miss Branny had one with a bounty of 10 gold coins and the other with 20. Some mathematical scholars or enthusiasts, facing problems they could not resolve yet eagerly wished to see results, would commission the Mathematical Society to issue rewards, with the minimum bounty not falling below 10 gold coins, all of which would be awarded to the solver. If a problem remained unresolved for an extended period, scholars might even add to the original bounty. The society has dedicated an entire wall solely to displaying these bounty problems. Chun Luo turned to Audrey and asked, is there a reward for the Rouse problem? Vice President Audrey shook his head, replying, there are too many scholars researching the Rouse problem. For many years, it has been believed that there is no general solution. Hence no scholar is willing to offer gold for its resolution. Chun Luo persistently inquired, what about the 9 bridges problem? Audrey lamented, while the 9 bridges problem does have a substantial bounty, it hinges on a scholar discovering a method to traverse the 9 bridges without repetition. Your Excellency Blair has proven the impossibility of the 9 bridges problem. Thus no one can claim that reward. Though Chun Luo felt a tinge of disappointment, he did not show it overtly. After bidding farewell to Audrey, he turned to leave, but his direction was not towards the exit of the Mathematical Society. Instead, he walked directly toward the wall. The Magic Association resembled an abyss. To obtain resources beneficial to him, Chun Luo would have to continuously invest money. Yet, as a penniless student, outside of being supported by wealthy individuals like Isabel and Alice, he had no means to amass such funds in a short time. Moreover, considering the avarice of the Magic Association, even if he were to court both Isabella and Alice simultaneously, he would likely drain their gold coins in no time. Self-reliance was essential to sustain oneself, and Chun Luo was unwilling to choose comfort during an age when he should be striving. Furthermore, he had already identified a path to financial gain. Coming to a halt before the wall, he lifted his gaze. The wall was densely covered with mathematical problems. A cursory glance revealed approximately 20 or so. The problems that found their way onto the bounty wall of the Mathematical Society were undoubtedly of considerable difficulty. But with the multitude of scholars at the society, most problems would quickly be resolved. The remaining problems were the accumulation of years of the Yabo City Mathematical Society's efforts, with no mathematical researcher having solved or proven them for so long, possibly due to inherent complexity, insufficient conditions, or erroneous statements, which had allowed them to linger on the wall. As Chun Luo scanned the wall, he noticed that most of the problems were geometric in nature. In fact, early mathematical research primarily focused on geometry, and, aside from geometry, most branches and achievements of mathematics were established only in more modern times. Chun Luo's gaze gradually traversed the wall. While he found a few problems that left him momentarily stumped, he was able to provide solutions or proofs for the majority on the spot. The mathematical scholars of the Divine Grace continent were still groping in the dark on their mathematical journey, whereas Chun Luo was different. He hailed from another world and knew the future of mathematics. Many questions that confounded the scholars of the Divine Grace continent would, in the future, be established as theorems, and numerous mathematical techniques unknown to them would be readily employed by elementary school students in later generations. Beneath the bounty wall, the mathematical researchers maintained a respectful distance from Chun Luo, though they harbored many questions they wished to discuss with the honorary scholar Blair. It was evident that His Excellency was deep in thought. Interrupting a scholar while they are deep in thought is an exceedingly rude act, for oftentimes inspiration strikes in an instant. Should they disturb Mr. Blair and cause him to lose a precious idea, they may very well become historical pariahs. Owing an apology to all mathematicians, a young man named Gall approached the bounty wall with utmost stealth, eventually standing not far behind Chun Luo. He refrained from disturbing Chun Luo, instead remaining poised to heed his commands. A faint murmur emanated from the front, leading Gall to believe that the esteemed Lord Blair was tackling a problem, and he could not help but hold his breath in rapt attention. In the next moment, he caught the whispers of the youngest honorary scholar of the Mathematical Society. 10 gold coins, 20 gold coins, 40 gold coins, 80 gold coins, 500 gold coins, it's done. Chapter 66, The Path to Wealth. The Magical Society is an insatiable abyss, requiring astronomical sums of gold to fill. Just moments ago, Chun Luo was fretting over matters of gold coins. Yet, gazing at the mathematical conundrums plastered on the wall, he discovered what seemed to be a new avenue for wealth. He turned to the young man behind him and inquired, "Your name is Gall, is it not?" Gall, standing behind Chun Luo, was puzzled, but upon hearing the familiar voice, he immediately raised his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, how may I assist Lord Blair?" Chun Luo gestured towards the wall before him and asked, "Are there any extra copies of these bounty questions? I wish to take them back for further study." "There are," Gall affirmed, for such a request was not unreasonable for an honorary scholar. He nodded earnestly and stated, "I shall fetch them for you at once." After leaving the Mathematical Society, Chun Luo made a trip to the market to procure some ingredients and also purchased a lock for his room. Upon returning home, he found that Teacher Brittany and Isabella had yet to arrive. They would surely come home for dinner in the afternoon, with time still on his side. Chun Luo first steamed some buns and then placed rice in the pot to prepare porridge. Although both bread and buns are primarily made from flour, and bread is favored for its texture by many, Chun Luo preferred buns. As for Teacher Brittany and Isabella, if they were unaccustomed to the buns, there was still bread in the refrigerator. Besides the buns and porridge, Chun Luo prepared only 2 small side dishes, for it was prudent not to indulge too much at dinner. Should either Teacher Brittany or Isabella gain weight due to his hospitality, they might hold him responsible. Women are exceedingly sensitive about their figures, and often their reasoning can be quite unreasonable. If Teacher Brittany were to develop a belly, Chun Luo was uncertain whether she would still regard their mentor-student relationship with fondness. As for Isabella, her propensity for unreasonable behavior was even greater. As lunch approached, Teacher Brittany and Isabella timely appeared at the door. Isabella, with minimal belongings confined to 2 bundles, tossed her bags onto the sofa and eagerly took her seat at the dining table. To Chun Luo's surprise, both Teacher Brittany and Isabella accepted the buns far more readily than he had anticipated, although they had never consumed such food before. It did not deter them from learning to break the buns apart and place the vegetables inside. Observing Isabella and Teacher Brittany deftly using chopsticks to pick up the dishes, Chun Luo began to wonder if, a year hence, they would still be using knives and forks. Remembering something, Chun Luo took out the reward he had received from the Mathematical Society and said, "Teacher Brittany, this is the bounty for those 2 difficult problems. Please keep it." Teacher Brittany shook her head and replied, "You should keep this money, Blair. It was originally meant for you to purchase ingredients." Isabella interjected, "Did we not agree that I would buy the ingredients?" Chun Luo did not echo Isabella's attempts to dissuade Teacher Brittany. Having spent considerable time with her, He had long discerned her temperament. She was a person of strong opinions, even stubborn at times, and would not easily alter her decisions, so he opted not to persist. "Good night, Teacher Brittany." "Good night, Senior Isabella." After they finished their meal, Teacher Brittany and Isabella tidied up the dishes, while Chen Luo excused himself back to his room. Once inside, he first affixed the lock to his door to prevent any sudden intrusions from Teacher Brittany or Isabella. Chen Luo did not intend to disclose the matters concerning the bounty problems from the Mathematical Society to either of them, nor did he plan to leverage Blair's identity to resolve them, whether it be the 9 bridges problem, the Rouse puzzle, or irrational numbers. All could be attributed to his ingenious thought process, and any scholar could potentially achieve the same. However, if he were to solve all the bounty problems from the Mathematical Society, he would find it impossible to explain how a mathematical novice, after merely 2 months of study, could possess superior mathematical capabilities compared to all scholars. Moreover, such a sweeping accomplishment would be unduly ostentatious. Chen Luo wished to quietly amass wealth without drawing undue attention to himself, as he had in the past. Furthermore, he harbored numerous secrets that must remain undisclosed. Thus, a private space free from disturbance was of paramount importance to him. After securely locking the door, Chen Luo retrieved several sheets of paper from his drawer, which detailed the unresolved problems from the Mathematical Society. He had already perused these problems during the day, selecting those that sparked his interest while setting aside those that did not, before picking up his quill and beginning to write fervently. In the kitchen, Isabella set the freshly cleaned dishes on the table and glanced back at Chen Luo's closed door, puzzled. Why has Blair retired so early today? In her eyes, while Blair possessed flaws such as a penchant for wealth and a lack of gallantry, these could not overshadow his most admirable trait, his extraordinary diligence and perseverance. Isabella had never encountered anyone as industrious as Blair. He scarcely missed any opportunity to study magic, even forsaking cooking for Teacher Brittany, whom he admired. Such a person, how could he retreat to his room so soon after dinner? This defied logic. Curiosity piqued, Isabella cautiously approached Chen Luo's door. She arrived at the threshold and gently pushed against the door, only to find it steadfastly locked rather than yielding to a crack, as she had anticipated. Isabella's confusion deepened. Blair's room was not typically locked, and it was still early evening. The sun had only just set. Why was he alone in his room with the door secured? Was he perhaps engaged in some nefarious activity? She rapped lightly on the door, and moments later, Chen Luo opened it, regarding the figure of Isabella standing at the entrance. "Isabella, is there something you need?" he inquired. Isabella peered into the room and asked, "Blair, what are you doing all alone in here?" Chen Luo responded, "I discovered a few mathematical problems at the Mathematical Society today that I found intriguing. I wanted to see if I could solve them." "What mathematical problems? Let me see." Isabella sauntered further into Chen Luo's room. With still ample time before her bedtime, she felt a tinge of boredom and sought someone to converse with. However, with only 3 of them present, and given Teacher Brittany's role as a mentor, Isabella felt somewhat restrained in her demeanor. Although Blair might be a touch dull, if she had to choose someone to chat with, it would still be him. The only downside was that the more time she spent with Blair, the faster her pocket money seemed to dwindle. She casually picked up the geometry problem transcribed by Chen Luo and sat at the edge of the bed to peruse it. Chen Luo, without uttering a word, settled at his desk to continue solving problems. Indeed, Isabella was remarkably intelligent, a paragon of both character and academics at the prestigious St. Donis Academy, frequently achieving perfect scores in mathematics under the tutelage of Professor Brittany. However, her ambition to resolve that particular geometry problem was somewhat misguided. This seemingly straightforward geometric proof, although capable of being approached through various methods, required the drawing of 8 auxiliary lines for the simplest method, alongside the application of a geometric theorem yet to be discovered by the mathematicians of this world. To prove this problem, one must first establish the truth of that theorem independently. The proof posed by the Mathematics Society was not inherently difficult. Rather, it was the convoluted process and the concealed theorem that constituted the true challenge. After 20 minutes, Chen Luo completed a detailed proof and, upon setting down his pen, realized that a considerable silence had enveloped the room. Turning around, he discovered that Isabella had cast the paper aside at some point and had kicked off her shoes. Cocooned in his blanket, fast asleep, Chen Luo chose to disregard her presence, methodically organizing the answer to the problem and placing it in the drawer before carefully transcribing another. Immersing himself in contemplation. Although these problems could merely be categorized as classical early mathematics, the researchers of this era had already delved deeply into geometry. Even in later times, such problems could serve as capstone examinations for students in their final year of high school. truly testing their mathematical foundation. With only a handful of exceptional students able to solve them. Compared to the Nine Bridges problem, these challenges were even greater for Chunluo. However, he was fortunate to possess a wealth of knowledge and insights that preceded the mathematical community by many years, rendering the resolution of these problems merely a matter of time. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Brittany knocked on the door and entered the room. Glancing at the bed, she exclaimed in surprise, "How is Isabella sleeping here?" Chunluo replied helplessly, "She was just sitting at the edge of the bed." Shaking her head, Brittany lifted Isabella from the bed, saying, "Blair, you should also get some rest. We have classes tomorrow." Even without Professor Brittany's reminder, Chunluo was already prepared to sleep. The exertion of casting spells was immensely draining, and he needed to ensure he obtained sufficient rest. Moreover, Isabella had warmed his bed for him, and the lingering warmth of her presence in the blankets was a comfort he did not wish to squander by delaying sleep. Chapter 67 Doubt. Last night, Chunluo did not sleep well. After Isabella had slept in his blanket, it was imbued with her fragrance, which kept him awake for considerable time. Yet, he had to rise early to prepare breakfast, and following that, attend classes. This lifestyle, reminiscent of a typical high school student, was a rarity for him, and he found it somewhat time-consuming. He believed that if he could dedicate the time spent on those miscellaneous classes to meditation or martial arts practice, his abilities would surely improve rapidly. After breakfast, Chunluo left the school with Isabella, parting ways at the classroom door. Upon entering, he found that many students were already present. He took his seat and resumed solving problems. Even for him, tackling the reward problems from the Mathematics Society required a significant investment of time. He managed to solve 2 slightly easier problems before Toby sauntered in from the classroom entrance. He dropped his backpack and sat down, turning to Chunluo to say, "Blair, I've thought about it, and I've decided I no longer want to be a warrior. After I leave the academy, I plan to return home and inherit my father's estate." Chunluo nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from elaborating further. Should Toby choose to become a warrior, Chunluo would support him as a friend, helping him enhance his magical abilities and teaching him combat. However, if Toby preferred to simply inherit his father's estate and lead an ordinary life, that was his choice, and Chunluo would not interfere. As class was about to commence, Linda and Triss, who sat in front of Chunluo, arrived fashionably late. Linda was extroverted and talkative, and, after a brief exchange of whispers with Triss, she suddenly turned to Chunluo and asked, "Blair, what are your plans after graduating from St. Donis?" Both Isabella and Professor Brittany had inquired about his future, and while calculating a problem, Chunluo replied without lifting his gaze, "I'll probably stay at the academy." "Huh?" Linda appeared somewhat taken aback. "I thought you would attend the Royal Magic Academy. With your grades, you could easily get in." Chunluo shook his head and replied casually, "I still prefer it here." Linda exchanged a glance with Triss before looking back at Chunluo, saying, "The Royal Magic Academy has many young and beautiful noble ladies. They are both elegant and courteous. Don't you even consider it, Blair?" "Not at all." Chunluo understood that Triss likely aspired to attend the Royal Magic Academy, with Linda attempting to nudge him into considering it. However, he found little allure in noble ladies. Was Isabella not young and beautiful? Nor was Professor Brittany lacking in elegance and gentleness? Why seek distant allure when he had such treasures nearby? Upon hearing Chunluo's response, Triss seemed somewhat disheartened, and sensing that Chunluo was not inclined to continue the conversation, Linda turned away, no longer seeking to engage in fruitless banter. Beautiful noble ladies, elegant and courteous. Toby gazed ahead, mumbling a few words before suddenly turning to Chunluo, declaring, "Blair, I've suddenly changed my mind. I want to become a warrior again." Toby ultimately reversed his decision, aspiring to be a formidable warrior. While Toby's magical aptitude may not afford him much hope of entering the Royal Magic Academy, if he could become a powerful warrior, his chances of enrolling in the Royal Knight Academy would still be substantial. Naturally, in Chunluo's heart, neither the Magic Academy nor the Knight Academy could compare to St. Donis, where Professor Brittany resided. This was the true sanctum for his magical studies. In the days that followed, aside from training in martial arts with Professor Brittany and engaging in daily meditation and magical studies, Chunluo dedicated most of his energy to problem solving. Remarkably, in just 5 days, he mastered 3 variant spells: the Firebird technique, the Chain Fireball, and the Compressed Fireball, during which his mental acuity also experienced considerable growth. By last night, Chunluo was able to simultaneously and stably release 6 fireballs. If this pace continued, he might soon advance to the rank of novice mage alongside Isabella. Of course, this hinged on his ability to acquire sufficient variant spells. Having tasted the rapid growth of his mental prowess, Chen Luo found it intolerable to revert to the slow methods of meditation. The gold coins necessary to purchase variant spells had become an urgent aspiration for him. Consequently, he stayed up late the previous night, finally completing all 23 reward problems from the Mathematics Society before surrendering to sleep. Although the mathematics here was still rather primitive, the problems put forth by the Mathematics Society, which had remained unsolved for so long, were not easily conquered. He spent nearly a week resolving over 20 problems, with several presenting significant difficulty, leading him to toil late into the night before uncovering the necessary insights. Fortunately, he had once revisited geometry while teaching the senior class, committing numerous obscure axioms and theorems to memory. Otherwise, he would not have been able to claim the bounty from the Mathematics Society. The next day marked a day of rest. Chen Luo rose early, preparing breakfast for Professor Brittany and Isabella before leaving the school with 2 buns in hand. The Mathematics Society. Garl yawned as he descended the stairs, opening the grand door of the Mathematical Society to admit the eager mathematicians who had arrived early to await entry. These individuals were lured by the promise of substantial rewards for solving the Society's challenging problems. If successful, they would not only earn considerable remuneration, but also gain a modicum of fame, compared to the slow and steady accumulation of knowledge through diligent research. This offered a far swifter route to renown, tempting many mathematicians to pursue this shortcut. Each day, individuals would line up outside before the Society opened, hoping to catch a glimpse of newly posted bounties that they might fortuitously solve. Yet to Garl, these people seemed utterly foolish. The creators of these challenging problems were seasoned researchers with a profound passion for mathematics, and the questions they posed were never simple. Before being made public, these problems were first attempted by several scholars, including a few presidents of the Society. Only those that remained unsolved would be announced. Those capable of answering such questions were typically already renowned scholars or even honorary members, certainly not those merely seeking an easy windfall. Disregarding the crowd, Garl stepped inside the Society's reception area, yawning as he dusted the counter. He had barely wiped half of it when a figure approached from outside. Clad in the robes of a magical apprentice, the individual wore a broad-brimmed hat that obscured their face, complemented by a mask that concealed their true identity. Even though Garl had encountered countless individuals, he had seldom seen such an eccentric scholar. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he gazed at the newcomer and inquired, "Are you here to submit a paper or to claim a bounty? If it's a submission, please leave your manuscript on the counter. If it's about the bounty, kindly wait a moment until Steward Galen rises." Chen Luo, constrained by time, knew that submitting through the standard channels would entail an indefinite wait. He produced his honorary medal from the Mathematical Society, flashing it before the young man's eyes. The honorary medals appeared identical across the various nations of the Divine Grace continent. Lacking personal identifiers and with numerous honorary scholars in the Society, he had no fear of revealing his identity. The effect of the medal was immediate upon recognizing it. The young man's expression shifted to one of reverence. Garl straightened, bowing respectfully as he asked, "May I inquire your esteemed name, scholar?" "Chen Luo," he replied. Lord Chen Luo," Garl responded promptly. "How may I assist you?" Chen Luo placed a hefty stack of manuscript papers on the counter and gestured toward the wall on the left. "These are the solutions to the 23 bounty problems. Please expedite the verification process and arrange for my reward." Garl stood frozen, momentarily speechless. The bounty problems posted on the Society's wall had been there for several years. Even the most recent one had been proposed 2 months prior by an honorary scholar. These challenges had withstood the test of time, remaining on that wall only because no solutions were forthcoming. Typically, even when a scholar managed to solve one, it was a rare feat, as evidenced by the recent honorary scholar, Brittany, who had uniquely resolved 2 problems in total, consuming an entire issue of the journal. Yet here stood a person claiming to have solved all of the Society's bounty problems. Garl scrutinized the figure beneath the magical robes, a look of skepticism crossing his face. He began to doubt whether this individual was attempting to defraud the Society and questioned the authenticity of the honorary medal. He bowed once more to Chen Luo and said, "Might I take another look at your honorary medal?" Chapter 68. The god of mathematics Chen Luo handed the honorary medal back to the young man. The Mathematical Society was a vast institution, with branches across the 4 great empires and numerous kingdoms of the Divine Grace continent. Although these societies were not subordinate to one another, the honorary medals were universally recognized, distributed annually by kingdom. The branch in Yabo City was merely a minor offshoot of the Lauren Kingdom's Mathematical Society. While honorary scholars were scarce here, when considering the entire Lauren Kingdom and beyond, including the other kingdoms and the 4 empires, honorary scholars were hardly uncommon. In a small branch like Yabo City, it was unlikely that even the front desk staff, let alone the president, would recognize every honorary scholar across the continent. This was precisely why Chen Luo felt confident in presenting his honorary medal without fear of exposure. Garl examined the medal, his expression growing even more perplexed. Upon the passing of an honorary scholar, the Mathematical Society would forge a new medal, preserving the count of honorary medals. The medal before him showed no signs of tampering, implying that if this mysterious individual had not stolen it, he was indeed an honorary scholar. Determining whether the stranger was a thief or a fraud was not a task for a mere receptionist like Garl. He glanced at the substantial stack of papers and cast a complex look at Chen Luo. "Please, Lord Chen Luo, wait here a moment while I fetch Vice President Audley." It wasn't long before Chen Luo saw Vice President Audley hurriedly descending the stairs. He approached Chen Luo directly, asking bluntly, "Did you solve all the bounty problems of the Mathematical Society?" Chen Luo remained silent, merely handing over the stack of manuscripts. Audley took them eagerly, his gaze immediately fixated on the papers. Although Garl's claims were somewhat unbelievable, he would ascertain whether this honorary scholar was a fraud through personal verification. Mathematics allows for no deceit. The answers he sought lay within that hefty stack of papers. The first problem he encountered was a shortest path issue, one that the Society scholars had long studied. Many had proposed answers, yet none could prove that their proposed paths were indeed the shortest. This individual, however, had thought outside the box, employing the method of symmetrical points and leveraging the axiom that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line to effortlessly identify the optimal path. Consequently, this bounty problem, valued at 20 gold coins, had been resolved with remarkable ease. Audley glanced at Chen Luo, turning to the next page with palpable excitement. The second page contained a more complex geometric proof, a conjecture posited a year ago by a senior honorary scholar from the capital. Over the past year, countless mathematicians had attempted to prove this conjecture, only to fail. Many had concluded that the conjecture was indeed erroneous and unprovable. Now, Audley understood why no one had successfully proven the conjecture. Prior to establishing it, they needed to know a specific theorem. The sum of the distances from the circumcenter to each side of a triangle equaled the sum of the circumradius and in radius. This was a theorem Audley had never heard of before. A new revelation. The proof of this theorem was neatly appended at the bottom of the manuscript, with steps laid out clearly and flawlessly. With this theorem in hand, the conjecture became readily provable. This particular problem was valued at 50 gold coins. Standing at the counter, Audley could scarcely contain his eagerness as he flipped to the next page. This process would undoubtedly take hours, as Chen Luo had dedicated an entire week to solving these 23 problems. Even if one followed his reasoning, merely reviewing the solutions and proofs would require considerable time. In Gal's heart, the doubts he harbored regarding Chen Luo have long since vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing Chen Luo making his way towards the sofa in the lounge, he proactively offered him tea and pastries, then stood behind him, awaiting further instructions. His gaze occasionally flickered towards Vice President Audrey, who was slowly sifting through the manuscripts, at times lost in deep contemplation, and, at others, striking the table with fervor, displaying a look of bewilderment. Clearly, if this esteemed Chen Luo were indeed a charlatan, Audrey would have already shown him no mercy. The only plausible explanation is that he has indeed unraveled those challenging problems for which a bounty was set. This revelation stirred turbulent waves within Gal's heart. It is well known that such unfathomable feats are beyond even the most eminent scholars. Although these scholars do not possess omniscience, and many bounty problems are typically resolved by the broader mathematical community, never has there been a case where an individual has comprehensively unraveled years of the association's accumulated challenges. Such an accomplishment could only be achieved by a mathematical deity. Could it not? As Gal's thoughts churned, on the other side, Audrey finally turned to the last page of the manuscripts. He swallowed hard and moistened his parched lips, still unable to recover from the immense shock. How could this be possible? These problems have been attempted by several eminent scholars, and even they had failed to provide solutions. To solve even one of these problems is already a rarity. To resolve two indicates extraordinary mathematical talent, while solving 3 or more denotes sheer genius. To decipher 23 problems transcends Audrey's comprehension. Since the establishment of the Mathematical Association, such a genius has never emerged, not even among the eminent scholars. This is an achievement no scholar from the Kingdom of Lauren, the Empire of Osti, or the Divine Grace Continent could accomplish. Such a person could only be described as divine, a deity of mathematics. Unlike the hierarchy of mages, where power escalates with rank, mathematics is governed by innate talent and inspiration. Problems that elude eminent scholars may be unraveled by promising newcomers, which is a common occurrence within the mathematical realm. Moreover, eminent scholars are not omnipotent. They each have their own fields of expertise, commanding unparalleled authority within those domains, yet their capabilities remain limited in others. The bounty problems set by the Mathematical Association span various fields. Solving one is a matter of chance. Solving two can be deemed coincidental. Solving three might be attributed to sheer luck. However, resolving 23 problems is an unequivocal demonstration of prowess. Apart from the divine, Audrey finds no other term to aptly describe it. Furthermore, not only has he solved these 23 problems, but throughout the process, he also proposed and proved 11 theorems, 11 new mathematical theorems, all of which, upon Audrey's verification, proved to be correct. Audrey cast a gaze of infinite trepidation towards the lounge area, took a laborious step forward, and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Having stood for far too long, his legs had gone numb, yet he had been so engrossed in the world of mathematics that he had failed to notice. Gal rushed over to assist Audrey, asking, "Are you all right, Vice President?" "I am fine," Audrey replied, though the pain in his expression revealed the discomfort of his numb legs, rendering him unable to stand unaided. With Gal's support, he slowly made his way towards Chun Luo. Upon reaching Chun Luo's side, he found him finishing the last bite of cake. Chun Luo rose and looked at Audrey, inquiring, "How did the verification go, Vice President?" Audrey gazed at him with immense reverence and replied, "Esteemed Chun Luo, your exquisite process of resolution has left me in awe." In that moment, Audrey held no doubt regarding Chun Luo's identity. Such a person, far surpassing even the eminent scholars, could not possibly masquerade as a mere junior honorary scholar. In Audrey's heart, Chun Luo had become indistinguishable from a deity. Gal stood nearby, utterly astonished. Vice President Audrey, an esteemed honorary scholar, had never shown such deference before the eminent scholars. Could this mysterious figure before them possess an even loftier status? Chun Luo regarded Audrey and asked, "Are all results correct?" Audrey nodded and affirmed, "Not a single flaw." "Then let us settle the payment," Chun Luo stated. "The total bounty for the 23 problems amounts to 535 gold coins. As this is our first collaboration, I request 530 coins, allowing you to round down." Audrey's face displayed an expression of utter astonishment. These 23 challenging problems and 11 new theorems represent invaluable treasures in the mathematical realm. Can they truly be quantified in gold coins? Does this illustrious scholar seek remuneration for his resolutions? Upon hearing the mention of payment, Audrey fell silent, and Chun Luo sensed he may have been too hasty. He added, "Do not misunderstand. I merely found these problems intriguing, not for the sake of gold." Audrey sighed in relief, stating, "Your monumental contribution to mathematics cannot possibly be measured by a mere handful of coins." Chun Luo looked at him and asked, "Are you suggesting that the bounty for these problems has the potential to increase?" Audrey fell silent once more, contemplating, before he seemed to grasp the implications. He waved to Gal and instructed, "Go immediately and ensure that Chun Luo receives his bounty in full, not a single coin less." Chapter 69, A Serendipitous Encounter at the Association. The Mathematical Association is indeed reputable. The bounty for the 23 problems totaled 535 gold coins, each coin accounted for, all contained within a black cloth bag before Chun Luo. Although he did not count them, the weight and volume indicated that the coins were neither more nor less than expected. Audrey discreetly signaled to Gao, earnestly suggesting, "Esteemed Chun Luo, would you like me to arrange for someone to deliver these coins to your residence?" Chun Luo, of course, firmly declined this offer. Given Blair's identity, it was inappropriate to expose it, and the matter concerning irrational numbers had already stirred considerable unrest within the mathematical community. If another major incident were to arise, his life would be far from peaceful. Observing his resolute refusal, Audrey felt a pang of urgency. He knew that the individual before him must be a towering figure in the mathematical world. Should he let this opportunity slip, he would bear the burden of guilt for the chapter in Yabo City, even for the entire Mathematical Association of the Kingdom of Lauren. Yet this revered scholar clearly seemed disinterested in further entanglements. In a moment of desperation, Audrey steeled himself and ventured, "Esteemed scholar, I must inquire. Chun Luo is not your true name, is it?" Chun Luo lifted the bag filled with coins and asked, "If it is not my true name, does that preclude me from receiving my bounty?" In principle, Chun Luo is his true name, as Blair, given Chun Luo's extraordinary mental prowess, should have perished. No, no, no. Of course not. Audrey hastily shook his head and clarified, regardless of your identity, whether you are an honorary scholar or not, this is rightfully yours. Chen Luo regarded Audrey, smiling, and said, you need not test me. This honorary medal is genuine. Audrey perked up and immediately replied, I beg your pardon for my impudence, may I ask. Esteemed Chen Luo, from which nation do you hail? Chen Luo, still holding the bag, queried, is that of great importance? Audrey solemnly nodded, affirming, it is of utmost significance to us. The Kingdom of Lauren, Chen Luo replied, and with that he strode out of the Mathematical Association, bag in hand. Galt swallowed hard, gazing at Audrey, and spoke, my lord Audrey, I shall promptly investigate the information regarding Sir Chen Luo. No need, Audrey replied with a shake of his head, fully aware that Galt would uncover nothing. Since the individual in question was reluctant to reveal his identity, it was evident that Chen Luo was not his true name. How could the Mathematical Society possibly trace him? The only ascertainable fact was that he was a scholar from the Kingdom of Lauren, possessing a junior honorary medal. Yet, the number of junior honorary scholars in the entire Kingdom of Lauren was vast, with dozens still alive in just the city of Yabo. His voice bore a deep timbre, suggesting he was of considerable age. Thus, the pool of candidates would be significantly narrowed. However, the crux of the matter was that he might not even be a scholar from Yabo, making the task of uncovering his true identity nearly impossible. Furthermore, should the Mathematical Society persist in their inquiries into his concealed identity, it could very well provoke his ire. For Audrey, the identity of this enigmatic figure was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that he hailed from the Kingdom of Lauren and was an esteemed scholar. In other words, the god of mathematics from the continent of divine grace resided in Lauren. Contemplating this, he turned to Galt and instructed, have those questions retracted. I must set forth to the royal capital immediately. The problems that had been posted as bounties across various branches had all been solved by one individual. The introduction of 11 new theorems was a monumental event for the mathematical community, and he felt compelled to report this personally to the headquarters of the Mathematical Society in the royal capital. It was an ordinary weekend when some mathematics researchers in Yabo City arrived early at the Mathematical Society, where they could discuss problems and keep abreast of new advancements in the field. Vice President Audrey had been stationed at the counter for quite some time, evidently deep in thought. Although everyone had the intention to greet him, no one dared to disturb his contemplation. As events unfolded, they took an unexpected turn. First, the esteemed Lord Audrey displayed utmost reverence towards a mysterious individual, and then that stranger seemed to have taken something from the Mathematical Society. Following this, someone began to violently tear down the bounty questions posted on the walls. What was happening? Why were they being ripped down? Had the Mathematical Society canceled the bounties? Galt stood atop a ladder, tearing down the last piece of paper, announcing, these problems have been solved. Everyone disperse. Solved? When did this happen? Gasps of disbelief filled the air. Could it be that someone has cracked all the problems? If so, does that mean he has taken all the rewards? I understand now. It must be that mysterious man. It has to be him. He solved every problem and claimed all the bounties. But is he even a grand scholar? Even a grand scholar could scarcely achieve such a feat. The typically tranquil Mathematical Society began to buzz with excitement, while at that moment Chen Luo, clutching a heavy black bag, had already appeared at the entrance of the Magic Society. Over 500 gold coins constituted a considerable fortune. It was destined to be only briefly his, as it would soon be claimed by the Magic Society. The sum was too substantial for Chen Luo to take back. For should he encounter Teacher Branny or Isabella, he would struggle to justify the source of such wealth, aside from the shameful act of bartering his appearance for financial gain. The most prudent course of action was to utilize the coins within the Magic Society to exchange for the resources he required. Upon entering the Magic Society, Chen Luo glanced around the counters but did not spot Jasmine. It was only then that he recalled the young lady had become an assistant steward and was no longer involved in such reception duties. He also failed to see the freckled girl with the double chin. Whether she was on leave or had resigned remained unclear. Approaching one of the counters, the young woman behind it looked up, wearing a professionally feigned smile, and inquired, "Good sir, how may I assist you today?" "Blair." Just as Chen Luo was about to respond, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind him. Instinctively, he turned, realizing he was in trouble, for he was currently Chen Luo, not Blair. Not far ahead, a striking figure was striding towards him with purpose. Isabella, adorned in her favorite black gauzy dress and wearing a lace-trimmed hat, quickly approached Chen Luo. He wished to turn away, but alas, it was too late. Isabella had merely called out instinctively, uncertain if it was indeed Chen Luo. However, upon seeing him turn, her doubt transformed into certainty. Aware that his magical robe's hood was lowered and that he wore a mask, Chun Luo composed himself, lowering his gaze, and spoke in a hushed tone, "My dear lady, you have mistaken me for someone else." I beg your pardon, Isabella stuttered, visibly taken aback upon encountering him. Yet, as she attempted to depart, a sudden realization seemed to strike her as she turned back to Chun Luo, asking, "Could you please repeat what you just said?" Although the voice before her differed from Blair's, something about his phrase, "my beautiful lady," struck her as oddly familiar. As Isabella spoke, she leaned slightly closer, seemingly attempting to discern Chun Luo's face beneath the hood of his robe. The mask obscured only half of his visage. While someone unfamiliar might not recognize him, Isabella had shared countless days and nights with Chun Luo, having even shared a bed. Chun Luo could not be certain if she would recognize him through the mask. He bowed his head lower, reiterating, "You have mistaken me for someone else." Isabella shook her head, insisting, "No, it was the previous statement." Chun Luo cast her a glance, but chose not to engage further. At that moment, Isabella realized her request was rather peculiar and embarrassing. Just as she was about to leave, her steps faltered. She took a step closer to Chun Luo and suddenly inhaled deeply. Witnessing this gesture, Chun Luo's heart began to race. Ever since Isabella had moved in with him, they often studied together at night, and more often than not, she would crawl into his quilt. Though he would wake her up and send her to the adjacent room to sleep, his bedding inevitably bore her scent, recognizing the familiar fragrance belonging to her. Isabella lifted her head, frowning as she scrutinized him. "Blair, what on earth are you doing? Don't think that just because you're wrapped up in clothing and a hood, I'll one-t recognize you." Just as she reached out to remove Chun Luo's hooded robe, a figure hurriedly approached from afar, interposing between Isabella and Chun Luo, smiling as they addressed him. "Sir Chun Luo, this way please." Jasmine regarded Chun Luo with a smile, saying, "Lord Elton has instructed me to escort you to him." Chun Luo nodded, not sparing a glance at Isabella, and followed Jasmine towards the second floor of the Magic Society. Isabella remained rooted in place, momentarily stunned, before softly hissing under her breath. A man, using lily-scented perfume,